Chapter 1. Graduation Examination. Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village. In the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, over 100 young boys and girls stood in formation. At the forefront of the assembly stood 5 imposing adult ninjas from the Hidden Mist, clad in gray-brown vests and adorned with ninja headbands, facing the youthful cohort. Among them was the class instructor, Ryoma Kaijima, whose visage bore a menacing centipede scar stretching from his brow to the corner of his mouth. Coupled with his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 and his icy demeanor, he exuded an aura of intimidation. As Kaijima closed the scroll in his hands and lowered it, he surveyed the lined-up students, smiling as he inquired. "Very well, the groups are assigned. Are you all aware of your examination opponents?" Despite his gentle tone, the terrifying aspect of his figure rendered any sense of warmth utterly elusive. "Understood." The candidates responded in unison to their instructor's words. Kaijima's smile widened, revealing his shark-like teeth as he continued. "After 3 years of instruction, it is difficult for me to part with you. However, in our Hidden Mist Village, there is no place for the weak. Thus, this examination is unlike any you have encountered before." Though his words were soft, the gravity of their meaning resonated with the assembled candidates. Pausing momentarily, Kaijima's disconcerting smile faded, and he adopted a more serious demeanor as he added, "I am certain you have heard whispers regarding the nature of the graduation examination. Ha ha ha. Let me assure you, those are not mere rumors. In this examination, you are required to eliminate your opponent." Upon concluding his statement, Kaijima's expression shifted, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The students, shaken by his words and the oppressive aura of their instructor, began to tremble. "Teacher, how can this be?" Despite their fear, many students whispered inquiries or exchanged anxious glances. Kaijima's expression remained grave and silent, his once gentle gaze now ablaze with lethal intent, bearing down on the novice ninjas. To the rear of the assembly, a boy with short brown hair appeared terrified, his left hand trembling as he patted the waist-length black-haired youth beside him, a pale-faced boy. Stuttering, Wuxin, my opponent is you. Will you kill me?" Wuxin, a 9-year-old with black hair and eyes, was the top graduate of this cohort, renowned as the prodigy of the Hidden Mist. His fair features, now slightly furrowed, indicated the weight of Kaijima's oppressive presence, which seemed particularly directed toward him in the back. "Takumi, we're the best of friends. You know I would never do such a thing." Despite the overwhelming pressure from a Junin, Wuxin maintained his composure, offering reassurance to his friend Takumi. "Oh really? Wuxin?" Though still trembling, Takumi found some solace in Wuxin's comforting words. With an untroubled demeanor, Wuxin turned her face slightly, locking eyes with Takumi on her right, and flashed a radiant, warm smile as she softly remarked, "Of course, you still do not know what I am like." Takumi stared at Wuxin's comforting visage, her benevolent smile and warm words thoroughly alleviating his tension. He fell into silence, turning away, seemingly reluctant to reveal his embarrassment to Wuxin, and slowly raised his right hand. Kaijima Ryoma observed the trembling students under his oppressive aura, casting a discreet glance at a few of his distinguished pupils who, Zabuza and Wuxinho, maintained an air of calm composure. Unable to suppress a slight nod, Kaijima Ryoma covertly monitored the stance of Tudu Zabuza and Wuxin when he noticed Takumi beside Wuxin raising his right hand. He shifted the weight of his menacing presence onto Takumi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Despite trembling all over, Takumi held his right hand aloft. Kaijima Ryoma, somewhat taken aback, spoke up. "Mitsui Takumi, speak." His words were as frigid as the depths of winter. Takumi's form quaked, yet his face flushed slightly. Kaijima Ryoma recognized that this was a reaction to excitement, a surge of adrenaline rather than mere fear. "Ryoma-sensei, why must we do this? We are all comrades. Why must we turn against one another?" As anticipated by Kaijima Ryoma, Takumi vocally questioned the purpose of the examination. A grim smile, more sorrowful than a frown, crept across Kaijima Ryoma's face as he replied with a light chuckle. "Heh, why?" Whoosh! A sonic boom echoed through the air as Kaijima Ryoma vanished from the front of the line, reappearing instantaneously behind Takumi at the rear. Such swift body flicker technique. Is this a Jonin? Wuxin gasped internally, noting Kaijima Ryoma's sudden appearance. Before Takumi could comprehend the situation, Kaijima Ryoma seized him by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick, twisting his waist and slamming him down with force. Boom! The ground cracked as Takumi was lifted by his collar, his legs curling up like a shrimp, blood spewing from his mouth, allowing Takumi's blood to splatter upon him. Kaijima Ryoma's countenance, marked by a centipede scar and now smeared with blood, resembled that of a malevolent specter. With a swift hand sign, Kaijima Ryoma vanished, returning to his previous position at the front of the line, where students gaped at his bloodied visage. Why? Huh. Kirigakure is an island nation. In the rear of the group, Wuxin crouched down and gently helped Takumi to his feet, softly calling out his friend's name. This poignant moment profoundly reshaped Wuxin's perception of the Hidden Mist Village. Having been reborn in the Hidden Mist Village for 9 years, Wuxin, possessing the mature soul of an adult, had devoted himself to the arduous practice of ninjutsu since childhood, earning the esteemed title of a prodigy. Among the current candidates, Wuxin stood as a singularly gifted contender. Although he was acutely aware of the brutal nature of the graduation examination, which necessitated mutual slaughter, he had braced himself for the challenge. However, he had never anticipated that his assigned opponent would be none other than Mitsui Takumi. Mitsui Takumi, Wuxin's neighbor and childhood companion, had shared countless experiences with him, from attending ninja school together to enjoying their lessons and break side by side. Both of Wuxin's parents were ninjas, frequently absent due to missions, while Takumi's parents were local restaurateurs who often looked after Wuxin, fostering a close bond between the two families. Typically, the graduation examination in Hidden Mist Village involved fierce battles among desk mates, as the camaraderie among classmates often ran deep, making a favored approach for the ninja school. Wuxin had mentally prepared himself to confront and potentially eliminate his desk mate, but he was taken aback to find that his opponent was not a classmate, but Mitsui Takumi. Although Wuxin had lived in this world for 9 years, he felt as if he had merely relived 9 additional years from his previous life. Deep inside, he struggled to accept the notion of killing his friend. At the same time, Wuxin recognized that his deliberate attempts to distance himself from Mitsui Takumi during their 3 years at ninja school had proven futile. His exceptional talent had drawn special attention from the Hidden Mist Village, leading to the deliberate arrangement of his opponent. Wuxin, fine. Takumi, leaning on Wuxin for support, managed to stand after enduring a throw from the instructor, Ryoma Kaido, his chin smeared with blood, presenting a rather tragic sight. Takumi. Wuxin gazed at Mitsui Takumi, his expression a mixture of emotions. He understood that Takumi's dream was to alter the status of commoners and to become a hidden mist ninja. Chapter 2. In the Training Ground. As Ryoma Kaido concluded his inquiry, the arena fell into a profound silence. Given Takumi's recent performance, no one dared to respond. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier, and Ryoma Kaido, unhurried, retrieved a pocket watch from his vest, glancing at the time before coldly stating, "Since there are no objections, the candidates from Group 58 will proceed to their designated training grounds for the competition, with a duration of 1 hour. As your instructor, I must reiterate, the fate of those who fail this examination is singular. Death." As he pronounced the final word, death, a fierce aura of killing intent emanated from him. Simultaneously, the 4 accompanying examiners exuded a palpable aura of lethal expertise, overwhelming the candidates with an imposing wave of intimidation. Gulp. Under the intensity of the killing intent, many candidates were momentarily frozen, several unable to suppress the instinctive swallowing of their saliva. Seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Ryoma Kaido waved his hand. "The examination begins now." As the words fell, the candidates received a reprieve and promptly leaped away from their original positions. The 5 teachers remained silent, quietly observing the students' departure. After a moment, a middle-ranking ninja teacher beside Ryoma Kaido softly inquired, "Lord Ryoma, why not allow Wuxin and Momochi Zabuza to face each other? They're the most outstanding individuals in the class, and in previous competitions, they have always been evenly matched. The graduation exam should be an opportunity for them to determine a victor, should it not?" Upon hearing his colleague's question, Ryoma Kaido did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, he softly replied, "Wuxin and Momochi Zabuza are not particularly close, and the selection of lower-ranking ninjas is not merely to choose the best 1 or 2, but rather to select a group of exceptional ninjas. Both Wuxin and Momochi Zabuza are rare talents and descendants of renowned ninjas in the village. Even Lord Mizukage is paying attention to them." The purpose of the graduation exam is to allow students to sever their ties and understand the true essence of being a ninja. Ryoma Kaido paused slightly, his expression complex as he continued, "It is not intended to lead them to a meaningless demise." The middle-ranking ninja teacher on the left, having heard Ryoma's words, showed a hint of embarrassment and quietly remarked, "I see that Tio speak frankly. Even I often feel pressured by the presence of Wuxin and Momochi Zabuza. Lord Ryoma, did you injure Mitsui Takumi in order to better recruit Wuxin in the future?" Upon hearing this, Ryoma Kaido's expression grew serious as he turned to face the questioning ninja, coldly stating, "No, I did not intentionally harm Mitsui Takumi. His injuries appear severe, but in reality, he is unscathed. While I admire Wuxin, I would never show him favoritism that is the integrity of a teacher. After all, in this graduation exam, what the candidates must stake is their very lives, as Ryoma Kaido concluded. His voice grew increasingly somber. A 17 training ground. Wuxin supported Mitsui Takumi, gently lowering him to the ground. Takumi, how are you? Can you hold on? Mitsui Takumi had suffered greatly from the rough handling by teacher Ryoma Kaido. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, staining his chin a deep crimson. Presenting a pitiful sight, he placed his hands over his chest, rubbing the area where Ryoma had seized him. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Wuxin, just kill me. In this exam, only one of us can survive. I was never your match anyway, please take care of my parents for me. Takumi's gaze grew vacant, his spirit increasingly diminished as he softly conveyed his last wishes to Wuxin. Wuxin, observing Takumi's dire state and listening to his words as if they were a farewell, furrowed his brow and said resolutely, Takumi, I told you, I will never do that. Trust me, there is a way to pass this exam without dying. You know Momochi Zabuza. The idle words abruptly ceased, the expression vacant, as he slowly lowered his gaze to his chest, where a black kunai had pierced his heart. Below, lying on the ground, the despondent Mitsui Takumi was enveloped in a wisp of smoke, abruptly transforming into a wooden stump, stand-in technique. He slowly turned his head, his eyes casting a sidelong glance at the assailant behind him. Mitsui Takumi's chin was smeared with blood, yet his countenance bore no trace of defeat. In that moment, his eyes reflected shame, guilt, reluctance, uncertainty, and the smug satisfaction of a plan successfully executed. Takumi. Why? With a dazed expression, as he realized that the figure behind him was indeed his friend Takumi, he was overwhelmed with disbelief and stammered out his final question. In response to his inquiry, guilt deepened in Mitsui Takumi's eyes, and he choked out, I'm sorry. Wuxin, forgive me, I don't want to die. The weight of his guilt lingered for no more than 3 seconds. His actions grew increasingly savage as he twisted the kunai's handle, the blade churning through Wuxin's flesh. The expression on Takumi's face began to contort into a grotesque mask of rage as he hysterically shouted, Wuxin, in this examination, only one can survive. Teacher Kijima Ryoma said that the fate of the losers is death. Only death. Wuxin, even if we do not turn on each other, we will ultimately be killed by the teacher. I don't want to die. I truly do not want to die. Wuxin, help me, let me live. I want to live. Takumi's expression grew increasingly twisted, and as he twisted the kunai deeper into Wuxin's heart, he withdrew it only to stab again with fervor, all the while screaming, die. Die, die. After dozens of thrusts, his movements gradually halted. Hey. Takumi sat on the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at the now motionless Wuxin. Tears of sorrow streamed down his cheeks, mingled with a sense of elation. Wuxin, rest assured, I will inherit your genius title and live on for you. Ha. Takumi's demeanor was somewhat deranged, a blend of excitement and grief. No need, Takumi. I will live on just fine. A voice, eerily out of place, echoed from behind Takumi, accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Thud. A kunai pierced Takumi's left chest, mirroring the earlier incident with Wuxin. In disbelief, Takumi lowered his gaze to the weapon that had impaled his heart, then looked down at the now lifeless Wuxin. The once gushing crimson blood had bizarrely turned into clear water, and with this color change, Wuxin's body transformed into a humanoid wave, dissolving into a pool of clear liquid. What kind of ninjutsu is this? When did you cast it? With great difficulty, Takumi turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the poised figure of Wuxin, maintaining the posture of an assassin behind him, and he managed a voice. His final question, filled with the weight of life's last uncertainties, that in the village, the commoner who had enrolled could not recognize the ninjutsu wielded by Wuxin. Simultaneously, he felt a chill at Wuxin's wariness towards him. The water clone technique. A durable clone that has absorbed half of my chakra. It was executed while you pretended to rub your chest with both hands, all the while quietly forming hand seals. Takumi, you have stabbed me with so many blades. I should be obliged to return the favor with a strike, shouldn't I? As Wuxin spoke to Mitsui Takumi, he gradually released his grip on the kunai and slowly rose to his feet. His final inquiry lacked confidence, his voice barely a whisper. Standing tall, Wuxin looked down upon Mitsui Takumi, whose eyes reflected a mix of reluctance and a fading resolve, until the light within them completely extinguished, leaving them vacant and hollow. After a prolonged silence, I absent-mindedly lifted my gaze towards the sky. My nose twitched, and a sorrowful expression enveloped my face. reflecting a mixture of confusion, regret, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Unintentionally, I slowly raised my hands, watching the blood trickle through the gaps of my fingers, murmuring, "Blood. This is Takumi's blood." Chapter 3. The cruel examination. Tears, unbidden, cascade from my eyes as I lower my gaze upon the lifeless form of Takumi Mitsui. Takumi, our classmate, Momochi Zabuza. He will eliminate all of us in this cohort. We have an opportunity. We need not engage in mutual slaughter to pass the examination. Yet, Takumi, my ninja father has imparted wisdom to me. In this land shrouded in blood and mist, one must be devoid of compassion, devoid of loyalty, devoid of emotion. Especially towards those enemies who inflict harm upon oneself, one must never show leniency or mercy. It is only in this manner that one can endure in this blood-soaked realm for an extended period. After murmuring to herself absent-mindedly, a look of anguish surfaced on her face as she clutched her neck with both hands. Ugh! For the first time, she had taken a life, her childhood friend. Her stomach churned violently, and she bent over, retching. Is this what it means to be a ninja? Breathless and panting, I have gained a profound understanding of the profession of a ninja. Unintentionally, I find myself reminiscing about the year I was 5, when I first practiced the art of chakra concentration. On that very first day, as I successfully gathered chakra, I could vividly recall the astonished yet complex expressions on my parents' faces. I am reminded of the time I was 7, training in ninjutsu. When I first attempted to replicate a technique, I succeeded in executing it flawlessly. My parents, esteemed jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, looked upon me with a blend of pride and concern. Although they were not renowned for their formidable combat prowess, their exceptional tracking and support skills had earned them a modest reputation in our village. In that moment of my graduation examination, I comprehended the depth of my parents' worries. Their usual sternness, harshness, and unyielding demeanor were all aimed at ensuring my survival in the Hidden Mist Village. The mind wandered aimlessly, lost in a chaotic reverie. With no sense of time passing, the mist within the training grounds gradually thickened, enveloping the area in a dense shroud. The establishment of the Hidden Mist Village stemmed from this region's perpetual cloak of fog, abundant in moisture and rich in humidity, making it an ideal locale for water-based and mist techniques. The training area itself was modest in size, approximately 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width, a standard dimension for combat training. The increasing density of the mist stirred a sense of vigilance within the distracted mind, especially considering the presence of a solitary individual among the peers, known as Zabuza Momochi. Had the mist grown thicker? No, this was the mist technique. In this confined training space, the now focused mind could no longer discern the boundaries of the A-17 training ground, leading to an immediate association with the enigmatic Zabuza from this cohort, sparking a realization. With an unfocused expression, Wushin formed the sign of the hidden mist technique with his left hand before him, while raising his right hand above his head. He uttered softly, "Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique." As he spoke, the mist within the training ground thickened, enveloping his form until he vanished from sight. The hidden mist technique, a D-rank ninjutsu, is a signature technique of the Hidden Mist Village, typically mastered by lower-rank ninjas and taught in ninja academies, with proficiency assessed accordingly. Its application extends beyond merely conjuring dense fog through chakra. It serves to shroud oneself within the mist, functioning as a stealth technique and precursor to the village's assassination methods. Suddenly, the air resonated with a sharp sound, as a short-haired boy wielding kunai pierced Wushin's throat. Wushin's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands grasping the assailant's wrists. "Wushin, your hidden mist technique is far too rudimentary," the boy mocked, his heart pounding rhythmically like a beacon. This assailant was none other than the class's top student, Momochi Zabuza, splattered in blood, who, after successfully executing the attack, showed no mercy as he taunted Wushin. Should I be grateful that you didn't pierce my heart, then?" Just behind Zabuza, another Wushin appeared, his expression icy. With a kunai in hand, he mercilessly thrust it into Zabuza's neck from behind, the blade emerging from his throat. The Wushin who had been mortally wounded by Zabuza, his face contorted in agony, suddenly curled his lips into a mocking smile before dissolving into a puddle of water. The assassination techniques of the Hidden Mist Village primarily target vital areas such as the throat, heart, and head, ensuring accuracy without fail. Under the stringent selection process of the Blood Mist policy, no rookie ninjas exist. It seems that the so-called top student is indeed not your limit, Wushin. What? Unheeded. Wu Xian heard the words spoken behind him, and a look of terror flickered across his indifferent face. The peach blossom figure, once pierced through the neck by Wu Xian, transformed into a pool of clear water, just like the previous incarnation of Wu Xian, revealing itself to be yet another water clone. Splatter. With no time to change tactics, Noera swiftly thrust a kunai, its sharp blade piercing through his left chest. Despite the success of the assassination, Nohara's brow furrowed deeply, revealing a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The victim, Noera, transformed once more into a cerulean hue, dissolving into a puddle upon the ground. Indeed, it was merely a watery clone. Noera abruptly spun around, hurling the kunai behind him, while his hands deftly reached for his pouch of ninja tools, extracting more kunai to throw in rapid succession. Clang, clang. Approximately 10 meters behind him, a hazy silhouette twisted its waist, effortlessly evading the first kunai, then skillfully deflecting the subsequent two with a kunai of its own, executing the movements with grace and fluidity. Impressive assassination techniques, Noera. Ordinarily, I would not concern myself with you, but today my mood is far from pleasant. If this is all the skill you possess, then brace yourself for a short-lived existence. With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the indistinct figure approximately 10 meters ahead, the tone was calm, yet the eyes betrayed a ferocious intensity. Humph. Do you truly believe that by merely claiming the title of chief student, you have attained the pinnacle? Zabuza remarked dismissively. His left hand formed a seal before his chest, while his right hand raised another seal above his head, as he intoned, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, as Zabuza's incantation echoed. The previously discernible area of about 10 meters became even more obscured, and his indistinct silhouette vanished entirely into the mist. Engaging in a contest of the hidden mist technique held no significance for Zabuza. His prowess in ninjutsu and his ranking far surpassed that of his opponent. Are you attempting to eliminate me merely to shed the mantle of perennial second place? Usually gentle and warm-hearted, Wuxin exhibited an oddly sharp tongue and an unsettling demeanor today. Mirroring Zabuza's gestures, he too declared, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. With his utterance, Wuxin's form likewise dissolved into the mist, concealing himself. The training ground descended into an eerie silence, time stretching languidly. Wuxin, the rhythm of your heartbeat resonates like a bell. Zabuza's deep voice reverberated ominously from all directions, creating a formidable psychological pressure, indicating that he remained unaffected by Wuxin's earlier taunts. However, no one responded to his ominous words. Concealed within the fog, Wuxin chose to ignore Zabuza's attempts to instill psychological dread. Do you think I am merely attempting to frighten you? Zabuza's low voice, imbued with palpable tension, seemed to whisper ominously in Wuxin's ear. With disbelief, Wuxin slowly turned his face to the right, revealing the profile of Itachi Zabuza, whose left hand wielded a kunai poised threateningly before Wuxin's throat. Thus concluded Chapter 4, The Twisted Village. Is that so? Before Zabuza could sever Wuxin's throat, a kunai from behind pierced his abdomen, accompanied by Wuxin's mocking retort from the rear. Zabuza's expression became vacant, as a torrent of crimson flowed from his wound, transforming him into a shade of azure, until he dissolved into a pool of clear water upon the ground. Two Wuxins, expressionless, gradually faded into the thick fog. Whoosh, whoosh, die. The sound of sonic booms echoed as the two Wuxins narrowly evaded the assault aimed at their throats, resulting in their cheeks being grazed by the kunai. Uft. As a consequence of their injuries, the two Wuxins retaliated, wounding the assailant. In the midst of the chaos, three figures dissipated like flowing water, while another scattered droplets of crimson blood. It is unexpected that Zabuza has already mastered the instant body technique. No wonder he could reach me so swiftly. Unintentionally, my left hand grazes the scarred area of my cheek, feeling the warmth of the blood coursing through. My expression grows somewhat solemn. My arrival here was merely swift, yet there is more to it than meets the eye. Unintentionally, I must extend my congratulations to you. You have emerged as the final survivor of this round. You ought to express your gratitude towards me, for I have deliberately reserved the most delectable morsels until the end. Now, should I eliminate you, I shall be the sole student to pass this examination. From the depths of the thick fog, the ominous echoes of voices proclaiming their intent to slay once more reverberate, accompanied by the dissonant laughter reminiscent of a night owl. Unintentionally overhearing the words of the speaker, Wuxin furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a tinge of disbelief. It seemed to her that she had not been present for a considerable duration. Yet, Wuxin had forgotten that after taking Takumi Sanji's life, she had become engulfed in sorrow, reminiscing about her parents and past events, oblivious to the passage of time. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Wuxin's body twisted to the right, while his right hand, wielding a concealed dagger, swiftly sliced through the air behind him. The only sound that filled the arena was the rush of wind generated by Wuxin's movement, devoid of the ominous noise of weapons piercing flesh. Wuxin's complexion turned pale. Fully aware of the perilous situation that had just transpired, the previous calmness on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of terror as he exclaimed, "This is not an ordinary teleportation technique. Could it be that you have mastered the mist teleportation?" As idle words fell, a semblance of composure returned to his demeanor, and a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. He exclaimed, "Indeed, you are fully aware that the mist concealment technique is ineffective. Yet you still expend chakra to employ it. This can only be to facilitate the mist body flicker technique. The body flicker technique, a conventional physical skill, is categorized as a D-rank ninjutsu, one that even a genin can master and wield. While the learning curve for this technique is not steep, its application diverges significantly. An ordinary ninja's body flicker technique merely involves swift movement, allowing them to evade the gaze of the observer. However, to truly harness the body flicker technique and translate it into combat efficacy is a feat beyond the capabilities of a mere genin, and indeed, it is not something an average ninja can achieve. The mist body flicker technique, on the other hand, utilizes mist to facilitate rapid movement. This ninjutsu is worlds apart from the ordinary body flicker technique, and even elite genin may struggle to master it. With thousands of ninjas in the village hidden in the mist, the number of genin barely exceeds 100, and among this select group, only a few can wield the mist body flicker technique. The daunting complexity of the mist body flicker technique is thus evident. Corresponding to its mastery is the formidable combat capability it confers. Speed, to a certain extent, can dictate the outcome of a battle. As Wuxin harbored a deep trepidation towards Zai Bujan's technique of mist body flicker, Zai Bujan himself was equally furrowed in contemplation. Having successfully completed his own trials, Zai Bujan had employed both the body flicker technique and the mist body flicker technique to ensnare the entirety of his peers, leaving only Wuxin in his wake. Remarkably, Wuxin was the first to evade the onslaught of Zai Bujan's mist body flicker attack. Such an accomplishment was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy. In fact, it was a feat that even the instructors of the academy would find challenging to survive against his assassination attempts. You possess quite the perceptive eye to have recognized me. However, I am most curious about how you anticipated my movements. Zai Bujan could not suppress his curiosity and finally posed the question. Wuxin took a deep breath, his left hand forming a seal before his chest while his right hand was raised high. Despite knowing that the elusive technique of mist instantaneous strike was beyond his mastery, Wuxin continued to amplify the fog. Zai Bujan, no matter how swift you may be in my presence, it is of no consequence. With a state of heightened vigilance and tension, yet his tone remained calm and gentle, devoid of the previous terror that had consumed him. As if the person who had lost composure moments ago was an entirely different individual. The mist swirled around the arena. Humph. The highly alert Wu Xian let out a cold snort, shifting to his left, twisting his waist and swinging his arm to launch a shuriken towards the rear. Simultaneously, he extracted 2 more shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them in quick succession. After casting the shurikens, Wu Xian extended his arms forward, gripping one shuriken tightly, and charged ahead with rapid determination. Wuxin had barely taken a few steps when he inadvertently stepped on something, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his balance, revealing a significant flaw. However, the recent assault by Wuxin had compelled Zaijian to retreat, and Zaijian failed to seize this fleeting opportunity. Unintentionally glancing down, I beheld a lifeless body, its chestnut hair and pallid visage unmistakably belonging to Mitsui Takumi, the very one I had slain. At this moment, Mitsui's vacant eyes appeared to fixate upon me. "Do not look at me, do not look at me." Unintentionally encountering a friend he had slain, Wu Xian was suddenly engulfed by a wave of terror, letting out a somewhat neurotic cry. Amidst the mist, approximately 7 or 8 meters ahead of Wu Xian, the indistinct figure of Zai Bujan slowly materialized, his body stained with blood. With a gaze filled with complexity, Zai Bujan looked upon Wu Xian and spoke. "I had thought you bore no psychological burden in killing your friend, yet it appears that you too are not so unscathed." Upon hearing the words of "no longer beheading," Wuxin instantaneously regained his composure. With his right hand gripping the sword in a defensive stance, he bellowed. What do you mean by unbearable? As human beings, we are not beasts. Takumi, what wrong has he committed to deserve such a senseless demise? Moreover, to be slain by his own closest friend. I have killed my friend. Is that so? It seems you too perceive the profound flaws within this examination subject. Perhaps we are of the same ilk. No longer Beheading's voice, once filled with rage and distortion, now resonated with a somber melancholia. After a brief pause, he continued, this examination is fundamentally flawed. The mutual slaughter among classmates serves no purpose whatsoever. Without intention, I have eliminated all the students of this cohort, 116 souls, leaving only you and me. If I were to be the sole graduate of this class, do you think the elders of the village would ponder the significance of such an examination? Ponder? They might reflect, but what then? Would those elders truly change? Upon hearing your inquiry, Zai Bujan fell into silence, and after a moment, he chuckled darkly, saying, You are correct. I cannot ascertain whether those elders will alter their ways, nor can I influence their decisions. Yet, as you stated, we are not beasts. Who among us is devoid of emotion? What wrong did my desk mate, Huizi, commit to deserve such a senseless demise? To be slain by the very hands of her desk mate, whom she cared for and cherished. As Zai Bujan spoke, tears began to shimmer in his eyes, and a few droplets cascaded down his cheeks. I personally slashed her throat, her blood splattered upon my face, howling in despair. Zai Bujan sniffled, tears streaming down his face. Simultaneously, his gaze grew increasingly ferocious as he bellowed, I shall make the village elders understand that such fratricide leaves but one survivor among over 100 candidates. Regardless of their transformations, the hundreds of ninja students nurtured by the Ninja Academy dwindled to a solitary individual within the span of an hour. Should such occurrences persist, the Hidden Mist Village shall be bereft of a future. The dichotomy of future and change necessitates sacrifices. The catalyst for this predicament was the examination that spared but one survivor. The youthful Zabuza, in his final moments, erupted into a ferocious roar, his visage contorting into a menacing, tyrannical, and hysterical expression. Simultaneously, Zabuza's hands flailed as a barrage of shurikens and kunai hurtled towards the unsuspecting target. Chapter 5. The Water Prison Technique. Clang, clang, clang. With a blank expression, Wuxin wielded a kunai, his arm deftly slicing through the onslaught of projectiles hurled by Zai Bujan. Kill! Echoed Zai Bujan's brutal command, as a fierce gust of wind surged forth. Wuxin leapt to the right, evading Zai Bujan's swift, fog-shrouded assault, which ultimately fell short as he vanished into the mist. A sonic boom erupted as Wuxin twisted his torso to the left, brandishing the kunai in a horizontal slash towards the rear left. The strike met only empty air, while the swirling fog seemed to silently narrate the ferocity of their recent clash. Why are you able to anticipate my movements at such velocity? Even our teacher might struggle to evade. How is it that you achieve this? From all directions, Zai Bujan's voice resonated through the thick fog. No comment. Unfeeling let out a cold, humorless laugh, his left hand reaching into the pouch at his waist to retrieve a shuriken, holding it in an inverted position with both hands. Assuming a defensive stance, the atmosphere immediately became tense, lingering in silence for a moment until a voice emerged from the dense fog. I understand now. The fog is merely vapor. The technique of fog concealment holds little significance for us. I employed it to perform the technique of fog body flicker. So, what is your purpose in utilizing the technique of fog concealment? Zabuza, possessing remarkable combat prowess, sensed the anomaly. The technique held minimal advantage for either party. He used the mist as a medium for rapid movement. But what was Unfeeling's intent in employing the technique of fog concealment? The answer was evident. Unfeeling's ability to anticipate his own actions repeatedly was undoubtedly linked to the mist. For the sake of stealth, Zabuza, your fog assassination technique is lamentably rudimentary. Wuxin maintained a defensive posture, exerting pressure on Zabuza through his words. Do not attempt to mislead me any longer, Wuxin. You have perceived my presence through the mist. Have you not? In the training ground, the dense fog gradually thinned, revealing Zabuza's figure approximately 10 meters directly in front of Wuxin. Unperturbed, Wuxin beheld the form of Zabuza materializing before him, reflecting inwardly. Zabuza's combat prowess is indeed formidable, having discerned my mist perception technique. This technique, a unique ninjutsu devised by Wuxin's father, is a hallmark of his reputation as a renowned special J-nin in the Hidden Mist Village, specializing in tracking and reconnaissance. The mist perception technique is a secret art, distinctively his own. The practice of this technique is notably arduous, even with Wuxin's exceptional aptitude for learning. Mastering this ninjutsu consumed an entire month. In contrast, techniques such as the water clone were effortlessly grasped by him, underscoring the complexity of the mist perception. Had it not been for this technique, Wuxin might have been swiftly dispatched by Zabuza's mist shunshin long ago. The peril of the mist shunshin is such that even the elite J-nin of the Hidden Mist Village approach it with utmost caution, never daring to be careless. As the mist gradually thinned, both Wuxin and Zabuza revealed their forms, now discernible to the naked eye. They stood approximately 10 meters apart, locked in a mutual gaze. Zabuza dissipated the fog he had conjured, while Wuxin maintained his own. The expenditure of chakra for the mist perception technique is proportionate to the area enveloped and sensed. Thus, the delicate mist Wuxin had conjured merely cloaked the training ground, incurring minimal cost. Within the mist, the enemy's vision was obscured. Yet Wuxin could observe every movement of his opponent, akin to having a full view of the battlefield. Were it not for Zabuza's exceptional assassination skills, which allowed him to hear the enemy's heartbeat, he would be equally blinded. Zabuza fixated on Wuxin, his hands moving with remarkable swiftness to form seals, his arms and fingers becoming mere phantoms in their rapidity. Without a trace of hesitation, he channeled his chakra to his feet, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhan Lung was enveloped by a surge of water that cascaded over him, swirling and expanding, growing increasingly vast and towering. In a moment of unintentional yet precise assassination, the shuriken was deflected by the swirling waters, causing the strike to miss its mark. With an agile retreat, the assailant distanced themselves. Enveloped by the currents, Zabuza's voice emerged, commanding, "Water release, serpent's mouth." The spiraling waters surrounding him ascended ever higher, reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters, before forming into a massive maw that lunged toward the distant figure of the assailant. With a solemn expression, Wuxin gathered his chakra beneath him and leaped approximately 5 meters to the left, narrowly evading the ferocious bite of the watermouth. The watermouth, measuring over 10 meters in length and roughly 2 meters in width, swiftly altered its trajectory after the missed strike, surging toward Wuxin's position once more with astonishing speed. Resembling a true python, unperturbed by the unfolding circumstances and with scarcely a moment to catch his breath, Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals. The torrent of water surged forth, resembling the gaping maw of a serpent, ensnaring a significant portion of Wuxin's body and, with a violent force, drawing him into the very heart of the aquatic tempest. Maintaining the inverted seal with unwavering determination, Zabuza manipulated the jutsu. Despite witnessing his technique engulf Wuxin, his expression remained grave, devoid of any hint of triumph. As anticipated, a few meters ahead, an abrupt swirl of mist manifested, revealing Wuxin's form within its depths. The Wuxin that had been consumed by the jutsu had already transformed into a mere wooden effigy. With remarkable swiftness, Zabuza directed the serpentine jutsu once more towards Wuxin. With a twinge of regret, Wuxin retrieved a kunai tied with a yellow talisman from his ninja tool pouch, though his expression betrayed a hint of sorrow. His movements were swift and deliberate. He hurled the kunai at his feet and leapt back to evade, forming a hand seal and shouting, "Explosion!" A thunderous roar erupted, unleashing a powerful gust of wind and a cloud of dust. The relentless pursuit of the water flow snake's head was obliterated by the explosive talisman, scattering it like rain, while the lifeless flow of water fell to the ground, leaving only traces behind. As the dust began to settle, it was swiftly washed away by the rain. Just as Wuxin thought he could relax, a kunai still gripped by Zabuza pierced his abdomen, causing clear water to drip from the wound. Drip, drop, a water clone? Impossible. You shouldn't have had time to perform a jutsu. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief, as the droplets on his hands clearly indicated that the figure before him was merely a water clone. With the wind swirling, Zabuza had no time to ponder when Wuxin had executed the water clone technique. Reacting with remarkable speed, he altered his hand gestures, withdrawing the kunai that had pierced Wuxin's clone and brandishing it towards the left. Thud, drip drop, Zabuza's strike landed, and the refreshing droplets falling from his hand confirmed that the figure behind him was still a water clone. The two pierced clones spread their arms wide before dissipating, showering Zabuza in water traces. In a flash, a figure appeared behind Zabuza, maintaining the bore seal. Zabuza reacted with lightning speed, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking with tremendous force. However, the blow, meant to be swift and powerful, moved as if submerged in water, sluggish and delayed. Ninjutsu, water prison technique. Wushin called out softly from behind Zabuza, as the water scattered on Zabuza and the ground surged forward, expanding into a sphere of water approximately 2 meters in diameter, encasing Zabuza within. With an alteration of the seal of his hands, Wushin maintained the mark of the unformed with his left hand while extending his right into the water prison, exerting control over it. At this moment, Zai Buchao realized he had fallen into a trap. He had initially believed Wushin had revealed a flaw in countering his water-style ninjutsu, only to discover it was a cunning ruse designed to ensnare him. The water prison technique imposed an immense weight, rendering those ensnared within virtually immobile, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, destined to drown in its depths. With great difficulty, Zai Bucha turned his head, casting a furious and resentful glare at Wushin behind him. There is no need for anger, Zai Bucha. This technique consumes my last chakra. As the perennial second best in class, you have managed to amuse me to such an extent that you have earned my acknowledgement. If I recall correctly, your underwater breath-holding record stands at 9 minutes and 17 seconds, does it not? Fear not, for my current chakra allows the water prison to persist for merely 10 minutes. If you can break free, you shall survive. Best of luck, dear classmate Zai Bucha, Wushin proclaimed, his tone light and teasing, while his lips curled into a peculiar, almost deranged smile, his gaze reflecting a disturbing madness. Unintentional as it may be, the heart of the unfeeling beats fervently for Zai Bujan, for it is known that Zai Bujan possesses the ability to decipher the unspoken language of lips. With a sidelong glare directed at the unfeeling Zai Bujan, submerged in water, may not capture the auditory expressions of the unfeeling, yet he comprehends the silent articulation of words. As he beholds the unfeeling's manic, sinister grin and the final mockery that follows, the fury in Zai Bujan's eyes intensifies. Chapter 6. The conclusion of the examination upon the training ground. The instructor, Ryo Mikaido, bore a grave expression as he clutched a pocket watch, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He murmured to himself, 57 minutes have elapsed. Yet not a single student has reported in. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in Ryo Mikaido's extensive teaching career, and a sense of foreboding welled up within him. Divide into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D. Each of you shall inspect one area to ascertain the status of the students during their examination. Understood. With that, the 4 Chunin teachers at Ryo Mikaido's side responded in unison, their forms vanishing instantaneously. In Area A17, the unfeeling. In Area B6, Zai Bujan. Given their formidable capabilities, it was inconceivable that they should take this long to subdue their adversaries. Ryo Mikaido's unease deepened as he formed a hand seal, his figure dissipating in an instant, leaving only a gentle breeze stirring the leaves. Area A17 training ground. Wushin held the unmarked seal upright before his chest with his left hand, while his right hand delved into the intricate art of the water prison technique, continuously channeling chakra to sustain a spherical orb of water approximately 2 meters in diameter. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, a stark contrast to his usually serene and indifferent visage, which now bore a grimace indicative of the limits of his physical strength and chakra. 9 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. If Zabuza did not succeed now, congratulations were in order, for he had indeed surpassed his limits. Cackle, cackle. Keep it up, Zabuza. Just endure for another 30 seconds, and you shall emerge alive. Unconscious, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Yet he still found the leisure to commend the youthful touty Zaibuzan. His laughter, however, was tinged with a somber and hoarse quality, exuding a distinctly neurotic demeanor. Within the confines of the water prison, the mere 9-year-old touty Zaibuzan's cheeks flushed crimson, his eyes rolling back as he clutched his throat with both hands, exhaling bubbles within the watery sphere. Particularly, his legs, after a frantic flailing, seemed to have lost all strength, rigid as wooden stakes. Touty Zaibuzan's consciousness began to fade, unable to hear unconscious's voice or perceive the silent encouragement of his lips. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Huh! The shuriken's whistling reached unconscious, who discerned that it was not aimed at him. Instead, the shuriken lodged itself beside the water sphere, adorned with a yellow talisman. An explosive talisman? Wushin recognized the talisman for what it was, and turned to gaze in the direction from which the kunai was launched. Cease at once, Wushin. Amidst the mist, The imposing figure of Jiao Liangma materialized. As the centipede-like scar on his face writhed, his indifferent voice resonated through the air. With a casual glance, Wuxin assessed Jiao Island Rio. Then his eyes flickered towards the kunai embedded with an explosive tag beside the water sphere. Huh. Given Rio's restraint, Wuxin did not resist. With a cold smirk, he withdrew his right hand from the water sphere. As Wuxin moved, the form of the water prison technique instantaneously collapsed, and the water sphere transformed into clear liquid, falling to the ground. Zabuza, now bereft of movement, lay motionless on the ground. Whoosh! Jiao Island Rio darted forward, crouching before Zabuza, extending his hand to check for a pulse. His expression turned grave as he pressed his hands against Zabuza's chest, commencing urgent resuscitation. Rio did not question Wuxin about Zabuza's presence here, nor did he inquire why they had engaged in combat. His immediate instinct was to save his pupil, Zabuza Momochi. Unintentionally, Wu Xin observed Jiao Liangma performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration on Zaibu, which was somewhat distressing to the eyes. He turned his cheek to gaze elsewhere. Cough, cough, splutter. After approximately 2 minutes, Tao Di Zaibu erupted in a fit of coughs, expelling a torrent of water. Unintentionally, Wu Xin heard a noise and turned his head to see that Zaibu, against all odds, had miraculously returned to life. He could not help but let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "To survive such a fate, you truly possess a remarkable resilience, huh?" Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air as a teacher materialized out of nowhere. The instructor surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting Lord Liangma of the Kyo Island, trembled as he spoke. "My lord, the students, all of them, have perished." As the teacher approached, he noticed Wu Xin standing nearby, alongside the disheveled Zaibu, and uttered their names. Wu Xin, Zaibu. Lord Liangma did not respond to the teacher's words, but turned with a grave expression to gaze at Wu Xin. Then glanced at the fallen Zaibu on the ground, and asked indifferently, "Wu Xin, Zaibu, what transpired here?" Unconcerned, Wuxin shrugged his shoulders. "Teacher Rio, the key question is why Matoi Zabuza is here, isn't it?" As they conversed, the other 3 teachers arrived, echoing the sentiments of the previous instructor, lamenting the loss of their students. Rio Matoi had come directly to the A17 training ground, paying little heed to the students in other areas. At this moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation and, lowering his gaze to Zabuza, inquired sternly, "Zabuza, what transpired here?" Zabuza, reclining on the ground, slowly propped himself up, exhaling deeply and cracking his neck. "It's nothing. I merely killed them all." His tone was nonchalant, almost indifferent. "What?" exclaimed the 4 instructors in unison, their expression shifting to shock and disbelief. One of the teachers, a look of incredulity mixed with suspicion on his face, demanded, "Zabuza, are you claiming you killed all the students of this cohort? Are you certain it was you who did this?" "No, there is one I didn't kill," Zabuza replied, gesturing lazily towards Wuxin. Rio Matoi's face darkened ominously, his voice a low growl. "Zabuza, how did you accomplish this? How did you manage to kill over 100 students in just 1 hour?" His inquiry mirrored the curiosity of the other 4 instructors. To be fair, even among themselves, they might not have succeeded in such a feat within the same time frame. And yet, Zabuza, no matter how talented, could not possibly exceed the bounds of reason. "How did you do it?" "Of course, I used kunai. One by one, I slit their throats. Just like I did with Huizi," he chuckled darkly. Huizi, Yamashita Huizi, was Zabuza's desk mate, and while Zabuza was inherently solitary, he typically interacted only with Huizi. Despite Zabuza's exceptional talents in body flicker technique, mist concealment, and kunai throwing, this act was too unfathomable. It was the body flicker technique, he explained. Zabuza's proficiency in this skill was remarkable. If I am not mistaken, he executed the technique using the mist to enable high-speed movement and rapid slaughter. If it indeed was the mist body flicker technique, then it could explain everything. Standing nearby, Wuxin clarified for the teachers, unveiling the reason behind Zabuza's astonishing achievement. "What? The mist body flicker technique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is already a rarity for a genin to master the body flicker technique. How could one possibly command the mist body flicker technique?" The 4ch Nin instructors listened in disbelief to Wuxin's words. Kiba Ryoma remained expressionless as he gazed down at Momochi Zabuza, the centipede scar on his face twitching, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Is that so, Zabuza?" Chapter 7, The Third Mizukichi. "Indeed, I used kunai, slicing their necks one by one, nothing more." A sinister chuckle escaped him. As for how I approached them, didn't Wuxin already mention it? Zabuza maintained an air of indifference, showing no fear for the heinous crimes he had committed. Upon hearing Zabuza's confession, Ryoma and the 4ch Nin instructors were profoundly shaken. At merely 9 years of age, Momochi Zabuza exhibited such ferocity and defiance, matched only by his astounding talent as a ninja. Ryoma and the 4 instructors exchanged glances between Wuxin and Zabuza, their eyes darting back and forth. If Zabuza had mastered the mist body flicker technique, combined with his excellent assassination skills, it would indeed be difficult for the over 100 students in this session to survive. Then, how did Wuxin manage to endure? Unlike the furrowed brows of the 4ch Nin examining the situation, Ryoma's gaze towards Wuxin was imbued with a profound curiosity and a barely perceptible wariness. Had he not intervened in time, Zabuza would undoubtedly have perished. The atmosphere in the room was tense. After a prolonged silence, Ryoma spoke. This matter is of great significance and requires the judgment of Lord Mizukichi. J.K. Jur, you two take Zabuza to the hospital for examination and treatment, and afterward, escort him to the Mizukichi building. Understood, replied the 2ch Nin in unison. One of them lifted Zabuza onto his back, and with a sound like an explosion, they swiftly departed. You two, summon someone to clean up the examination area and attend to the aftermath. Ryoma turned to the other 2ch Nin instructors, issuing his commands calmly. Yes, they acknowledged, departing promptly. Once these arrangements were made, Ryoma turned to Wuxin, a look of approval gracing his features. Wuxin, you truly deserve the title of top student this session. Congratulations on your graduation. Now, let us proceed to the Mizukichi building. With the depletion of his chakra, Wuxin's face displayed a pallor of fatigue only after Zabuza was taken away. Coupled with the burden of having slain a friend, his emotions were in turmoil. At this moment, Wuxin yearned to return home for solace, to be alone in his thoughts. However, the words of his homeroom teacher and the impending audience with the Mizukichi instilled a sense of trepidation, compelling him to nod in acquiescence after a prolonged silence. In the Mizukichi's office within the Mizukichi Tower, Wuxin stood quietly beside the teacher, Kaido Ryoma. The third Mizukichi, with his long black hair cascading to his waist and a visage marked by valor and resilience, fell into a brief state of astonishment upon hearing Ryoma's report. After a moment, he broke the silence, exclaiming, I never anticipated such events to transpire. It is indeed shocking. His gaze, imbued with contemplation, shifted toward Wuxin, assessing him from head to toe. Upon learning of Wuxin's victory over Zabuza, his eyes glimmered with admiration and approval. So, it was through your sensory techniques that you managed to survive Zabuza's assassination attempt and ultimately defeat him, correct? The third Mizukichi, momentarily brushing aside the details of Zabuza's fate, redirected his interest toward Wuxin, stating it should be regarded as a kill. Without intention, Wuxin corrected the third Mizukichi's wording. Without the intervention of Jiao Island Ryoma and the subsequent rescue, there would have been no doubt that he would face certain death. Wuxin, do not be disrespectful. Answer whatever Lord Mizukichi inquires. The homeroom teacher, Jiao Island Ryoma, stood beside them, showing deep respect towards the Mizukichi, his expression solemn as he admonished Wuxin. Upon hearing Wuxin's words, the third Mizukichi's eyes sparkled with appreciation, and he waved his hand dismissively. Do not feel so constrained, Ryoma. The third Mizukichi paused slightly, his demeanor growing a touch more serious as he continued softly, you may withdraw now. Yes, Ryoma responded respectfully, inclining his body slightly before turning to leave. The third Mizukichi turned his gaze towards Wuxin, and after a brief silence, he spoke gently. Wuxin, the valedictorian of this session, is the sole survivor amidst the over 100 students slain by Toby. Congratulations, you are now a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. Wuxin, weary, merely offered a soft acknowledgement in response to the lengthy proclamation. The third Mizukichi, perceiving Wuxin's demeanor, was unfazed and instead revealed a warm smile. What is it? Are you still lost in the turmoil of having taken a friend's life? Wuxin gazed quietly at the gentle demeanor of the third-generation water shadow, somewhat astonished, yet remained silent. Unfazed by Wuxin's reticence, the third-generation water shadow rose from the chair, turned, and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window behind the seat. After a moment, he looked back and beckoned Wuxin to come closer. Unconsciously, Wuxin approached, unaware of what the water shadow intended, and stood beside them. Wuxin, behold the sprawling houses and the towering green trees. Beyond the horizon lies a shroud of mist enveloping the village, safeguarding it and isolating it from the outside world. This creates a haven that is secure, beautiful, natural, and serene. In my childhood, I once heard the first water shadow speak of the celestial realms where the deities reside, shrouded in swirling clouds and mists. Unintentionally, do you see the mist enveloping our village? Doesn't it resemble the fabled abode of deities? The gentle whispers of the water's reflection seem to evoke a sense of nostalgia. Unconcerned, the third Mizuki's words lingered in the air as he gently nodded. From this vantage point, the hidden mist village, shrouded in a veil of mist and adorned with lush greenery, indeed presented a picturesque scene. However, regarding the third Mizuki's mention of celestial beings residing here, Unconcerned remained noncommittal. Where could one find a place for deities amidst such inevitable strife? Noticing Unconcerned's silence, the third Mizuki turned to face him, his warm demeanor retreating into a more serious expression, emanating the formidable presence of a village leader. Do you understand why the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy entails severing bonds? He inquired. Severing bonds. Unintentionally, the heart gazed upon the third Mizuki, a flicker of surprise glimmering in their eyes at the casual manner in which he described the internecine slaughter among comrades as severing bonds. Indeed, severing bonds. A ninja requires not such superfluous emotions. The so-called camaraderie among friends merely hampers the swiftness of ninjutsu execution and the probability of mission success. The words of the third Mizuki carried a weighty depth, to which the heart could only respond in silence. Dear heart, I comprehend your anguish and sorrow. Yet it is only the emotionless ninja who embodies true strength. The village remains perpetually ensnared in peril, necessitating formidable ninjas for its protection. For 45 years since its inception, the village has been forged from the alliance of the powerful ninja clans of the Land of Water. Clans such as the Kirigakure, Terumi, Yuki, Kagaya, and the like wield dominion over the Land of Water. These superior clans inflict unbridled harm upon the populace, wielding life and death at their whim. The common folk live in a state of constant fear and trepidation. The third Mizuki, with a visage tinged with compassion, gently patted the small shoulder of the heart. Only by training formidable ninjas can the village hold its own against these clans. It is through the sacrifices of countless civilian ninjas that clans like Terumi, Kagaya, and Kirigakure have come to align with us. Yet, clans such as Yuki and Kagaya still linger within the Land of Water, nominally allied with the village but effectively independent. Opposing us, the ninja clans boast a lineage that stretches back centuries, some enduring for over a millennium. To contend with these powerful clans, the village must cultivate even stronger ninjas. Only then can we safeguard our village and its people. The voice of the third Mizuki grew increasingly fervent, pausing momentarily before his expression turned ever more grave. Heart, the sacrifices of your friend Takumi and those who have entered the Ninja Academy are not without meaning. Their blood enriches the mist surrounding our village. Their lives have nurtured exceptional ninjas like yourself. It is upon these outstanding ninjas that our village relies to protect us, to instill fear in those with nefarious intentions, ensuring peace and tranquility within the Land of Water. The third Mizuki had always paid special attention to the heart, renowned as a prodigy from a young age. The recent incident involving Momochi Zabuza had further illuminated the value of the talents possessed by both the heart and Zabuza. Fully aware of their backgrounds, the third Mizuki took it upon himself to personally comfort and instruct them. At that moment, the heart was profoundly weary, eyes swollen and red. After 9 years of rebirth, today felt like the most aimless of all days. The heart found the third Mizuki's words to be both nonsensical and profoundly insightful, leading to a tumult of thoughts. Yes, exhausted, the heart's face was ashen, blood vessels prominent in their eyes. Encouraged by the third Mizuki's teachings and sensing the atmosphere, the heart bowed and replied loudly without further contemplation. Chapter 8. Taking on the role of Jonin in the early morning, sunlight streamed down, mingling with the ethereal mist that veiled the hidden mist village, casting the village in a breathtaking, almost otherworldly glow. In the courtyard of Wuxin's home, Wuxin closed his eyes tightly, his right hand gripping 3 concealed weapons, the qianbin, pressed against his face, as if he were contemplating something profound. Unintentionally, Wuxin suddenly opened his eyes, his arms swinging as he hurled 1,000 shurikens. Thud, thud, each shuriken found its mark, piercing the throat and heart of the target meticulously etched with a human figure. Woof, woof. A tall, slender yellow dog, brimming with sinewy muscle, barked twice in the yard, seemingly lauding Wuxin's throwing prowess. Wonkai, ever playful, frolicked nearby. After a morning of rigorous training, Wuxin lacked the inclination to indulge the dog in play. On the morrow of his graduation, he was to report to the Ninja Academy to pay his respects to a new instructor, a superior who also fulfilled the role of mentor. To Wuxin's surprise, the yellow dog named Wankai did not scamper away. Instead, it wagged its tail and nestled against him, rolling onto its back and emitting soft whines of affection. Unintentionally, Wuxin knelt down and helplessly rubbed the belly of his dog, Wankai. Wankai was a gift from Wuxin's father on the occasion of his admission to the ninja school, born in the same year that Wuxin enrolled. Raised from a young age, they shared a profound bond. Wankai served not only as a companion, but also as a combat assistant and spirit beast. Initially, there were 5 hunting dogs in the yard, the other 4 being Wuxin's father's spirit beast pets. During a previous battle with Momochi Zabuza amidst the mist, Wuxin was able to summon the ninja dogs to assist him, even without relying on sensory ninjutsu, effectively unveiling the hidden enemies cloaked in the fog. It has been half a month since his parents left. Has it been 7 days since the ninja dogs were summoned away? What could possibly require the assistance of 4 ninja dogs? As Wuxin stroked Wankai, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding his parents' expedition, although it was not uncommon for them to undertake missions. It had been quite some time since a task extended beyond half a month. Moreover, the fact that 4 of the dogs had been summoned from their yard for assistance added to his concern. Most critically, the summoning of spirit dogs had a time constraint. It was illogical for them to remain away for over a week. Woof! Wankai seemed to sense Wuxin's anxious disposition, his clear bark tinged with a hint of human-like concern. It was merely a matter of tracking and reconnaissance against the enemy. Ordinarily, the level of danger would be limited. Wankai, let us not dwell on our worries too much. Unintentionally, he tapped Wankai's forehead, withdrawing his thoughts, and rose to enter the house. The residence in Konoha Village was particularly designed for elite ninjas, consisting of 2 levels with both a front yard and a back courtyard. In the yard, ninja dogs were raised, and a target for shuriken throwing training was prominently displayed. Wuxin returned to his dwelling, gently wiping his face with a towel, merely tending to the sweat accumulated from his morning training. He then adorned himself with the ninja headband he had acquired the previous day, placing it firmly upon his forehead. Once the headband was secured, Wuxin glanced into the mirror. The emblem of the Mist Village, represented by droplets of water, 2 rows, each containing 2 drops, graced his brow. The headband also served the purpose of a scarf, elegantly gathering his long, silky black hair, which cascaded down to his waist, neatly at the back of his head. Wuxin was adorned in traditional coarse linen garments, exuding an air of simplicity. Though petite in stature, his visage was strikingly fair and handsome, imbued with an unusual composure that belied his youth, resembling that of a miniature adult. As the time approached, marking the final day of school, Wuxin, having tidied himself, did not neglect the important task of reporting to the Ninja Academy, and thus turned to depart. Ninja Academy with an absent-minded stride. I walked into this place that felt both familiar and foreign, making my way directly to the 3rd floor of the school. The Ninja Academy of Misty Village comprises 4 stories. The first 3 levels are occupied by students from the 3 grades, while the 4th floor houses the school's senior staff and administration. Wuxin swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor of the Ninja Academy, a space that was usually filled with the clamor of youthful exuberance, now enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. Each grade comprised 3 classes, with approximately 40 students in each, often engaging in spirited competitions that fostered both rivalry and camaraderie among the pupils. However, in light of the recent incident involving Zaibujan, it is likely that future graduation examinations will necessitate separate supervision for each class, to prevent a recurrence of a situation where only a few individuals remain from an entire grade. Unintentionally stepping into class 1 of the 3rd grade, I took my seat and surveyed the surroundings. I found myself utterly alone in the classroom. What had become of Tino Daisaber? The sight evoked memories, and I couldn't help but think of him, despite my recollections assuring me that he would not only survive, but thrive, even attaining the stature of a significant figure among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I was still engulfed by curiosity. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a bang, and my homeroom teacher, Ryoma Kaido, entered alongside a man of average height, approximately 1.7 meters, adorned with a forehead protector and dressed in a grayish-brown vest. Ryoma cast a brief glance at me before turning to the man beside him, whispering, "Why, Jean? This is our graduating student, Mookie, an exceptionally talented young man who has long been revered as the top student." Top student? A knowing smile graced the face of the ninja referred to as Jean, who then raised his right hand and pointed towards me. So, Mookie, come with me. With that, Wei Jin turned and departed without hesitation. Unintentionally, Wu Xin gazed at Zhao Dao Liangma, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Murayama Hayato is an exceptionally dependable jonin from our village. He will be your captain from now on. Go on. Zhao Dao Liangma, displaying utmost dedication, showed no signs of discontent regarding Murayama Hayato's sudden departure, softly explaining to Wu Xin. Understood. Without hesitation, he rose to pursue Murayama Yudo. However, upon stepping out of the classroom, he found no trace of Murayama Yudo. He glanced around, confirming that the individual had already departed. Was it a display of authority or merely a test? With unseeing eyes closed and hands forming a seal, chakra surged throughout my body as I executed the technique of perception. Have I arrived at the school gates already? This fellow, it seems, did not even wait for me. Wu Xin discerned the location of Murayama Yudo. Channeling chakra into his feet, he leapt from the 3rd floor, soaring over the playground, and raced towards the entrance of the academy. The distance between the school's main gate and the teaching building was approximately 100 meters, with a playground situated in between. This perceptual range represented the current limits of Wu Xin's sensing technique. With unwavering focus, the chakra coalesced at his feet, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. In approximately 3 seconds, he arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Murayama Hayato, arms crossed over his chest, sensed the movement behind him and turned his head to glance back. Indeed, it was the esteemed chief student of Wu Xin. Meet me at the entrance of the Higashiya hot springs in the eastern part of the village within 10 minutes, Murayama Hayato stated coldly. After delivering his message, he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. 10 minutes to the Higashiya hot springs in the east? Unintentionally, Wu Xin repeated the words of Murayama Haruto, concentrating his chakra in his feet as he sprinted eastward. Donya Hot Springs, one of the renowned onsens in the village, lies at the far eastern edge. The Ninja Academy, situated near the village center, is separated by a distance of over 10 kilometers. This implies that one must traverse more than a kilometer per minute. Running 3 kilometers at high speed within 3 minutes is quite feasible, especially when supplemented by the body flicker technique, which may further reduce the time required. However, such extreme exertion cannot be sustained for long. 2 or 3 minutes would be commendable. This, indeed, is the true test of A.J. Nin's mettle. Chapter 9. Donya Hot Springs. At the entrance of Donya Hot Springs, Murayama Haruto stood with his left hand in his pocket, while his right hand held a pocket watch. Glancing at the time, suddenly, with a swish, Wu Xin's figure emerged from the swirling mist beside him, staggering as he appeared before collapsing to the ground. Murayama Haruto swiftly stepped forward to catch the fallen Wu Xin, observing the unconscious state of his companion. Has he truly accomplished this? What a predicament! It seems that this teacher cannot be dismissed after all. A look of resignation crossed Murayama Haruto's face as he hoisted the unconscious Wu Xin onto his back and made his way into the Donya Hot Springs facility, the men's bathing area. As Wu Xin awoke, she found herself submerged in water, her silky long hair entangled in the languid grip of Murayama Yudo, who sat nearby. You're awake? He remarked, noticing her consciousness returning, as he gently released his hold on her hair. Wu Xin furrowed her brow as she gathered her hair behind her head. Do not misunderstand. If you were to slip into the bath unrestrained, it would spell trouble should you drown. Murayama Yudo, with a languid expression, softly elucidated this, then turned his gaze to scrutinize Wu Xin's silky long locks, curling his lips slightly. Your hair is indeed quite smooth, yet it is excessively long and lacks refinement, which may hinder your concealment and stealth during the mission. Unintentionally gathering his hair, he heard the words and glanced at Murayama Hayato's short, refined brown locks, softly replying, Teacher, is it not rather impolite to comment on others? Quite stubborn indeed. Murayama Hayato, taken aback by the retort, could not help but touch his nose. In the steaming hot spring pool, the atmosphere became slightly more serious as Murayama Hayato, adopting a more solemn demeanor, said, Young man, how is it that you managed to run from school to here in just 10 minutes? Even if you have mastered the body flicker technique, given your physique and chakra capacity, such a feat should not be possible. Combining the body flicker technique with a brisk run, he replied, with a heart unburdened by deceit. The truth was laid bare. As per Murayama Yudo's assessment, Wu Xin's chakra was insufficient to facilitate such rapid arrival, and the extreme exertion had even led to his fainting. In the Hidden Mist Village, the elite shinobi who served as Jainin were distinguished among their peers. Should one fail the Jainin examination, The guidance and tutelage in ninjutsu would be rendered non-existent. Moreover, when it came to the mission hall, genin were only permitted to undertake C-rank and D-rank missions. To engage in B-rank and above, they must seek the leadership of a nin. Essentially, it could be said that the future of a shinobi's career relied solely on their own endeavors. The notion of being deemed unqualified and sent back to ninja school for re-education did not exist in the Hidden Mist Village. Neither was there a concept of failing the examination and being reassigned to another nin. The opportunity for nin guidance was singular, which was precisely why Wuxin persevered with clenched determination. Body flicker technique coupled with forced marching? Ha ha ha, your words are quite lighthearted. I admire your spirit and acknowledge you. Murayama Yudo chuckled at Wuxin's remarks, gaining a deeper appreciation for his tenacity. Young one, what ninjutsu do you currently possess? Murayama Yudo, having recognized Wuxin, began to probe into his abilities. The three-body technique taught at the Ninja Academy, along with the more advanced body flicker technique, hidden mist technique, assassination techniques, rope escape techniques, and disguise techniques. Hold on, let us focus on techniques ranked D and above. Murayama Yudo swiftly curtailed Wuxin's discourse, steering the conversation towards the essentials. Water clone technique, water substitution technique, water prison technique, water curtain, water whip, sensing technique, mind reading technique, healing technique. Wuxin, with a casual demeanor, succinctly consolidated the technique of mist perception into the broader category of perception techniques, refraining from a rigid differentiation. The perception technique operates by utilizing chakra to sense the surroundings. Its advantages lie in its swiftness. Once the hand seals are completed and the eyes are shut, perception commences. However, it is accompanied by a significant chakra expenditure and a brief duration, as perception ceases the moment the eyes are opened. Should the enemy's circumstances change, it necessitates the reinitiation of the perception technique. In contrast, the mist perception technique employs the creation of mist to sense the environment. It boasts a prolonged duration and minimal consumption, yet it suffers from a slower pace, requiring time for the mist to envelop the area. I am familiar with the perception technique. Have you also mastered the art of mind reading and learned healing techniques as well? Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Murayama Yudo's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. He recognized the individual before him as a prodigy, but never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. After the initial shock, Murayama Yudo regained his composure, straightened his expression, and praised, "You truly embody the talents of Wuyo and Seitakomi. You are remarkable." At that moment, Murayama Yudo felt immense gratitude that Wuxin had successfully completed the trial he had whimsically devised. Otherwise, he might have lost such an exceptional disciple. This young man was destined to become a pivotal figure in the Hidden Mist Village, and in turn, he would surely rise in stature alongside him. Yudo-sensei, do you know my parents? Wuxin was somewhat taken aback that Murayama Hayato could articulate the names of his parents. Ah, having completed missions together. It is indeed impressive to witness your father's tracking perception abilities. You have flawlessly inherited the talents of your lineage, merging them into one. Murayama Hayato's lighthearted remarks evoked a sense of intimacy in Wuxin. After all, to be acquainted with one's own parents, both of whom are fog-hidden ninjas, is a notable connection. Although his parents are only special jonin, and there remains a slight disparity with the jonin rank, it must be acknowledged that the term jonin is indeed present within the title of special jonin. Wuxin's mind-reading technique, a rare ninjutsu even among the village's intelligence division, speaks volumes of his extraordinary aptitude at such a young age. Moreover, your talents extend beyond this. You have also mastered medical ninjutsu, particularly the healing arts. The healing technique, an A-rank medical ninjutsu prerequisite, indicates that your abilities in medical ninjutsu are commendable as well. Without intention, what direction do you aspire to pursue in the future? Do you wish to follow in your father's footsteps and become an esteemed ninja specializing in tracking and perception? Or would you prefer to emulate your mother and become a medical assistance ninja? Upon understanding your situation, Murayama Hayato genuinely felt a surge of affection and concern for your future. As A.J. Nin, once you ascend to the rank of C.H. Nin, your student-teacher relationship will draw to a close. However, your future achievements will directly impact his reputation as your J-Nin instructor. The prospect of nurturing a ninja who commands respect throughout the ninja world is undeniably advantageous. Teacher Hayato, does my mastery of water release techniques pale in comparison to the healing arts and mind-reading perception techniques? With a heart unburdened by the weight of tradition, Wuxin eagerly immersed himself in the art of ninjutsu, absorbing every technique his parents possessed, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for knowledge. With such resources at his disposal, as a reincarnated soul, he could hardly let the opportunity slip by. However, the limited repertoire of ninjutsu that his parents had imparted was soon mastered. And now Wuxin found himself in urgent need of a new mentor to guide him towards the acquisition of advanced techniques. But at your age, to have learned and mastered such a plethora of water-style jutsu is indeed commendable. The majority of the water techniques you currently wield are of C rank, representing the utmost of your capabilities at this moment. To wield higher-level water jutsu would require a greater reservoir of chakra than your young physique can currently sustain. Murayama Yudo provided an objective assessment of Wuxin's current condition. At the tender age of 9, it was evident that more advanced water techniques were beyond his physical grasp. Yet, Wuxin, you are no ordinary child, and should not be viewed through the lens of conventional standards. As the conversation drew to a close, Murayama Yudo recognized the incongruity in his earlier remarks. The water techniques Wuxin had mastered were indeed not easily manageable for someone of his age. Tomorrow morning at 8:30. Gather at the mission hall to meet your two teammates. This will also allow me to gain a clearer understanding of your abilities. Ultimately, Murayama Yudo resolved to observe Wuxin's skills through practical tasks, ensuring he could provide tailored guidance and fulfill his responsibilities as a seasoned jonin. Chapter 10. Elder Yuan Shi. In the early morning light of Kirigakure, the entrance to the mission hall bustled with a parade of elegantly attired nobles, merchants adorned with glittering treasures, and clusters of imposing ninjas, all coming and going in a steady stream. Nearby, in a pavilion not far from the street, 7 or 8 youths, approximating the age of 10, donned their ninja headbands and various attires, leaning against the pillars, quietly awaiting their turn. At the entrance of the mission hall, Wuxin stood poised and ready, a backpack slung over his shoulders, as he awaited the guidance of Jonin Murayama Yudo, all the while observing the sentry ninjas and the throng of individuals entering and exiting. Are these people here to commission a task? Wuxin pondered idly, scrutinizing those dressed in splendid garments, who appeared to be anything but ninjas, as curiosity sparked within him. Unintentionally glancing at his pocket watch, Wuxin noted the time, 8:29. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the street, soon spotting the figure of the person he awaited. At 8:29, indeed, teacher Murayama Hayato was remarkably punctual. Having arranged to convene at 8:30, Wuxin arrived at the mission hall at 8:15, gaining a profound appreciation for teacher Murayama's sense of time. As Murayama Hayato made his entrance, the two young individuals in the pavilion swiftly approached the entrance of the mission hall. "Follow me," Murayama Hayato commanded, adorned in a Jainin vest and carrying a backpack. As he passed Wuxin, he uttered the call without a hint of the languor he had exhibited during their previous day's soak in the hot springs. He exuded an air of competence and purpose as he strode directly into the mission hall. "Understood," they echoed in unison. Unintentionally responding, the two young boys followed suit, trailing behind Murayama Yudo. The mission hall comprised 3 floors. The first floor was bustling with activity, inhabited equally by ninjas adorned with forehead protectors and affluent travelers seeking to commission tasks. This observation suggests that the mission solicitation in the Hidden Mist Village appears to be thriving. Instead of approaching the reception desk on the first floor to accept a mission, Murayama Yudo, accompanied by the 3 boys, proceeded towards the staircase. At the foot of the stairs, 2 guard ninjas stood watch, disregarding the presence of Murayama Yudo and his companions. Murayama Yudo led the group past the guards and ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, where he paused before a door marked with the inscription Elder. He rapped gently on the door. "Please enter," a voice, somewhat aged, echoed from within. Murayama Yudo pushed the door open and, with the 3 youngsters in tow, approached the center of the office, bowing slightly to the elderly man seated at the desk. "Master Yuan," they intoned in unison. Unintentionally, Wuxin observed teacher Murayama Yudo and 2 youths, who seemed to be his companions, bowing respectfully towards the elder, known as Master Yuan. A moment of hesitation gripped him as he pondered. Is this truly Elder Master Yuan? It is surprising to see him aged at this time. Master Yuan, the elder of the Hidden Mist Village, was rumored to have served in this esteemed role since the era of the first Mizukage. While the Mizukage wielded military authority, Master Yuan was entrusted with the governance of internal affairs. Thus, he possessed equal power and status as the Mizukage, with all significant village matters requiring his counsel. Though Master Yuan's face was etched with deep wrinkles, giving him an appearance of advanced age, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and a faint, elusive smile graced his lips, evoking the warmth of a benevolent grandfather. "Ah, three little ones. It appears that the freshly graduated youth has passed your test," Master Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Wuxin, suggesting familiarity with Murayama Yudo. "Indeed, the newcomer is exceptionally talented," Murayama Yudo replied with a tone of utmost respect, seemingly in good spirits. Master Yuan's wrinkled face broke into a gentle smile as he softly proclaimed, he does indeed seem promising. Yudo, with the new member joining, perhaps starting with the D and C level missions from the first floor will be more beneficial." Upon hearing these words, Yudo felt a shiver run down his spine. He had always accepted missions of B level or higher, and Master Yuan had never previously suggested that he undertake tasks of D or C level. Unheartedly, the newcomer Wuxin had just joined the team. From Master Yuan's words, there seemed to be an intention to train the rookie Wuxin to be more composed. As an esteemed jonin, Murayama Yudo held his own views, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice, "Master Yuan, D and C rank missions are tasks suited for novices. Our squad, including the newcomer Wuxin, consists entirely of elites. We ought to undertake more perilous missions to alleviate the village's burdens." Murayama Yudo subtly countered Master Yuan's suggestion. "Indeed, Master Yuan, we have traditionally executed missions ranked B and above." A silver-haired youth behind Murayama Yudo also chimed in to support him. Upon hearing the words of the jonin Murayama Yudo and his student, Master Yuan fell silent for a moment. After about 5 seconds, he softly replied, "Very well. There is a B rank mission that requires attention." As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from a meticulously arranged stack of scrolls on a small table beside his desk, placing it on the desk. C and D rank missions typically do not involve confrontations between ninjas, allowing for free selection with minimal confidentiality requirements. In contrast, B rank missions and above often entail ninja confrontations, necessitating strict confidentiality. Only after accepting the mission can one ascertain its details. Upon reviewing the mission scroll, even if the task seems beyond one's capabilities, it must be executed and completed. Failure to fulfill the task incurs penalties, and accountability is required. Murayama Yudo stepped forward, took hold of the mission scroll, and began to examine it on the spot. After approximately 10 seconds, he closed the scroll, slightly bowed to Master Yuan, and respectfully stated, "Yudo will ensure the successful completion of the mission." Go ahead," Master Yuan replied softly, closing his eyes as if fatigued. With that, Murayama Yudo turned and exited the office with the three young ones, descending the stairs and making their way to the entrance of the hidden mist village. On the street, the silver-haired youth who had earlier advocated for the mission regarded Wuxin with scrutiny and inquired of Murayama Yudo, "Sensei Yudo, how capable is this newcomer? Will they hold us back?" It was a perfect opportunity for the group to become acquainted. Murayama Yudo did not facilitate introductions among them, nor did he utter words of camaraderie or future unity. After a simple remark to get to know each other, he continued on in silence. Unperturbed by the words of the silver-haired youth, Wuxin offered no reply. Ever since he completed the peculiar CH Nin graduation examination and officially became a CH Nin, he felt a sense of estrangement in the village he had called home for the past 9 years. The once harmonious life appeared to be nothing more than an illusion. The silver-haired boy inquired about Murayama Yudo, only to encounter a benign resistance. Turning his gaze towards Wuxin, he said menacingly, "Hey, you must be Wuxin, right? I'm Akatsuki Mai. Remember this, do not hinder my progress, or I shall teach you what it means to be a senior." In contrast to Akatsuki Mai's demeanor, another striking youth with blue, spiky hair approached with a warm smile. "Wuxin, my name is Swearin. I specialize in manipulating ninja tools and setting traps. I hope to count on your support moving forward." Swearin's words were gentle, devoid of any pretense of superiority, and he maintained a humble stance. His lack of a surname suggested that he hailed from a commoner background among ninjas. "I am Wuxin, skilled in perception, and I believe in mutual support." Wuxin returned a gentle smile to Water Lily, softly elucidating his own strengths. He then turned his gaze towards the individual known as Guiding Mai, smiling as he said, "Greetings, Senior Mai. Rest assured, I shall not be a hindrance. However," he added, "Senior, your chakra appears rather sparse, seemingly insufficient to support your role as a mentor to newcomers. While one's combat prowess cannot be solely assessed by the abundance of chakra, it is undeniable that a vast reservoir of chakra holds a distinct advantage over a meager supply." The unintentional implication in Wuxin's words subtly ridiculed the feeble strength of Guidongmai. Initially, Guidongmai relished the first half of Wuxin's statement, a smirk of pride gracing her features. However, she was taken aback as Wuxin's tone shifted and the subsequent remark came forth as an unabashed provocation. Guidongmai, momentarily stunned in disbelief, quickly transformed in countenance, her face flushed with rage as she exclaimed, "What did you say?" "I said your chakra is quite weak." Chapter 11. The mission begins. I said your chakra is quite weak. Unconcerned, Wuxin curled his lip in disdain and, after a teasing pause, reiterated his words. Guidongmai's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon Wuxin, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a sinister smile, while his chakra surged violently. Let the trivial banter cease. Companions ought to support one another rather than engage in futile conflict. The words of Jonin Yamato from the village extinguished the tension within the team. With great restraint, Wuxin suppressed the urge to utter provocative words, yet his eyes remained filled with disdain. Guidongmai fixed her gaze upon Wuxin, and upon witnessing his scornful expression, the veins on her forehead throbbed once more. Though she refrained from speaking, this indicated the formidable presence of Yamashita Yudo, the elite shinobi, in their hearts. As they conversed, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the hidden mist village. Yamashita Yudo halted before the gate, retrieved the mission scroll, and opened it once again for inspection. Previously, in Master Yuan's office, he had perused it for approximately 10 seconds. This time, however, he examined it for about a minute and extracted an unusual object adorned with intricate patterns from the scroll, subsequently placing both the patterned item and the scroll into his backpack. With a solemn expression, he spoke, "A B-rank mission. To guard the Kawaguchi family of the Land of Water for a duration of 3 months. The Kawaguchi family, the one associated with the Minister of Finance?" Guidongmai inquired softly, her demeanor now devoid of the previous fury, having swiftly regained her composure. Coming from a clan of ninjas, her understanding of the Land of Water surpassed that of Shui Lian and Wuxin. Yamashita Yudo nodded slightly. Indeed, it is that Kawaguchi family. Their mine has recently been subject to repeated attacks from unidentified assailants, who are exceedingly brutal, not only stealing but also murdering several mining workers, causing the miners to fear descending into the mines. Following the untimely death of the Kawaguchi family's head, the new leader is but a child. The client suspects that someone covets the family's wealth, hence the commission was issued. This mission spans 3 months and entails safeguarding the normal operations of the mine, repelling invaders, and protecting the miners. Additionally, if one can uncover the identity of the assailants and eliminate them, it would also be considered a fulfillment of the mission. If we can identify and eliminate the attackers, we needn't waste 3 months on this, correct? Shui Lian inquired softly, seeking clarification on the mission's details. Unintentionally, there were no inquiries made. Although it was the first time embarking on a task, a keen sense detected certain anomalies. The passing of the patriarch, the youth of the new heir, and the onset of assaults on the mine led the client to suspect covetous eyes on the family fortune. This line of thought narrowed down the list of potential assailants, who, apart from the patriarch's loyal retainers, rivals, and illegitimate offspring, might covet the family's wealth. It seems the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. Unconsciously, Nation pondered deeply, yearning to uncover more information. Murayama Hayato cast a sweeping glance over his 3 disciples, ultimately resting his gaze on Mizuhana, and spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, should we succeed in identifying the assailant and eliminating the threat, there will be no need for an extended stay here. Teacher Hayato, how young is the new clan leader? Is this young leader the one who has entrusted us? Unintentionally, he inquired about the client's information. Who, aside from the head of the household, could afford a ninja? Truly a foolish question. Beside him, Kiyotaki Mai curled her lip and scoffed. Humph. Murayama Yudo, witnessing Kiyotaki Mai's relentless ostracism of the newcomer, could not suppress a cold snort. An aura of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the 3 in the vicinity to feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. The fleeting sensation of oppression vanished in an instant, yet beside him, the spirit known as Zuki Mai exhibited beads of sweat trickling from her forehead, her body seemingly trembling. Murayama Hayato wore a stern expression, remaining silent for over 10 seconds before retracting his murderous aura. Zuki Mai's attire was thoroughly soaked with perspiration, revealing the weight of the pressure and the terror within her heart. Resuming his composed demeanor as an instructor, Murayama Hayato's countenance bore a hint of unease as he spoke. The client is Madame Yukiko Kawaguchi, the wife of the former head of the Kawaguchi family. As for the new head of the household, I am uncertain of his age, but he is likely quite young, otherwise. The former head's wife would not have been the one to issue the request. Transitioning back to the task at hand. Murayama Hayato exuded none of the previously palpable pressure and gently answered the unspoken inquiry. He then extended his right hand to stroke his chin. Pausing in contemplative silence for a few seconds before pursing his lips, turning to proceed towards the gates of the hidden mist village. Waving his hand as he declared, "The specific information will be revealed upon our arrival at the Kawaguchi estate. Let us depart." "Yes," echoed the three, who had just experienced the weight of a seasoned ninja's aura, promptly responding in unison and dutifully following in Murayama Hayato's footsteps as they strode out of the misty village. Throughout the journey, the group maintained a harmonious atmosphere, devoid of any quarrels. Utsukushi, who had devoted her life to the mastery of ninjutsu and had never ventured beyond the village, gazed around with keen interest, particularly observing every detail of the villages they passed. Unbeknownst to them, they had traveled for the better part of the day, eventually arriving at the territory of the Kawaguchi family. The unfeeling group traversed a stretch of rice fields and the humble abodes of a village, ultimately pausing before the grand entrance of a castle perched upon a small hill. The fortress boasted stone walls that rose approximately 3 meters high, accompanied by a gate that appeared sturdily constructed. Although referred to as a castle, it seemed more akin to a stronghold when viewed through the discerning eyes of the unfeeling. "Lord Ninja, what brings you here?" inquired two young men wielding long spears, their demeanor betraying a hint of unease upon encountering the figure adorned with a ninja headband. "We are ninjas from the hidden mist village, summoned by the invitation of Lady Sachiko of the Kawaguchi family," replied Murayama Yudo, his expression calm as he produced a family crest from a scroll and displayed it before the guards. From atop the gatehouse, a samurai, his long sword hanging at his side, leaped gracefully from the 3-meter-high wall, approaching Murayama Yudo and bowing slightly in respect. "I am Jin Kuchitaro, Lord Ninja. Please follow me." "Thank you," Murayama Yudo replied, his face devoid of emotion. Unintentionally, I sensed that these guards and warriors appeared to harbor a profound fear of Murayama Yudo. This piqued my curiosity, leading me to ponder. In the village of Kirigakure, I had scarcely heard the name of Murayama Yudo. Why, then, do they exhibit such trepidation? Unintentionally, one has forgotten the ominous fate tied to the land of blood mist. The ninjas of the hidden mist village have been engaged in a relentless cycle of mutual slaughter since their days in the ninja academy. The ninjas they produce are predominantly ruthless executioners. While the infamous reputation of these warriors is not the focal point here, it is undeniable that within the borders of the land of water, there exists not a soul who does not fear the ninjas of the hidden mist. Unhart and his companions trailed behind Murayama Yudo, who was guided by a samurai. In no time, they arrived at the castle, which resembled a magnificent mansion at first glance. The guiding samurai appeared to hold a significant status within the Kawaguchi clan, as none of the guards within the castle stopped or questioned them along the way. The samurai turned back respectfully and softly addressed Murayama Yudo. "Please allow the esteemed ninjas to wait." "Very well," Murayama Yudo replied with a cold and terse demeanor. Upon receiving his response, the samurai approached the guards at the mansion's entrance and whispered a few words. The guards nodded and swiftly retreated into the building. Shortly thereafter, the guard who had gone inside emerged, announcing loudly, "The master requests your presence." Chapter 12. Kawaguchi Mine. The master requests your presence. Please. The samurai, known as Kikuchi Taro, stepped aside, gesturing graciously for them to enter, then proceeded into the house, slightly ahead of Murayama Yudo, continuing to lead the way. As they traversed the courtyard and advanced towards the entrance of a splendid chamber, Kikuchi Taro halted at the doorway, inclining his body and extending an inviting gesture, respectfully saying, "Please enter. The esteemed master awaits you within." Murayama Yudo did not respond, but led Unhart and the others directly into the room. Inside, seated against the eastern wall on tatami mats, was a woman in her 30s and a child of about 4 or 5, both clad in intricately embroidered robes, sitting upright with dignity. "I am Kawaguchi Sachiko, accompanied by my son Kawaguchi Ryu, and I extend my greetings to you all. I apologize for my inadequate welcome. Please forgive my shortcomings." The woman and child knelt on the tatami, bowing slightly, their demeanor humble. Murayama Yudo, undeterred by their humility, promptly knelt on one knee, adopting the respectful posture of a subordinate before a leader, and spoke in a deep voice, "I pay my respects, madam. We have come at your summons, and I implore you not to stand on ceremony. Issue your commands. We shall exert ourselves to alleviate your burdens. His words were filled with respect, starkly contrasting his previous aloofness towards the samurai and guards. Unhurt, Tsukimai and Mizun followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Once the formalities were observed, Kawaguchi Sachiko spoke softly. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Murayama Yudo, the esteemed ninja. Your presence assures the Kawaguchi clan of our safety. Murayama Yudo humbly urged the lady to issue her commands once more. Their exchange of pleasantries left Unhart somewhat astonished, pondering, is Murayama Yudo truly well known? Or is this merely the deference of nobility? Murayama Yudo was indeed a high-ranking ninja, a position that assuredly bore significant prowess. However, the question lingered. In the village, he did not seem to possess a particularly renowned title. Among the true elite of the Hidden Mist Village, only 7 ninjas wielding the ninja blade held notable acclaim, alongside a select few. After their courteous exchanges, Kawaguchi Sachiko finally broached the main subject, articulating her request for Murayama Yudo's team to proceed to the Kawaguchi mine stronghold, which had recently been attacked. She also summoned the earlier guiding samurai, Kikuchi Taro, to continue leading Unhart and his companions. Upon receiving the instructions from Lady KK, the 4 members of the unintentional group obediently followed behind a man known as Jink Dare, exiting the castle and making their way towards the KK mining outpost. After nearly an hour's walk westward beyond the city gates, they arrived at the KK mining outpost. This outpost, nestled within a hilly gorge near the center, comprised a small village surrounded by a wooden palisade, featuring 2 entrances to the east and west, and watchtowers at each corner. Not far from the village, numerous excavated caves could be seen, where guards and overseers, armed with long knives and whips, stood watch. Occasionally, villagers emerged from the caves, pushing carts laden with black ore, depositing the precious cargo at a nearby mound. Upon their arrival, Jink Dare introduced the unintentional group to the overseer of the outpost before taking his leave. The valiant villagers, alongside the overseer, briefly discussed the situation, subsequently assigning the 3 members of the unintentional group to observe the mining operations and commence their guard duties. At the eastern gate of the outpost, a sentry post resembling a city gate tower was constructed atop the palisade. Water Lily, unintentional, and Ghost Lantern Mai stood side by side within the sentry post. Unintentional, you shall remain here to keep watch. Mai, let us descend to patrol and investigate. What do you think? Water Lily suggested, her blue hedgehog-style hair and green eyes complementing her gentle and amiable visage. Very well, came the response. Wuxin, with no objections, responded softly. Goezhong Mai also expressed no dissent, leaping from the watchtower and striding boldly into the canyon. Shui Lian offered a gentle smile to Wuxin before similarly leaping down, entering the canyon from an alternate direction, thereby diverging her path from that of Goezhong Mai. Unintentionally witnessing the earnest demeanor of the 2 individuals, I thus observed the canyon with utmost sincerity. Within the canyon, frail miners languidly pushed their carts, while the warriors intermittently cracked their whips, lashing out at the laborers. Truly, it is a world that devours its own. Unintentionally witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but gently shake his head. With his hands clasped together to form the seal of the unbreakable, he closed his eyes, and a wave of chakra emanated from his being. The art of perception, executed with an absent-minded demeanor, unfolds with a languorous pace, expanding from the vicinity of the practitioner. It extends to a radius of 10 meters, then 20 meters, until it approaches a span of nearly 200 meters. The duration of this technique lasts approximately 10 seconds, after which the practitioner finally opens their eyes. Within this sphere, no threats are detected. This perceptual art captures the presence of chakra or other distinctive features within its range, ensuring that upon subsequent application, any unfamiliar entity can be discerned at the earliest opportunity. However, the practitioner is constrained by the limitations of chakra capacity in their peak state. The current range barely exceeds 200 meters, rendering it significantly restrictive. The realm of unconscious perception encompasses only the counterfeit strongholds and a limited expanse of the gorges, failing to envelop the entirety of the canyon or penetrate the mountains to observe the throngs within the caverns. Approximately an hour later, both Gui's and Shui Lian returned in succession, having uncovered no anomalies. Neither did I. Upon their return to the watchtower, the 2 exchanged their observational intelligence, finding no irregularities. With a gentle voice, he reported his findings. Swiftly, Murayama Yudo ascended to the watchtower on the 2nd floor of the stockade, the sound of his movement echoing through the air. The Hiku family had bolstered their defenses here, ensuring that the enemy would not launch an assault lightly. However, the implication was clear. Should another attack occur, the enemy's numbers would likely swell. Upon reaching the lookout, Murayama Yudo shared intelligence provided by the Hiku family regarding their guardianship. And after imparting his message, he turned and beckoned. Nightfall was imminent, and the Hiku family had prepared dinner. He urged, "Follow me." With a nimble leap, Murayama Yudo ventured into the village, evidently having come specifically to invite 3 individuals for dinner. Indeed, unintentionally. The 3 of them responded with a nod and followed behind the courageous villager, Namamoto. Before long, the small party arrived at the heart of the village, where the only 3-story building stood. The overseer of the stronghold provided sustenance for the group, and after they indulged in a hearty meal, the sky gradually darkened. The stronghold had 2 large gates, each requiring sentinels for duty. Mai and Shualian, you 2 shall be responsible for the western gate's watch. Unintentionally, you and I are assigned to the eastern gate post. As per our usual practice, we will take turns every 4 hours. So let us remain vigilant and avoid any mistakes. The diligent Yamamoto from the shinobi village, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, earnestly entrusted us with our duties. Understood. The 3 responded with utmost respect. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Yamamoto signaled, and the 4 of us vanished from sight, commencing our preparations for the night watch. Wushin quietly followed Murayama Hayato, making his way towards the eastern sentry post, embarking on the first mission of his ninja career. Chapter 13. The night attack. The night sky, adorned with stars, illuminated the eastern gate sentry. Wushin stood at the edge of the post, idly counting the stars, while Murayama Hayato lay on the ground, emitting faint breaths. A B-class mission, it seemed rather mundane. I had expected it to be perilous. The night watch is divided into 3 shifts, from 8 to midnight, midnight to 4, and 4 to dawn. Wushin was on duty during the second shift, having only caught a brief nap during the first, still feeling somewhat fatigued. According to the teachings of the Ninja Academy, nighttime assaults typically occurred during the early morning hours. Murayama Hayato assigned Wushin to the second shift, essentially looking out for him. After 4 o'clock, he would awaken to take over the watch, prepared for the dangers that the dawn might bring. Rustle. Huh. Unintentionally, Wushin let out a soft exclamation. In the stillness of the night, a faint sound broke the silence, heightening Wushin's vigilance. Chakra surged within him as he formed hand seals to employ his sensory technique. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Could it truly be? 14, 15, 16 individuals. Among them, only 1 possessed chakra. The unintentional perception ninjutsu surprisingly detected the presence of someone moving within its range. Unintentionally, Wushin gently tapped the slumbering Yudo Murayama, who instantly opened his eyes. "Teacher Yudo," he said, "there are unknown individuals approaching, a total of 16. Among them, 1 possesses chakra. I shall investigate further." Unintentionally, Wu Xian whispered softly to Murayama Yudo. The 2 were on duty, and in the event of an anomaly, it was imperative to alert their comrades, thereby heightening their vigilance. A reckless venture to investigate could easily result in their unsuspecting teammates falling prey to capture. Murayama Yudo's eyes were tinged with bloodshot hues, suggesting that his sleep had not been restful. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, he nodded in acknowledgement. Without a heartbeat, the sentinel quietly descended into the night, stealthily approaching the encampment. The village at night lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon, allowing one to barely discern the surroundings within a few meters. In silence and with a heart devoid of emotion, he soon found himself at the location where he had previously sensed the presence of strangers, concealed within the shroud of night, observing these unwelcome guests. Under the cloak of darkness, 16 individuals stealthily approached the stronghold, each armed with long swords, and many even bore quivers of arrows and longbows upon their backs. Unwittingly, I could not discern the faces of these individuals clearly. However, the contours of their long knives and towering bows were unmistakable. Under the cloak of night, armed and stealthy, I understood that these figures were undoubtedly harboring malevolent intentions. Thus, I retrieved a kunai and a shuriken from the concealed pouch at my waist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air reverberated as several kunai and shurikens pierced the throng. Thud, thud. Ah, I'm wounded. The muffled thuds of blades striking flesh were accompanied by the anguished cries of men, shattering the tranquility of the night. Damn it! Light the torches! A frantic shout echoed. And soon, several torches flared to life amidst the darkness. Illuminated by the flickering flames, a group of about 10 men emerged, 3 of whom bore kunai and shuriken embedded in their bodies, blood gushing forth. They were scarcely 30 meters from the entrance of the stronghold. Warriors, it is time to showcase your prowess. Kill. At the forefront of the group, a man with an ancient warrior's topknot surveyed the injured comrades, drew his long blade, and bellowed as he charged toward the stronghold. Kill. Kill. Inspired by their leader's fervor, the cries of battle erupted, and the assailants brandished their long knives, surging toward the fortress. From a short distance away, concealed by the shroud of night, I observed this spectacle with a sense of astonishment. Was this not a touch too foolish? Unheeded by the intricacies of the samurai, one understood the imperative to repel this unruly band. Swiftly rising from the ground, one drew forth shuriken and hurled them toward the galloping ranks of warriors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of piercing projectiles as one's arms moved with remarkable speed, unleashing over a dozen shuriken in mere seconds. The samurai, caught unawares by the onslaught to their flanks, were thrown into disarray, their voices rising in panic. Ninja? I'm wounded. Run for your lives. Flee. Several of the samurai fell, and to one's astonishment, upon realizing they were under ninja attack, they immediately turned to flee. One injured warrior limping, yet maintaining an impressive pace. In mere moments, from a cadre of over 10 samurai, only 2 lifeless bodies remained on the ground, leaving behind a solitary figure with a distinctive Tsukiyo hairstyle. Unconcerned, he gazed at the warriors, who appeared to be performing in a theatrical play. The initial apprehension and caution evaporated, and he leaped forward, positioning himself not far from the warrior in the arena. Hey, your companions have fled. Will you not make your escape as well? With a relaxed demeanor and an air of tranquility, Wuxin inquired. Above, on the second floor of the city gate, elite shinobi from the village of Yamabuki lay in ambush. I am certainly not to be compared with those despicable foot soldiers. The samurai, adorned with a moon-shaped hairstyle, stood resolutely before him, blades held upright, his gaze fixed intensely upon Wuxin as he slowly advanced, his steps deliberate. A stubborn resistance, unintentionally witnessing the scene. He swiftly reached into the concealed pouch at his waist, launching 2 shurikens towards the samurai. Clang! The moonlit warrior deftly swung his long blade, effortlessly deflecting the 2 shurikens. Oh! Unintentionally, a soft exclamation escaped as I realized that this warrior leader was no ordinary adversary. The moonlit chief of the samurai bore a solemn expression, gradually raising his long blade above his head, his knees slightly bent. Suddenly, with tremendous agility, he leaped forward, traversing nearly 5 meters in an instant, while simultaneously bringing his blade down with such force that it stirred the very air around him. Unperturbed, Wuxin had already adopted a vigilant stance as the warrior's knees bent in preparation. In response to the warrior's downward slash, Wuxin advanced a step, deftly crossing his kunai in a reverse grip to deflect the descending blade. With a fierce shout, the warrior demonstrated remarkable swordsmanship, swiftly altering his attack. As he pivoted to the left, the long sword executed a sweeping motion, creating a shower of sparks as it clashed against Wuxin's kunai. The warrior then withdrew the sword entirely, positioning himself sideways to Wuxin, with the blade's tip suddenly lunging towards Wuxin's chest. Wuxin reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the warrior withdrew his long blade, he deftly sidestepped and leaped away, evading the lethal strike. Feeling that the distance he had created was still insufficient, Wuxin propelled himself backward for an additional 2 paces. Although their confrontation appeared prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Wuxin discerned that this warrior possessed exceptional swordsmanship, making him a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. With unfeeling hands, the figure launched a shuriken toward the warrior, swiftly forming seals with empty palms. After the warrior deflected the shuriken thrown by the unfeeling one, the future unfolded in a series of swift movements. A pair of resounding thuds echoed as the scene transformed into 5 indistinguishable figures of the unfeeling. 4 of these figures sprang into action, aligning themselves in a pentagram formation around the warrior. The head warrior, wielding a long sword, stood firm with his weapon at the ready, casting vigilant glances in all directions. The 5 figures, holding kunai, advanced silently, initiating their assault on the warrior. Do you think I cannot discern which one is the true form? Prepare to meet your demise. Scum! The head warrior locked onto the unfeeling figure that had consistently occupied the center, lunging forward with ferocity to pierce it. Chapter 14. The art of mind reading bang. The unfeeling one, pierced by the warrior's long sword, transformed into a wisp of smoke, causing the warrior's expression to shift dramatically. Thud. The head warrior, unable to alter his technique in time, found himself impaled through the chest by a kunai, which emerged from his back. With a successful strike, the unfeeling one dispelled the ninjutsu, and the three duplicates dissipated into smoke, leaving only the true form of the unfeeling figure behind the warrior. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. The unfeeling figure behind him shook its head slightly and spoke. The one that remained unchanged is the true form? Could it possibly be that simple? Unintentionally executing the technique of duplication, a slight misalignment in position led to a simple yet effective stratagem. With a mere illusion, the warrior, renowned for his formidable swordsmanship, was vanquished. Without a hint of hesitation, Wu Xin dispatched the warrior, yet remained focused on the task at hand. With both hands, he formed intricate seals, completing nearly 30 in total. He then parted his hands, aligning his left index and middle fingers vertically before his chin, while maintaining the unification seal with his right hand, which he pressed upon the head of the kneeling warrior's lifeless body. The technique he employed was none other than the art of mind reading, a ninjutsu that required no apparatus, capable of infiltrating another's mind to extract their memories. Wuxin has not mastered this ninjutsu for long. This is his first practical application beyond practicing at home. Wuxin has consistently maintained the position of the top student in his grade, leading his father to realize that this is not the pinnacle of Wuxin's potential. Thus, he commenced instructing Wuxin in his adept ninjutsu, specifically the art of mind reading. As for the practice method, it involved placing a severed head upon a table for Wuxin to hone his skills. Unlike the lifeless corpses or mere skulls typically utilized in training, this time the target for reading was a complete person, making the task somewhat easier than during practice. With a tranquil heart, he gently closed his eyes and effortlessly delved into the memories of the warrior, bypassing the majority of the past to examine the recent recollections. Beneath the moonlight, a young boy pressed his right hand upon the head of a kneeling samurai, and both remained motionless, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat unsettling. After approximately half an hour, he opened his eyes and released his grip from the warrior's head. "Did you uncover any valuable information?" Murayama Yudo inquired. Having appeared silently beside him at the moment, he opened his eyes. Unintentionally startled by the abrupt words of the nearby Murayama Yudo, he took a moment to collect himself, wiping the sweat from his brow before responding. "This warrior is named Koizumi Saburo, a samurai of the Oikawa family, serving under one known as Oikawa Kajisada." With beads of sweat densely forming on his forehead, Wuxin felt fatigued from the prolonged exertion of his mind-reading abilities. The inquiry regarding the Ikegawa household, the maternal lineage of Lady Kawaguchi, Murayama Hayato was somewhat taken aback, refraining from questioning the accuracy of the intelligence. The information gleaned through his mind reading, even when handed over to the village's analytical team, would likely yield similar conclusions, ensuring that the intelligence was indisputably precise. The maternal lineage of Lady Kawaguchi, you say? It appears that the situation is rather intricate. Unintentionally eavesdropping on the words of Murayama Hayato, I immediately grasped the intricacies of the situation. If the Oikawa family is indeed the maternal family of Lady Okukawa, then her entrustment of the ninjas for protection becomes rather intriguing. Should the assailants lurking behind the scenes be members of the Oikawa family, it is imperative to report this to Lady Okukawa. Murayama Hayato's gaze deepened, recognizing the tangled relationships at play. In the land of water, a woman adopts her husband's surname upon marriage, indicating that Lady Okukawa's request for ninja protection of the mines likely aligns with the interests of her husband's clan, the Okukawa family. If the identity of the assailants is confirmed, extermination would pose little challenge for the ninjas. The criteria for the completion of this B-rank mission are twofold. The first is to guard for 3 months, while the second entails investigating and eliminating the assailants. The identity of the attackers has been uncovered, yet it is somewhat sensitive. Thus, it would be prudent to seek the client's approval before making any decisions. After contemplating for a moment, Murayama Hayato softly stated, "At dawn, we shall report to Lady Okukawa. Unfeeling, your performance has been commendable. Now, take a rest while I take over the watch." Indeed, receiving praise from the esteemed ninja, Unfeeling responded nonchalantly, leaping several times to reach the watchtower at the eastern gate. Exhausted, Unfeeling lay upon the bedding, shutting his eyes, while his mind wandered, pondering whether this 3-month guard duty would conclude by the very next day. With a sense of novelty regarding the mission and unable to mask his fatigue, he soon drifted into a light slumber. At dawn, the resounding crowing of roosters in the village roused unfeeling from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up. Awake? Prepare yourself and accompany me to the river-mouth castle. Musha Yamato, leaning on his long sword, rose swiftly upon noticing unfeeling's awakening. Yes, with a heart devoid of intent and bleary eyes, Ingnua hastily completed her morning rituals, folding her bedding and stowing it away in her backpack. In the main hall of the Hiku castle, the resplendent Lady Hiku and the young head of the Hiku clan were kneeling on a tatami mat, while Wu Exien and Murayama Yudo knelt below them in a posture befitting loyal retainers. After listening to Murayama Yudo's report, Lady Hiku's expression darkened with displeasure. After a prolonged silence, she bowed and, in a gentle tone, expressed her gratitude. I appreciate everyone's assistance. The guarding task concludes here. The Hiku clan shall cover the subsequent remuneration. But, my lady, Yudo interjected respectfully, this task's guarding period is 3 months. Our hidden mist village prides itself on integrity and responsibility. To conclude the task in this manner, I find it quite shameful. Might I inquire if there is a need for? As he spoke, he concluded with a gesture across his throat, indicating a sense of finality. With a heart devoid of mirth, Wushin sat beside Murayama Yudo, his countenance betraying no words. Madame Kawaguchi gently shook her head, her expression shifting from initial ire to a poignant sorrow. She spoke, there is no need. The affairs of the Kawaguchi family shall be managed with discretion. Mr. Yudo, it is said that the creed of a ninja lies in the preservation of secrets. Thus, I implore you not to disseminate this matter. Indeed. Madame Kawaguchi declined Murayama Yudo's proposal. Regardless of her having married into the Kawaguchi clan, her ties to her birth family, the Oikawa, were not so easily severed. Although she had adopted the Kawaguchi name, it would be unthinkable to resolve the matter with a mere violent decree against her own kin. Furthermore, the Oikawa family served as retainers to the Kawaguchi. Should word of a retainer attempting to usurp the estate of the Kawaguchi family spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Being one of the great noble families of the water country, any scandal would inevitably lead to labels of incompetence and poor judgment, which would sully the esteemed name of the Kawaguchi in the court of the water country. Kneeling in a respectful posture, Murayama Yudo bowed and intoned solemnly. Discretion is the foremost virtue of a ninja. You have my assurance, madam. With gratitude, he continued, I appreciate your efforts. Please, feel free to depart. Should the need arise, I shall once again solicit the services of the Hidden Mist Village. Madame Kawaguchi, still kneeling, bowed in return. Upon finishing her words, she took the hand of the young master beside her and rose, departing with purpose. Chapter 15. The mission concluded with a sense of uncertainty. Wushin turned to Murayama Yudo after bidding farewell to Lady Kawaguchi and the young master, inquiring, Teacher, has our mission truly come to an end? After watching Lady Kawaguchi depart with the young master, Murayama Yudo rose from his mat. The Oikawa family, being Lady Kawaguchi's maternal home and also the vassals of the Kawaguchi clan, prompted him to conclude that since the client declared our task complete, it must indeed be so. Upon hearing Murayama Yudo's words, Wushin grasped the situation. The mission entailed investigating the assailants and eradicating them, which sufficed as fulfilling the mission's requirements. It seemed that Lady Kawaguchi, anxious that Wushin and the other ninjas might hasten to eliminate her family, the Oikawa clan, had thus declared the mission accomplished. Assuring payment would be made and requesting the ninjas to return and maintain secrecy. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Wushin hastened to keep pace with Murayama Yudo. The two swiftly made their way to the canyon's river mouth, where they reported the task's progress to the overseer of the mining outpost. Following this, they proceeded to the Western Gate Sentry, where they reunited with Koiduki Mai and Swearin. Murayama Yudo announced the completion of their mission, which left both Koiduki Mai and Swearin in a state of surprise. Upon learning that it was Wushin who had slain the attacking samurai and acquired secret intelligence, leading Lady Kawaguchi to declare the mission concluded, their gazes towards Wushin were tinged with curiosity. As for the reason behind Lady Kawaguchi's announcement of the task's completion, Murayama Yudo merely glossed over it, offering no further elaboration. In summary, the mission was accomplished. If we set off now, we can return to the village before nightfall. The evening at Higashino Onsen promises exceptional service. As a reward for your commendable efforts, the teacher has decided to treat you to a soak in the hot springs. Having completed a B-level task in just 2 days, Murayama Yuto was in high spirits. What? Off to Higashino Onsen again, Swearin remarked, somewhat disheartened by the prospect. Unconcerned by the words of the water lily, the atmosphere was somewhat perplexing. It was speculated that their post-mission relaxation activities involved soaking in hot springs. Nearby, after listening to Murayama Yuto's account of the task, Koizumi cast a fleeting glance at Anshin, her eyes revealing a hint of wariness. The hot springs had the power to rejuvenate weary ninjas. With the mission concluded, the seriousness that had enveloped Murayama Yuto seemed to dissipate, replaced by a languid expression and a leisurely gait. The 3 companions, devoid of any particular intention, followed behind Murayama Hayato as they set off to return to the hidden mist village. The group traversed the path in silence, and as dusk approached, they arrived at the village's entrance. Upon entering, they made their way directly to the Higashino Hot Springs. At the hot springs establishment, the 4 indulged in a hearty dinner before luxuriating in the warm waters, allowing the soothing heat to envelop them and ease their weary bodies. After a restful interlude at the hot springs, the companions each departed for their homes, leaving only Murayama Hayato to stay overnight. Without intention, he has also completed his first task as a ninja, a process so simple that it only deepens his bewilderment regarding the essence of being a ninja. In the early morning, awakening from slumber without intention, I dutifully completed my morning exercises before venturing forth to the mission hall. Having returned home last night under the cloak of darkness, today marks the occasion for the performance report and the receipt of my commission. The remuneration for a B-level task typically ranges from 80,000 to 200,000 taels, with the captain retaining 40% and the remaining 60% distributed among the 3 team members. Unconsciously, I arrived at the mission hall, where I met with the esteemed Jonin Murayama Yuto and my comrades, Kidomai and Swearin, before proceeding directly to the 2nd floor for our debriefing. We departed 2 days ago, and today marks merely the 3rd day, yet we have accomplished our task with remarkable speed. Elder Genscher still appeared quite frail, but after hearing Murayama Yuto's report, he offered a word of praise and handed him a financial voucher. With this voucher, one can visit the treasury to collect the commission. All of this is due to the deft leadership of Lord Genscher. Murayama Yuto held the elder in high regard. Upon receiving the voucher, he bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Wushin. As Wushin turned to follow Murayama Yuto, he was somewhat taken aback by Master Yuan's words of retention. Murayama paused briefly, casting a glance back at Wushin before striding away with purpose. Although Guizong Mai and Shui Lian were somewhat surprised, they chose not to inquire further and followed Murayama out. Master Yuan? With only Wushin and Master Yuan remaining in the office, Wushin gazed at Master Yuan, his expression tinged with confusion. My child, I have some unfortunate news to convey to you, Master Yuan stated, simultaneously retrieving a rather substantial folder from the drawer and placing it upon the desk. Unfortunate news? With a furrowed brow and a heart laden with confusion, Wushin perceived a deeper enigma. The aged visage of Master Yuan appeared to waver between words as he solemnly proclaimed, Child, your father is at peace, but your mother, Qian Xiaofeng, has perished in the line of duty. Ah? Wushin was taken aback, his countenance pale as he finally grasped the nature of the so-called distressing news. A wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him feeling somewhat weightless, and he began to sway unsteadily. In an instant, the frail figure of Master Yuan, who had been seated, appeared beside Wushin, his right hand resting upon Wushin's shoulder, providing support to steady his trembling form. In Wushin's eyes, an uncontrollable mist began to materialize, as disbelief overwhelmed her upon receiving this thunderous news on a clear day. The fog quickly transformed into tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Her parents, who held the prestigious rank of elite shinobi, were Wushin's sole support. Although their faces rarely bore a smile, and they often exhibited a neurotic demeanor, Wushin could truly sense their love for her. The rigorous training in ninjutsu, perhaps excessively harsh for a genuine child, was precisely what Wushin required. This so-called severity was merely a manifestation of their desire for her swift growth. In a place like the hidden fog village, who could possibly wear a smile? With a tremor in his voice, Wushin inquired, My father and mother are both supportive ninjas. How could they have perished? A shadow of sorrow crossed the aged face of Master Yuan. Child, this mission was of utmost importance, and the adversaries we faced were overwhelmingly formidable. We suffered significant losses, The ninjas who sacrificed themselves were not limited to your parents, Wu Yo and Xiaofeng Hayata. With a deep sigh, Master Yuan continued, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Though they have fallen, they are heroes of Kirigakure. They ensured the success of the mission. The heartless ultimately do not belong to this world of adult souls. Although filled with profound sorrow, they nonetheless keenly discerned much information from the words of the mentor. The mission held great significance. The adversaries were formidable, the losses were grievous, and the number of fallen ninjas was not insignificant. Tasks classified as A level and above are typically of the utmost secrecy, while those below B level still allow for negotiation or assistance. A-level tasks and higher are strictly classified under high-security protocols. B-level tasks can be undertaken by those who have attained the rank of Ch-Nin. Moreover, numerous special J-Nin and J-Nin engage only in tasks of A-level or higher, or those categorized as high-risk S-level missions. Unintentionally, I comprehend that my parents must have undertaken highly classified missions of grade A or above. Master Yuan, may I inquire as to the identity of the ninja who took the lives of my parents? Unintentional inquiries into mission details are forbidden. Yet acquiring intelligence about the enemy remains permissible. Chapter 16. The Grim Tidings of Consolation. Child, the adversary hails from the village of the Leaf in the Land of Fire. Remember this well. Yuan Master gently patted Wuxin's shoulder and placed a bulging envelope into his hand. Without intention, Wuxin took the heavy envelope, her eyes brimming with tears. Filled with resentment, she trembled as she asked, "Do you not even know the name of the enemy who murdered my parents?" "No, my child. Knowing the name is of no consequence," Master Yuan replied, his expression sorrowful, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Master Yuan, please tell me the name of the enemy." Master Yuan gazed at Wuxin, who was resolute in her inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed deeply and said, "That person is the legendary ninja, White Fang of the Leaf." White Fang of the Leaf? Upon hearing the name of her nemesis, Wuxin's eyes blazed with fury as fragmented memories from her past began to coalesce. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, the father of Kakashi Hatake, a figure once shrouded in myth, had now intruded upon Wuxin's reality, having taken the lives of her parents. At the age of 9, Wuxin exists in the same generation as Tobi Zabuza, who shares a similar age with Kakashi Hatake. Logically speaking, at this point in time, Shikaka Nara should have succumbed to the malicious rumors circulating in Konoha. Unintentionally recalling the words of Master Yuan, one is reminded of the sacrifice of one's own parents and numerous mist ninjas who perished in the line of duty, yet ensured the mission's continuation. There are even rumors that encountering the Leaf Village's White Fang allows one to abandon the task without facing punishment. However, during this mission, the mist ninjas encountered White Fang and did not forsake their duty. Despite heavy casualties, the mission was not deemed a failure. Reflecting on the demise of Kakashi Hatake, one cannot help but ponder. The failure of the Leaf Village's White Fang to complete his mission is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Could this legendary ninja have been wronged by such rumors, leading to his tragic end? Observing the dazed expression on the child's face upon hearing the name of the Leaf's White Fang, Master Yuan murmured softly, his demeanor growing increasingly gentle as he patted the child's head. "Child, the White Fang of the Leaf is a formidable ninja. It is an unwritten rule among the nations that encountering the Leaf's White Fang grants one the right to abandon their mission without fear of retribution. Unfeeling. You are a rare prodigy in the village, surpassing even the youthful brilliance of White Fang. I firmly believe that in the future, you will evolve into a ninja far superior to White Fang. Therefore, dear child, do not dwell excessively in sorrow. Bury your hatred deep within your heart. When the time comes for you to mature, you shall exact vengeance for today's grievances." Thus, lost in reverie, Unfeeling was gently pulled back to reality by the words of Master Yuan, softly responding before his thoughts began to spiral into confusion. According to his vague recollections, at this juncture, Tsukumo Hatake was nearing the brink of persecution and demise. Ninjas, in their relentless slaughter and mutual enmity, exist solely to fulfill their missions. Traditionally, the ninja collective is viewed as mere instruments. What significance lies in the hatred among tools? Does a hammer resent an axe, or an axe harbor animosity towards a shield? In a daze, Unfeeling found himself inexplicably retreating from the mission hall, arriving home to collapse upon the floor at his threshold. Reflecting upon recent events, the act of slaying a dear friend, the near total annihilation of his peers, leaving only the perpetrator, Zabuza Momochi, He felt the chilling weight of the ninja temperament endemic to the hidden mist village, characterized by coldness and neurosis. Though his parents often appeared stern and frigid, unfeeling sensed their desire for him to endure longer in this unforgiving village. Having experienced the brutal aftermath of graduation, unfeeling now grasped the distorted affection and expectations that his parents, as ninjas, held for him. Now, with the remaining familial ties having vanished, he found himself unmoored within the village, devoid of any connections. As for his guiding jonin and teammates within the ninja squad, they remained unfamiliar to him, each exhibiting the distinctive coldness and neurosis typical of the hidden mist village. Thoughtlessly, or perhaps with a touch of malice, one might ponder that if one were to perish during the mission, the village would not even bother with a death benefit. For there are no kin to mourn the loss, and no soul would shed tears for one's demise. In such a world, the essence of life lies in the ability to endure. Strength, therefore, becomes the fundamental assurance of one's prolonged existence. Unconsciously, Wuxin gradually found his resolve, free from burdens. He understood his purpose, to endure in this village for a considerable time, at the very least until he matured fully, his body still possessing ample potential. The disparity in strength and chakra between a youthful ninja and a fully fledged one is profoundly vast. He had yet to experience the explosive growth of chakra that accompanied maturation, remaining as a latent dragon in its lair. As Wuxin regained his senses, he noticed his obedient and quiet ninja dog, Wankai, resting at his feet, and he reached down to stroke the little yellow dog. Wankai, my family, you are all that remains. Woof woof. Since Wuxin returned to the courtyard, Wankai had followed closely behind him, though his master paid it no mind. Sensing his master's mood, Wankai remained quietly by Wuxin's side until the despondent young man snapped back to reality, at which point Wankai barked a couple of times in response. Here, Wuxin, your payment. Over the courtyard wall, Wuxin's guiding jonin, Yama Yurin, leapt in, holding a bundle of cash and striding directly towards Wuxin. Teacher Yurin? Thank you. In his less than ideal state, Wuxin did not dwell on his teacher's audacity to leap over the wall, extending his hand to accept the silver bills offered by Jonin Yuyama. This mission's reward amounts to 20,000 Ryo, enough for you to enjoy 100 visits to the hot springs at Dongye. Come now, don't be so listless. The usually serious and languid Yuyama Yurin wore an unusual smile. I lack the enthusiasm for a hot spring bath, teacher. Wuxin's complexion was pale, with traces of tears adorning her cheeks as she declined Yudo Murayama's invitation. Undeterred, Yudo paid no mind to her distress and unceremoniously seated himself on the floor beside her, disregarding its unkempt state. In a gentle voice, he inquired, "Is it sorrow over your parents' sacrifice that troubles you?" Unintentionally overhearing, he expressed his surprise and inquired, "Teacher, how did you come to know this?" In my impression, such tasks should be shrouded in utmost secrecy, rendering any disclosure of their particulars impossible, let alone matters pertaining to the demise of a ninja. The teacher is, after all, a jonin, well-versed in the flow of information. Furthermore, concerning this mission, the village has made certain details public. After all, the ability to repel Konoha's white fang is indeed exhilarating news. Yamanaka Isamu sits cross-legged, his countenance warm. Perhaps so. Unfeeling harbored not a modicum of interest in this so-called uplifting news. His parents had perished during the mission. They were the givers, sacrificing their very lives. Yet their demise invigorated the spirits of others. I comprehend your sentiments, unfeeling. The life of a ninja is inherently capricious. Perhaps after our conversation today, I may find myself dead on a mission tomorrow. Murayama Hayato wore a smile, displaying an indifferent attitude towards matters of life and death. Chapter 17. B-rank ninja techniques. Murayama Hayato, still smiling, remained unfazed by the gravity of existence and mortality. After a brief pause, he continued, unfeeling. There have been many ninjas who have fallen in the line of duty during this mission. I recall one from your cohort, named Momochi Zabuza, correct? Momochi Zabuza? Indeed. Upon hearing the name of his only classmate, Momochi Zabuza, Wuxin could not help but let out a cold laugh. Murayama Hayato, with a complex expression, spoke in a low voice. His father, Momochi Sandan, was the foremost assassination expert of the hidden mist village. He too perished in this mission. Unintentional surprise flickered across his face. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Momochi Zabuza. Little did he expect that Zabuza was also a descendant of a legendary shinobi, a master of assassination. From this description alone, one could sense the formidable prowess possessed by this ninja from the land of water. It seems that Zabuza and I share a certain kinship in our respective plights. Ah. The tone of Wuxin carries a hint of self-mockery. After Dai Zibujan committed a massacre during the graduation exam, taking the lives of his classmates in a fit of madness. He sought to reform the examination system single-handedly. In retrospect, whether one perceives Dai Zibujan's actions as madness, brutality, or distortion, he is ultimately a pitiable victim of the blood-soaked policies. Harboring resentment towards his heinous acts seems futile. Since the conclusion of the graduation exam, Wuxin has not encountered Zibujan again, nor does he know how the village has dealt with him. With a sense of shared suffering for this classmate, Wuxin's heart softened, and the murderous interest that had lurked within him dissipated, leaving him devoid of the desire to take Zibujan's life. Yamamoto Yudo, noticing Wuxin's improved mental state, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon learning of the rare incident involving numerous ninja fatalities in the village, he recognized the names of Wuxin's parents among the deceased. Concerned, Yamamoto Yudo made a special trip to Wuxin's home by scaling the wall. Upon entering the yard, he found Wuxin slumped on the ground, appearing dazed and lost in thought. With the wisdom of experience, Yamamoto Yudo aimed to engage Wuxin in conversation, providing companionship. He understood all too well the weight of such circumstances. The past is behind us. It is the future that we must focus on. Without intention, do you wish to learn the ninjutsu that only a jonin can master? The jonin, Murayama Yudo, perceives with clarity the desires of the youth at this moment. Their hearts yearn predominantly for strength. The ninjutsu that only a jonin can command? Unintentionally, he turned his head in surprise to gaze at Murayama Hayato, his curiosity piqued. The ninjutsu that only a jonin could master must certainly be of B rank or higher. The ranking of ninjutsu corresponds to its learning difficulty. Although a higher rank does not necessarily indicate greater power, techniques of elevated difficulty often possess broader, more significant, and intricate applications. Wuxin has already mastered the C-level ninjutsu with remarkable proficiency, while the higher-level ninjutsu, classified as B-level or above, is scarce among his parents. Wuxin himself harbors doubts about his ability to learn advanced techniques, particularly those of the upper ninja rank. At this moment, Yamayama Yudo rose and approached the grand tree planted in the courtyard. Wuxin's heart is devoid of attachments, lacking a sense of security. Caught in a tumult of confusion, yet fervently yearning for strength. However, constrained by his physique and age, this desire for advancement feels painfully unattainable, underscoring the torment and helplessness within. Yamayama Yudo's words shine like a beacon of light, penetrating Wuxin's closed heart and soothing his anxieties. Without a hint of hesitation, Wuxin slowly rose to his feet and approached Murayama Haruto from behind, patiently awaiting instruction. Faintly, one could discern the imprints left by footsteps, leading one to ponder. Wuxin, have you already mastered the art of tree climbing? Murayama Haruto scrutinized the grand tree, noting the indentations resembling footprints, which, by their dimensions, could only belong to the youth. In his heart, Murayama understood the reason behind Wuxin's ability to wield a C-level ninjutsu, incongruous with his age. Having successfully completed the tree climbing training and demonstrating remarkable control over chakra. Indeed, guided by his parents during his formative years, he had perfected the art of ascending trees, an engaging practice that had once been his favorite pastime. Unintentionally, I replied softly. In my childhood, I had just begun to cultivate my chakra, and before long, I successfully completed the art of tree climbing, a practice both delightful and instrumental in enhancing my chakra experience. I see. Have you ever practiced walking on water? Indeed, I have. Once the challenge of tree climbing was no more. My father and mother guided me in the art of water walking, which proved to be an equally fascinating pursuit. With an earnest and candid demeanor, one must speak without reservation. It becomes clear now, even the trials of traversing water have been mastered. No wonder such a multitude of ninjutsu has been acquired. Indeed, a prodigy. Murayama Yudo is somewhat contemplative. The perils of climbing trees and traversing water are not to be underestimated. Climbing to great heights carries the risk of falls, while the act of treading water harbors the danger of drowning. Typically, a single instructor at a ninja academy oversees dozens of students, rendering it impractical to teach such skills for safety reasons. Numerous methods exist to enhance chakra control, with climbing and water treading being particularly pragmatic. Generally, these techniques are imparted by a jonin to a trio of genin after their graduation. The applications of chakra are manifold, however. A lack of finesse in its usage can lead to wastage and dissipation. Strengthening one's control over chakra, conserving it, and applying it with greater precision is of paramount importance to a ninja. Upon understanding Wushin's circumstances, Murayama Yudo stroked his chin, pondering the content of his instruction. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. Wushin, your chakra control is exceptional, and you have already mastered a considerable number of water-style ninjutsu. However, among the techniques you possess, there is a notable absence of offensive skills. Today, I shall teach you an advanced offensive water-style jutsu. As he spoke, Murayama Yudo surveyed the surroundings, assessing the courtyard of Wushin's home. This location is not suitable for practice. Otherwise, your home would suffer the consequences. Follow me. With a brief evaluation, he resolved to relocate, turning to depart. Understood. With a heart devoid of reverence, I eagerly followed in the footsteps of Murayama Hayato. The two of us departed from the dwelling, weaving through the village until we reached the edge of a secluded forest. There, a number of wooden posts adorned with drawings of vital human anatomy stood sentinel, while not far off, a gentle stream flowed, producing a soothing symphony of cascading water. Focus well, Wushin, Murayama Hayato instructed, his expression tinged with seriousness as he stood near the stream. Understood. Unintentionally focused, Wushin gazed intently at the teacher, Murayama Yudo. A surge of chakra emanated from Murayama Yudo as he began to form hand seals, his movements deliberate and unhurried, ensuring that Wushin could observe and memorize each gesture. As Murayama Yudo continued to seal, an imposing aura radiated from him, causing the nearby stream to bubble as if boiling. Finally, after an arduous sequence of 44 hand seals, Murayama Yudo held his hands in the form of the rooster seal and pronounced, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique," accompanied by his voice. The waters of the stream spiraled upwards, coalescing into a dragon-like entity composed of water, stretching at least 20 meters in length and boasting a girth of 2 to 3 meters, surpassing the size of any water prison Wushin could conjure. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon lunged toward a distant tree in the forest. With a resounding crash, the tree succumbed to the assault, and the water dragon diminished in size by roughly 1/3 before veering toward another tree, toppling it with a similar roar. Chapter 18. The Art of Ninjutsu. Training. Murayama Yudo commanded the water dragon with fervor, demolishing 4 trees in swift succession before the dragon let out a final howl, transforming back into a cascade of water that spilled onto the ground. In the hazy recesses of my mind, this ninjutsu seems to lack the essence of a true secret technique. However, the reality is that the water dragon bullet is a jutsu of remarkable caliber, classified as a B-rank technique, wielded by elite shinobi, and possesses tremendous power. Unconsciously, Wushin meticulously noted the exemplary slow hand-sealing technique demonstrated by Murayama Yudo, harboring a sense of anticipation. The techniques he had mastered, water clone technique and water substitute technique, were primarily deceptive and life-preserving ninjutsu. The water whip and water prison techniques were of a controlling and binding nature, while the water curtain technique leaned towards a composite defensive ninjutsu. In terms of offensive capabilities, he acknowledged a certain deficiency. Do you comprehend? Murayama Yudo inquired, turning his gaze with a serious tone. In truth, he believed it would be challenging for Wushin to grasp ninjutsu of this caliber, yet he remained resolute in his decision to teach, aiming to immerse Wushin in a state of training, allowing him to forget the anguish of losing his loved ones. I understand. The expression on Wu Xian's delicate face was one of utmost seriousness. Very well, allow me to elucidate the purpose of these hand seals and the flow of chakra. After demonstrating the concluding hand seal, Murayama Hayato commenced a thorough explanation of ninjutsu. Under the guidance of Murayama Haruto, Wushin swiftly comprehended the function of the seals and the operation of chakra, committing them to memory. The hand seals for ninjutsu are exceedingly intricate, however, depending on one's proficiency, individual circumstances, and adaptability to the environment, it is possible to omit certain seals from the 44 required for the water dragon bullet technique. By adjusting the sealing methods in accordance with the situation, one can alter the duration of the water dragon or modify its size. After attentively listening to Yudo Murayama's detailed exposition, Wushin felt an irresistible urge to put his newfound knowledge into practice. The situation was thus. He reflected on and organized the information he had just absorbed, ready to pose any inquiries should confusion arise. Having spent the better part of the day imparting wisdom, Murayama now felt parched. For the moment, I have no questions. I shall give it a try, he declared. Knowledge is born of practice. And so Wuxin approached the brook, inhaled deeply, and began to form hand seals. The art of ninjutsu is not merely a matter of combat. Thus, Wuxin's hand movements were deliberate yet unhurried as he channeled his chakra in accordance with Murayama's teachings. As Wuxin executed the seals and his chakra surged, the water in the brook began to behave strangely, culminating in the sudden appearance of a small whirlpool. Approximately 15 seconds later, Wuxin completed the final seal with both hands, his chakra surging with renewed vigor. "Water release, water dragon bullet technique," he exclaimed. As he spoke, the swirling waters of the brook rose up, coalescing into a massive water dragon, approximately 10 meters tall and 1 meter wide, its head held high in defiance. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon charged toward a towering tree in the adjacent forest. The sound of a tremendous crash echoed as the tree succumbed to the onslaught, and the water dragon dissipated into a shower of droplets, leaving behind a soaked ground marked by the remnants of its power. Behind him, the seasoned shinobi Murayama Yudo stood in a state of utter astonishment, his mouth agape to such an extent that one could easily imagine a duck egg fitting within. You succeeded on your first attempt? This is preposterous. Your chakra, this is impossible." Murayama Yudo's bewildered remarks were laced with confusion. The rank of a ninjutsu signifies the difficulty of its mastery, but it does not necessarily correlate with its power. As long as a ninja possesses chakra, the quantity and application of that chakra dictate the potency of the ninjutsu, or, one might say, the magnitude of its form. Although only 9 years old, Wuxin possesses refined chakra within, coupled with an extraordinary ability to control it, allowing for the execution of ninjutsu without the slightest waste of energy. Many ninjas, when performing ninjutsu, often squander considerable amounts of chakra unnecessarily. If we consider the chakra consumption of a ninjutsu to be 1, an average individual with standard chakra control might expend 1.5, 2, or even 3 times that amount, or more, without any intent in this regard. When performing ninjutsu, there is not a trace of superfluous chakra consumption. Theoretically speaking, as long as it does not involve the kind of ninjutsu that requires an enormous amount of chakra to alter the environment, one can master it effortlessly. Unintentionally, Wuxin wiped the sweat from his forehead and, upon hearing the words of Kazuma Murayama behind him, softly replied, "Teacher, I cannot consider this mastery. I am far from achieving the effortless execution you demonstrate." Having grown accustomed to the astonishment of others, Wuxin recalled how, during his childhood, his parents often expressed similar amazement while imparting the art of ninjutsu to him. How outrageous! I have devoted years to mastering the water dragon technique to reach this level. You, having just begun your studies, are already able to condense and successfully execute the water dragon. Do you comprehend this? Murayama Kazuma, momentarily losing his composure, felt the weight of his years as a jonin, having endured countless hardships and perilous missions to attain his current stature. Initially, he intended to inspire Wuxin with advanced ninjutsu, hoping to encourage him to immerse himself in rigorous training. Yet within less than an hour, Wuxin had already grasped it. Is this what it means to be a genius? In contrast, at your age, I was utterly mediocre. Sighing deeply, Murayama placed his right hand on his forehead, a hint of despondency evident in his demeanor. Teacher Kazuma, this is all due to your exceptional guidance. I merely possess a slightly enhanced capacity for learning. The words spoken in a humble manner are indeed grounded in truth. Murayama Yudo's teachings are remarkably meticulous, and I happen to possess a strong capacity for learning. Ah, this holds some merit. Murayama Yudo received an unexpected compliment from Wuxin, which upon reflection seems justified, slightly alleviating the despondency brought on by setbacks. Wuxin, although you successfully executed the water dragon bullet technique, further practice is essential to achieve a level of proficiency. Murayama Yudo resumed his role as a teacher, assigning Wuxin training tasks. I understand. Currently, my limit with this ninjutsu is that I can only perform it twice within a short span of time at the same scale. Without intention, I respectfully responded, acknowledging that I had already discerned the limits of my newly acquired ninjutsu, given the expenditure of chakra. It brings me joy to see you possess such self-awareness. However, my expectations for you extend beyond this. Wuxin, please demonstrate the water curtain jutsu that you have mastered. Very well. With an absent-minded affirmation, he took a deep breath, made a simple adjustment, and swiftly formed hand seals. In less than 3 seconds, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Water release, water barrier." Suddenly, a torrent of water surged forth from the stream, shooting ahead with great force. After leaping 5 meters, the water burst apart, transforming into a shimmering curtain that cascaded down, leaving a trail of moisture on the ground. This technique, which initiated a flowing assault before transitioning into a defensive barrier, appeared to be quite impressive. Murayama Yudo commented on the water barrier technique executed by the protagonist, noting, however, it seems this technique should not unfold in such a manner. The torrent should focus solely on the offensive aspect. The abrupt shift to a defensive barrier is truly unexpected. You ought to contemplate the application of this technique more thoroughly. Chapter 19. Defensive Techniques. Yes. Unintentionally hearing the words of Murayama Yudo, I pondered the technique of the water curtain, which indeed serves both as an offensive and defensive mechanism, rather incongruous in nature. The origins of ninjutsu are chronicled by my father, yet the source from which these mind-reading techniques were acquired remains a mystery, and the levels of mastery are indeterminate. The essence of defensive ninjutsu should be centered around its protective characteristics. Allow me to impart upon you another technique, and see if you are capable of grasping it. Murayama Yudo stepped forward, approaching the brook. Wushin had already employed 2 ninjutsu techniques, leaving him with little chakra. Murayama Hayato was determined to confront Wushin with challenges in mastering ninjutsu, believing that such obstacles would temper his pride. Behold, he proclaimed, the J-mean-level defensive water release technique, conjuring a swiftly flowing wall of water to withstand all assaults, particularly effective against fire release. With deft precision, Murayama Hayato formed the hand seals at a speed surpassing his previous display, executing approximately 15 seals. His eyes widened as he shaped his hands into the sign of the serpent, exclaiming, water release, water barrier. With a resounding rush, a formidable wall of water approximately 5 meters high and 50 centimeters thick surged forth. Unlike the calm surface of a tranquil lake, this water wall cascaded with the relentless vigor of a waterfall, ceaselessly flowing and powerful. Upon a cursory glance, the final seal manifests as the universal imprint among the 12. Akin to an all-purpose bomb, the water wall exhibits a remarkable characteristic of rapid flow and erosion, its substantial thickness aside. This very quality enables it to withstand the vast majority of ninja tool assaults, rendering it a formidable defensive water-style ninjutsu. Do you comprehend it clearly? The water wall persisted for 5 seconds, after which Murayama Yudo dispelled the technique and turned to inquire. I understand clearly 16 seals. With a casual yet earnest response, he remarked. Compared to the water dragon bullet technique, the use of the seal of the rooster significantly enhances the impact. The seal of the rat allows for the manipulation of chakra, enabling one to adjust the characteristics of the jutsu at will. This technique draws upon the principles of water in nature. I encourage you to give it a try. This time, Yudo Murayama's explanation was considerably more straightforward, lacking the intricate detail of the water dragon bullet technique. After finishing his explanation, he turned and seated himself upon a nearby stone pillar. Wushin cast a glance at Murayama Hayato, awaiting a detailed explanation of the chakra flow from his instructor. The current lesson on ninjutsu was rather rudimentary, causing Murayama to feel somewhat embarrassed under Wushin's gaze, prompting him to continue his explanation. However, the elucidation of the chakra's operational methods remained quite basic. Once he concluded, he brushed his hands off and gestured to Wushin, indicating that he could commence his training. Unintentionally nodding, he recalled the hand-sealing techniques of Murayama Yudo, contemplating the functions of those seals, as well as the consumption and flow of chakra. Once he confirmed that all knowledge points were accurate, he began to slowly form the hand seals with his hands. The speed of Wushin's hand seals was exceedingly slow, executing merely 2 seals per second. After approximately 8 seconds, Wushin formed the final seal with both hands and softly uttered, water release, water barrier. Calm stream waters surged to create a wall approximately 1 meter high and 10 centimeters thick. Although the wall was relatively small, the flow rate was astonishingly swift, cascading like a waterfall. Beside him, Murayama Yudo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the currently chakra-deprived Wushin could manifest such a technique after his rudimentary explanation. Murayama had intended to provide a more thorough instructional session following Wushin's presumed failure in his practice, hoping to bolster his own authority and erudition as a teacher. However, what unfolded was beyond his expectations. A genius, truly terrifying. Murayama found himself momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly ahead. Reflecting on the recent deployment of ninjutsu, I realized that the weakness of the water wall stemmed from a depletion of chakra. After a brief respite to allow my chakra to replenish to its optimal state, The water barrier should be capable of achieving at least half the strength of Murayama Hayato's. In the haze of an unfocused memory, I recall that the second Hokage of Konoha seldom utilized the hand seals for water style, and the seals he employed were not even among the 12 traditional gestures. However, having just begun to master these techniques, there remains ample room for refinement. With practice, I shall adeptly adjust the hand signs and the flow of chakra, transforming them into a combat style tailored to my own abilities. Teacher, my chakra is insufficient, which renders the execution somewhat challenging. Coming to my senses, I reported my training insights to Murayama Yudo, who was seated on a stone pedestal nearby. After a long silence devoid of response from Murayama Yudo, I turned with a hint of perplexity to observe him. He appeared calm, yet his gaze seemed distant, as if his thoughts had drifted far away. Unintentionally, Wuxin approached Murayama Yudo, only to find him momentarily distracted, which took Wuxin by surprise. The legendary ninja, renowned for his omnipotence and the flawless mastery of the art of endurance, seemed remarkably unguarded in this instance, prompting Wuxin to re-evaluate his understanding. Hey, Yudo-sensei? Huh. Wuxin. Coughing lightly, he continued. By the way, how is your training progressing? It appeared that Murayama Yudo had been jolted back to reality, realizing he was in the midst of instructing Wuxin. Due to a deficiency in chakra, the execution of techniques was rather strained. Once his chakra was restored, he should be able to perform normally. With an indifferent honesty, he replied, "Oh, yes, quite good, very good." Murayama Hayato nodded, offering a somewhat perfunctory compliment. However, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, "The ninjutsu I just taught you, is it the water barrier?" Unintentionally, Wu Xin heard Yurin Murayama's inquiry and felt somewhat bewildered. He extended his hand to gently stroke the back of his head, unsure of how to respond. "I apologize. I was just lost and thought about something else." Before Wu Xin could answer, Yurin Murayama, with a look of mild embarrassment, seemed to realize he had made an error in front of his student. He touched his nose and offered a faint smile, softly asking, "Wu Xin, what are your thoughts on the village's blood mist policy?" The blood mist policy. It is quite unfavorable. Wukong found himself somewhat perplexed by Murayama Hayato's sudden inquiry regarding the village's policies. He candidly expressed his viewpoint, deeming it rather unfavorable. Ninjas, akin to weapons, serve merely as instruments for the village. The village's survival hinges on the protection of formidable ninjas, a mission ingrained in every member of the Hidden Mist. What do you mean by saying it is quite unfavorable? Murayama Hayato gazed intently at Wukong, his eyes imbued with a hint of scrutiny, which evoked an inexplicable pressure within Wukong. Ninjas as tools, this notion belongs to a bygone era. Before the village was established, ninjas were indeed mere instruments. Now, as the village approaches its 46th year, is it not rather antiquated to still perceive ninjas solely as tools? Wuxin, unaware of Murayama Hayato's intentions, candidly expressed his views on the blood mist. Such mutual slaughter among classmates is nothing short of foolish and decrepit. The indifferent parents perished on their mission, leaving only one classmate, a psychopathic killer, in their wake. Wu Xin found himself unencumbered in the village, even nurturing the notion of departing to explore the world beyond. Chapter 20. Kindred spirits outdated? Your thoughts are both peculiar and perilous. Just moments ago, Murayama Yudo wore a congenial expression, but now his countenance hardened, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. The murderous intent surged like a jutsu, stirring the forest and causing the brook's waters to ripple. Such formidable malice. Has Murayama Yudo drained my chakra to the point of seeking my demise? Under the suffocating pressure of his hostility, Wu Xion's complexion turned pale, panic seizing him as he involuntarily retreated. Although he was aware that elite ninjas possessed formidable strength, he never anticipated their superiority over the instructors at the Ninja Academy to be so vast. The notion of comrades turning against one another is indeed a foolish and antiquated policy. Unconsciousness could not fathom why Murayama Yudo sought to take his life, yet, being well-versed in the village's policies, he could not believe that Murayama Yudo would dare to slay a ninja of the village without cause. Even on the brink of death, he remained defiant. With a furious roar, Murayama Yudo vanished from his seat upon the stone, appearing before unconsciousness in an instant, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and extended his right hand to strike at unconsciousness. With a vacant mind, I closed my eyes, awaiting the course of my fate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The indifferent shoulder was gently patted, and as the apathetic individual awaited death with closed eyes. They felt the touch upon their shoulder and slowly opened their eyes. The once menacing face of Jonin Murayama Yudo now bore a gentle expression, as he softly patted the indifferent one's shoulder and remarked, "You are right. The blood mist policy is nothing more than an archaic and obsolete doctrine." Wuxin, drenched in perspiration, his complexion pale, felt his legs weaken as the suffocating aura of menace dissipated. He half sank to the ground. Simultaneously, he experienced a tinge of trepidation towards Murayama Hayato's unpredictable temperament. "Wuxin, you are the most prodigious ninja I have encountered in all my years of this clandestine life. What is even more commendable is your aversion to the blood mist policy." Murayama spoke slowly, crouching down to meet Wuxin's gaze. A somewhat bashful smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Are you frightened?" Well, as a genius, you should not exhibit such a reaction, he. Unintentionally. I rested in a half-squat for a while, feeling considerably better. Yet, gazing at Murayama Yudo's smile, I could sense not a trace of warmth. I thought to myself, this is a man of unpredictable temperament. I have truly been careless, exhausting my chakra. How could a ninja cultivated in the hidden mist village possibly be devoid of neurosis? In contrast to the icy demeanor of other ninjas, Murayama Yudo seemed to possess a modicum of warmth that set him apart, albeit only just. With an untroubled heart and wandering thoughts, I spoke. "I am merely a novice ninja, having graduated from the Ninja Academy less than a month ago, and it is only natural to succumb to the pressure exerted by a jonin." A chuckle escaped my lips, acknowledging my own self-awareness. Murayama Yudo wore a smile, radiating a languid warmth, as if the menacing figure he had just portrayed was not his true self. "Wuxin, you are a prodigy, indeed a remarkably astute one. More importantly, the blood mist policy has not stripped you of your humanity, a quality that distinguishes you from your classmate, Momochi Zabuza, and is truly commendable." Murayama's expression shifted to one of slight seriousness, and after a brief pause, he continued, "In our village, many jonin harbor discontent towards the blood mist policy. Although their sentiments are often concealed beneath a veil of secrecy. I once was a ninja solely focused on missions, executing the tasks befitting a jonin. Over time, I transitioned into a role of responsibility, guiding the genin students. Countless genin have lost their lives in the course of my missions, assisting me in fulfilling my objectives. Initially, I regarded their lives as mere expendables, mere fodder for the tasks at hand, until the moment my wife became pregnant, prompting a profound shift in my perspective. Murayama's serious demeanor hinted at a memory, and a gentle glow illuminated his face as he continued with a smile, gazing upon the burgeoning life within my wife. I began to reflect. As a ninja, I do not wish for my child to tread the same path. Yet, my wife and I possess only skills for taking lives. If we cease to be ninjas, what else can we pursue? However, throughout my years of missions, I have come to understand the land of fire, witnessing circumstances starkly different from those in our village. In Konoha, the villagers coexist harmoniously, and graduating ninja students do not engage in mutual slaughter. The genin commence with simple D-rank tasks, gradually escalating the difficulty as they acclimate to their ninja careers. This allows for ample growth, which is, after all, the very reason for the formidable strength of Konoha. In light of this, I began to ponder, if our village were to emulate Konoha, would the genin not lead better lives? If one lacks talent, remaining within the bounds of a genin's life could be a perfectly viable way to exist, devoid of the incessant struggle to ascend to chunin or jonin, and the ensuing cycle of meaningless bloodshed. The more genin our village nurtures, the greater the potential for future generations of ninjas, occasionally birthing prodigies like yourself, worth 100 ordinary individuals. Thus, in a certain sense, the power of our village would, indeed, be augmented. With an inattentive ear, I gazed in astonishment at Waita Murayama, surprised to discover such thoughts residing within the hidden mist village. Is it because your child is about to be born, teacher Waita? You wish to spare your child from the trials of the ninja graduation exam, prompting you to contemplate the pros and cons of the blood mist policy? Chuckling softly, he replied, "Ah, that is merely one of the reasons. Young one, sometimes it is wise not to be overly clever, understand?" A hint of awkwardness crossed Waita Murayama's face as he concluded, gently patting my shoulder. "Teacher, you mentioned that many of the upper ninjas in the village harbor disdain and rejection towards the blood mist policy. Why then do you not collectively petition Lord Mizuki's with your counsel? The fear and sense of alienation that once resided within Wuxin, born from the unpredictable temperament of Murayama Yudo, have dissipated. After an open-hearted conversation, Wuxin gained insight into Murayama Yudo's thoughts. Our esteemed representative, Lord Yagura, has been tirelessly working towards this goal, and the third Mizukage is aware of the sentiments held by the elite Jonin. However, perhaps the third Mizukage has his own considerations, which is why the antiquated blood mist policy remains unrevoked. Furthermore, after Lord Yagura offered his counsel to the third Mizukage, we discovered that there seems to be a covert organization monitoring us Jonin who aspire to alter the blood mist. Consequently, our thoughts remain confined to our minds, as we dare not boldly petition the Mizukage for fear of repercussions. Murayama Yudo's words trailed off, leaving unspoken implications lingering in the air. To contravene the core ideologies and policies of the supreme leader, the Mizukage would only result in purging, though unvoiced. Wuxin could discern this truth. This antiquated policy indeed warrants abolishment. Teacher Yudo, I shall strive earnestly for this cause. Unintentionally, Wuxin was at a loss on how to console Murayama Hayato, so he could only express his aspirations and loyalty. A smile graced Murayama Hayato's face as he chuckled. There is no need for the lower ninjas to struggle for this. With Lord Yuzukatachi, I am confident that the blood mist policy will soon be abolished. As for you lower ninjas, it is sufficient if you can forget the anguish of the blood mist. Chapter 21. Assassination Mission Hidden Mist Village Morning Woof. Woof. The mindless hound, exuberantly bursting into Wuxin's chamber, leapt onto the bed, rending the covers with fervor. How did you manage to enter? Unintentionally. The blanket was tugged away by Wankai. Rubbing his eyes, he rose from the bed. Woof woof. Wankai emitted 2 plaintive barks, leaping off the bed and wagging his tail at the edge. How could I have forgotten? It was I who instructed you last night. Upon hearing Wankai's sorrowful cries, Wuxin recalled his command for Wankai to awaken him in the morning. Whimper. Wankai let out a sound of distress, without a care in the world. Wuxin swiftly arose, donned his attire, secured his forehead protector, and gathered his hair. He then crouched down to gently stroke Wankai's head, murmuring softly, Did you forget that you just woke up? Truly. In the household, where only the loyal ninja dog remained, Wuxin regarded Wankai as family. Wankai, a ninja dog endowed with chakra, displayed remarkable intelligence. His understanding of Wuxin's instructions and his ability to enter Wuxin's room each morning attested to his profound wisdom. Upon receiving the comforting words, Wankai's tail wagged exuberantly, revealing his easygoing nature. After completing his morning routine, Wuxin filled a lunchbox with rice balls from the kitchen, prepared his traveling ninja tools and belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and stepped out of the house. Wankai, I am off on a mission. Should anything arise, I will summon you. While I am away, take care of yourself. There are enough rice balls in the kitchen for a week, so do not overindulge. If I do not return within a week, go to Uncle Mitsui's house. He will look after you. Standing before the gate of the yard, Wuxin concluded his instructions to the ninja dog Wankai and strode away. Woof. Wankai, sitting by the gate, responded with a bark, watching Wuxin's retreating figure. With a light and carefree stride, I swiftly arrived at the entrance of Misty Hidden Village. My companions, Ghost Lantern Mai and Water Lily, stood a short distance away at the gate, seemingly engaged in conversation while carrying their backpacks. As Mu Xian approached the 2 individuals, he overheard the words of Gui Dang Mai. I wonder what possessed teacher Yang Rin to squander a month of his time on someone with such little potential. Gui Dang Mai turned to look at Mu Xian, seemingly just noticing his proximity, and with a smile said, our team's prodigy has arrived. The moment Gui Dang Mai smiled, her sharp, shark-like teeth were revealed, and the provocative nature of her grin left Mu Xian feeling quite uneasy. Shuelian, good morning. With a carefree smile, Wuxin greeted the Water Lily and turned to gaze at Gazai Mai, her face radiating warmth. Mai, is your breakfast excrement? Why does your breath reek so? After uttering this, she raised her right hand and gently fanned her nose. Water Lily's cheeks flushed as she stifled a laugh and softly replied, Hee, good morning, Wuxin. I heard that teacher Yurin has specially trained you for a month. I truly envy you. Gazai Mai's face turned crimson, resembling the hue of liver, as she timidly raised her hand, forming it into the shape of a gun. Oh, unintentionally. Wuxin beheld the figure of HD Mai, and as chakra surged beneath his feet, he instantly materialized behind her. HD Mai's complexion flushed a deep crimson. However, she did not falter. With a swift leap to the left, she distanced herself from Wuxin, raising her right hand to assume a pistol-like stance, aiming it at him. Before HD Mai could unleash her ninjutsu, her wrist was seized by a formidable hand. Murayama Wida emanated a chilling aura, his voice icy as he remarked. At the village entrance, engaging in unfounded conflict among teammates. Do you wish to bring disgrace upon me, Wida-sensei? With a serene expression, Wuxin offered a gentle greeting. Beside her, Shui Lian marveled at Wuxin's perceptiveness and later extended her own salutation to Murayama Hayato. Teacher. The young ghost Lantern Mai's wrist seemed to be gripped tightly by Murayama Hayato, causing her to grimace slightly as she greeted him. Mai, in my estimation, you are no match for Wuxin. If you doubt this, perhaps you might engage in a friendly competition upon your return from this mission. Murayama Hayato released his grasp on Ghost Lantern Mai, his tone stern. As a formidable J-nin, he possessed no flaws in ninjutsu and took a certain pleasure in the rivalries among his students. However, the ninjas nurtured under the blood mist policy were anything but mediocre. Each was ruthless and cunning. The fierce competition among such individuals posed a challenge for Murayama Hayato, leaving him somewhat perplexed on how to manage the situation. Not my equal. He is merely a freshly graduated novice. Teacher, are you certain? Ghost Lantern Mai questioned, squeezing her wrist, a hint of defiance in her voice. According to my judgment, that is indeed the case. However, there are no absolutes in battle, Murayama Hayato replied softly to Ghost Lantern Mai. Then retrieved a scroll from the pocket of his J-nin vest, presenting it to Ghost Lantern Mai, who stood closest to him. The task at hand involved an assassination, to eliminate a rival of the client in the Land of Water. If they departed now, they would reach the Land of Water by the night of the day after tomorrow. It was a lengthy journey, and he instructed them to review the mission details along the way. Now, let us commence, Murayama Hayato concluded, signaling for them to set forth as he strode towards the village's outskirts. Unwittingly, the three hurriedly quickened their pace. Guizhong Mai opened the scroll and read it with great attention. Upon finishing, she passed the scroll to the nearby Shui Lian. Shui Lian took the scroll and examined it meticulously, and after completing her reading, she handed the scroll back to Wuxin. Unintentionally, he accepted the scroll and began to examine it meticulously. The task outlined therein pertained to a certain arms dealer named Kei Tarnisihara from the Kingdom of the Sea, who harbored dissatisfaction towards a nobleman of the Takahara family. This nobleman, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, had managed to enlist the services of a skilled shinobi craftsman known as Suko, establishing a weapons factory. The armaments produced by Suko surpassed the quality of those from Nisihara's own factory, thereby adversely affecting his business and leading to a decline in revenue. After failing to poach Suko with a lucrative offer, in a fit of rage, Nisihara resolved to annihilate the enemy's factory and eliminate the ungrateful craftsman, which gave rise to this mission. The objective of the task is to obliterate the Takahara family's weapons factory and procure the head of the enigmatic craftsman Suko. Attached to the mission scroll was a photograph of Suko, a thoughtful inclusion. After finishing the reading of the scroll, he folded it and returned it to Murayama Yudo. Are the objectives of the mission clear? This time, the task must not be taken lightly. The Highland clan of the Sea Nation is an aristocracy with a lineage spanning centuries. Given the financial resources of the Highland clan, they have undoubtedly employed ninjas to safeguard the mission target. Therefore, I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. Upon receiving the scroll, Murayama Yudo posed a question. The four departed from the hidden mist village, walking along a deserted forest path, discussing strategies without concern of being overheard. Teacher, we have become quite adept at this kind of mission, haven't we? We could simply use explosive tags to obliterate the armory. If that fellow named Mizuhiko is fortunate enough to survive the blast, I can just finish him off then. Kaidomai responded dismissively to Murayama Yudo's inquiry, her tone suggesting that she had executed numerous assassination missions before. Although Wuxin is favored by Murayama Yudo, it is undeniable that Wuxin, in the course of his ninja career, still remains a novice, having completed merely one mission. Regarding assassination, aside from the knowledge imparted by the Ninja Academy, this is Wuxin's first experience, akin to a maiden embarking on a bridal sedan. Chapter 22. Coastal Town. The unintentional four-member team embarked from the port located in the southwestern region of the central island of the Land of Water, crossing the sea by boat. After 2 days, they arrived at the borders of the Land of the Sea. The Land of the Sea is a maritime nation governed by a feudal lord, whose domain includes the village of the ninja, where the lord has long rented ninjas from the Land of Water for the purpose of safeguarding his nation, thus falling within the sphere of influence of the Land of Water. The four companions traversed the map for half a day, and as noon approached, they finally arrived at their destination, Yuyang Town. Situated in the land of the sea, Yuyang Town is a quaint coastal settlement renowned for its abundant tuna fisheries. Adjacent to the town lies a majestic mountain, which shields the area from tumultuous weather, creating a serene maritime environment. The mountain is rich in minerals, prompting merchants to establish an armory here for the production of ninja tools and weaponry. Due to the exceptional quality of their goods, many ninjas and warriors frequent this locale to procure arms. Additionally, merchants often visit to acquire seafood, making it a thriving hub of commerce. Yuyang Town is a feudal domain belonging to the Highland clan of the Land of the Sea, with their castle situated at the heart of the town. The objective of their mission, the Highland Armory and the Ninja Chief, Water Tiger, is located approximately 3 kilometers west of the Highland Castle in the town center. Unconcerned, Wu Xian followed behind Jonin Murayama Yudo, gazing in awe at the bustling fish ocean town. The small town thrived with commerce, even at midday. The streets were lined with numerous vendors, their lively calls creating a vibrant atmosphere. After a brief stroll through the town, the four soon encountered an inn. Murayama Yudo entered without hesitation, securing 2 rooms to accommodate Wu Xian and the other 3 for some much-needed rest. Murayama Yudo took 1 room for himself, while the 3 of them shared the other. According to the intentions of Jonin Murayama Yudo, the group had journeyed tirelessly, and he deemed it prudent for them to rest and recuperate in the afternoon, contemplating their next course of action after a well-deserved respite. Unconsciously, Wu Xian sat cross-legged in the room, eyes closed in meditation. As night fell unnoticed, the once bustling town descended into silence, with the salty, damp sea breeze wafting through the window. It was indeed a night shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, jolting the 3 resting individuals into alertness. Shui Lian, closest to the door, rose to open it. Yurin Murayama strode into the room with purpose, his serious demeanor surveying the trio before inquiring, "Have you rested well?" "Full of vigor, we await your command, Yurin-sensei," replied Gue Dang Mai and Shui Lian softly, while Wu Xian gazed at Yurin Murayama, awaiting instructions. In the task-oriented mode, Yurin exuded a competent and serious air, devoid of levity. Nodding at their responses, he retrieved a scroll from his tactical vest pocket, squatting to lay it on the floor. He beckoned the 3 closer. "This is the map of the armory. It is surrounded by walls, with only 2 large gates to the east and west, each guarded by a sentinel at night." Yurin pointed to the eastern and western gates on the map, noticing the trio's rapt attention. He continued, "The target typically resides in a standalone villa within the dormitory complex of the armory, although seemingly isolated. There are guards stationed in the dormitory who will be on watch tonight. We will infiltrate from the left side of the eastern gate." Wu Xian. Responding to his name, Wu Xian affirmed, having already studied the map thoroughly and committed it to memory. The map was drawn in a simplistic manner, using squares to represent buildings, clearly labeled with terms such as armory, dormitory, and guardhouse, making it easy to remember. "You excel in perception. You shall lead the infiltration. Shui Lian and Mai Yi, you will assist Wu Xian, while I shall remain hidden, providing cover and seeking opportunities." Yurin Murayama directed the operation with meticulous precision. "Understood." The 3 replied in unison, falling into line. The demeanor of Yurin during the mission starkly contrasted with his usual self. His expression remained impassive throughout. After a brief scan of the trio, he coldly inquired, "Have you memorized the map?" "Yes, we have noted it down." Upon receiving their confirmation, Yurin folded the map and stowed it back into his multifunctional vest pocket, his expression softening slightly as he spoke in a lowered tone. "The Takahara clan is the lord of this town, affluent and powerful. This armory represents a significant investment of their effort, thus the guards will undoubtedly be vigilant. It is even possible that ninja protectors are concealed within. Therefore, this mission requires utmost caution. We must not be careless." "Understood." "Yes." Unconsciously affected by Murayama Yudo's cold and stern expression, the 3 individuals wore solemn faces. After a minute, they inspected their ninja tools and equipment. Murayama Yudo approached the window and opened the sliding panes. The trio conducted a brief inspection before gradually positioning themselves behind him. With a swift motion, their figures vanished into the gentle night breeze of the deserted streets, where only a handful of pedestrians wandered and a few establishments still flickered with light. Unintentionally, the 4 individuals traversed 5 streets and arrived before a complex of buildings. The compound was encircled by a wall, approximately 3 meters in height and extending over 200 meters in length. At the midpoint, there stood a grand gate. Before the gate loomed a man wielding a long knife, resembling a samurai. In the dead of night, this warrior remained vigilant, gripping his weapon with both hands, relentlessly slicing through the air as if honing his swordsmanship. Concealed in the shadows, the quartet observed as Murayama Hayato raised his hand, his index and middle fingers brought together, signaling the other three to infiltrate. With an unintentional gesture, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands, employing a technique of perception. His sensing range expanded in a fan-like shape, concentrating on a singular direction to enhance his awareness of the target's distance. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Failing to detect any chakra, he opened his eyes, lowered his body, and moved forward with light, stealthy steps, swiftly approaching the enclosing wall. Shui Lian and Gue Deng Mai mirrored his actions, following closely behind with equally nimble movements. Wuxin cast a fleeting glance back at the two individuals, channeling his chakra as he gracefully leaped over the surrounding wall, landing within the confines of the armory. Behind him, both Gue Zhengmai and Shui Lian followed suit, mirroring Wuxin's agile ascent. Unintentionally, I followed the route indicated on the map and quietly made my way to the exterior of the dormitory complex, comprising around 10 buildings. The complex showcased a striking contrast. At the far eastern end stood a two-story independent villa adorned with both a front and backyard, in stark juxtaposition to the other 5-story dormitories devoid of courtyards. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted from within the dormitory cluster, soon accompanied by the sound of footsteps treading upon the grassy ground. The three stealthy figures held their breath, channeling their chakra as they skillfully ascended the wall like geckos, blending into the shadows of the night. A samurai approached from below, leading a large dog that sniffed the air, its nose twitching as it detected something amiss. While the warrior scanned the surroundings with keen vigilance, Wangmaru, refrain from howling at this hour. Everyone is resting. If you disturb the weapon craftsman, we shall face repercussions. The samurai muttered, tugging the canine along as they departed. On the wall, with a kunai gripped firmly in hand, the stealthy figure exhaled in relief. Had the samurai merely glanced upward, he would have met his demise at their hands. As the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, the trio descended from the wall and stealthily made their way toward the solitary villa. They swiftly reached the premises, effortlessly slipping into the garden, and with utmost caution. They ascended to the second floor, their movements light as they approached the bedroom door. Unintentionally, Wuxin held his breath and gently pushed open the door. Ding, ding, clang. As soon as the door creaked ajar, the sudden sound of bells echoed within the room. Chapter 23. The Leaf Ninja. Upon hearing the chime, Wuxin instinctively sidestepped, realizing he had been exposed, just as a gleaming long knife thrust forth from within the room. Boom! The blade missed its target. Yet the wielder of the knife did not retract it. Instead, with a powerful kick, the door was sent flying, its force so great that it shattered the railing on the second floor. Unintentionally, the trio became aware of their exposure and leaped from the second floor, landing in the courtyard below. They looked up, gazing at the broken railing on the second floor. The door, which had been forcefully kicked open, crashed to the ground, producing a resounding noise and raising a cloud of dust. On the second floor, a strikingly handsome young ninja clad in a green vest, wielding a long blade, emerged from the fractured railing of the corridor, casting a downward glance at the trio below. The ninja hailed from the hidden Leaf Village, unconscious, along with Gue Dengmai and Shui Lian, gazed at the forehead emblem of the young man clad in a green vest, realizing that he was a ninja of the hidden Leaf Village, of a rank superior to that of a chunin. Ninjas typically operate in teams, and the trio faced several pressing concerns: the rank of this Leaf Ninja's companions and their potential hiding places. The dashing gaze of the Leaf Ninja from the second floor bore an air of superiority, likely stemming from his observation of the trio's diverse attire, devoid of vests, instantly identifying them as 3 genin. After scrutinizing each other for approximately 2 seconds, Unconscious reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, swiftly drawing 2 kunai. With a flick of his arms, first right then left, he hurled them at the young man above. After releasing the kunai from his right hand, he quickly retrieved another kunai, this one adorned with a circular grass ring, and launched it upwards in a sequence of 3. Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai held their kunai firmly, opting not to fire, but instead maintaining a vigilant stance, wary of the Leaf Ninja's allies. Clang, clang, clash. The Leaf Ninja deftly swung his long sword, deflecting 2 kunai, and with a graceful sidestep, evaded the final kunai launched by Unconscious. Boom. With a deft movement of his hands, an emblem was formed. A soft command echoed, and the third shuriken, adorned with a circular grass ring, erupted in a violent explosion. A dense, purple toxic mist enveloped a radius of 2 to 3 meters around the shuriken, consuming the Leaf Village ninja. Was this the resolution? Unintentionally. Wuxin gazed at the poisonous mist as it continued to spread, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. The dense, violet haze gradually permeated the air. Yet it also began to thin, enveloping half of the second floor before its color faded evermore. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the young Leaf Ninja, who had just moments ago been present, emerged from the window of the second-floor room, hoisting an elderly man with white hair upon his right shoulder. He leaped directly over the heads of Wuxin and his companions, his left hand covering his mouth and nose, seemingly affected by the toxic vapor. The mission objective? Unintentionally, the three individuals raised their heads, gazing at the Leaf Ninja who boldly leaped overhead, accompanied by the elderly man with white hair he carried. Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai, their knees slightly bent, leaped without hesitation, skillfully intercepting the Leaf Ninja. Their kunai struck with precision, embedding themselves into the front and back of the ninja's torso. As Gue Dengmai reached out to grasp the elderly man, a sudden explosive sound echoed, and both the Leaf Ninja and the old man dissipated into smoke, accompanied by a piercing rush of air. Oh no! The expressions of the two airborne figures changed dramatically. From the second floor of the villa, a massive four-pointed windmill flew forth, hurtling towards Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai with alarming speed. The sheer size of the windmill suggested it could slice the two in half. On the ground, Wu Xian's gaze sharpened. He swiftly launched two kunai, accurately striking the windmill and altering its trajectory, allowing it to narrowly miss both Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai, thus saving them. Just after unleashing the kunai, Wu Xian suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his skin. With a deft jump and a tuck of his abdomen, he formed the hand seals he was most familiar with. In a sudden rush of air, a colossal wind-style shuriken sliced through the air, skimming the ground and targeting Wu Xian's midsection, passing directly beneath him as he leaped. The shadow of the wind-style shuriken resembled a windmill. The windmill grazed Wu Xian's toes, scraping away a small piece of the ninja footwear before he recognized this jutsu. Swish, swish. As soon as Wuxin landed after a swift evasion, a gust of wind surged from both sides, and two Leaf Ninjas materialized beside him, brandishing sharp short blades. The sound of piercing flesh echoed, thud, hiss, as the blades penetrated his sides. The two ninjas, clad in leaf vests, were expressions of cold indifference. They bore similar physiques and attire, differing only in that one sported a black headscarf while the other had the lower half of his face wrapped in white bandages. Wuxin, struck by a lethal blow, appeared dazed, and in an instant transformed into a puddle of clear water that splashed onto the ground. A water clone? Impossible. The initially stoic expressions of the two Leaf Ninjas shifted to one of bewilderment. According to their strategy, this individual was meant to be undeniably doomed. The fierce combat transpired in mere flashes of lightning. Meanwhile, the two who had been lured, Kagami Mai and Mizuki, landed at the corner of the courtyard, slightly bending their knees before launching towards the ninjas who had attempted to assassinate Wuxin. In the corner of the courtyard, within a well, Wuxin, infused with chakra on his hands and feet, clung to the well's wall, slowly climbing to the opening to quietly observe the unfolding battle. That was close. I initially thought their targets were the airborne Kagami Mai and Mizuki, only to discover that the real target was me. Fortunately, I had noticed this well upon entering the courtyard. Otherwise, the water substitution technique is a skill in which Wuxin excels, requiring merely two hand seals to replace oneself with any nearby water within a 20-meter radius. This technique, often regarded as a life-saving ninjutsu, surpasses the rudimentary wooden stakes or other inconspicuous objects utilized in standard substitution methods, offering a far greater level of practicality. Had it not been for Wuxin's exceptional mastery of this life-preserving technique, he might have succumbed to the tactics of the Leaf Village ninja, concealed within a water well. Wuxin cautiously peeks out, quietly observing the battle unfolding in the courtyard, biding his time for the right moment. The two Leaf Village ninjas engaged in combat, clad in green vests, are at least of Chunin rank. The earlier strikingly handsome ninja, adorned with a forehead protector but lacking a bandaged mask, vanished under the shroud of Wuxin's toxic mist. It appears that the handsome ninja has gone into hiding. The earlier distraction involving the elderly white-haired man was a shadow clone, indicating he had not been incapacitated by the poisonous fog. Unintentionally observing for a brief moment, Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai found themselves in a perilous situation, as they were thoroughly overwhelmed in close combat by the Konoha ninjas. With an air of impatience, Wu Xian began to feel the pressure, all the while wary of the hidden Konoha ninja lurking in the shadows. His hands swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Ninjutsu, mist sensory technique. Utilizing the well water, a thin veil of mist gradually enveloped the courtyard, creating an otherworldly ambience that, while not obscuring vision, imparted an eerie feeling. Among the combatants in the courtyard, Shui Lian appeared the most beleaguered, her body marred with numerous wounds, flesh torn and exposed. Yet, gritting her teeth, she fought fiercely, refusing to yield against the much larger Konoha ninja with a bandaged face. Clang. Sizzle. Nearby, the kunai wielded by Ghost Lantern Mai was deftly deflected by the short blade of the Konoha ninja, cloaked in black. Seizing the opportunity, the black-hooded ninja slashed downward, a blade grazing across Ghost Lantern Mai's neck. A triumphant smile crept upon the lips of the Konoha ninja. Chapter 24. Mist Illusion Magic Prison. The black-hooded Konoha ninja's lips curled into a victorious grin. However, instead of blood, only a splash of clear water erupted from Ghost Lantern Mai's neck, reminiscent of a water clone. Simultaneously, her empty left hand positioned itself at her waist, mimicking the stance of a firearm, aimed directly at the cloaked ninja. Water iron cannon technique. As the Konoha ninja recognized the impending danger at the sight of the clear water, he reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward and twisting in midair to evade. The water iron cannon narrowly missed the side of the retreating Konoha ninja, piercing through his vest and leaving a crimson mark, yet it also created distance between them. Success. Just as the Konoha ninja landed, a gust of wind surged from behind, and Wu Xian, wielding a kunai, lunged forward to deliver a swift assassination attempt. In a moment of urgency, the black-hooded ninja pivoted, raising his right leg in a defensive stance akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, using his leg to block Wu Xian's lethal thrust. Thud. Without hesitation, the kunai pierced the black-hooded ninja's calf, striking true before withdrawing swiftly. Due to his height, the blow originally aimed at the vital kidney of the hooded Konoha ninja was thwarted by his raised leg, which seemed intent on retaliating with a kick. Consequently, the assassination attempt was redirected, resulting in the kunai impaling his calf. The injured black-hooded ninja let out a muffled grunt, but did not cry out in agony. Although his calf was now impaled by the kunai, impairing his mobility, he had successfully fulfilled his purpose of sacrificing his leg to shield himself from the attack. As he retreated, Without Heart swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch for weapons, slightly bending his knees. With arms outstretched to either side and kunai held reversed in hand, he lunged at the hooded ninja like a mantis, seeking to exploit the Konoha ninja's impaired movement and deliver a lethal blow. In tandem, the figure of Kirigakure's Matoi swiftly emerged from behind the hooded ninja, flanking Without Heart in their assault on the Konoha Nin. Suddenly, a flurry of kunai and shuriken shot forth from the shadows, forcing Matoi to retreat. In that instant, a shadowy figure wielding a glimmering long blade burst forth with alarming speed from the darkness, targeting Without Heart. More terrifying than the speed of his approach was the swift, lethal arc of the long blade, which promised to cleave him in two should it connect. Unperturbed by the clamor surrounding him, Wuxin found himself grappling with the weight of his predicament. The clash of weapons resonated in the air, and he was abruptly sent flying by the formidable strike of a long blade, leaving his arm tingling with a dull ache. In midair, Wuxin deftly hurled a shuriken towards his assailant, thwarting the pursuit, while simultaneously adjusting his posture as he descended. The absence of this adversary's presence had been anticipated. Once grounded, Wuxin relaxed his shoulders and arms, casting a glance at the striking leaf ninja before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. His sensory technique had failed to detect the concealed presence of this leaf ninja. Wuxin surmised that he must be tasked with safeguarding the target's evacuation, hence his unanticipated proximity. Unbeknownst to Wuxin, he had yet to unravel how this captivating leaf ninja had eluded his mist perception technique. A gust of wind surged from behind him, sending shivers down his spine. The strikingly handsome leaf ninja, whose previous surprise attack had failed, charged once more at Wuxin, joining forces with his comrades for a swift onslaught. Meanwhile, to the side, Water Lily was propelled through the air by a kick from a bandaged-faced leaf ninja, the force of which was so immense that it resonated with a dull thud. Seizing the opportunity, the bandaged ninja drew a shuriken with his left hand and hurled it towards Water Lily, who was airborne from the kick. In a desperate bid for survival, Water Lily adjusted her balance mid-air, executing a somersault to evade the attack before landing. However, a shuriken had embedded itself deeply into her left shoulder, staining her clothing with crimson, indicating that her left arm's mobility would undoubtedly be severely compromised. The bandage-faced ninja, initially poised to pursue and eliminate his weakened foe, caught sight of his comrade in a dire predicament. Just then, another ally launched a surprise attack, sending the previously surviving enemy from their lethal strategy crashing to the ground in front of him. With a short blade in hand, the bandaged ninja resolutely abandoned the feeble water lily and turned to ambush Wuxin from behind. After being forced back by the handsome ninja's weaponry, the scythe-wielding Mai of the Ghost Lamp was preparing to initiate a second wave of assault when she noticed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. As the lurking enemy revealed himself, after repelling Wuxin, this adversary coordinated seamlessly with his teammates to launch another round of relentless attacks, plunging Wuxin into a precarious situation. Mai's instinct urged her to draw her kunai for support, yet she suddenly recalled Wuxin's loathsome demeanor, causing her to halt after a hesitant step forward. With a sinister grin, she charged towards the injured black-scarfed ninja, choosing to ignore Wuxin's plight, allowing him to fend for himself. Meanwhile, in Wuxin's vicinity, the wind surged ominously from behind as the adept sword-wielding ninja lunged forward. Realizing he was caught between two attackers, Wuxin hurled a kunai towards the long-bladed ninja to impede his advance. With an eye seemingly sprouted at the back of his head, he deftly leaped to the left, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Thud! Humph! With a heart devoid of intention, a soft grunt escaped, despite a swift and agile evasion. An ambush from the rear right struck true, leaving a gash across the right side of the waist, flesh torn and blood flowing profusely. Had the evasion not been timely, the outcome could have been a bisected form. Ahead, the handsome ninja wielding a long blade, momentarily hindered by a shuriken, lunged once more at the unintentional target. The adjustment made in pursuit followed the path of the evaded direction. There was no time. It was over. With unintentional hands forming a seal, he gazed in terror at the long blade poised to strike his neck. Water release, mist, illusion, prison. In this critical moment of life and death, an eerie flurry of snowflakes began to dance through the courtyard, accompanied by the voice of Yamato, a jonin from the hidden mist village. The elegant ninja's long sword pressed against Wuxin's neck, slicing through skin, yet curiously halting its advance. The bandaged-faced ninja, launching another attack from behind, found a short blade mere inches from Wuxin's right side, suddenly frozen in place, standing motionless. As the ethereal snowflakes brushed against Wuxin's skin, an eerie chill enveloped him. While he observed two Konoha ninjas, their movements abruptly halted as though ensnared by a binding jutsu. Unable to suppress a gulp, he transformed into a puddle, scattering across the ground, and executed a water clone technique to conceal himself within a well. Within the depths of the well, beads of cold sweat trickled down Wuxin's forehead. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Even more strangely, a sensation of being frozen coursed through him, ice crystals beginning to manifest on his cheeks, and his body succumbing to an encasing frost from the top downwards. Unbeknownst to him, he was ensnared in the jinjutsu of the esteemed teacher Murayama Yudo. The primary objective of the illusion was not merely to ensnare him. Rather, it was to manipulate the chakra within his hands, inciting a tumultuous upheaval. Effortlessly, he dispelled the anomaly, watching as the ice upon his frozen visage melted away, restoring his senses. Without pause, he continued to unravel the jinjutsu. A verdant glow emanated from his right hand as he pressed it against the wound at his right side. Medical ninjutsu, healing technique. This healing technique, an A-rank medical ninjutsu, serves as a prerequisite for mastering the sage art. Although it is a foundational technique, the healing technique itself is classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, placing it within the realm of Chunin-level abilities. Chapter 25, The Emergence of Malice. While the healing technique may not possess the instantaneous efficacy of the sage art, it facilitates the cellular regeneration of the wound, achieving a rate of healing that, within a certain time frame, could arguably warrant the title of sage art. The unintentional healing technique staunched the bleeding from the wound, leaving it marred with scabs. Upon ceasing the healing process, Wuxin retrieved a bandage to wrap around the abdomen. He then crawled to the well's edge, peering out to observe the scene. In a brief moment, the skirmish in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. 3-leaf village ninjas, clad in vests, bore at least 8 shuriken embedded in their bodies, bloodied and leaning against one another for support, their appearance quite dismal. Opposite the Leaf Ninjas, Murayama Yudo held the severed head of an elderly man with white hair, while behind him, Kaido assisted Swearin, unintentionally encountering a fresh force. Particularly the elite shinobi Murayama Yudo brought a sense of relief. He leaped from the well and approached Murayama Yudo from behind. Among the three handsome Konoha ninjas, one, supporting his companion with his left hand while wielding a long blade firmly planted in the ground with his right, cautiously regarded Murayama Yudo and spoke in a low voice. The target we were tasked to protect has been slain by you, rendering our mission a failure. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Shall we end the confrontation here? Murayama Yudo, holding a severed head in his left hand and a kunai in his right, squinted as if deep in thought. In the realm of shinobi, when one side's mission fails, pursuing further combat truly lacks justification. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that these vanquished foes might seek to redeem themselves by eliminating their adversaries, thus restoring their honor. As the Konoha ninjas awaited a response, their expressions grew increasingly vigilant. The ninja with the black headband spoke again. Our mission has failed, and there is no need for further conflict. We are willing to offer 50 explosive tags as a token of peace, ensuring that we shall not go back on our word. The bandaged-faced ninja on the left remained silent, fixated intently on Murayama Yudo and his companions. The Konoha ninjas displayed both wariness and a hint of anxiety, anticipating Murayama Yudo's reply. Should negotiations falter, they would be compelled to fight to the death, like cornered beasts. Murayama Yudo remained silent, enveloping the scene in an eerie stillness, while the three Konoha ninjas began to exhibit resolve in their eyes. 50 explosive tags, you say? Very well. Upon their delivery, you shall depart from this place. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, Murayama Yudo ultimately consented to cease hostilities. The mission had been accomplished, the opposing side had yielded, and no one from their ranks had perished. Continuing the fight indeed served no purpose. Even AJ Nin could not guarantee against a downfall in the heat of battle. The three Konoha ninjas reached into their ninja tool pouches, producing the explosive tags and handing them to the bandage-faced ninja. He carefully stacked them and stepped forward gradually, placing the bundle at the midpoint between the two opposing parties before slowly retreating, facing Murayama Yudo and his group. Once the bandaged-faced ninja rejoined his companions, they began their withdrawal. Go check it out, Murayama Yudo instructed the Konoha ninja behind him, Kagaya in a hushed tone. Understood, she replied, advancing to pick up the explosive tags, inspecting each one meticulously before turning back to nod at Murayama Yudo, signaling that all was in order. With an absent-minded gaze fixed upon the visage of Kaido Mizuki, I recalled the moment when he was grievously wounded by a leaf ninja, his throat slashed. Yet the blood that splattered forth was but clear water. I also remembered his retaliatory strike with the water iron cannon, followed by my own covert assault. However, the most indelible memory was of that dashing ninja lurking in the shadows, as I found myself besieged from both sides, while Kaido Mizuki merely stood by, a cold observer to my plight. Swearin, a mere commoner among the lower ranks of ninjas, could be considered competent among the lower echelons across the nations of the ninja world. Yet, he was no match for the Chunin of the Leaf, and his struggle was one that I could comprehend. Kaido Mizuki surpassed Swearin in strength, and his indifferent demeanor during that critical moment was etched deeply in my mind. Kaido Mizuki. Unintentionally, Wu Xian murmured the name of Gue Dengmai. Although Wu Xian harbored a deep-seated disdain for Gue Dengmai, there was no desire to kill or harm him. Yet, at that very moment, Gue Dengmai found himself on Wu Xian's list of targets. The art of water transformation. Should the opportunity arise, it would be imperative to eliminate him and unveil the secrets of this mystical technique. With an absent-minded gaze, the enigmatic Zuki observed as Murayama to receive the explosive tags. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light. After accepting the tags, Murayama appeared to be in good spirits and softly remarked, "Thanks to your diversion of those three, I was able to eliminate the target with ease. The first step has been successfully accomplished. Now, we shall commence the second step, the destruction of this armory. In the storage room of the first floor, the client has placed flammable oil. We simply need to douse the armory in oil and set it ablaze. Each of you will take 5 explosive tags for the task of destruction." As he spoke, Murayama retrieved a scroll, sealing the head of the target, the ninja craftsman Mizuhiki, within it. He then distributed the explosive tags, akin to dispersing a monetary reward, giving each person 5 tags. The explosive tags, which detonated like a minor fire release ninjutsu, were highly practical ninja tools, priced at 3,500 ryo each in the Land of Water. However, it was said that in the Land of Fire, they were valued at 2,000 ryo each. The disparity in pricing stemmed from the differences in ninjutsu specialization between the two nations, while the Land of Water had few adept in fire release. The Land of Fire boasted many skilled practitioners. Consequently, only those exceptionally talented in fire release could craft these explosive tags, resulting in significant price variations between the two regions. The reward for a B rank mission ranged from 80,000 to 200,000 ryo, which, when divided, amounted to approximately 50,000 ryo per person. If an excessive number of explosive tags were consumed during a single confrontation, the mission would no longer be deemed worthwhile. Understood, responded the three, having received their supplies from Murayama Waito with utmost respect. Follow me. With the explosive tags distributed, Murayama Waito leaped forward towards the armory's workshop, with the three following closely behind. Wuxin and others entered the factory, retrieving a barrel of kerosene from the storage room. Several individuals carried the barrel, commencing to pour the flammable liquid within the munitions factory. The factory, a vast edifice, was divided into numerous production workshops. As Wuxin continued to pour, the kerosene eventually reached the entrance of the general manager's office. The general manager's office? Unintentionally, I noticed the large plaque on the door. It appeared that the office belonged to the general manager, who seemed to be the head of the task-oriented artisans. Without a second thought, Wuxin kicked open the door, carrying a bucket, and began pouring oil in the office. The blueprint for forging ninja tools in the forging village. As Wuxin poured oil near the desk, he cast a few glances at it, and, upon intending to oil the table, noticed the name inscribed on the scroll resting atop the desk. Unintentionally placing the oil barrel down, he picked up the scroll and approached the window, utilizing the moonlight to examine it. As the minutes passed, Wuxin found himself increasingly intrigued. After approximately 10 minutes, realization dawned upon him that he was still engaged in his task. He began to skim through the scrolls with remarkable speed, and upon completing his perusal, he carefully rolled them up and tucked them away. He then approached his desk, examining the array of papers and documents, collecting those he deemed valuable. After scavenging what he found useful, Wuxin knocked over the oil, opened the window, crouched on the sill, ignited a lighter, and tossed it inside before leaping away. The armory erupted into a fierce blaze, illuminating the night sky as guards and staff rushed in with buckets to combat the inferno. Chapter 26. The craft of the shinobi knight had fallen in the Fish Ocean Town Inn, where Wuxin and his companions returned to their room after a busy day, preparing to deliver the head of the craft shinobi leader to their employer the following morning. By the window in their room, Wuxin held the craft shinobi scroll he had procured from the armory, intently studying it in the moonlight. The scroll detailed a man named Mizuho, a 70-something craft shinobi who had once been among the elite of the craft village in the Land of Crafts, which had monopolized weaponry and tools in the shinobi world, amassing great wealth. However, this wealth and monopoly had rendered the village vulnerable, leading to its destruction at the hands of unidentified ninjas. The manual on the forging techniques of ninja tools, held by Wuxin, outlines the essential skills of the craftsman from the Land of Artisans. It encompasses numerous methods for the creation of unique ninja tools, such as armor capable of absorbing chakra, swords that can manipulate fierce winds and flames, and chains that can extend and retract at will. In essence, it records an array of extraordinary crafting techniques, alongside the ninjutsu and seals passed down through the artisan's realm. For Wuxin, who lacks extensive research in ninjutsu, this holds considerable reference value. If only he could employ the mind-reading technique to access the memories of the artisan chief, Mizuhira. After perusing the artisan scrolls, Wuxin's thoughts drifted towards the notion of extracting the memories of the artisan leader. In the room, Mizuhira, battered and bruised, lay with medicinal bandages wrapped around his wounds, resting against the tatami mat with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Koizumi Mai curled up on the tatami, her eyes shut, breathing steadily. Unconsciously, Wuxin cast a fleeting glance at Guizhong Mai, feeling a sense of wariness towards her teammate. Even after the mission was accomplished, Wuxin dared not succumb to a deep slumber without vigilance. Approaching the tatami, she cleared her mind, closed her eyes, and entered a state of light rest. The rhythmic sounds of breathing in the room, accompanied by the gentle rays of sunlight, gradually roused the three individuals. As dawn broke, they arose to freshen up, and under the guidance of Murayama Yudo, they enjoyed breakfast together. As Murayama Yudo prepared to settle the bill at the front desk, Wuxin's thoughts stirred. prompting her to address him. Yudo-sensei, there's no need for you to personally deliver the task's objective to the client and collect the final payment. This trivial matter can easily be managed by me. The onsen beside the inn would be perfect for alleviating fatigue. An onsen this early in the morning? Murayama Yudo halted in his tracks, his brows furrowing slightly upon hearing the word onsen. He turned to glance at Wushin, and his expression shifted to one of amusement as he replied, that makes sense. You and Mizuhana can go together. The mission has concluded, so take some time to relax and return early for a communal bath. After a proper rest, we shall resume our journey back to the village. Just as he was about to head to the front desk, Murayama Yudo retrieved a scroll from the tactical pocket of his vest and handed it to Wushin before departing the inn and entering a nearby establishment named Goddess Onsen. Water Lily and Guizhong Mai exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain about Wushin's actions. With a casual glance at Mizuhana, I softly inquired, "Shall we depart, Mizuhana?" "Certainly." Mizuhana was quite earnest regarding the task entrusted to her by Murayama Yudo, and she followed me out of the inn. As we traversed the streets of Fish Ocean Town, the townsfolk appeared unfazed by the presence of ninjas adorned with headbands. On our way out of Fish Ocean Town, I observed numerous ninjas sporting headbands of various colors, including those from the Cloud, Hot Spring, and even Rain-hidden villages. Typically, the ninja villages of each nation refrain from accepting assassination missions within their own territories to avoid destabilizing their homeland. Thus, assassination tasks are predominantly entrusted to foreign ninjas, such as myself and my companions, who were summoned to carry out such endeavors in the land of the sea. Wushin and Shualian departed from the bustling Yuyang town, traversing the road southward toward the munitions factory of their client, Keitar Nishihira, which lay less than 10 kilometers from the town. The pair hastened their pace, swiftly arriving at the factory. After Wushin explained their purpose to the guard, albeit with a hint of skepticism, went to seek confirmation from the factory owner, Keitar Nishihira. Upon receiving the necessary mandate, the guard escorted Wushin and Shualian to Mr. Nishihira's office. Inside the office, Wushin was greeted by their task's patron, Keitar Nishihira. He was a rather short man, portly and rotund, resembling a fleshy sphere as he settled into his chair. "What a pleasure to meet you, esteemed ninjas. Have you fulfilled my request?" Mr. Nishihira's demeanor was gentle, exhibiting a certain elegance that contrasted with his corpulent physique, and he did not underestimate Wushin and Shualian due to their youth. "Mr. Nishihira, we have successfully completed the task you entrusted to us. Please take a look." With a nonchalant tone, he softly replied, retrieving a storage scroll from within his garment. He unfurled the scroll upon the desk of Nishihara Jinru, and with deft movements of his hands, he formed several seals, placing his right hand upon the scroll. In an instant, a resounding pop echoed, accompanied by a plume of smoke, and the visage of a white-haired elderly man materialized upon the scroll. Nishihara Jinru was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the disembodied head, and after scrutinizing it for a moment, he recognized it to be the severed head of the notorious leader of the craftsmen, Mizuhiko. His voice trembled slightly as he uttered, "Enough, enough. I have already received the news of the fire at the Takahara Armory last night. You have brought Mizuhiko's head as well. Please, take it away. I appreciate your efforts." Despite having commissioned the task himself, the grotesque sight of the head before him instilled a sense of dread within Nishihara Jinru. Unintentionally startled by the sight of the client's severed head, Wu Xian carefully sealed the gruesome trophy back into the storage scroll. With a solemn tone, he declared, "Since we have confirmed the matter beyond doubt, our task concludes here. Mr. Taro, please proceed with the payment of the remaining sum." Of course," replied Nishiwara Kotaro, his face a mask of politeness, as he gestured for Wu Xian and his companion to step outside the office and wait briefly. "I shall fetch it for you shortly." Without inquiring about the reasons, Wushin and Shualian turned and exited the office, waiting at the door. In less than 2 minutes, Kataru Nishio emerged from the office, carrying a box. He handed it to Wushin, who appeared to be in charge, and smiled as he said, "Ladies, please take a moment to verify its contents." Unintentionally, Wu Xian received the box and opened it, while he and Xue Lian began to count the banknotes on the spot. Nishikawa Kotaro observed the two with a serene smile, displaying no concern whatsoever. Wushin and Xue Lian swiftly completed the inventory check, and upon confirming the accuracy of the figures, Wushin softly remarked, "There are no discrepancies in the amount. Thank you for your patronage." After saying this, she picked up the box, waved goodbye to Shipugung Taro, and turned to leave. Wushin and Shualian made their way back along the same path. As they traversed the forest, Wuxin paused, presenting the cash box to the perplexed Shuilian. Shuilian, I have a few matters to attend to. Please wait a moment. Huh? Shuilian accepted the box, her confusion evident. With no intention to explain, Wuxin withdrew the storage scroll and extracted the severed head of the white-haired craftsman, ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. Chapter 27, Banana Leaf in the town of Yuyang, during midday. Wuxin and Water Lotus returned after collecting the bounty for the head, reuniting with Jonin Murayama Yudo and teammate Ghost Lantern Mai. The group set forth on their journey back to the Hidden Mist Village. Departing from Yuyang, as dusk approached, they arrived at a quaint coastal town in the northeastern part of the Land of Water. As night fell, Captain Murayama Yudo secured accommodations, booking 2 rooms and handing the keys to Water Lotus, who stood closest to him. He spoke in a low tone, "You have the evening to yourselves. We shall depart at 8 tomorrow morning. If you feel fatigued, rest at the inn. However, should you venture out, do not stir up trouble. Be mindful of the gathering time. Those who are late will face consequences." Murayama Yudo conveyed his instructions for the evening, his final words regarding consequences lingering in the air, directed pointedly at Wuxin. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. Wuxin, however, regarded Murayama Yudo's warnings with indifference. Water Lotus and Ghost Lantern Mai had accompanied him on missions for nearly 2 years, while Wuxin was a recent addition to the team, hence the captain's particular admonitions. Well, if I'm not in the room tonight, I will likely be at the nearby bathhouse or another establishment. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not seek me out. With that, Murayama Yudo stepped into his private quarters. The tense mission had concluded. On their return journey, it was time to rest and indulge. The life of a ninja was inherently fraught with pressure, and the art of proper rest and stress relief was a vital skill. Wuxin followed Water Lily into the room. Placing his backpack upon the table, he gazed at her and softly remarked, "I may return rather late tonight. If possible, please leave the door ajar for me." "Oh, are you going out?" Water Lily inquired, her surprise evident. A few seconds elapsed as Wuxin diligently sprayed mosquito repellent, indicating his disinterest in responding. Water Lily continued gently, "We want to be going out tonight. Just knock upon your return and rest assured." Unintentionally, Wuxin nodded and turned to exit the room. Inside, Guiding Mai and Shui Lian exchanged glances, perplexed about Wuxin's sudden departure. The 2 of them, being 2 years senior to Wuxin and just over 11 years of age, had spent most of their time in previous missions delving into the study of ninjutsu whenever they had the opportunity. Unlike Murayama Yudo, who frequently visited establishments of ill repute and casinos, they had yet to reach adulthood. Upon exiting the inn, without any intention of wandering the streets, I departed from the coastal town and made my way towards the forest to the southwest. The climate of this maritime nation is pleasantly temperate, and within the woodlands to the southwest of the harbor town, clusters of banana trees flourish. Unconsciously, one gleaned from the memories of the artisan Shinobi Mizuhiko the geographical features and circumstances of this place. In accordance with the recollections of Mizuhiko and the scroll detailing the techniques for forging ninja tools from the Shinobi Village, with a heart unburdened, he prepared to pluck several large leaves from the banana grove, intent on forging a fan-shaped ninja tool capable of harnessing the art of wind release. According to the forging guidelines of the Craft Ninja Village, the wind release tool is shaped like a sword and is known as the Peacock Twin Swords. The Peacock Twin Swords can unleash techniques such as wind release, spiral gale, wind release, wind reversal, and wind release, wind slash, all of which are esteemed ninjutsu passed down through the Craft Ninja Village. Wind release, spiral gale manifests as a formidable whirlwind, while wind release, wind reversal allows one to deflect an enemy's wind release techniques back at them. Wind release, wind slash enables the manipulation of wind to create sharp, slicing wind blades. Wuxin found himself somewhat intrigued by this ninja tool. Possessing only water-based chakra, he could effortlessly perform jutsu solely from the Swait-Un, Water Release, series. Other elemental techniques required additional assistance, while it was possible to master different elemental jutsu through diligent training. Having a tool capable of controlling elemental ninjutsu would certainly prove to be a more convenient method, simultaneously enhancing Wuxin's overall abilities. Moreover, there existed a banana grove nearby, and the chief craftsman, Water Tiger, had contemplated transforming the design of the Peacock Twin Swords into a fan, exploring suitable materials for its creation. The bananas from the Land of Water were recognized by Water Tiger as viable materials, and this particular species of banana thrived only in the land of fire, the land of wind, and other nations situated at a similar latitude. As for maritime nations, it was known that only the land of water possessed them. Wuxin recalled never having encountered the name of such a plant in the land of water. If he did not gather some banana leaves this time, he could not predict when he would return to the land of water again. Under the moonlight, Wuxin moved gracefully, navigating through the forest, swiftly transitioning from the towering trees to a thicket of low shrubs. Not far from the thicket, a small stream babbled gently. The banana trees must be here. Standing between 2 and 4 meters tall, the banana trees appeared relatively short compared to the neighboring giants that soared to heights of 20 or 30 meters. Nevertheless, despite their diminutive stature, the banana trees boasted impressively broad leaves, some extending 2 to 3 meters in length. Wuxin wandered through the dense grove of banana trees, observing the abundant foliage. Many of the trees bore fruit resembling bananas, yet this wild bounty held no allure for Wuxin. The jungle teemed with mosquitoes, fortunately. Before embarking on this journey, Wuxin had applied mosquito repellent, or else he would surely have been besieged by bites. This leaf is quite remarkable. Unintentionally, I found myself observing in the jungle, where my gaze was drawn to a banana tree adorned with a leaf of strikingly pleasing shape. This leaf, resembling a flat gourd, measured approximately 3 meters in length, while its robust petiole appeared remarkably sturdy. In comparison to the other irregular foliage, its aesthetic allure aligned perfectly with my discerning taste. Wuxin unsheathed a kunai and deftly severed the leaf from its base with a few swift strokes, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. The leaf was larger than Wuxin himself, and after a careful assessment, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The craftsmanship involved the use of the wind escape technique, harmonizing with the tools of the shinobi. By channeling chakra, the intricate seals of the ninjutsu were inscribed upon the tools, subsequently secured with tung oil and lacquer, infused with a touch of chakra-infused metal. With a fleeting thought, I reviewed the forging methods of attribute ninja tools in my mind. Although I felt a surge of eagerness, my current supply of materials was insufficient. Thus, I retrieved a storage scroll from my pocket and sealed a handful of banana leaves within it. I decided to gather a few more leaves to avoid the inconvenience of making another trip should any leaves become damaged later. Unintentionally intending to depart, I reconsidered and decided to gather a few more broad leaves from the banana grove before leaving. Once again, I meandered through the lush foliage, selecting the ample leaves of the banana trees. Unconsciously, he failed to notice the leaves in the banana grove trembling, as if some creature was weaving through the trees. Unconsciously, a sense of alertness surged within, as chakra coalesced beneath my feet. I leaped aside onto the trunk of a banana tree, adhering to its slanted surface. Casting my gaze backward, did I perceive something amiss? With a furrowed brow, Wuxin sensed an unsettling awareness, as if something were fixating upon him. His cautious nature prompted him to form a seal with his hands. Misperception technique. In the midst of the banana grove, a delicate mist began to unfurl. Though it was thin enough not to obscure his vision, it spread around him like a second skin. In these desolate wilds, where no one would know if he perished, Wuxin dared not be negligent. He closed his eyes, delving earnestly into his exploration. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. What is this? What could it be? Without intention, the eyes flew open, and with a powerful push of the feet, the figure departed from its original position. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as a crimson tongue, over 10 meters in length, struck the banana tree where the figure had just stood. After the failed assault, it recoiled swiftly. The banana tree, hit by the tongue, trembled incessantly. Judging by its condition and the sound produced, the force of the tongue was formidable. With an unintentional grace, the soles of his feet were imbued with chakra as he alighted upon another banana tree nearby. His gaze was filled with vigilance, and in his hand, he clutched a kunai, which he launched forward. Whoosh! In the depths of the banana grove, a kunai ominously hovered in midair. Its form was no less than 10 meters in length, capable of cloaking itself. The technique of mist perception revealed a shape that resembled a lizard. Chapter 28. The Invisible Lizard. Wuxin gazed at the suspended shuriken, and with a ripple of color, a colossal green lizard materialized. Excluding its tail, the creature measured at least 10 meters in length. Its head alone was ample enough to engulf Wuxin's petite frame. The enormous lizard's eyes were clear and unclouded, regarding Wuxin as one would a mere mosquito, perceiving him as prey. With a swift motion, its crimson tongue lunged towards Wuxin, moving with a speed that rivaled the technique of instantaneous movement. The reaction speed of the Heartless was swifter, as the lizard's mouth opened in motion, It leapt away from the banana tree beneath its feet and dashed towards the nearby stream. This lizard, with its verdant skin, was already difficult to detect amidst the green forest, and it possessed the ability to alter its color, rendering itself physically invisible. Confronting it within the forest would undoubtedly be an act of folly. Unintentionally, he weaved and leapt through the banana grove, while behind him, the incessant rustling grew ever closer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The unintentional gathering of chakra coalesced in the soles of his feet, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him forward with the technique of instantaneous movement. With each leap or flash of movement, he traversed distances exceeding 10 meters, all the while hurling kunai affixed with explosive tags towards the rear. Without intention, one comprehended that without a counterattack, it would be impossible to evade the relentless pursuit of the lizard at their own pace. Its massive form moved with remarkable agility and swiftness. The lizard, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to discern the absence of peril, nimbly evading the thrown shurikens within the banana grove. Out of 3 thrown, 2 were deftly dodged, leaving only one to find its mark, embedding itself in the left shoulder. Amidst the leaping figures in the banana grove, one formed a seal with both hands and exclaimed, "Explode!" With a resounding boom, the grove was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and the green lizard's figure vanished from sight. Unintentionally, without a moment's pause, I deftly escaped from the banana grove, traversing the cobblestone riverbed until I reached the brook. With a gentle leap, I sprang onto the surface of the stream, my feet adorned with chakra, allowing me to stand upon the water without sinking. The distance between the banana grove and the brook was approximately 50 meters, shrouded in a delicate mist. Though the fog did not obscure my vision, it imparted a certain haze to the surroundings. The soft rustling of the cobblestones echoed beneath me as the mist sensed the approach of a lizard. I turned towards the direction of the lizard and beheld, suspended mid-air above the cobblestone riverbed, a bizarre orb of blood. How foolish! Unintentionally, Wuxing gazed at the pool of blood, aware that it belonged to the lizard wounded by the explosive talisman. Despite its injuries, this creature dared to pursue, even breaking through the jungle in its relentless quest. Although the technique of perception could detect such presences, it posed considerable challenges when confronting entities capable of concealment or invisibility. Perception resembled the unveiling of a dark curtain, revealing ordinary individuals or creatures as transparent forms of various hues, while chakra manifested as humanoid orbs of light. However, those adept in stealth techniques, be they ninjas or other beings, resembled crows amidst the shadows, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their presence without meticulous attention or a keen eye. Suddenly, a crimson rope emerged from the air, lunging towards Wuxing. Unwittingly, he stood by the brook, his hands forming intricate seals, leaping and dodging with agility. The lizard's tongue, akin to a whip, struck but missed, retreating only to strike again. His concentration was at its zenith. As the long tongue lunged for the 3rd time, he plunged directly into the stream, concealing himself beneath the water's surface. The lizard possessed an acute sense of smell and hearing, critical for its predation. Hidden below the brook, his scent was masked, and the incessant babble of the water rendered the lizard incapable of discerning his location. Suddenly, on the pebbled riverbed, a colossal green lizard, exceeding 10 meters in length and nearly 4 meters in height, emerged from its cloaked state. Blood oozed from its left shoulder, flesh torn and mangled. Clearly a consequence of a significant explosion, the lizard swiftly ascended to the bank of the stream, shaking its head vigorously, seemingly searching for him. Yet, the brook flowed endlessly. And in that moment, an anomaly arose. The water churned, and an eerie whirlpool began to form, slowly rising. With a swift motion, the lizard's long tongue shot forth, precisely aimed at the vortex's center, ensnaring something within its grasp before retracting rapidly. The lizard's tongue, both nimble and powerful, returned with nothing but a mass of water. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. With an unwavering heart, the waters encircling the figure swirled gracefully, accompanied by a gentle murmur. The spiraling currents steadily ascended, while the creek's water level rapidly diminished. Under the adept manipulation of the figure, the water coalesced into a serpent-like form, approximately 20 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in diameter. The upper half of this water serpent stood erect, with the figure positioned at its core. With a resounding roar, the water serpent, larger than a lizard, plunged ferociously downward, charging directly towards the great lizard. The lizard, sensing impending doom, attempted to pivot, displaying signs of retreat. However, its massive size hindered its maneuverability, and in the midst of its turn, it was violently struck by the swift water serpent. The lizard was sent tumbling sideways for 30 meters, propelled beyond the cobblestone riverbed, and landing on the grassy expanse not far from the forest. Dazed but determined, the lizard struggled to rise, lifting its limbs in an attempt to flee, though its movements were unsteady, as if it were ensnared by dizziness. The water dragon, manipulated without intent, soared from the brook, only to descend once more upon the lizard. The creature's back was struck by the water dragon, causing its midsection to collapse, while its head, limbs, and tail were lifted high, only to subsequently fall limply to the ground as if drained of all strength. Wuxin let out a deep sigh, as the dual impacts of the water jets transformed the area around the lizard into a shallow marsh. Standing upon the wet ground, Wuxin positioned himself before the head of the great lizard, gazing upward in appraisal. Perhaps in the next life, one should refrain from recklessly pursuing others. Unintentionally encountering a lizard that remained utterly still, I muttered to myself as I retrieved a kunai affixed with an explosive tag from my tool pouch. I circled the lizard once, striking it at crucial points, its forehead, neck, and limbs. With a satisfied clap of my hands, I approached the lizard's forehead. Farewell. After a perfunctory farewell, I formed a hand seal, poised to activate the explosive talisman to obliterate the lizard. However, I was taken aback to see its eyes wide open, glistening with clarity, exuding an aura of pitiful vulnerability, with what appeared to be tears at the corners. How curious. With a casual sigh, I halted my movements and observed the lizard's remarkably human-like expression of distress, unable to resist the urge to stroke my chin. Hey, do you still dare to eat me? The green lizard shook its head vigorously. Oh, you can understand me? Unintentionally, Wuxin beheld the lizard shaking its head, leaving him utterly astonished. Initially, Wuxin intended merely to jest with the creature before sending it off to reincarnation, but to his surprise, the lizard appeared to comprehend his words. As he observed the lizard nodding fervently, Wuxin's gaze grew somewhat vacant. For it was truly inconceivable that he would witness a plea for mercy and a display of submission upon the countenance of a mere lizard. With an absent-minded caress of his chin, he gazed upon the lizard that appeared to possess a semblance of intelligence, momentarily perplexed. While the beast could be destroyed without remorse, the thought of obliterating this wise creature seemed rather regrettable. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. Since you possess the ability to comprehend speech and exhibit a degree of intelligence, to slay you would render me heartless. However, the fact that you sought to prey upon me makes it fortunate that my skills and restraint are exceptional, allowing me to survive. Therefore, to release you so easily would be inconsistent with my character. With a slight pause in his careless words, he continued, would you be willing to atone for your sins and become my spirit beast? In the future, should you assist me in resolving troubles or achieving merit, I shall contemplate granting you your freedom. After Wuxin finished speaking, he gazed at the enormous lizard, whose eyes alone were half the height of Wuxin, listening with tears in a pitiful manner, unintentionally observing the lizard, which remained motionless, neither nodding nor shaking its head. I couldn't help but let the corners of my mouth curl upwards. A fierce glint shone in my eyes, and I involuntarily revealed a sinister smile before bringing my hands together. Allow me to send you on to your next life. Take heed in your next incarnation and refrain from pursuing others indiscriminately. At last, the lizard stirred, wildly shaking its head and then nodding repeatedly, unintentionally witnessing the scene. Wuxin felt somewhat perplexed, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the lizard's actions. Curiously, he inquired, what does this mean? Do you intend for me to be your spirit beast? The large lizard nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Chapter 29. Returned to the village in the early morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Wuxin, resting in the inn, gradually opened his eyes. Inside the room, Water Lotus and Ghost Lantern Ma rose to tidy their belongings. Wuxin, as if awakening from a dream, began to gather his luggage. Unconscious of time, I ventured out last night and returned in the early hours, my sleep having been rather scant. Yawning, I descended the stairs to gather with my companions. After checking out from our quarters, the quartet made its way to the dock, where we purchased tickets and boarded a vessel bound for the land of water. Although ninjas possess the ability to traverse water, the journey was long, and whenever the sea was involved, even the ninjas of the water country opted for boats. After several hours of sailing across the vast ocean, I rose from the cabin and ascended to the ship's deck. This marked my second experience aboard a vessel, and the briny sea breeze piqued my curiosity. As I gazed across the seascape, fish leaped from the water and birds glided gracefully, creating a scene teeming with vitality. Further in the distance, the ocean merged with the white clouds, presenting a picturesque view. Contemplating the beauty of nature, I couldn't help but reflect, if it weren't for murder and conflict, this world would indeed be a splendid place. Without strife and chaos, there would be no soil for our existence. The voice of Murayama Yudo resonated not far behind me, prompting me to turn in surprise. Murayama sauntered lazily to my side, leaning against the ship's railing. In response to his musings, I smiled softly and replied, "Indeed. Some hire ninjas to safeguard their enterprises, while others employ them for nefarious deeds. If we were to liken ninjas to weapons, their virtue or vice lies in the hands of the wielder. Should the user be inclined towards peace?" Wuxin chose not to continue speaking. For the conflicts of this world, even in the absence of ninjas, would still be borne by samurai or others, with common folk serving as foot soldiers to satiate the ambitions of rulers. The order of the world hinges upon those in power. The absence of formidable organizations like ninja villages would merely give rise to others, such as shogunates, and the nations of the ninja realm would continue their ceaseless strife. The existence of a powerful organization like ninjas governing a nation can be likened to a military regime, where governance is enforced through violence. And the fate of the nation is all too predictable. Wuxin, we are ninjas, we are instruments of war. And we have no say in these matters. Those who decide and ponder such things are the rulers, the upper echelons of our village. For us, without missions and without contracts, survival becomes a daunting challenge. Look over there, Uyama Haruto concluded, gesturing towards the left. Unintentionally, Wuxin turned to the left. Gazing at the sea behind the merchant vessel, where three large, dark shapes resembling ships appeared. The vessels were positioned at a considerable distance from one another. Straining his eyesight, Wuxin confirmed they were indeed three sailing ships. Each vessel bore the marks of age and neglect, their sails patched and worn. From afar, the sails of these ships were fully unfurled, harnessing the wind as they approached the merchant ship carrying Wuxin and his companions. Could they be pirates? Upon closer inspection, Wuxin felt a twinge of surprise. For the second time aboard a ship, he encountered individuals engaged in dubious enterprises. Pirates? They could certainly be regarded as marauders of the sea. However, we prefer to refer to them as buccaneers, those who flee from the strong yet prey upon the weak. Embodying the essence of maritime brigandage, Yamaguchi Isamu, upon spotting the pirate ships locking onto their merchant vessel, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. The vessels of the ninja world are rather peculiar, with some powered by steam and others, more advanced, utilizing internal combustion engines. Yet, there are still numerous antiquated sailing ships like this one. This particular vessel carried over 100 passengers, and it appeared the captain had not employed any ninjas, alas. It seemed the captain would soon face ruin. Before Wu Xin took a moment to admire the sea view from the ship's railing, he strolled around the deck, finding no trace of ninjas or other threats, which allowed him to appreciate the scenery. Murayama Yudo chuckled lightly, remarking, "Not every vessel can afford the luxury of ninja guardians." After we boarded, the captain refunded our ticket fees. When encountering pirates, we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Unintentionally, I found myself somewhat surprised. I had not anticipated that I would have to resume work on my journey back to the village. As Wuxin engaged in casual conversation with Murayama Hayato, the sailors aboard the ship began to move with urgency. Sailors and guards alike were bustling about, seemingly alerted to the presence of pirates and preparing for defense. A middle-aged man, adorned with a captain's hat and a full beard, accompanied by two guards, commanded the sailors on the deck. Upon noticing Murayama Hayato, who was clad in a ninja vest, he hastened towards him, exclaiming, Ninja Master, we have spotted pirates. Please, we implore you to lend your assistance." The captain bowed deeply, his posture humble, while his guards followed suit. "In our village of Mist, we strictly prohibit interference in conflicts unless on a mission," Murayama Hayato stated, turning to regard the three bowing men with a stoic expression and a deliberate tone. Hearing these words, the captain lifted his head, his expression one of desperation as he bit his lip and pleaded, "The profits from this voyage amount to approximately 50,000 ryo, Ninja Master. I am willing to offer the entire sum in exchange for your help." This last-minute appeal for assistance bore the weight of a C-rank mission's reward. Typically, the protocol in ninja villages involves the client commissioning the village, which then assigns a reward for the ninja who undertakes the task. Such direct appeals to a ninja are uncommon, bypassing the village's involvement altogether. "You are too kind, Captain," Murayama Hayato replied, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of the offered reward. 50,000 Rio will suffice to meet your request. Rest assured, we will execute our mission without allowing the pirates to inflict any harm upon your vessel. The captain was taken aback by the sudden shift in Murayama Hayato's demeanor, yet the acceptance of the task brought him a sense of relief. Thank you so much. Our sailors and guards will cooperate fully. For the captain, the ship represented his life's work, and investing 50,000 Rio to ensure the voyage's success was indeed worthwhile. After reaching an agreement, the captain swiftly departed with his 2 guards. With the task in hand, a smile graced Murayama Hayato's face as he turned to Wushin and whispered, "Wushin, pirates tend to bully the weak. Upon seeing a ninja's jutsu, they will likely flee. Please demonstrate your techniques." "Yes." Without a hint of reverence, Wu Xian responded. On the surface of the sea, 3 tattered sailboats pursued a merchant vessel for half a day and finally closed in. 2 pirate ships flanked the merchant ship, while another pirate vessel secured its stern with a grappling hook. The pirates aboard the 3 ships erupted into cheers, hastily erecting ladders and tossing ropes in a flurry of activity. As Wu Xian reached the stern, he formed a hand seal, channeling his ninjutsu, and exclaimed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." The sea surged, and a colossal water dragon, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length, emerged from the depths, charging directly towards the pirate ship at the stern. The pirates, having just completed their preparations to board and plunder, were caught off guard by the onslaught of the water dragon. They were swept away, many of them engulfed by the swirling waters. The great water dragon ravaged the ship, crashing into it before diving back into the sea and wreaking havoc upon another pirate vessel. "A water dragon! A monster! Run! This is ninjutsu! This is ninjutsu!" Cries of alarm erupted from the pirate ship. The ropes that had secured the merchant vessel and the ladders were hastily abandoned. The pirates adjusted their helm and changed course, devoid of any desire to fight, as the 3 pirate ships fled in separate directions, retreating in panic. To unleash a water technique upon the vast ocean was truly to be imbued with the strength of a tiger. The chakra expenditure was less than a third of the usual, yet its power had multiplied manifold, unconsciously manipulating the water dragon. He savored the insights gleaned from the practice of ninjutsu. After repelling 3 pirate ships, the marauders fled in disarray, and with a resounding roar, the water dragon plunged into the sea, vanishing from sight. Chapter 30. Chakra Iron. The morning sun bathed the hidden mist village in its golden light. In the residential area to the south, Wushin, having wiped away the sweat of his morning exercises, sat in the living room chair of his home, diligently counting a thick stack of banknotes in his hands. Wushin returned to the village yesterday evening, and after a night of restful slumber, he awoke with an eager anticipation to create a fan capable of harnessing the power of wind manipulation. The process of crafting this wind fan entails the melting of chakra metal and the intricate carving of inscriptions. The legendary chakra metal is notoriously expensive, and Wushin remains unaware of its precise cost as he meticulously counts his assets. The inheritance left by his parents amounts to nearly 4 million taels, supplemented by a generous compensation of 5 million taels bestowed upon him by Master Yuan. Additionally, his recent endeavors in 2 missions have garnered him a reward of 80,000 taels. The B-rank tasks undertaken by the village's valiant warriors typically offer a full bounty of 200,000 taels, of which Wushin could only claim 40,000. With a total of 9 million taels at his disposal, surely even the most exorbitant chakra metal would not be beyond his reach. After finishing the count of the banknotes absent-mindedly, Wushin murmured to himself as he rose, returning the notes to the safe. He then donned his casual attire and stepped out of the dwelling, making his way to the village's ninja tool shop. Upon exiting, Wushin swiftly navigated through several streets, adeptly arriving at the entrance of a store named Takeuchi Weaponry. Takeuchi Weaponry, one of the ninja tool shops located at the southern edge of the village, was not far from Wushin's home and was a place he frequented often. Wushin stood before the entrance of the store, gazing up at its name. For reasons unbeknownst to him, ever since graduating from that harrowing ordeal as a genin, he had developed an unsettling sense of estrangement towards all that was once familiar. "Hey, Wushin, why are you lost in thought? What do you intend to purchase this time?" The counter of Takeuchi Weapons Shop blocked the entire entrance, and the proprietor, Taro Takeuchi, greeted the somewhat dazed Wushin from the center of the counter. "Ah, Uncle Taro." Unintentionally, he heard the voice of the shopkeeper, bringing his wandering thoughts back to the present as he strode purposefully to the counter. The walls of the store were adorned with an exquisite array of merchandise: shurikens, longswords, iron hammers, great axes, nunchaku, kunai, throwing stars, sealing scrolls, and explosive tags, all displaying an impressive variety. Among these, the shurikens were particularly abundant. Available in various lengths, shapes, and sizes, glimmering with a cold light that suggested their formidable sharpness. Without a care, Wuxin stood outside the counter, casting a glance at the assortment of ninja tools within the shop. As usual, there was nothing new to behold. His gaze then shifted to the proprietor, Tarokuchi, who was seated in the center of the counter. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Uncle Taro, I wish to purchase some chakra metal. Do you have any in stock?" "Ah, chakra metal? Indeed, we have it, of course," replied Taro Takeuchi. "My weapon shop, renowned for its extensive inventory, could hardly lack such items. Just a moment, please." As he spoke, Taro rose from his seat and approached the wall adorned with numerous ninja swords. He retrieved a short sword from its hanging place and returned to the counter. "Here, Wuxin, take a look. This is a chakra weapon," he said, drawing the short sword and holding it aloft with one hand. As he spoke, a brilliant blue aura of chakra emanated from the blade. Is it truly this effortless to materialize chakra? Unconsciously, he gazed at the azure glow emanating from the chakra short sword, feeling a sense of astonishment within. The manifestation of chakra into a distinct shape is no trivial feat, what do you think? This is a chakra weapon. My merchandise here is quite comprehensive. Ha ha ha. After approximately 10 seconds of channeling chakra into the short sword, Takeuchi Taro's face displayed signs of fatigue, and he ceased the chakra transmission. The sword returned to its ordinary state, appearing as a solid, dark blade. Takeuchi Taro placed the sword on the counter, a warm smile gracing his features as he continued. "Unconsciously, you are one of my regular patrons. This sword comes at a steep price. However, I've heard you have graduated as a genin. This sword should serve as your first chakra weapon. As an uncle, I shall offer it to you at a half-sell, half-gift price of 4 million ryo." Wuxin, upon encountering the chakra weapon, wore a smile that lingered until he heard Tarokuchi's offer of 4 million taels, at which point his expression gradually faded. Merchants are driven by profit, and it is likely that a weapon of such exorbitant price would not remain in stock for long. After a moment of contemplation, Wuxin did not feel elated by Taro's half-hearted concession. Instead, with a slightly troubled countenance, he softly responded, "Uncle Taro, what I seek is chakra iron, the raw material. Not this crafted weapon." Wuxin reiterated his demands, emphasizing that he sought chakra metal, not chakra weapons. Taro Takeuchi's smile faltered, and he sheathed the short sword. "Chakra iron? You are referring to the metallic substance capable of transmitting chakra, correct? We do have some." Taro Takeuchi placed the chakra short sword beneath the cabinet, then retrieved a block of dark metal, roughly the size of a brick, and set it upon the table. "Is this the chakra metal you speak of?" Unperturbed by the sight before him, Wuxin grasped a piece of iron, channeling his chakra into it with effortless grace. The iron block began to emanate a radiant blue glow. Infused with his energy, Wuxin was taken aback by the luminous display. It felt as though he were holding not mere metal, but his own chakra arm. The high cost of this material was indeed justified. It was, without a doubt, a remarkable conduit for chakra. How splendid! Unintentionally, Wuxin confirmed the distinctive properties of materials that conduct chakra, growing increasingly satisfied with his examination. This chakra-infused metal, of course, commands a steep price. A mere piece demands 3 million ryo. How could one expect it to be anything less? Taro Takeuchi spoke softly. As his weapon shop catered primarily to the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, those cold-hearted assassins, whose demands for weaponry are exceedingly rigorous. Nevertheless, even among them, the number of individuals willing to procure such exorbitantly priced arms remains exceedingly rare. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of this ninja blade, forged from chakra metal, it ultimately remains a mere weapon. As a weapon, it is subject to wear. The more intense the battle, the swifter the degradation, thus shortening its lifespan. Consequently, very few ninjas opt for weapons crafted from such costly chakra metal, choosing instead to purchase kunai and explosive tags. A kunai priced at 300 ryo pales in comparison to chakra weapons, which are measured in 10,000 ryo units. Affordable and durable weaponry reigns supreme in the ninja community, as high costs do not align with their practical choices. 3 million ryo indeed. Wuxin held the chakra iron with a contemplative air, murmuring softly to himself. He pondered how to skillfully etch the molten metal onto the leaves of the banana fan. The weight of this chakra iron was substantial, and regarding the control of temperature to prevent the chakra metal from scorching the fan leaves, Wuxin had acquired the essential techniques through his mind-reading abilities. The price of chakra metal was exorbitant, and for Wuxin, this was already the lowest offer. If the raw materials were not utilized effectively, they could easily go to waste. I would advise you to use that short sword. It has been crafted by an experienced old artisan and is of exceptional quality. Takeuchi Taro suggested softly. As the prices of chakra metal and weaponry were steep, he had been holding on to this inventory for a while, eager to sell the goods for cash to avoid straining his finances and impacting future purchases. Unintentionally overhearing the conversation, he nodded slightly and replied, "No, I wish to forge it myself, Uncle Taro. If you could provide a forging space and assist me in melting this piece of chakra iron, I would like to give it a try." Without a word, Wuxin placed the chakra iron back onto the counter. "A forging workshop? I have one in my yard. However, are you certain you wish to forge it yourself? You must consider carefully, for failure in forging could result in a substantial loss. 3 million ryo is, for you." Takeuchi Taro was well aware of Wuxin's capabilities, the prodigy of Kirigakure, endowed with extraordinary talent, and the sole survivor of the tragic incident during the Genin graduation. Although born into a ninja family, 3 million ryo is certainly not a trifling sum for Wuxin. Upon hearing that Takeuchi Taro's home possessed a forging room, Wuxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Uncle Taro has a forging room, then that settles it. 3 million ryo. I shall return to fetch the money. Without a word, Wu Xian turned and hurried home. Chapter 31. The Wind Escape Treasure. "Uncle Taro, is this your home?" Unwittingly following behind Takeuchi Taro, Wuxin observed the latter's residence, or rather, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a mansion. The courtyard, aside from the dwelling, boasted a forge and a training room among other structures, a stark contrast to Wuxin's own humble abode. Operating a modest tool shop for ninjas, he possessed only a meager amount of assets. Thus, there was no need for such astonishment. Takeuchi Taro, wearing a warm smile, guided Wuxin into the forge. The forge was equipped with an array of tools, and the materials were conveniently stored in the adjacent materials room, ready for immediate use. In that moment, Wuxin comprehended that, in any world, those who dealt in weapons and armaments were invariably wealthy merchants. "Wuxin, I shall assist you in smelting iron. Once the chakra-infused iron is melted, you must complete the forging swiftly," Takeuchi Taro instructed, as he rummaged around the forge, igniting the coal and bellows beneath the anvil, causing the temperature within the forge to gradually rise. "Understood." Unintentionally, he nodded in response, retrieving a storage scroll from his sleeve and summoning banana leaves. Upon witnessing this, Takeuchi Taro cast chakra-infused metal into the furnace, igniting the smelting process. Although this was Wuxin's first attempt at forging a magical artifact, marked by a degree of clumsiness and inexperience, he remained remarkably calm and composed, quietly observing the industrious efforts of Takeuchi Taro. After an extended period of forging, both Wuxin and Takeuchi Taro found themselves drenched in sweat from the intense heat within the workshop. "Pour it into the mold," Takeuchi Taro exclaimed, as he transformed the chakra iron into a molten metallic liquid and poured it into the mold. Wuxin nonchalantly retrieved a small vial from his pocket, uncapped it, and poured the liquid within into the mold containing the molten red chakra metal. As Wuxin executed this motion, the crimson liquid appeared to intensify in temperature, billowing forth thick clouds of white smoke. Unperturbed by the white smoke, Wuxin retrieved a slender stick, even finer than a chopstick, from within his garments. He immersed the stick into the crimson liquid, stirring it to infuse it with the chakra-infused metallic essence. Afterward, he withdrew the stick and began to inscribe upon a banana leaf. Beside him, Takeuchi Taro was captivated by Wuxin's unique forging technique, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wuxin's actions. Unconsciously, he grasped a slender stick, inscribing and painting upon the verdant leaves. The diminutive stick was smeared with the molten red liquid of chakra metal, exuding a steamy warmth that suggested an exceedingly high temperature. Yet, curiously, it inflicted no harm upon the foliage. What an extraordinary forging method, Taro Takeuchi marveled. For that chakra metal liquid, should it even touch a tree, would likely sear through it. Yet, under the deft handling of Wuxin, it exhibited an inexplicable lack of potency. With a solemn expression, Wuxin continued his work after the chakra-infused metallic liquid had been exhausted from the slender iron rod. He dipped it into a nearby mold, stirring and contaminating it before resuming his intricate drawings. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wuxin finally paused. At that moment, the edges of the emerald banana leaf in his grasp were adorned with numerous patterns and inscriptions, radiating a crimson glow reminiscent of molten rock and liquid metal. The shape of the banana leaf, when viewed from above, resembled a gourd. Wuxin set down the short rod and began to form seals with his hands. After approximately 40 seals, he separated his hands, gripping the handle of the fan. As Wuxin channeled his chakra, the red light along the fan's edges surged once more. It was effective. I could perceive the extension and transmission of chakra, as well as the elemental quality of wind. After inadvertently imprinting the wind-release ninjutsu of the Land of Crafts, I utilized chakra sensing to confirm within myself the feasibility of the crafting technique for the Water Tiger Ninja tool, as experienced by the crafting ninja. Unconsciously, he flipped the fan in his hand and placed it upon the table, resuming his intricate carvings. Both sides of the wind escape fan required embellishment. He had completed one side, and, feeling confident in his progress, eagerly began to work on the other. 10 minutes elapsed, and at last, his meticulous engraving was finished. The fan, adorned with leaves of the banana tree and a gourd shape, displayed red patterns that, as the engraving concluded, seemed to cool, gradually transforming into a deep black. Akin to a pictorial script, the creation was complete. As the magma-like hues faded, he exhaled a long breath. Are you truly applying such precious chakra metal to merely decorate a fan? Although I am uncertain how you managed to prevent the molten chakra metal from seeping through. This seems a lamentable waste. Taro Teuchi, the owner of the ninja tool shop, observed with a twinge of discomfort and confusion as he witnessed Wuxin spend 3 million taels on chakra metal, not for crafting swords or similar weapons, but merely to adorn a fan. While the embellishments of this fan were indeed unique, such as preventing the chakra metal from burning through, one could not help but question its utility. Could it truly serve as a weapon against foes? Is this not a splendid work of art, Uncle Taro? Just look at its form, admire the intricacy of its patterns. It is nothing short of perfection. Wuxin held a fan that towered over him, seemingly lost in reverie. This fan, plucked from the banana trees, bore a shape reminiscent of a flat gourd, adorned with enigmatic runes and imbued with an aura of wind. It was akin to the legendary artifact, the banana fan. Art. The corners of Takuchi Taro's mouth twitched. Wuxin noticed the defeated expression on Takuchi Taro's face. Feeling somewhat perplexed, after pondering for a moment, he said, Uncle Teuchi, may I borrow your yard to test the prowess of my fan? After Wuxin finished speaking, he held the fan in one hand, unable to conceal his joy as he exited the forge and entered the courtyard. The courtyard, adorned with numerous buildings and a plethora of lush greenery, is more aptly described as a hall, for its size is indeed considerable. Wuxin stood in the courtyard. Raising his fan as chakra surged through his body and into the fan. The black runes on the fan instantly illuminated with a molten crimson glow. Wind release, whirling tempest. With an indifferent sigh, he waved his fan, and with his motion, a tempest erupted in the courtyard, conjuring a tornado from thin air. The leaves of the verdant trees were swept away, dancing amidst the swirling vortex. The chakra transmitted without intention is limited. By regulating the consumption of chakra, one can manipulate the potency of ninjutsu. Moreover, the fan possesses the remarkable ability to conserve chakra, in contrast to the conventional execution of ninjutsu. This treasured fan enables the wielder to unleash more formidable wind-based techniques with significantly less chakra. Wind release, wind reversal. Unperturbed, Wuxin once more wielded the fan, uttering a soft command as the ferocity of the whirlwind intensified, sweeping forth not only through the courtyard, but also conjuring a tempest along the streets. Fortunately, Taro Teuchi's residence was situated in a secluded area, devoid of passers-by. Otherwise, such a display might have drawn the scrutiny of the law enforcement. Having successfully experimented with 2 techniques of wind manipulation, Wuxin was exceedingly pleased. Caressing the fan, he gazed at a nearby grand tree and waved the fan again. Wind release, gale slash. A tempestuous gale intermingled with several sharp, azure-white wind blades, severing the tree into multiple segments. Ha ha, what a marvel! Wuxin, elated by the successful forging of his treasured artifact, raised the fan and gave it a gentle shake, causing it to inexplicably shrink to the size of a thumb. Wuxin, with an air of nonchalance, swallowed a fan the size of his thumb, concealing it within his mouth. In the realm of ninjas, numerous jutsu exist that can enlarge ninja tools. Naturally, there are also techniques to diminish them. The art of miniature ninja tools, belonging to the craft ninja school, was flawlessly inscribed by Wuxin onto the fan. Behind Wuxin, Taro Teuchi stood at the entrance of the forge, observing the experimental weapons with a somewhat dazed expression. Indeed, this was truly an art form. Chapter 32. Half a year later, Hidden Mist Village in the evening, at Takeuchi's weapon shop, Wuxin sat at the counter, resting his chin on his left hand while idly toying with a glimmering short sword in his right. Occasionally, he cast a glance at the clock hanging on the wall. Ever since Wuxin forged the wind-release treasure fan 6 months ago, Mr. Taro Teuchi, the proprietor of the weapon shop, was utterly astonished. As a weapon merchant, Takeuchi had keenly recognized Wuxin's potential and promptly offered him a lucrative position as the blacksmith for his store. As a lower-ranked ninja, Wuxin's workload was relatively light, and after careful consideration, he accepted the offer. This decision was primarily due to the exceptionally generous terms provided by Taro Teuchi, allowing Wuxin to use the store's ninja tools on credit without limit. As for repayment, it could merely be deducted at half price from the commission earned on the treasures Wuxin forged. For Wuxin, as a ninja, this was an offer too enticing to resist. Wuxin's primary responsibility upon joining was to forge weapons for Taro Teuchi. However, as weapon forging did not occur daily, he also served as a shop assistant at Takeuchi's weapon store. The wind-release treasure, named the Banana Leaf Fan, was exclusively sold at Takeuchi's weapon shop. After accounting for the necessary chakra metal, which amounted to approximately 1 million ryo in cost, each wind-release treasure fan was priced at 10 million ryo, with Wuxin earning a commission of 40% on the sale. The remaining 60%, encompassing raw materials and sales channels, was entirely managed by Taro Takeuchi. Where could Uncle Taro be? I still need to report to Teacher Yuyo. Unintentionally, Wuxin sheathed his short sword and glanced at the wall clock, feeling a stir within. Over the past 6 months, Wuxin had accompanied Murakami Yudo and successfully completed 2 B-rank missions, totaling 4 B-rank tasks since his graduation as a genin. The duration of a B-rank mission typically spans 1 to 3 months. Thus, Wuxin's completion of 4 such tasks in half a year cannot be deemed particularly swift. Yet it is certainly not slow. Just as Wuxin contemplated whether to close the door and retreat, the figure of Teuchi Taro finally made his appearance. "Oh, my apologies for the delay," Teuchi Taro exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, as if he bore delightful news. Unintentionally encountering Taro Teuchi's smile, he surmised something. However, feeling anxious about the summons from Masahiro Murayama, he hastily rose and exclaimed, "Uncle Taro, you have finally arrived. My Jonin instructor has summoned me for assembly. I must take my leave. The accounts are laid out on the table for your review. Should you have any uncertainties, I will reconcile them once I am finished." While carelessly conversing, I propped myself on the counter with one hand and effortlessly flipped over. "Wait, hold on. Aren't you curious why I am late? I have sold another banana leaf fan. Ha ha ha. The profit from this sale alone surpasses the total of those throwing stars for several months." A beaming Taro Takeuchi shared the joyous news with me. "Congratulations. Until we meet again." As Wuxin paused for a moment at Takemura Taro's call, he listened intently to the latter's words before responding. In an instant, he vanished, leaping away from the street. Takemura Taro's smile faltered, and as he gazed at Wuxin's retreating figure, he shook his head slightly. This child, truly. The figure of Wuxin darted swiftly across the rooftops, taking a shortcut to reach the assembly point. As dusk descended upon Wuyin Village, the twilight faded rapidly. In approximately 20 minutes, Wuxin arrived at the Dongya Hot Springs in the eastern part of Wuyin Village, where darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings and streetlights illuminated the path. Unintentionally, I strolled into the hot spring establishment, where I encountered my esteemed J-Nin instructor, Murayama Y2, seated on the sofa in the lounge, clad in a bathrobe. Teacher Wida glanced at the clock adorning the wall of the lounge, and a hint of exasperation crossed his face as he remarked, "You certainly have a knack for punctuality. Such is the wisdom imparted by my teachings." With a heart unburdened, Wuxin offered a compliment, influenced by Murayama Yudo, who meticulously timed every moment, never arriving even a minute early or late. Punctuality was his creed. Donning a bathrobe, they entered the male hot spring for a detailed discussion. Murayama Yudo rose to greet, making his way toward the curtain-marked male bathing pool. Inspired by Yudo, Wuxin had developed a fondness for the soothing ritual of soaking in hot springs. Swiftly changing garments in the locker room. Unlike other onsen establishments, Dongye Onsen featured numerous small compartments, as opposed to large communal pools where everyone mingled. In one private alcove, Murayama Yudo reclined in the hot spring, his head tilted back, a towel resting on his forehead, beside him a tray laden with sake and cups. Accompanying him were his teammates, Hozuki Mai and Mizu Lotus, both mirroring their mentor's posture, towels draped over their heads, embodying a unified appearance. "Yudo-sensei, are we being summoned for a mission?" Wuxin inquired softly as he stepped into the small bath, then leaned back in the warm water, emulating Murayama Yudo's relaxed demeanor. In the land of water, with its myriad streams and the perpetual mist enveloping the hidden fog village, the combination of drinking and soaking was a cherished pastime among the fog-dwelling ninjas. "No, this summons is not for a mission," Murayama Yudo replied quietly, removing the towel and pouring himself a cup of sake, savoring it with a contented sound. "Wuxin, it has been over half a year since your graduation, hasn't it? The village is hosting the CHNIN exams next month, and I have recommended you for participation." Upon hearing this, Mizu Lotus straightened, removing her towel to wipe her face, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "The CHNIN exams? Oh, how splendid. I can hardly wait for another opportunity." Hazuki-mai, upon receiving the news, adjusted her posture, while Mizu Lotus cast a solemn glance at Murayama Yudo, then at Wuxin, before turning to Mai with a serious expression, saying, "In the last CHNIN exam, I was fortunate to survive, but recalling the tragic fate of Mokomoto. Mokomoto perished during the exam, merely due to a lack of skill." Murayama Yudo interjected, his demeanor growing grave. "The CHNIN exam is not akin to the Genin graduation test, which necessitates a clear demarcation of life and death. The CHNIN exam does not endorse killing. Mokomoto's demise was merely an unfortunate accident." He continued, "Every ninja is a valuable asset to the village, cultivated through the Ninja Academy. The CHNIN exam is merely a means to select the most exceptional among the Genin to assume the role of CHNIN leaders. Furthermore, the exam is fundamentally against the notion of bloodshed. If such an event could lead to death, it would simply indicate inadequacy in their techniques. Individuals of such caliber will inevitably meet their end during missions. You three are my students, and I aspire for you to elevate yourselves to the rank of CHNIN post-haste. This matter concerns not only my dignity, but also your future. Do you truly wish to endure humiliation for a lifetime?" Though Wuxin had not participated in the Chunin exams, the words of Murayama Yudo revealed intriguing insights to him. He pondered, is it truly the stance of the Hidden Mist Village to discourage slaughter during the Chunin exams? Chapter 33, Chunin Registration. Shualien, chastised by Murayama Yudo, responded with an unnatural expression, "Yes, I understand. Do not fret, Shualien. The last incident was merely a moment of carelessness. This time, we shall not repeat the same mistake." Beside them, Kido-mai displayed a bloodthirsty and combative grin, revealing her shark-like, serrated teeth in full display. Moreover, this time our teammate is not a mere useless individual like Mudo. Wuxin is a genuine genius. Kido-mai shifted her praise towards Wuxin. Unperturbed, Wuxin cast a fleeting glance at Kaido-mai. Over the course of the past 6 months and 2 missions, Kaido's demeanor had markedly improved, fostering a deeper understanding of each other's capabilities. Although Kaido-mai was merely a lower-ranked ninja, she possessed a family secret technique and exhibited commendable proficiency in water-release jutsu, making her a formidable ally. However, despite Kaido's newfound amiability, Wuxin could never overlook the fact that this member of the Kaido clan had callously refrained from offering assistance during their mission in the Land of Water. As for their other companion, Mizuhana, her abilities were rather average. She often appeared indecisive, yet when action was required, she displayed remarkable resolve. Mizuhana primarily specialized in the body replacement technique, complemented by the body flicker technique and hidden mist technique, placing her at the elite level of lower-ranked ninjas. With ample experience, she could barely fulfill the role of a Chunin team leader. Wuxin, your prowess is undoubtedly sufficient for the rank of Chunin. Do you harbor any objections to the Chunin exam? Murayama Haruto turned to Wuxin, his tone seemingly inquiring yet unmistakably authoritative. "Since you, Sensei Haruto, deem me qualified, I have no objections whatsoever." Wuxin remained entirely indifferent to the so-called examination, viewing it merely as yet another ninja mission. Undoubtedly, he possessed the qualifications. His prowess far surpassed that of these lower-ranking ninjas, and should he desire, it would be effortless to eliminate them. However, being a ninja encompasses far more than mere slaughter. It involves a multitude of other assessments. The Chunin selection exam, even if one does not succeed in becoming a Chunin, offers the possibility of being recruited by various elite departments within the village, should one excel in performance. Departments such as the Torture Department, and the police force are particularly keen on enlisting members during the Chunin exam. Once one secures a position in these departments, the power and status attained are remarkably different. Murayama Yudo's words were not solely directed at Wuxin but also served as a gentle encouragement to Mizuki and Hazuki-mai. Murayama Yudo possessed a profound understanding of Wushin's capabilities, as he was well aware of the level of his own student. Aside from not having mastered his signature illusion technique, Wushin had learned everything else with remarkable speed. Within a month, he would undoubtedly have mastered the ninjutsu, wielding it with ease. From Murayama Yudo's perspective, should Wushin wish to eliminate lower-ranked ninjas like Mizuki, it would indeed be a trivial task. However, dealing with someone like Hozuki Mai would present a slight challenge, not due to her strength, but because of the formidable secret techniques of the Hozuki clan. Even he would find it difficult to slay a member of the Hozuki family. Yet, while killing may prove challenging, subjugating them to a state of utter despair would be effortlessly achievable. Master, my strength is not as formidable as you claim. There is still much I must learn from Mizuki and Senior Hozuki Mai. Wushin, despite being lauded and admired by Murayama Yudo, remains utterly unpretentious and remarkably humble. Wushin, your humility is commendable. I ought to learn from you, Shui Lian remarked, casting an admiring glance towards him, her words laced with flattery. Through several missions, their understanding deepened, and they became aware of the power rankings. Shui Lian's respect for Wushin grew ever stronger. What I admire most about Wushin is his unwavering resolve, despite his formidable strength. He consistently presents himself as an ordinary individual. However, Wushin, you seem to forget that the tragic incident from your cohort is well known throughout the hidden Mist Village. No matter how you disguise yourself, it is futile. Everyone recognizes you as the top student of your class and the sole survivor beneath the blade of the notorious Kagaya Momochi. A sunny smile adorned the face of Kagaya Mai, yet there lingered a hint of shadow in her gaze. Wushin pressed her lips together thoughtfully and glanced at Guideng Mai, smiling gently as she remarked, "Is that so? I believe such deeds are likely to capture the attention of you, my teammates, more than anyone else." Unconsciously, Wu Xian observed that although a smile graced the face of Zuki Mai, her eyes were frigid, suggesting a demeanor that betrayed a sinister intent. As per the studies of facial expressions and smiles, it was evident that her grin resembled that of a malevolent smirk, indicating her likely ulterior motives. Wu Xian had previously been unable to seize an opportunity during past missions. Perhaps the Nin exam could serve as the perfect occasion to further his exploration of the Zuki secret techniques. Murayama Yudo was not particularly fond of Wu Xian's humble demeanor. As a ninja, especially a formidable one, he believed one should exude a powerful presence that instills fear and respect in others. Such humility, incongruous with true strength, could lead others to perceive weakness and vulnerability. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere among the group, Murayama Yudo, having led multiple teams, was already accustomed to the traditional aura of the Mist Village. He spoke sternly. The Nin exam is scheduled for September 15th, which means there is but 1 month remaining. During this month, I will dedicate time to conduct special training for you all. I hope you seize this opportunity and exert yourselves diligently. The village requires ninjas who continuously strive for strength, not those who languish in mediocrity, content to drift through a life of ease after graduation. The three of them responded respectfully, "Master, I have always been deeply fascinated by the art of illusion. Over the course of this month, I hope you will impart to me your extensive knowledge regarding its applications." After Wushin reluctantly agreed, he quickly climbed up the ladder. He had long coveted the remarkable technique of Yama Hayato, the water escape illusion technique, also known as the Mist Illusion Demon Prison. Wushin's understanding of illusions was limited to the knowledge imparted by the Ninja Academy, which primarily focused on countering illusions rather than the application of them. The teachings included methods such as the chakra disruption release technique, the secondary chakra infusion technique, and the pain stimulation technique, all of which were predominantly defensive in nature, offering little in terms of execution. Illusions were more frequently employed in battles among Nin and above, while Genin rarely encountered enemies capable of controlling them. However, Wushin was aware of the formidable techniques associated with a certain red-eyed clan, as well as the sensation of Yama Hayato's Mist Illusion Demon Prison. He recognized that these belonged to the realm of powerful illusion techniques, effortlessly immobilizing their targets. Even if categorized under immobilization techniques, they could be deemed exceptionally advanced. Illusions? Upon hearing Wushin's inquiry, Yama Hayato displayed a pained yet hesitant expression, as if a cherished treasure had been eyed. After a brief moment of silence, he revealed a peculiar smile and softly replied, "As for illusions, I shall provide you with specialized training to enhance your understanding. Just be mindful not to blame me if the training becomes too intense." Nearby, Suelian, witnessing Yama's expression, quickly interjected, "Teacher, The ninjutsu you taught me last time is still quite challenging for me to execute, so there is no need for you to impart any new techniques. A month of specialized training in illusions? That sounds exceedingly promising. Upon hearing Murayama Hayato's agreement to the illusion training, Wushin's eyes sparkled with excitement. I hope you all won't be crying and begging the teacher to halt the training when the time comes, came a soft voice from beside him. Belonging to H. Tsukimai. Chapter 34. Illusion Teaching in the Early Morning, within the training grounds of the forest south of Mujingai Village, Wushin. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead leaped down from a tree, arriving at the signpost indicating the training ground. B2 training ground? This should clearly be the C3 training ground. What is going on? Wu Xian gazed at the signpost of the training grounds, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. His eyes filled with profound bewilderment. Murayama Yudo had directed him to the C3 training area, and even with the alteration of numbers, the C3 training ground should still exist. However, C3 had transformed into B2, while the original B2 training ground had become A1, and A1 had now turned into A5. Following the sequence, this place ought to be C3. What on earth was happening? After nearly 20 minutes of searching near the southern training grounds, Wu Xian was enveloped in confusion. His right index finger tracing the bridge of his nose, lost in contemplation. It had been since Murayama Yudo had recommended Wu Xian and his companions for the Chunin exam, initiating a month-long period of intensive training. After undergoing an intensive training regimen for over half a month under the guidance of Murayama Yudo, Wushin finally persuaded him to commence lessons in illusion today. Unintentionally, I rose early in the morning, responding to an invitation for specialized training. However, after searching extensively, I found myself unable to locate the designated meeting point set by Yudo Murayama. While the specific reasons for my tardiness can be temporarily overlooked, it is worth noting that the punctual Murayama may very well decide to forego the illusionary lessons due to my absence. Illusionary teaching, could it truly be an illusion? Or perhaps I have already unwittingly succumbed to the realm of illusions. In the depths of Wushin's eyes, a contemplative expression emerged as he rested his hands beneath his chin, forming a seal and closing his eyes to master the fluctuations of his internal chakra. Illusion, release. With a gentle utterance, the chakra within Wushin surged and danced chaotically under his command. Unintentionally, I slowly opened my eyes and gazed at the signpost, which still indicated the B2 training ground. Was it not an illusion? I felt no anomaly in my chakra. Even if there were a disturbance, my methods of dispelling illusions should suffice. Could it be that the signpost had merely been changed without any further implications? Unintentionally, I gazed at the signpost, murmuring to myself, "No, this training ground is desolate. Who would have the leisure to alter the sign here?" Moreover, Murayama Yudo can effortlessly wield even A-class illusions, indicating his exceptional proficiency in illusion techniques. Could it be that my approach is too conventional? Unintentionally lost in thought for a moment, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Swiftly, he retrieved a kunai from the tool pouch at his waist, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged it into his thigh. With a splatter of blood from the wound, an agonizing pain pierced through him, yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. The signpost and the training ground around him shimmered like a mirage, transforming into the familiar C3 training ground. Standing beside the signpost was his Jonin instructor, Murayama Yudo, arms crossed over his chest, with his right hand resting on his left forearm, intently watching the time with a pocket watch. Could this truly be an illusion? Unperturbed by the pain, the illusion dissipated. And upon encountering Murayama Hayato, Wushin felt no hint of joy. Instead, a look of astonishment overtook his countenance. To his dismay, he realized he had been tormented by this illusion for nearly 20 minutes. In light of this, Wushin would have preferred to be lost due to a change in the signpost. At precisely 9 o'clock, Murayama Hayato, standing by the signpost, exchanged a knowing glance with Wushin, recognizing that he had broken the illusion. With a reluctant sigh, he slowly tucked away his pocket watch. After a moment of shock, he inquired seriously, "Master Yudo, what kind of technique is this?" "Ah, it is a C-rank illusion, a technique of misdirection," Yudo replied. "Its purpose is to make one believe that this place is another. Merely a trivial trick." Murayama Yudo's tone reflected a hint of skepticism. A C-rank illusion, a technique of misdirection? Such an illusion has deceived me for so long? Wushin initially believed it to be a sophisticated illusionary technique, only to discover it was merely a C-rank, Chunin-level skill, which cast a shadow on his expression. Murayama Yudo displayed an understanding demeanor, gently waving his hand towards Wushin as if to suggest that it was of little consequence. With a smile, he remarked, "Do not be disheartened. While the difficulty of mastering this technique is classified as C rank, it does not diminish its potential power. My proficiency in illusionary arts is quite renowned within our village. As you often remind me, Sensei, a ninja must possess an aura of intimidation. Though I perceive you to be rather modest." With an effortless gesture, Wuxin summoned a radiant orb of light, employing a healing ninjutsu to mend the wounds inflicted by the kunai on his right leg. After swiftly staunching the bleeding and alleviating the pain, he withdrew a bandage and performed a rudimentary wrapping. The deterrent power of a ninja is essential, yet humility is equally significant. "Follow me." Murayama Yudo replied somewhat dismissively, gesturing for Wuxin to follow as he turned and proceeded towards the training grounds. Unintentionally following in the footsteps of Murayama Haruto, I arrived at the wooden post of the training ground. With a small leap, Haruto effortlessly perched himself upon the circular wooden post, approximately 2 meters high, lounging with his legs casually draped over the sides. "Hey, Haruto-sensei, what are you doing?" Unintentionally witnessing Murayama Hayato's languid demeanor left me somewhat perplexed. Was the promised illusion technique merely an exercise in casting a spell to mislead and torment oneself? Illusion techniques are intricate. Unconsciously, you possess a profound understanding of soul-related ninjutsu. Thus, it stands to reason that you would have an innate talent for illusions. Murayama Hayato's words floated lightly in the air. His posture exceedingly relaxed as he perched upon a wooden stump, gazing down at me. He continued, "Illusions target the 5 senses of the adversary, ensnaring them in a web of deception. A master illusionist can even manipulate the flow of chakra within the enemy's neural pathways at will, requiring both high intelligence and exceptional combat proficiency." With an earnest expression, Wu Xian listened attentively, nodding slightly as she softly inquired, "Attacking the 5 senses? Was it because my eyes were deceived by an illusion that I misidentified the location?" "Indeed, your eyes were ensnared by my illusion. I arrived merely a minute before you, and upon sensing your presence, I cast the technique of this place is not enveloping the training ground in chakra. The moment you stepped onto the training field, you fell into my illusion. However, this is not an exceptionally sophisticated technique. Wu Xian, you remain insufficiently vigilant." Yamamoto Murakami's demeanor became unusually serious. Ahem. Unintentionally facing criticism, I felt somewhat awkward. After a gentle cough, I softly inquired, "Teacher, why is it that even when I perceive something amiss and employ the chakra disruption technique to disrupt the flow of chakra, I still cannot unravel this jutsu? The illusion I cast is not so easily dismantled. Upon realizing I have fallen into an illusion, the chakra disruption technique proves ineffective. I should have immediately resorted to alternative methods for resolution." Yudo Murayama offered a brief admonition before continuing, "Illusions are exceedingly intricate. My own illusions are rather proficient. Yet when confronted with truly formidable illusionists, there remains a significant disparity. For instance, those adept in visual-based illusions, the ocular specialists, can ensnare you in an illusion without a sound as your gazes meet. Similarly, illusionists who specialize in auditory manipulation can ensnare you as soon as you hear their voice. The same applies to tactile, olfactory, and gustatory senses. A careless touch, a whiff of an aroma, or consuming food provided by an adversary. Chapter 35, The Eve of the Examination. So it is. Unintentionally, he found himself engrossed in contemplation, deepening his understanding of the prowess of the elite shinobi. Most Jainin, aside from their remarkable prowess in physical combat, typically master 2 elemental techniques. In the Hidden Mist Village, the majority of Jainin are adept in water release, complemented by an additional skill, which may include elemental ninjutsu, jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, or even talents in tracking, assassination, stealth, and swordsmanship. As for the capabilities of Murayama Waijin, it is likely a combination of water release and jinjutsu. Of course, there are exceptional individuals who have achieved unparalleled mastery in a single elemental domain, qualifying them as Jainin. However, such specialists may possess limited adaptability when their singular ability is countered or deciphered. Regarding the so-called sensory jinjutsu, particularly visual illusions, the first thought that crossed his mind was the renowned jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, a prominent lineage within the shinobi world, not merely the most illustrious in Konohagakure, but arguably the most formidable clan throughout the entire ninja realm. Unintentionally contemplating matters beyond reach, after a moment of silence, he softly inquired, "Teacher, the illusionary arts in which you excel, do they pertain to the assault on any of the 5 senses? Perhaps vision?" "No. I find myself intrigued by any technique capable of affecting the five senses. If one were to speak of expertise, I would likely say it lies in the ability to immobilize foes through illusion. Murayama Hayato pondered briefly before responding in a hushed tone. Immobilization? Is that the illusion you employed during the incident in the Sea Kingdom? The one that rendered individuals feeling as though their bodies were frozen and unable to move? As I inadvertently recalled the task of the Sea Nation, I brushed away a few snowflakes, instantly feeling my body ensnared by a paralyzing technique. Indeed, it was an A-rank illusion, the water release, misprison technique, a realm in which I excel. Those ensnared by this technique would behold the drifting snowflakes, only to find their bodies frozen and immobile. This is my signature illusion, a formidable immobilization spell. If one were to categorize the sensory aspects of my attacks, they would fall under the realms of touch and sight. Speaking of my ultimate technique, a hint of pride involuntarily graced Yudo Murayama's face after a brief pause. He softly continued, I shall recommend some tomes on the art of illusion to you. You may borrow or purchase them at the village library. For now, let us attempt to manifest an illusion. Observe closely the hand seals and the essentials. With a leap from the stump, Yudo Murayama stood before me, his hands beginning to form the seals with deliberate slowness. Enchantment, the technique of non-place, a spell that assaults the enemy's perception, leading them to mistakenly believe that this location is another. Through the formation of seals, chakra is intricately woven into the surroundings, and when the enemy steps into this space, the chakra infiltrates their body, influencing their neural pathways to achieve the desired effect of the technique. Yudo Murayama executed the hand seals with great care, simultaneously providing a detailed explanation. With an unintentional grace, my hands moved to form the familiar seals. When engrossed in learning something of interest, time invariably slips away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a golden haze enveloped the southern forest of Misty Hidden Village. Unconsciously, a day passed in the teachings of Murayama Haruto. From dawn until dusk. Indeed, we shall conclude here for today and continue tomorrow. There are merely 10 days until the Chunin exam, and I sincerely hope you can pass the assessment at once, becoming a Genin at the age of 9 and a Chunin at 10. As long as you excel in the subsequent missions, I shall recommend you to the Jonin class leader, Keiki Yuzakura, for promotion to Jonin. After a day of instruction, Murayama Haruto felt a tinge of fatigue. Observing Wushin's innate aptitude for learning and remarkable ability, his diligent teaching bore some fruit. Sensei Haruto, have you noticed that this place has transformed into the Higashio Onsen? Immersed in his studies, Wushin successfully began to employ illusion techniques under the guidance of Murayama Haruto. The realm of the mindless illusion extends 10 meters around, and Murayama Yudo finds himself ensnared within this illusion, oblivious to his surroundings. The mindless one becomes entrapped in the very illusion he has conjured, as the scenery morphs into the Dongya hot springs. As for Murayama Yudo's words, the mindless one, lost in the enchantment, fails to heed them with much attention. With a hint of exasperation, Murayama Yudo forms a seal with his hands and exclaims, illusion, release. The scene shifts, transforming the Dongya hot springs into the C3 training ground. How was this dispelled? Unintentionally, Wu Xian surveyed the illusion he had crafted, which suddenly transformed like a mirage into a vivid reality. Before him stood Murayama Yudo, his expression tinged with resignation as he spoke in a deep tone. The illusion is quite realistic. Let's pause for a moment. Indeed. By the way, what did you just say, teacher? With a carefree heart, I spent the day immersed in a captivating illusion, an experience that felt genuinely real for the first time. Nothing much. My studies in the art of illusion have progressed well. I shall continue tomorrow. Yudo Murayama waved his hand, formed a hand seal, and with a resounding pop, he transformed into smoke and vanished, utilizing the technique of instantaneous movement. Wushin cast a fleeting glance in the direction where Murayama Yudo had departed, lingering momentarily in a state of contemplation. Gathering his chakra beneath him, he leaped several times, exiting the forest. As night gradually descended, Wushin returned to the village, making a few more leaps along the streets until he arrived near Takeuchi's weapon shop. Just in time, he observed the shopkeeper, Taro Touchi, closing the shop's door, preparing to leave for the day. With an unintentional thought stirring within, a notion of experimenting with newfound illusions began to take shape. Concealed in the shadows, Wushin stealthily trailed behind Takeda Taro on his way home. Ahead, the street curved, leading directly to Uncle Takeda's residence, where I would first prepare the illusion. After following Takeda Taro for quite some time, Wushin swiftly maneuvered through the darkness, arriving at the doorstep of Takeda Taro's home ahead of him, hands forming a seal. Enchantment. This is the art of the otherworldly. As the chakra flowed within Wushin's body, it enveloped the entrance of Takeda Taro's house. Unintentionally, I found myself stepping through the gates of Taro Takeuchi, only to discover that my surroundings had transformed into the entrance of the Takeuchi weapon shop. Heh. Unintentionally. He gazed at the remarkably lifelike illusion, feeling a tinge of satisfaction before concealing himself. Taro Takeuchi turned the corner and arrived at his doorstep, only to be momentarily taken aback. He scratched his ear in confusion and pondered aloud. How peculiar. Wasn't I headed home? How did I end up back at the shop? With a hint of bewilderment, Taro murmured to himself before turning away. Without intention, Wushin leaped from the side, quietly following at a distance. His hands maintaining the posture of sealing, manipulating the transformations of the illusion. Taro Takeuchi returned home from the shop, ensnared by the illusion, believing he had wandered into the wrong place, and retraced his steps in reverse. After a considerable time, Taro Takeuchi found himself once again at the entrance of the shop. This time, a change washed over his countenance as he realized something, his hands forming seals as he softly exclaimed, "Illusion, release." "Uncle Takeuchi, why have you come back to the shop after work?" Wushin playfully teased his employer, standing at the shop's entrance with a hint of embarrassment, which he quickly concealed. Taro Takeuchi's expression grew somewhat grave, a look of perplexity dawning in his eyes as he muttered, "Strange, how have I ended up back at the shop? What is happening today?" Wushin, I've been feeling rather disoriented today. Your arrival is quite timely. Would you accompany me home?" Taro Takeuchi scratched his cheek in confusion and waved towards Wushin. Certainly. With a serious expression, Wushin earnestly agreed and approached Takeuchi Taro. Both resided in the southern part of the village. Although it was not on the way, the distance was manageable. Wushin walked faithfully alongside Takeuchi Taro. Before long, they arrived at the doorway of Takeuchi Taro's home. Gazing at the familiar entrance, Takeuchi Taro seemed to exhale in relief, murmuring to himself, "There's something peculiar about today." "Uncle, I will be heading home now," Wushin announced, bidding Takeuchi Taro farewell before hastily departing. Chapter 36. The CH Nin Exam in the early morning. On the rooftop of the CH Nin Exam building in the Hidden Mist Village, hundreds of young ninjas adorned with hidden mist headbands gathered. They formed small clusters, whispering amongst themselves as they awaited an event. The CH Nin Exam building comprised 5 stories, and on the rooftop's edge, Wushin, Sulian, and H. Zuki Mai stood in a triangular formation, facing one another. Unintentionally, Wushin cast a cursory glance at the nearby lower-ranking ninjas, finding none familiar among them. He felt a tinge of anticipation for the so-called Chunin exam, yet the venue for this examination left him somewhat perplexed. He leaned towards his 2 companions and inquired softly, "Hey, Sulian, Mai, did you also take your Chunin exam here previously?" The classroom below bore a striking resemblance to a ninja academy, leading Wushin to wonder if this Chunin exam might involve a written test in the humanities. Sulian, who had adopted a solemn demeanor since arriving at the examination site, appeared somewhat anxious. Upon hearing Wushin's words, she nodded and replied, "Indeed, the first round of last year's Chunin exam was a written test. However, it is said that the subjects can change each year, so no one can predict what will come. Last year's initial round was indeed a written test. But there's no need for concern. Sulian's theoretical scores are exceptionally high. If it comes to a written examination, with her around, we can easily pass." Mizuke's Mai maintained a calm expression, exuding confidence in the face of the impending test. "Very well." Upon hearing the responses from the 2 individuals regarding their concerns about the liberal arts examination, Wu Xin felt somewhat reassured. Suddenly, a dense cloud of smoke billowed into the examination hall as the words of the enigmatic Mai H. Zuki faded into the air. From the forefront of the rooftop, a group of over 10 meticulously attired mist ninjas emerged. The leader, clad in a ninja vest, was flanked by others donned in peculiar green uniforms. "Silence!" The leader, the vest-clad ninja, bellowed, and with his roar, a fierce gust of wind swept across the rooftop, compelling the more than 100 lower ninjas to cease their hushed conversations and direct their gazes toward him. "I am Katsuta Takamitsu, the proctor for the first round of the CH Nin exams." After announcing his identity and name, the leader fell silent, his menacing eyes, laced with crimson, scanning the arena as though in pursuit of prey. The atmosphere grew tense, as the lower ninjas resembled lambs under the watchful gaze of a ravenous tiger. 63 teams? 189 lower ninjas? Such a multitude has come to partake in this examination? After a prolonged pause, Katsuta Takamitsu finally spoke again, his words instilling a sense of unease among the lower ninjas present. At the edge of the group stood Wushin and two companions, gazing up at the examiner on the stone steps. Upon hearing the number of candidates, Wushin felt a stir within, committing the figures to memory. Team 63, comprising 189 individuals. Novices aspiring to become Chunin captains would find the path far from simple. The first examination I preside over will eliminate half of the participants. The examiner, Xingtian Gaowu, spoke in a solemn tone, prompting astonished murmurs among the lower-ranked shinobi below. A faint smile reminiscent of the Mist Village graced Xingtian Gaowu's face, his gaze icy, lips curling into a sinister grin as he continued. For this examination, I have decided to keep it simple. The task is running. You shall follow in my footsteps to reach the finish line. Out of the 189 participants, the first 94 to arrive will pass the examination, while the remaining 95 will be eliminated. I will wait at the finish line for an hour for those lagging behind. The rules are straightforward. No attacking others during the course. Do you understand? By the end of his declaration, the examiner's voice had escalated into a formidable roar, leaving the lower-ranked shinobi in stunned silence. Running? 189 individuals, with only the first 94 passing? There are no stipulations for teams to advance together? Unconcerned with the rules, a spark ignited within. Living in the Hidden Mist Village, Wushin often reminisced about the numerous tales of the Hidden Leaf Village, where camaraderie and teamwork were paramount. After years in the Mist Village, he had never encountered a culture that emphasized collaboration or valued comrades. The sole focus of the Mist Ninjas was their missions. Under the tutelage of the esteemed Jonin, Yamato, Wushin had initially assumed that such an individualistic approach was restricted to the ranks of genin. To his surprise, even the Chunin exams adhered to this notion, where personal success was the only requirement, devoid of any team obligations. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with no one daring to voice questions or doubts. In the absence of dissent, the examination commenced. Takamura, the examiner, observed the silence and bluntly announced the start before turning to his right, leaping twice off the rooftop and landing to begin his sprint. With a sudden crash, the numerous uniformed staff members behind the examiner transformed into smoke, vanishing entirely. Upon witnessing the actions of the examiner, Takamiya Katsuta, the three individuals leapt from the rooftop without hesitation, their chakra adhering to their feet as they descended gracefully to the ground, swiftly aligning their pace with that of Katsuta. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sounds of slicing air, numerous lower-ranking ninjas sprang into action, trailing behind Katsuta. Hundreds dashed through the village, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The streets of the village were cordoned off with warning tape, suggesting that this examination segment was not as impromptu as the examiner had claimed. As Wushin ambled along the street, his gaze fell upon the caution tape fluttering nearby, and he comprehended that this so-called running examination was far from the casual affair described by the examiner. Ahead of him, the examiner, Takamoto Katsutake, maintained a steady pace that was neither too brisk nor too languid. Over 100 lower-ranking ninja candidates trailed behind him, seemingly unperturbed. After approximately half an hour of running through the village, Wushin followed Takamoto Katsutake to the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, where Takamoto, accompanied by the substantial contingent of lower-ranking ninjas, surged forth through the village gates, departing from the confines of the village. Without hesitation, Wushin and the others followed suit, weaving through the expansive plains of the Land of Water. In the midst of over 100 lower-ranking ninjas, the trio, devoid of any intention, continued their relentless run for half an hour. For those capable of harnessing chakra, this exertion posed little challenge. After departing from the village, they pressed on for another 30 minutes. A ninja typically covers approximately 30 kilometers within an hour, yet many of the lower-ranked ninjas were beginning to gasp for breath. An hour had passed. Where might the destination lie after this 30-kilometer journey? A sheen of sweat adorned Wushin's forehead, giving rise to a tangle of perplexities. He cast a sidelong glance at the water lily and the ghostly Ma-e beside him, their complexions contrasting sharply, one flushed crimson, the other pallid, both struggling to catch their breath, with Ma-e's face appearing particularly ashen. The examiner, Takamiya Katsuta, maintained a steady pace throughout, neither hastening nor slowing his advance. An uninterrupted hour of running was no trifling matter for a ninja, and Wushin discerned that this examination was far from straightforward. After a protracted duration, approximately half an hour later, having departed from the Hidden Mist Village, They had been running for roughly 1 hour and 30 minutes, traversing a distance exceeding 40 kilometers. They encountered a myriad of terrains, plains, forests, rivers, and tunnels, each time feeling as though they were nearing the end, only to find that it was not so. Under the relentless march towards an unseen finish line, the elite ninjas of the hidden mist began to falter, with many already succumbing to exhaustion. Water, water. I can't go on. I need a rest. You all carry on ahead. Chapter 37. A dual trial in the unintentional team. The first to falter was my H-Zuki. The secret arts of the H-Zuki clan necessitate a continuous replenishment of water. After enduring a long-distance endurance trial, my H-Zuki was left breathless and fatigued, her complexion paling to a shade that suggested imminent collapse. Well, soaked in sweat, Unintentional turned to glance at my H-Zuki and uttered a single word. Beside her, Mizuhana exhibited a countenance that was a blend of crimson and pallor, indicating that she too would not be able to endure for much longer. Maintaining a steady pace within the group, she refrained from responding to my H-Zuki's words. Ahead, Takakazu Katsuragi continued unabated. Matching the speed at which they had departed the village, neither hurried nor sluggish, maintaining silence as he pressed onward. Mindless physical training has always proven to be quite beneficial. Coupled with the fact that ninjas primarily rely on chakra for support, Wushin's considerable chakra reserves, along with his unwavering dedication to practice, allow him to persevere despite feeling somewhat fatigued at present. Shui Lian, hold on a moment. Do you see the steps ahead? Perhaps the summit lies just beyond them. Unintentionally, Wushin offered encouragement to the nearby water lily while glancing at the hidden ninjas shrouded in mist. Many gritted their teeth, persevering through the challenge, with the closest to Wushin being a pale-faced girl in a blue dress with orange hair. The group swiftly followed the examiner up the steps, climbing diligently, while Wushin and the pallid water lily gritted their teeth, lifting their legs with determination. The lead examiner, Keitake Takamu, maintained a leisurely pace, raising both hands in a manner that suggested he was relishing the moment. Originally, the line consisted of nearly 200 participants. Now, only a little over 90 remained. Just a bit longer, and they would conquer the staircase. Without a care, Wushin grasped Shui Lian's hand, exerting effort as he ascended the ladder, pulling her along in his wake. Shui Lian's complexion was alarmingly pale. She gritted her teeth and allowed Wushin to drag her, trailing behind him. At last, the group reached the mountain staircase and arrived at a plateau, yet the examiner, Shang Tian Gaowu, continued to run at a steady pace, showing no signs of respite. At the center of the mountain, atop the stone steps, stood an archway, with a multitude of stone bricks laid beneath, creating a level expanse reminiscent of a stronghold. Unwittingly trailing the water lily, Wushin followed closely behind the examiner, Takamine Shingata. The group dashed across the mountain platform, and to their horror, the examiner began his descent down the steps. Ascending from the opposite staircase, he traversed the central platform of the mountain before continuing his downward sprint. What appeared to be the final station was, astonishingly, not the end, where, indeed, was the true finish line. A robust lower ninja, the closest to Takamine Shingata, let out a guttural cry and collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up on his hands while gasping for breath. His bewilderment mirrored Wushin's own curiosity, as the weary Wushin felt a glimmer of despair. After more than 2 hours of relentless running, his chakra had been depleted, and now both his chakra and stamina were nearly exhausted. Wushin, you go on ahead. I need to rest for a moment. Unconsciously, the water lily behind him vigorously waved its hand, breaking free from his grasp, and tumbled to the ground, lying there and gasping for breath. The destination of the examination was utterly unknown, and the duration of the run remained a mystery. This trial tested not only endurance, but also the fortitude of one's will. Wushin grasped the essence of the examination. Although aware that it was a test of willpower, he found himself exhausted, both physically and mentally drained of chakra, which left him feeling overwhelmed and numb. Originally, there had been nearly 100 genin, but at this moment, only a little over 50 remained. The pace of Wushin gradually slowed, and his previously favorable position in the rankings began to wane. As he reflected on the examiner's words, a colossal bubble floated past him. What could this be? Unintentionally, Wushin noticed a bubble approximately 2 cubic meters in size, within which sat a youth clad in a gray robe. As the ninjutsu was employed, many individuals began to showcase their unique abilities. Some utilized kunai connected by steel wires to propel themselves, others rode upon summoned beasts, while yet others executed water release techniques to surf along the path. providing a remarkable spectacle for Wuxin, who lagged behind. Unintentionally, Wuxin recalled the examination rules set by the examiner, having also prepared to cheat. To his surprise, he found that many lower ninjas shared the same intentions as his own. With a heart devoid of intent, my steps gradually slowed. Yet a method began to crystallize within me. Indeed, I could simply follow in the examiner's footsteps. The only prohibition was against attacking others, with no mention of restrictions on the use of ninjutsu or similar techniques. Unintentionally, the words of the examiner replayed in her mind, causing her footsteps to come to an abrupt halt. Unintentionally wiping the sweat from his forehead, he bit down forcefully on his right thumb, forming hand seals with both hands and summoning the last remnants of his chakra. Ninja art, summoning technique. Bang! Surrounding Wuxin was a thick shroud of smoke, which gradually dissipated to reveal a magnificent green lizard, towering at 4 to 5 meters in height and stretching over 10 meters in length, nearly reaching 20 meters. The creature hissed as it swayed its head and tail, producing a series of hissing sounds. Lizard ball, advance. Wuxin commanded, pointing ahead from atop the lizard's head. The colossal reptile obediently complied, charging forth in the direction indicated by Wuxin. Since being tamed by Wuxin, their bond had deepened, and their relationship flourished. Wuxin had affectionately named the lizard Lizard Ball. The green behemoth took great pride in its name, dutifully accepting its role as Wuxin's companion. With the assistance of this spiritual beast, Wuxin's pace quickened remarkably, soon surpassing a group of mist ninjas showcasing various ninjutsu, ultimately positioning himself at the forefront of the team. Following the examiner, Takamura Shinjin, without a care, Wuxin sat cross-legged atop the great lizard's head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With a flick of his eyes, he gently patted the lizard's substantial cranium. The great lizard, understanding the cue, immediately employed its camouflage technique, vanishing into thin air. To the observing ninjas, it appeared as though Wuxin floated effortlessly in midair, soaring forward. The examination continued, and as time slipped away, the sun grew increasingly fierce. Departing from misty hidden village in the early morning, the group had been running relentlessly from dawn until noon. Was Seiden Takamu, the examiner, truly an expert in physical arts? Hanging not far from the examiner, Wuxin, having regained much of his stamina and chakra after a prolonged period of recovery, began to feel his spirits lift. Wuxin cast a fleeting glance around, and now, trailing behind Takeo Shingata, only Wuxin remained suspended in the air, accompanied by several ninjas seated within bubbles. More than a dozen others dragging their bodies with kunai strung with wire, and 7 or 8 lower-ranked ninjas perched atop various summoning beasts. With an unfocused gaze, Wuxin took a moment to rest, following the examiner, Katsuya Takamian, for over 10 minutes. As he traversed the plains, he finally beheld something extraordinary. Ahead lay a mountain village, shrouded in mist, appearing somewhat ethereal. Beyond the village, the fog thickened, obscuring what lay within. The Kingdom of Water is known for its many regions perpetually enveloped in mist. The hidden mist village relies on this haze for concealment and protection. It was unexpected to discover yet another locale where the fog lingers throughout the year. A few minutes later, Examiner Katsuya Takamune arrived at the entrance of the village and came to a halt. The several genin who had not paused in their efforts since the beginning also stopped behind him, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. "Is this a bubble ride?" He chuckled, clearly amused by their cunning. Upon stopping at the village entrance, Katsuya turned to regard those genin who had utilized ninjutsu, offering a brief comment but refraining from uttering any words of elimination. Having reached the destination, Wuxin leapt gracefully from atop Lizard Maru, forming hand seals to dispel the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped the now visible Lizard Maru, causing it to vanish from sight. In stark contrast to the others, who were panting heavily, Wuxin's complexion was slightly flushed yet appeared well-rested. Apart from his clothes being completely drenched in sweat, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Katsuya Takamian would remain here for an hour, considering the time it would take to return for Mizuhana and Keidumai. Wuxin realized he could not afford to wait for them. Lost in contemplation, it is fortunate that the village of Misty Vale does not emphasize teamwork, as it would have been quite troublesome for the assessment if a squad had to pass through together. The uncertainty of the destination led many capable individuals, who could have reached the end, to abandon their efforts midway. Even Shui Lian and Gue Dengmai, had they been aware of the journey and the final goal, could have taken reasonable breaks to recuperate their chakra and thus succeeded in reaching the finish line. However, the previous examiner, Takamura Takamu, had stipulated the rules. Only the first 94 could pass, which misled many into believing it was a race based on speed. Consequently, they exerted themselves to the utmost from the very beginning. Yet, the nature of the assessment was not a sprint, but rather an intense marathon. Who could have foreseen such a twist? As individuals arrive one after another, seemingly oblivious to the implications and inherent challenges of the upcoming examination, my attention is captured by a particular girl. Clad in a cerulean dress with striking orange hair, she bears a resemblance to a youthful version of a character named Kimi. Is she truly Kimi, or has she merely sprinted to the finish line fueled by sheer physical prowess? With an absent-minded glance at the girl with orange hair, he averted his gaze. The examiner, Takuma Katsuta, stood on the observation platform, arms crossed, quietly awaiting the arrival of the remaining candidates. One by one, the participants crossed the finish line, reporting in. As ninjas, even if they lagged behind, they could still reach the end by following the clues left in the footprints, provided they possessed the stamina and determination. The time had come. The first examination was over. From his elevated position, Katsuta announced the conclusion of the test in a resounding voice. Upon hearing Katsuta's call, more than 10 ninjas clad in the fog-hidden village vests leaped down from the cliffs, with 2 of them gracefully weaving through the line of candidates to position themselves at the back of the lower ninja ranks, effectively separating those who had passed from the newcomers arriving in succession. With his damp hair glistening, Katsuta surveyed the gathered lower ninjas, a genuine smile gracing his face. Congratulations. You have all successfully passed the first examination, he declared, somewhat surprised by the unexpectedly large number of successful candidates. With a melodious tone, he paused briefly before forming a hand seal and proclaiming, "Now, we shall commence the second examination. I wish you all success." In an instant, Katsuta vanished in a puff of smoke from the observation platform. What would the next challenge entail? Unintentionally, Wu Xin observed the vanishing figure of Shang Tian, contemplating the second examination. On the field stood over a dozen mist-cloaked ninjas, quietly positioned, surveying this encampment and the surrounding fog, which evidently marked a stronghold of the village hidden in the mist. "Examinees, assemble!" A powerful voice echoed from the fortress gate tower. Upon hearing the command, the participating genin made their way towards the source of the sound, gazing up at the imposing gate tower. The fortification stood approximately 3 meters high, with a gate tower reaching over 2 meters. Upon the walls, 5 ninjas, each bearing a shinobi blade, stood vigil. The central figure, with orange hair tied in braids, was robustly built with a prominent belly, effectively obscuring the gate tower behind him. His imposing stature was remarkable, towering over his companions, who barely reached his chest. What left a lasting impression was the enormous weapon he carried upon his back, resembling a door plank wrapped in bandages, akin to a blade. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the chief examiner for the second round, Suka Yamada no Omi," he announced with a disconcerting chuckle, his gaze sweeping condescendingly over the assembled crowd. "Is it truly Lord Omi?" Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the ranks of genin, sparking a flurry of speculation regarding the connection between the Chunin exams and the Umbu. Indifferently, I gazed up at Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost, somewhat astonished. Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and simultaneously the captain of the Umbu. Achieving such a prestigious position as the Umbu captain, there is no longer a need to conceal one's identity. I was taken aback to discover that 65 individuals had passed the first examination. Indeed, Takamune Katsura has truly added to my troubles. Perched atop the city gate, Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost wore a sinister smile, revealing his shark-like, triangular, razor-sharp teeth, his countenance exuding an unsettling grin as he continued. "The second examination will prove rather challenging. Even among the Umbu, the casualty rate in this segment exceeds 80. Of the 65 candidates, those who proceed from here may find the subsequent third round less troublesome." Ha. The ghastly smile on Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost was daunting, his chilling laughter echoing ominously. After a brief pause, he spoke coldly, as the captain of the Umbu. "I bear the responsibility to inform you that the fate of the unsuccessful is but a one-way road to death. However, given the current scarcity of ninja forces in the village, Lord Third Mizukage does not wish for excessive loss of life. Therefore, I grant you the opportunity to forfeit this examination, with the option to reapply next year." In the exams presided over by me, Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost, there exists no outcome of failure, only the dichotomy of success or death. I now provide you with 5 minutes to contemplate your decision. The increasingly unsettling and deranged smile of Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost, coupled with his nonchalant attitude toward death, instilled dread in all present. Once he finished speaking, his smile faded, and his expression turned stoic as he awaited the candidates' decisions in silence. The lower-ranking ninjas gathered in small groups before the makeshift city walls, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally stealing glances at Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost atop the gate. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. I concede. I withdraw. I too forfeit. As the 4th minute approached, numerous candidates raised their hands, indicating their decision to relinquish. The words of Suka Mountain's pufferfish ghost, the captain of the Umbu and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, were undeniably credible. If he claimed an 80 casualty rate among the Umbu, it was surely true. With arms crossed nonchalantly, he cast a few glances at the discarded lower ninjas, pondering to himself, these fools. An injury rate exceeding 80% does not equate to a mortality rate of the same. Is it not typical for a ninja to sustain injuries? Though my feelings towards the world of anime have gradually faded, the psychological pressure and deceptions inherent in the Chunin exam remain vividly etched in my memory. Chapter 39. Capturing the Snow Rabbit. As time elapsed, the question echoed once more. Are there any withdrawals? The emotionless figure of Suigetsu, the pufferfish demon, boomed from atop the city gate, surveying the participants below. I withdraw. I concede. After a few seconds of silence, additional voices emerged, declaring their own withdrawals. The examiner, Suigetsu, cast a glance at the students who had opted out, nodding in acknowledgement of their decision. In a grave tone, he declared, "This is a prudent choice. Those who have withdrawn may depart." Commending their decision, Suigetsu then turned his gaze to the remaining, motionless genin, coldly stating, "Out of respect for my seniors, I grant you a final 10 seconds to decide." With his indifferent hands crossed over his chest, the figure known as Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost ignored the words spoken. In this second examination, the very subjects remained a mystery, as the specific tasks or subjects had not been disclosed, leaving a heavy burden of pressure while maintaining an air of secrecy. 10 seconds swiftly passed. Those who had successfully navigated the first test were inherently individuals of remarkable willpower and endurance, while those who resorted to cunning under the examiner's pressure had already withdrawn. There remained 41 participants, truly unknowing yet unafraid. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost gazed down upon the ranks of lower ninjas with disdain, regarding them as one with the deceased. A smirk, reminiscent of the hidden village's sinister smile, curled at his lips as he continued. "Since you have chosen to participate, you must be prepared for the inevitability of death. The venue for the second examination lies in the Beast Mist Forest behind me. This is one of the training locations for the Umbu, perpetually shrouded in mist, with visibility limited to approximately 50 meters, caught between dense fog and heavy mist. The forest is rife with ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures, serving as one of our village's breeding grounds for summoned beasts. The task at hand requires you to survive in the Beast Mist Forest for 3 days and capture a snow hare to present here." As he elaborated on the examination, his expression grew increasingly composed. These participants could not be frightened away, and there was no need for him to feign severity any longer. Gradually, he articulated the examination's requirements. Simultaneously, 4 ninjas leaped down from the castle gate, each holding a card-like object, distributing them one by one. Capture a snow hare? Must we survive for 3 days? If we manage to capture the hare, does that mean we have completed the task ahead of time? In a forest teeming with ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures, could there even be hares present? Numerous lower ninja candidates voiced their inquiries. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost maintained a calm demeanor, responding gravely, "You must endure for a full 3 days. Delivering the snow hare here within the 2-hour window of 70 to 72 hours. Those who passed the first test still maintain their 3-person teams, while those with only 2 or 1 must form their own squads. The Beast Mist Forest is perilous. Having more companions significantly increases your chances of survival." Ha ha ha. Who instructed you not to assist your teammates in passing the first examination? Or perhaps your teammates lacked resolve and chose to withdraw. As he continued, a hint of schadenfreude crept into his expression, and after a brief pause, he added, "Given the scarcity of ninjas in the village, mutual killings are prohibited in this examination. Upon task completion, recent memories from the past 3 days will be retrieved for verification. Of course, should some unfortunate souls fall into traps or be slain by ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures, such unpredictable events do not fall under the category of mutual slaughter." The mention of traps and the threat of deadly creatures made it seem as though Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was subtly advising the candidates on how to proceed. Unintentionally, I attentively listened to the examiner's words, analyzing them one by one. Simultaneously, I received the card handed to me by the examination staff. Unintentionally, he picked up the card and examined it closely. The front displayed a topographic map with the current location marked, while the reverse bore a sequence of numbers, W19. The proctor, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, announced to the ninjas present. The front of the card features the topographical map, and the back indicates each of your entry points into the beastly mist forest. The examination commences now. The proctors will patrol the perimeter of the forest. Those who fail to enter the forest after the patrol concludes will be deemed unsuccessful. Is everyone clear on the rules? A chorus of hesitant affirmatives echoed through the crowd. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost waved his hand dismissively and declared, "The second round of the examination officially begins." As his words resonated, over a dozen ninjas clad in vests surged forth in two directions. After confirming his entry position, Wuxin followed the line of examiners on the right and proceeded onward. The Beast Fog Forest was encircled by a fence of barbed wire, with numerous entrances marked by numbers. Unperturbed and at a leisurely pace, Wuxin traversed for approximately 20 minutes before arriving at the entrance marked W19 on the card. The grand gates of W19 stood ajar, with the letters W19 inscribed in crimson upon the barbed wire. Without hesitation, Wuxin plunged into the misty wilderness of beasts. As soon as Wuxin stepped into the forest, the door behind him was shut by the examiner. Wuxin observed that the examiner affixed a talisman of unknown purpose onto the grand entrance. With an absent-minded gaze, I advanced over 30 meters, the barbed wire and fences behind me gradually obscured by the mist, becoming somewhat indistinct. The fog-laden atmosphere is precisely my advantage. With an indifferent smile gracing the corners of his mouth, he raised his left hand to form the sign of the unmeasured, positioning it before his chin, while his right hand ascended above his head, emanating a pulsating chakra. Ninjutsu, technique of misperception. The chakra emanating from Wuxin transformed into a delicate mist, gradually dispersing in all directions. The mist spread slowly, reaching 10 meters, then 20 meters, 50, 100, 200, 500 meters, and finally 1 kilometer, taking approximately a minute to envelop a radius of 1 kilometer around Wuxin. Even the examiners beyond the barbed wire were perceptible to Wuxin's awareness. Unintentionally, I examined the living beings within my perceptual range. Some diminutive creatures, reminiscent of squirrels, muntjac, wild chickens, and mongooses, were nestled among the trees and in the underbrush. Yet, there were no snow hares to be found. With a heart devoid of intention, I opened my eyes, concluding my diligent exploration of the surroundings. A mist enveloped me, shrouding my senses, yet even without deliberate effort to perceive, I could sense the intrusion of others at the very first moment. In the ninja examination, the gravest threats are not the ferocious beasts or venomous insects, but rather the traps crafted by ninjas and the ninjas themselves. Wuxin strolled leisurely through the fog-laden forest, where the visibility was shrouded in mist, limiting his sight. However, his mastery of fog perception allowed him to map out the surroundings within a kilometer radius. Wuxin wandered through the forest for approximately 20 minutes, crossing a small stream before halting before a modest hillock. Within his perception, he sensed a hollow at the center of this hill, a perfect place to rest. With 72 hours at his disposal, there was no urgency. He decided to pause for a while. Unintentionally, I wandered toward the center of the earthen mound, and indeed, I discovered an opening measuring slightly over a meter in both length and width. With an innocent and diminutive physique, Wuxin bent down to enter. He cautiously pricked his finger and formed hand seals. Hai Su Yu, Shun, Wei, the ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang! A slender yellow hound, its neck adorned with a misty headband, emerged from the smoke. Chapter 40. In the depths of night. The night air in the Beast Fog Forest seemed to have thinned somewhat, allowing glimpses of moonlight. Feeling a pang of hunger, it was the perfect opportunity to stretch his legs. Unintentionally yawning and rubbing his belly, Wuxin stepped out of the cave. Woof! His loyal spiritual beast, the ninja dog Wankai, lay at the entrance, responding with a bark. As Wuxin emerged from the cave, he unslung the water flask from his waist and took a sip, casting a glance at the ninja dog Wankai, who was gently wagging its tail. With a smile, he remarked, "Wankai, tonight's pursuit of the snow hare rests upon your capable paws." Woof! The unintentional companion, the loyal dog Wankai, possesses a remarkable degree of human-like understanding, able to comprehend spoken words. A person and a dog descended from the hillside, with the individual navigating the terrain with familiarity, arriving at the bank of a gentle stream. This stream, situated along the path that the individual traversed during the day when entering the misty wilderness, is vividly etched in their memory as the route taken to reach the resting cave. Unintentionally, in the nearby forest, he swiftly severed a branch with his shuriken, sharpening it to a fine point. Standing by the brook, aided by the moonlight, he prepared to spear a few fish to satiate his hunger. Plop! With a heart unburdened and reflexes swift, he wielded a long branch, deftly piercing the water and striking true at a sizable fish. As he shook his hand, the fish was flung onto the shore. Gazing at the fish, he forbade himself from indulging. With unwavering focus, Wuxin reminded his loyal ninja dog to remain vigilant before once again turning his attention to the babbling brook. Swiftly, he struck, ensnaring a sizable fish. In a short span, Wuxin had caught 4 substantial fish. With deft hands, he skillfully descaled and cleaned them with a kunai, then strung them together with twigs, gathering wood and leaves to prepare for a grand barbecue. Nearby, his faithful companion, Wonkai, eagerly devoured the fish entrails, wagging his tail as he settled before the crackling fire. For a ninja, especially under the cloak of night, kindling a fire is a perilous endeavor, as it can easily reveal one's position, inviting the watchful eyes of adversaries. With a heart unburdened and a spirit bold, the mist envelopes him like a delicate veil, stretching a kilometer in all directions. The extent of this beastly fog forest remains a mystery, for thus far, he has encountered neither foe nor ferocious creature. Sizzle, sizzle. The damp wood, aided by the oil, blazes fervently, swiftly transforming the fish into a golden delicacy. With an unwavering focus on the art of grilling fish, he carefully removed one from the skewer and tossed it in front of the loyal dog, Wonkai, before beginning his own meal. If one were to speak of the merits of this hidden mist village, it would undoubtedly be the abundance of these ingredients, purely natural and truly delectable. With a tranquil demeanor, Wuxin leisurely savored the barbecue. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the fish exuded a delightful freshness, boasting its own inherent flavor. After indulging to satisfaction and allowing some time for digestion, Wuxin ventured into the depths of the beast fog forest, accompanied by the large dog. Unintentionally, I chose to engage in nocturnal activities, not merely due to the fatigue induced by long-distance running, but also because of the nature of rabbits, which evade predators during the day and are notably more active at night. Accompanied by my dog, we traversed the forest for nearly an hour. I could not shake the feeling that this misty wilderness was vast. After an hour of advancement, we encountered only a few jackals and some sizable centipedes and snakes. I easily repelled these fierce creatures and venomous insects, yet I remained oblivious to the presence of any humans. Wonkai, have you discovered anything yet? Without intention, Wuxin followed closely behind Wonkai. As long as there were large creatures nearby, Wonkai would bark loudly to alert them. Coupled with Wuxin's misty perception, they encountered little trouble along the way. It seemed that Wuxin's urging had taken effect. Wonkai twitched its nose twice and, with a bark, began to pick up speed. Unconcerned by the unfolding scene, he followed the ninja dog, Wonkai, at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 to 6 meters, tracking its trail. After running for about 30 meters, a series of chirps echoed, accompanied by the rustling of grass. Onward. Unintentionally, he comprehended that the swift movements of the rabbit had agitated the grass beneath it. With a shout, he dashed toward the source of the sound. In the meadow of the forest, a snow-white rabbit scurried away with remarkable speed. Yet, the rabbit's escape proved futile. His instantaneous technique far surpassed the creature's swiftness. In a mere blink, a distance of 20 to 30 meters was traversed, and with a deft flick of his hand, he plunged a kunai through the rabbit's body. The snow-white creature emitted a piercing cry of agony, yet he remained unfazed, grasping its ears with one hand and lifting it aloft. Nearby, the loyal ninja dog, Wonkai, rushed over, letting out a couple of soft barks before settling down and wagging its tail, seemingly in anticipation of a reward. This place was fraught with danger. Vigilance was imperative. Without any emotional attachment, Wuxin issued commands to the ninja dog, effortlessly accomplishing the task of capturing a live rabbit. A sense of satisfaction washed over Wuxin as he first restrained the rabbit's mobility and then gradually administered treatment, content that as long as the creature was alive upon completion, all would be well. The examination stipulated the capture of a live rabbit. Thus, Wuxin merely needed to ensure that the rabbit was alive at the time of submission. Whether it was missing limbs was not a concern outlined in the task, and naturally, Wuxin would not impose such demands. As the snow-white rabbit suffered a wound, the scent of blood permeated the air. Wuxin deftly extracted a rope to bind the rabbit's limbs, subsequently retrieving the hidden shuriken embedded in its body. Focusing his chakra, he employed a healing technique to mend the rabbit's injuries. After approximately 10 minutes, the wounds had healed, and Wuxin securely tied the rabbit, affixing it to his belt. Suddenly, the ninja dog, Wang Kai, who had been sitting on the ground, sprang to its feet, tail curled and turned sideways, barking furiously to Wuxin's left. At last. Had they encountered another person? Unconsciously, he immediately focused on his fog perception technique. Amidst the mist, a shadow darted among the tree trunks, swiftly approaching his location. Having just captured a snow hare, he had momentarily neglected his fog awareness. However, alerted by his loyal hound, he instantly sensed the presence of the intruder. The unexpected guest was now less than 150 meters away from him. With determination, he formed a hand seal. Water release, water clone technique. Following his command, ripples emerged on the nearby grass, coalescing into his likeness. Unintentionally, I reached for my tool pouch and retrieved a shuriken, which I affixed to the collar of my water clone. Subsequently, my true self began to blend into the thin mist, gradually obscuring my presence. Arise, for you have already revealed yourself. The indifferent figure spoke solemnly towards the empty expanse ahead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed, yet no one responded. With unerring precision, the figure deftly reached into the pouch of ninja tools, directing a shuriken towards the branch of a distant tree, 20 meters ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unperturbed, Wuxin's water clone launched a shuriken, to which a flurry of dozens was returned, filling the air with shurikens that enveloped the space surrounding the water clone of Wuxin from all directions. Beside them, the loyal ninja dog Wang Kai, though appearing reckless, was in truth remarkably astute. As Wuxin unleashed the shuriken, it had already darted away to a safe distance. The unfeeling clone leapt backward, wielding a kunai to parry both high and low, navigating the danger with remarkable agility and sustaining no injuries. Bang! A kunai embedded in the ground beside the unfeeling figure erupted in a cloud of smoke, from which a silhouette sprang forth, the kunai poised menacingly against the clone's throat. "This snow rabbit, allow me to take it," intoned the assailant, whose voice was as frigid as the mask that concealed their features. The ninja who had shot the kunai from the trees also descended, both attackers clad in similar attire, as the one restraining the unfeeling clone reached for the examination-required item, the snow rabbit, affixed to the waist of the unfeeling figure. To their surprise, there were indeed 2 adversaries, hidden behind a nearby tree. The true form of the unfeeling one observed the unfolding scene with a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, the mist ninja who had shot the kunai sniffed the air, his senses heightened, and urgently called out to his masked companion restraining the clone, "The scent is wrong. Release him." Chapter 41. The Battle for the Snow Rabbit. Boom. The deafening explosion prompted the unfeeling figure, accompanied by a ninja dog, to glance back. Surely, this can't be considered intentional slaughter, can it? The true form of Wuxin quietly departed after the water clone engaged in battle with the enemy. The water clone cannot stray too far from the original body. Familiarity with ninjutsu and the infusion of chakra can extend the range of manipulation for the water clone technique. Wuxin's water clone has a manipulation range of just over 100 meters. At this distance, Wuxin remains unaware of the situation behind him. Yet he surmises that the mist ninja who had captured his water clone, having come so close, would likely be no more. Unconcerned, he shook his head, no longer paying attention to what lay behind. With a dog by his side, he ascended the grand tree, leaping gracefully among the branches, gradually distancing himself from the ground below. As the unfeeling one traversed swiftly through the forest, passing a small puddle, they discarded the blood-stained kunai into the water and continued without pause back to the previous cave where they had rested. The wounds of the snow hare had healed, and the kunai, reeking of blood, was also cast away. Here, the resting place was secure. Upon returning to the cave, the unfeeling one reflected on the recent events, ensuring nothing was forgotten, and gradually felt a sense of ease. The task of capturing the snow hare positioned one as an assassin. Upon successfully capturing the hare, the role would transition to that of a guardian. Essentially, this mirrored the assessment of assassination and guarding among ninjas, augmented by the challenge of surviving in unfamiliar terrain for 72 hours. The final 2 hours, from 70 to 72, would mark the focal point of contention. The clash between guardians and assassins required the guardians to ensure the survival of the snow hare. Conversely, if the assassins lay in ambush along the inevitable path to the task delivery point and seized a living snow hare, they would be deemed successful in their mission. With ample rest and in good spirits, the unfeeling one contemplated the intrinsic significance of the exam within the cave, gaining clarity on the focal points of future actions. Arriving prematurely at the periphery of the task delivery point bore no advantage. If one were to arrive before the designated time, they would instead become the primary target for those who had failed to capture the snow hare. Early arrival proved futile, while late arrival would undoubtedly lead to heavy ambushes. Nevertheless, all of this posed no pressure for me. After a moment of absent-minded contemplation, Wuxin realized that this examination posed no significant challenge for him. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not having assisted his teammates in passing the initial round. It was a pity that he should have aided Gui Dangmai in navigating the first stage. Although indiscriminate slaughter was prohibited within such an environment, it was hardly difficult to orchestrate someone's demise. The prohibition against killing likely meant that one was not allowed to personally sever the throat of a hidden mist ninja or to mercilessly slay an opponent who had no means of resistance. Reflecting on this, Wuxin felt a pang of annoyance. After assigning his faithful ninja dog, Wangkai, to duty, he fed a few leaves to the snow hare as sustenance, then closed his eyes to rest. The weather was clear, sunlight streaming down, and the sounds within the beast mist forest grew increasingly raucous, accompanied by the clanging of weapons and the occasional explosions and howling winds. Outside the fog-laden village of the Hidden Mist, within the makeshift gatehouse of the Dark Division training, the chief examiner for the second round, Sukayama Fugu, sat comfortably on the tatami mat. Before him lay a table laden with an array of food. In one hand, he grasped a rice ball, while in the other he held a succulent fish, relishing every bite. Lord Yamafugu, those rookie ninjas have been in the Beast Mist Forest for 70 hours now. Shall we wager on who will emerge first? One of the pale-faced ninjas in the gatehouse, smiling up at Yamafugu, made the suggestion. Another ninja with green hair scoffed at the remark. In this examination, we have the genius female ninja from the Terumi clan, Terumi Mei. As the granddaughter of the clan's elder, she undoubtedly has a guardian ninja accompanying her. The outcome is already predetermined. There is no need for a wager. Upon hearing this, the pale-faced ninja set down his rice ball, the smile fading from his face as his pupils dilated, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, he bellowed, "You, a mere chunin, are a disgrace to the Dark Division. How dare you speak?" The force of his voice was so great that it even scattered grains of rice. "You." The green-haired ninja appeared flustered, pointing a finger at the pale-faced ninja, but could not utter another word. "By the way, among these candidates, isn't there one named Wuxin? He is a peer of our Dark Division-S prodigy, Momochi Zabuza, the only one to survive? Indeed, that is the one who, upon joining the Dark Division, defeated." Cough cough, Zabuza, another ninja chimed in, indicating he must possess some degree of skill to have survived against such a formidable opponent. As this topic unfolded, several other ninjas joined in the conversation. Meanwhile, the chief examiner, Sukayama Fugu, remained indifferent to the squabble, contentedly belching after a hearty meal. The examination, which had commenced at 1:32 days prior, now approached 11:28. He declared that those who had not finished their meals by 11:30 need not eat further. It was time to commence the tasks at hand. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon paused for about 10 seconds after finishing a belch, then uttered a phrase before grabbing a large knife beside him and rising to leave. The few vest-clad ninjas seated below ceased their quarrel, hastening their meal consumption, and swiftly climbed to gather atop the city gate tower. Just as the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon arrived at the designated spot at the city gate tower to announce the commencement of the examination, a clear voice resonated from below. "Hello, I am here to deliver a task. Is this the correct place for submission?" Accompanying this melodious voice, a slender youth with long black hair, donned in traditional hemp clothing, suddenly materialized below the city gate tower. It was a genuine sudden appearance as he seemingly emerged from thin air. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon squinted downwards, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes, before glancing at the small clock on the adjacent platform, which read 11:32 seconds. Discounting the time taken to react and turn, the youth's submission was indeed punctual. The black-haired boy was none other than Wuxin, who, with his left hand clutching a snow hare and his right hand holding a pocket watch, had arrived precisely on time for his report. Unintentionally disregarding his own inquiry, he raised his voice slightly, calling out, "Esteemed examiner, I have come to submit my examination task." Wuxin, having completed his words, turned his pocket watch to face the towering Watermelon Mountain and the pufferfish ghost above, signaling that he had meticulously kept track of the time, arriving precisely as scheduled. Without a moment's advance, the pufferfish ghost, gazing down at Wuxin, remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Simply toss it into the cage below. With that, he gestured towards the cage suspended beneath the city gate tower. Without hesitation, Wuxin stepped forward, swiftly opened the cage, and tossed the snow hare inside. For 3 days, the trials in the misty forest felt to Wuxin akin to a leisurely autumn excursion, indulging in the delectable wild delicacies of the forest. As the time approached, Wuxin summoned an invisible lizard, concealing himself within its mouth, effortlessly navigating through the myriad traps and obstacles, and arriving at the designated task point with ease. What is your name? The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish spirit possessed all the candidates' data cards and information. The inquiry from the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish spirit conveyed both curiosity and a sense of verification. Wuxin, unintentionally glancing at the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon above, Wuxin replied softly. Upon hearing Wuxin's response, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon displayed an exceedingly unpleasant smile and remarked, "You possess a remarkable sense of time. Indeed, very commendable. Have you ever considered taking a position in the shadow department?" Unconsciously gazing at the unsightly grin of the pufferfish demon from Watermelon Mountain, I felt a tinge of surprise. This fleeting gesture of goodwill was entirely perceptible to me. Most ninjas from Hidden Mist Village wear expressions devoid of emotion, and when they do smile, it is either a sinister grin or a malevolent smirk. Such an unattractive smile must surely signify a genuine attempt at kindness. Chapter 42. The third examination, my Lord Pufferfish Demon. I have only recently graduated as a genin, and my knowledge is still quite limited. I require further learning and, for the time being, lack the capability to serve in the Umbu. Wuxin gracefully declined the goodwill of Shigua Mountain's pufferfish ghost. Acknowledging that a year had passed since his graduation from school, his physique had yet to fully develop, and he had not yet reached the zenith of his strength. Engaging in perilous missions within the Dark Faction would prove futile for him at this stage. He resolved to endure until his body matured into adulthood. Shigua Mountain's pufferfish ghost gradually retracted his smile, regaining the gravitas befitting his position as the leader of the Dark Faction. He nodded solemnly and stated, "You possess great potential. Joining the Dark Faction will offer you greater opportunities. As the leader, I assure you, I will not misjudge your capabilities." Wuxin furrowed her brow slightly. She pondered whether her repeated refusals of the persistent invitations from the captain of the Dark Faction would offend this formidable figure, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. With a mind devoid of intention, wavering between moods, the voice of Suka Mountain's Fugu demon resounded once more. The resources of the Umbu are abundant, be it ninjutsu, secret techniques, or benefits, they are the most generous in the village. Reflect on this carefully. The doors of the Umbu are wide open for you, and I welcome you at any time. Now, go and rest in the lounge. Suka Mountain's Fugu demon, not imposing a compulsory summons, conveyed a sense of appreciation. Tilting his head towards the nearby mist-hidden Umbu ninja. The instructed mist-hidden Umbu ninja leaped down from the city gate tower, gesturing to Wuxin and leading the way. Unintentionally following the masked ninja, I arrived at the lounge of the training facility, which bore a striking resemblance to the dormitory. Room 322. This was the village's clandestine training stronghold, and it was advisable not to wander about recklessly within its confines, lest one suffer the consequences. The guiding masked ninja handed me the room card, admonishing me with a stern expression before turning on his heel and departing. Unintentionally nodding in acknowledgement, Wuxin took the key card and ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon entering the room, he settled onto the tatami mat and closed his eyes, indulging in a moment of respite. Time drifted slowly by, punctuated occasionally by the sounds of doors opening and closing within the dormitory. After a prolonged period of stillness, Wuxin opened his eyes and glanced out the window. The sunlight pierced through the thin mist, refracting a splendid array of colors, perhaps with a different perspective. A rainbow might even be discerned. Having enjoyed sufficient rest, Wuxin pondered for a while before retrieving a scroll entitled Cautions for Illusionary Arts Training from his pocket, and began to read in silence. This scroll, lent to him by Murayama Yudo, served as an introductory text on illusionary arts, detailing some rudimentary techniques classified below D rank, along with methods and precautions for their practice. It provided Wuxin with a modicum of assistance in understanding and mastering the art of illusions. The Heartless Heir has completed the study of the ancestral ninjutsu, yet his mentor, Murayama Yudo, possesses a myriad of techniques yet to be learned. Although the heir exhibits remarkable aptitude, his resources are limited. Thus, every useful technique and resource must be diligently mastered and committed to memory. Unintentionally engrossed in the study of illusionary techniques, time slipped by swiftly. As the sun descended, the evening glow enveloped the examination stronghold. "Gather downstairs." A boisterous voice echoed from the dormitory. Responding to the summons, unintentionally rolled up the scroll and concealed it within the traditional hemp garment, rising to exit the room. At the entrance of the dormitory, a group of over 10 indifferent youths stood silently in formation, while 3 figures clad in green robes, armed with hidden blades and masked faces, presided at the forefront. Unintentionally joining the team, the masked ninja verified the number of participants by calling out names one by one. Once confirmed, he led the lower-ranked ninjas towards the village. Among the 41 individuals who participated in the second examination, are there only 12 remaining? As Wuxin followed the examiners, he quietly counted the number of genin beside him. Including himself, there remained 12 individuals. As they progressed, dusk gradually yielded to the embrace of night. With the arrival of darkness, the group finally reached their destination, a spacious plaza. The square, adorned with stone bricks, offered ample room, and around its periphery, numerous braziers stood tall, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling the shadows. With a casual glance around, Wuxin observed the square beneath his feet, and directly ahead stood a somewhat antiquated hall. Before the grand entrance of the hall, more than 10 ninjas clad in jonin vests were stationed, and not far to their right was an object resembling a blackboard. Due to the encroaching night, Wuxin's vision was somewhat obscured. It appeared that there were walls in the distance, reminiscent of a city within a city, or a fortress within a fortress. Most importantly, among the group of ninjas in front of the hall, Wuxin spotted his jonin teacher, Murama Yudo, who met Wuxin's gaze and winked at him. In this desolate and rugged terrain, amidst the impending battle, the sight of his teacher evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within Wuxin. At the forefront of the genin ranks, one of the masked ninjas stepped forward, whispered a few words to a ninja from the group before the hall, then turned to address Wuxin and the other genin, exclaiming, "Welcome to the venue for the third exam. Shortly, the chief examiner will present the challenges." After delivering this proclamation, the masked ninja formed a hand seal and vanished in a puff of smoke, along with 2 other masked ninjas flanking Wuxin's group. As the smoke dissipated, a shorter, green-haired man among the jonin stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, "Congratulations on passing the second exam and reaching this point. I am the chief examiner for the third round, Keiki Yagura." Upon hearing the examiner's name, Wuxin squinted in the flickering firelight to scrutinize Keiki Yagura. With green hair and purple eyes, he bore a youthful visage akin to Wuxin's own at the age of 10, marked by a distinct black line beneath his left eye. Most striking was Yagura's height, which was modestly above 140 centimeters, comparable to Wuxin's own stature at that age. Yagura's words elicited no immediate response. The 12 genin and the numerous jonin behind him remained silent, awaiting further instructions. As a nin, one must not only possess a wealth of experience for missions but also be fortified by formidable strength. The third exam was straightforward. 12 candidates would compete in pairs, showcasing their ninjutsu skills. The rules of the exam were succinct. First, the use of the mist technique is prohibited. Second, being forced out of bounds results in a loss. Third, losing the ability to fight also counts as a loss. However, even in defeat, one might still be selected as a nin. So it was imperative to demonstrate your worth during this contest. Keiki Yagura's tone was gentle yet authoritative as he concluded his remarks and raised his right hand. A jonin near the blackboard, noticing the gesture, approached it and began to explore its surface. Suddenly, the blackboard emitted a radiant glow and transformed into a display screen, revealing the names of the ninjas in bold red. There were 6 columns in total, and Wuxin spotted his name listed in the 6th column, Wuxin versus Terumi Mei. Curiosity about the display screen, which appeared to function without a power source, eclipsed Wuxin's interest in his opponent, Terumi Mei. Unconsciously, one finds the technological advancements in the world of ninjas rather peculiar. Yet, having resided in this realm for many years, it is the first encounter for unconscious with such advanced electronic devices. This display screen has evoked some dormant memories within unconscious. Chapter 43. The duels. Those genin capable of passing the first trial of willpower and endurance, as well as the second trial of survival and stealth against the guards, possess an unwavering spirit and exceptional abilities. The words of Kurigane Shisaku failed to stir any response among the genin, unfazed by their silence. Kurigane Shisaku diligently assumed the role of the chief examiner for the third stage of the examination, announcing loudly, "Thus, the third examination commences now. First pair of contestants, Mochizuki Rima versus Naruto Naoko. Contestants, please remain. All others retreat to the observation area. The chief examiner, Kirigen Shisaku, indicated the names of the two participants while gesturing towards the area outside the designated line, signaling the remaining genin to step back. Unconcerned, Wushin and the other lower-ranked ninjas retreated to the designated observation area, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. The arena, akin in size to a basketball court, was ample enough to accommodate the fierce confrontations of the ninjas. Indeed, the girl with orange hair was none other than Terumi Mei. At this moment, Wushin turned his attention to his adversaries, an ensemble of 12, among whom were 3 female lower ninjas. Not far to his right stood the blue-clad Kunoichi, who had previously captured his attention with a striking resemblance to a youthful Terumi Mei. Now, upon seeing her name displayed on the screen, he was able to confirm his impression. Within the arena, 2 lower ninjas clashed vigorously, their kunai and shuriken flying in a flurry, punctuated by the sound of metal striking metal as they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. A short distance away, the examiners, including the Jonin Kajitsu Yuzora, were engrossed in the spectacle, diligently taking notes with paper and pen, meticulously recording every detail of the event. Their abilities may have been modest, yet their mental fortitude and cautious approach were commendable. Unintentionally observing the lower-ranked ninja competition for a while, I formed a judgment. Mochizuki Rima appeared to be around 15 years of age, possessing a robust physique and immense strength, his punches cutting through the air with ferocity. On the other hand, Naruto Naoko demonstrated remarkable speed, excelling in the art of throwing ninja tools and stealth. Overall, both displayed notable qualities, yet posed no significant threat to me. As the battle unfolded, with exchanges of blows and evasion, it ultimately culminated in Naruto Naoko failing to dodge in time and being sent soaring through the air by a powerful kick from Mochizuki Rima. Seizing the moment, Mochizuki leapt after her, raising his hands with fingers clenched tightly, ready to deliver a devastating blow that could endanger Naruto's life. With a thunderous crash, Naruto Naoko plummeted to the ground, curling up like a shrimp upon impact. Mochizuki Rima, unyielding and ruthless, leapt once more, retracting his legs, seemingly intent on crushing Naruto beneath his feet, devoid of any semblance of camaraderie or compassion. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the arena, as if Mochizuki Rima had been struck by an air cannon, sending him soaring into the sky and interrupting his lethal technique. As he executed several agile maneuvers in midair, he eventually landed safely on his feet. Mochizuki Rima emerged victorious. Korakitsu Yaza maintained a poised gesture, his youthful countenance slightly grave as he announced the results. Unconsciously, Wu Xian gazed at Koguchi Shikura, then glanced at Murayama Hayato standing behind him. In that moment, Wu Xian began to comprehend the reason behind Murayama Hayato's admiration for Koguchi Shikura. In the village of Hidden Mist, the appreciation lies in the sanguinary violence. Individuals like Koguchi Shikura, who would intervene to rescue others and disrupt a lethal blow, are truly the rare exception. Among the numerous jonin accompanying Koguchi Shikura, one stepped forward to carry Naruto Naoko away, handing her over to a medical ninja clad in a white coat. After the two departed from the arena, Koguchi Shikura turned to glance at the display screen, and with a serious expression on his youthful face, he proclaimed loudly, "Second group, Miki versus Shin." The two designated genin approached the center of the square, forming a confrontational seal, and swiftly engaged in battle. As night deepened, the makeshift stronghold echoed with the distant howls of wolves from the wild fog-laden forest, adding a touch of primal ferocity to the evening. Several rounds of examination quickly passed, reaching the 6th match. 6th group, Terumi Mei versus Wu Xian. Upon announcing their names, Koguchi Shikura's eyes shimmered with interest. Hearing his name called, Wu Xian strode confidently to the center of the square. In contrast, Terumi Mei entered the arena with measured steps, adorned in a blue dress that concealed her upper body with a fishnet t-shirt. Her orange hair, now of medium length, no longer veiled her right eye as it did in the original depiction. At this moment, her gaze was fixed upon Wu Xian, radiating a palpable intrigue. Form the confrontational seal. The match begins. The diligent proctor, Koguchi Shikura, commanded with unwavering professionalism. Unperturbed and seemingly oblivious, he stood in silence, exuding an air of calm composure as he gazed intently at the figure of Terumi Mei across from him, employing stillness to counteract movement. He sought out the flaws in his opponent's ninjutsu, aiming for a decisive strike to vanquish the foe. This was the essence of his dominance at the Ninja Academy for 3 years. the key to unraveling the devious schemes of his childhood friend and ultimately triumphing over the formidable Ao. Wuxin and Kimi may share a similar age, with Kimi exuding a serene demeanor, quietly and elegantly observing Wuxin. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in an eerie silence. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed. At last, Kimi, appearing relaxed, extended her right hand to gently brush aside a few stray strands of hair, revealing a rather sweet smile as she softly remarked, "The strongest genin, Wuxin. I have heard of you. The sole survivor of the tragic Ninja Academy incident 45 years ago, able to endure under the hands of the genius Umbu, Momochi Zabuza. I must say, you are unexpectedly handsome in person. I find myself curious about the sensation of having you beneath my feet." Kimi maintained her tranquil demeanor, seemingly dismissive of Wuxin, her smile reminiscent of a neighborly girl, yet her words dripped with disdain and provocation, creating a striking contrast. "Oh, are the rumors truly this outrageous? It truly makes me want to laugh." A faint smile graced Wuxin's face as he took a small step with his right foot, crossing his arms with his left hand while resting his chin on his right elbow, embodying the essence of a profoundly relaxed thinker. To my astonishment, the infamous name of Momochi Zabuza overshadowed my own. Ha ha ha. The tragedy of the ninja school, which transpired 45 years ago, is merely a tale you've heard, isn't it? Allow me to unveil the truth. I sought to test my own strength and, in doing so, borrowed the lives of my classmates, 114 in total. Among such a multitude, only Momochi Zabuza could bring me satisfaction, thus I spared his life, designating him as my scapegoat. Yet, what amuses me is that the 45-year-old ninja school tragedy you speak of is, in fact, far more intriguing than my own actions. Ha ha ha, how utterly fascinating. The voice of Wuxin resonated with a haunting depth, and as the words flowed, a frenzied glint ignited in Wuxin's eyes, the smile transforming into a chilling grin as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. "Ah, Terumi-mei, I can sense the immense chakra within you. I trust you will be able to amuse me, won't you? Come now, make your move. I await it with bated breath." Within the depths of Wu Xian's being, a subtle fluctuation of chakra stirred. Although his hands remained apart, during their conversation, his fingers gently twitched a few times. The movements so slight they were nearly imperceptible. The provocation from Terumi-mei had failed to elicit the desired response, and upon opening the dialogue, she found herself taken aback by Wu Xian's words. The tragic incident at the Mist Village Ninja Academy, which transpired 45 years prior, is widely known. Though the intricate details have been sealed by the higher-ups, the prominent clans of the Mist Village still inscribe the names of two formidable figures, Momochi Zabuza and Wu Xian. In this instant, as Wu Xian spoke, it appeared that the calamity of 45 years still harbored hidden truths. The notorious Momochi Zabuza, infamous for his moniker as a ghostly figure due to the tragedy, had in fact been vanquished by Wu Xian, a revelation that was rather explosive. More significantly, the visage of Wu Xian in Terumi-mei's eyes suddenly morphed into something grotesque and terrifying, akin to a demon. She felt as though she had become a classmate of Wu Xian during that fateful year, engulfed in fear and helplessness. With the menacing figure of Wu Xian pursuing her relentlessly, she was akin to a mouse, with Wu Xian as the cat, inescapable and relentless, poised to seize her in the next moment, ready to devour her whole. Outside the arena, the elite shinobi regarded one another with expressions of confusion. They possessed a general understanding of the underlying circumstances surrounding the 45-year incident, and the words of an eyewitness drew their attention to the notion that the event was far from straightforward. Kurigane Yagura and Murayama Yudo exchanged glances. One a formidable warrior and the other a master of illusion, the subtle chakra fluctuations of Wu Xian could not escape their keen senses. Murayama Yudo scrutinized the guise of Wu Xian, who feigned ferocity, while Terumi-mei opposite him appeared drenched in sweat. Pondering, have they truly mastered the art of illusion to such an extent? Chapter 44. Wu Xian's illusion unconsciously. He licked his lips, his right hand slowly reaching towards the pouch of ninja tools at his waist, a wicked smile gracing his face. Are you truly too timid to act? How utterly disappointing. With an indifferent right hand grasping the shuriken, it was slowly raised above the forehead, the wrist quivering as the shuriken swiftly darted towards Kagaya-mei's forehead. The motion effortless and graceful. Whoosh. Kagaya-mei's expression was blank, her lips slightly parted, seemingly confronted by some unspeakable horror. Her face was a portrait of overwhelming fear, utterly unresponsive to the approaching shuriken. Clang. The unintentional shuriken was sent soaring by the external shuriken. Yuzu Shurs maintained the posture of throwing the shuriken, his expression impassive as he loudly declared, "Wushin, victory." Yuzu Shurs felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The anticipated clash of brilliance between the talented Mei clan and the village's prodigies did not materialize. Instead, Wushin secured a simple and, one might say, utterly unremarkable victory. In the realm of illusions, those observing from the sidelines witnessed merely two figures standing face to face, Wushin effortlessly casting a shuriken, while Mei stood motionless, as if stripped of agency, resigned to her fate. "Miss Mei?" A concerned Janine called out from behind Yuzu Shurs, swiftly darting to her side and placing a hand upon her shoulder. With the infusion of a second chakra, the illusionary panic that had engulfed Mei was promptly dispelled, and she suddenly emerged from her stupor, appearing somewhat fatigued as she gasped for breath. With a casual glance at Kagayame, the expression in his eyes held a hint of amusement. Illusions are a form of combat that demands both high intellect and exceptional skill. With effortless ease, he demonstrated his prowess by swiftly defeating Kagayame. The technique employed was merely a standard C-grade illusion, designed to amplify the fears residing within the subject's heart, known as the illusion of the Hell of Fantasia. Unintentionally, Wushin made slight adjustments, roughly simulating a scene of frenzied slaughter at the Ninja Academy, while simultaneously amplifying the profound fear within Terumi Mei's heart. The outcome surpassed Wushin's expectations, leading him to contemplate. This technique shall be employed more frequently in the future. The setting will be the Ninja Academy. Unintentionally, Wu Xin established a fixed scenario that magnified fear, and in a certain sense, it could even be described as a transformation into a new illusion. After announcing Wu Xin's victory, Kawaguchi Yaza no longer paid attention to the Jinin candidates. Instead, he turned to engage in hushed discussions with the 10 Nin behind him. Shortly thereafter, it appeared that the numerous Nin had reached a consensus, each returning to their previous positions. At the center, Kawaguchi Yaza raised his voice, commanding, "Candidates, assemble." With a sense of anticipation, the 12 lower ninjas gathered around Kajitsun Shikura, forming a close-knit circle before him. The flickering flames of the bonfire cast shifting shadows across the square, revealing the varied expressions of the assembled crowd. The battle showcased was truly captivating. "Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by me and the 10 attending Nin, who have reached a unanimous conclusion. I hereby announce that Mochizuki Raima, Mitsuba, Shin, Kagaya Take, Kurisato Hibi, Kankatsuchi Saikai, and Makushi have successfully passed the CH Nin exam and ascended to the rank of CH Nin. Though Kajitsun Shikura is of modest stature, his words exude a compelling and approachable aura. After a brief pause, he continued softly, "To the other 5, do not be disheartened. Strive to enhance your abilities. And I look forward to your participation in 6 months. Mochizuki Raima, Mitsuba, Shin, Kagaya Take, Kurisato Hibi, Kankatsuchi Saikai, and Makushi are to report to the Mizukage building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to establish new records. Thus concludes the CH Nin exam. You are dismissed." With a sweeping gesture, Kajitsun Shikura signaled for dissolution, and in an instant, his form transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. The failures from Kirigakure should, in theory, go unnoticed. However, many of Kajitsun Shikura's actions diverged significantly from the village's traditions. The 5 unsuccessful candidates had faced defeat in the 3rd round of the ninjutsu competition without showcasing the requisite brilliance, leading to their elimination. Fortunately, unlike the previous 2 proctors, Kajitsun Shikura acknowledged the failures with a semblance of compassion, which immediately made a noticeable difference. The 5 lower ninjas who failed to advance bore expressions of desolation as they turned away. Among them, several Nin clad in vests approached to accompany the candidates as they departed. Yamashita Waita wore a broad smile as he strode towards Makushi after Kajitsun Shikura's departure. "Makushi, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Congratulations, you are now a CH Nin of the village, qualified to lead a team. All credit goes to your outstanding teacher, Waita-sensei." Seeing Yamashita Waitu, Makushi's face brightened. In such a desolate place, where life and death tests take place, nothing is more uplifting than the presence of a familiar face. Moreover, Yamashita Waitu had been Makushi's dedicated instructor, imparting numerous ninjutsu techniques with unwavering commitment. Before long, the 12 lower ninjas dispersed, leaving only Makushi, Yamashita Waitu, and Terumi Mei in the distance. Terumi Mei lingered for a while, her face marked by disappointment, standing beside a robust Nin. Taking a deep breath, she turned to leave, inadvertently casting a fleeting glance at Makushi. After taking a step, she halted and called out to him. Hey. Wuxin appeared to be engaged in conversation with the Hokage, oblivious to the calls of Terumi-mei. Unintentionally. Wu Xian heard someone calling his name and turned in the direction of the voice with a hint of confusion. His gaze fell upon a charming girl of around 10 years, with vibrant orange hair, pouting her lips, and her eyes filled with determination and defiance. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Wuxin's eyes sparkled with clarity and tranquility, his demeanor unperturbed, devoid of the ferocity that had accompanied his earlier collaboration with illusions. Upon witnessing the defiant visage of Komi-mei, a subtle smirk played upon his lips, revealing a hint of surprise at not recognizing her initially. Komi-mei, confronted with Wuxin's gentle demeanor, felt an even greater sense of discomfort. It was as if her defeat was a foregone conclusion. Renowned as the prodigy of her clan, Komi-mei had endured rigorous training, and while failure was not an unfamiliar adversary, the sting of such an ignominious defeat was unprecedented. Her unwillingness to accept this reality was vividly etched upon her face as she declared to Wuxin, "Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Be prepared, Wuxin." Despite her youth, her fierce proclamation bore the essence of a playful pout. After delivering her challenge, she strode away with her guards in tow. Even a vanquished foe who barely posed a challenge carries such arrogance, Wuxin scoffed with a cold laugh, turning away, dismissing Komi-mei's words with indifference. Yamashita Yudo, observing as Komi-mei and her entourage departed, quietly remarked to Wuxin, "That individual is a talented ninja from the Komi clan." Both Lord Korakitsu Yagura and other elite shinobi anticipated a spectacular battle, yet none expected such a conclusion. Wuxin, your aptitude for illusionary arts is remarkable. Perhaps a combat style centered on illusions would be more suitable for you. Teacher Yongren, all of this is a testament to your exceptional guidance. Without intention, there is no merit. Without Murayama Haruto, mastering so many techniques would not be so simple for Wuxin. What a mischievous lad he is. No one can resist flattery. And Murayama Haruto thoroughly enjoys Wuxin's compliments, his smile becoming increasingly radiant as he heartily claps Wuxin on the shoulder, continuing, "To celebrate your promotion to Chunin, I invite you to soak in the hot springs. The experience is far more beneficial at night." Chapter 45, Chunin Appointment Hidden Mist Village, at 9 in the morning. Within the office of the Mizukage, Wuxin respectfully accepted the Chunin vest personally bestowed by the third Mizukage, accompanied by a folded appointment document. With a heart unburdened, Wuxin set forth from Donye Hot Springs, having indulged in the soothing embrace of the waters for several hours during the early morning hours. Though his sleep had been brief, he felt invigorated and full of vitality. Grateful to the third Mizukage, he vowed to contribute even more to the village. After receiving his ninja vest, Wuxin exclaimed with youthful exuberance, folding the Chunin appointment scroll and donning the vest. With his promotion to Chunin, Wuxin's attire transformed into a fitted navy blue combat suit. Adorned with a ninja vest, reminiscent of the standard garb for Chunin and Jonin, albeit tailored for his youthful frame. The third Mizukage, resplendent in his official garb and draped in a Mizukage cloak, wore a gentle smile as he addressed Wuxin. "I have reviewed your task history, and Jonin Yamamoto has spoken highly of you. Truly commendable. Press on, grow stronger. The village requires a more formidable version of you. Perhaps one day, you shall lead our village." The warmth of the third Mizukage's smile contrasted with the fearsome reputation he bore as the enforcer of the blood mist policy. Though he could be stern when necessary, his laughter exuded a welcoming charm. In Wuxin's recollections from a previous life, this figure had seemed almost ephemeral. Yet now he began to take on a more substantial presence in Wuxin's mind. While the third Mizukage had implemented the blood mist policy, his words hinted at a reluctant acceptance of the village's dire circumstances, which desperately needed powerful ninjas. In the Chunin exams, the first round lacked combat, and the second round's proctor explicitly forbade lethal confrontations. Furthermore, the chief examiner, Yuzuru Kaki, was prepared to intervene to save participants. It appeared that aside from the initial bloody trials of ninja school graduation, the higher-ups were focused on the nurturing of the village's ninjas. Having spent many years in this world, Wuxin understood that ninja training in various regions often bore the mark of brutality, with the tradition of eliminating 1 out of every 2 candidates being an ancient practice. While such an archaic system could be discarded, it could also be exploited if the village's strength proved insufficient. Unconsciously gazing upon the amiable smile of the third Mizukage, Wuxin's thoughts drifted momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure. He bowed and stated, The village requires your esteemed guidance, third Mizukichi. I merely aspire to be your instrument, clearing obstacles for you. The ninja of Kirigakure are but tools, and Wushin is well aware of what these influential figures desire to hear. Upon hearing Wushin's words, the third Mizukichi's smile indeed grew more serene, as he replied, "You shall become a formidable tool for clearing obstacles, though not at this moment." Unconsciously, you triumphed over the prodigy of the Terumi clan in the third examination. How utterly satisfying. The offspring of these ninja clans are indeed precious, nurtured through their unique methods of training. Once these disciples reach a certain level of proficiency, they participate in the village's Chunin exams. On the surface, it appears as though they have been adequately prepared as tools for the village. However, beneath this facade lies an intrinsic meaning of demonstrating their prowess. Yet, regardless of how exceptional these great clan geniuses may be, they will never match the elite graduates shaped under our village's blood mist policy. Upon hearing these words, I felt a twinge of surprise, realizing why I had never encountered Terumi Mei or any members of the Kagaya or Yuki clans during my time at the Ninja Academy. Neither among my seniors upon enrollment nor among my juniors upon graduation did I find them. It turns out these powerful clans cultivate their own ninjas, only to present them to the village once they are fully trained. This approach is quite understandable. The ninja clans, bound by blood ties, cherish their lineage and cannot afford to allow their offspring to engage in mutual slaughter, nor permit them to harm the common ninja. The ranks of common ninjas are virtually limitless, while even the most populous clans face the constraint of finite numbers. As for that Terumi Mei, does she truly deserve the title of genius? Such a person is inconsequential to me. Wushin, with an air of indifference, feigned a nonchalant demeanor, her expression calm and detached, exhibiting a hint of disdain. Do not underestimate the situation. Although your abilities are commendable, time is still required for your growth. The admiration in the eyes of the third Hokage deepened, yet his expression grew slightly more solemn. In light of Wushin's youth, his critique was both objective and sagacious. After a brief pause, he continued in a soft tone, Murakami Yudo is an exceptional jonin of our village. However, should you find yourself perplexed by ninjutsu, and if he is unable to assist you, feel free to seek my guidance here. If I have the time, I shall gladly mentor you. A hint of astonishment flickered in Wu Xian's eyes. If he could receive the teachings of the third Hokage, would he not be considered a disciple of the third Hokage? At the very least, he would be regarded as a half-disciple or a direct disciple. Indeed, I comprehend now. Unconsciously, a sense of reverence genuinely arose within Wushin, who bowed before the third Hokage in acknowledgement. Indeed, the leader of the Jonin class, Yagura, has expressed considerable interest in you. Do take the time to engage him in conversation, the third Hokage remarked, waving his hand to signal that Wushin could take his leave. Without a word of commitment, Wushin turned and exited the office of the Water Shadow. Outside the office, Keiki Yagura, who was of similar height to Wushin, stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Upon seeing Wushin emerge, he beckoned her over. Wushin, disciple of Murayama Waitu, do you have a moment to chat? Keiki's voice was soft, devoid of any hint of pressure. The third-generation Water Shadow had just mentioned to Wushin that she should take the time to speak with Yagura, and it seemed the two had conspired in advance. Yes. Unconsciously, Wushin responded with a hint of confusion, uncertain of the intentions behind Mizukichi and Ichang. Ichang, the leader of the elite ninja class in Kirigakure, held a position akin to that of a prince, wielding considerable influence and authority. Within the Mizukichi's tower, Ichang moved with an air of familiarity, guiding Wushin forward at a leisurely pace. The guards and Umbu along their path largely ignored Ichang, with several even offering respectful bows. Following closely behind, Wushin soon arrived at the rooftop of the Mizukichi building. Upon reaching the edge of the rooftop, Ichang leapt onto the railing and perched there, a subtle smile gracing his face. Elevated by the height of the railing, he towered over Wushin and spoke softly, the prodigy of Kirigakure, a genius ninja, the top graduate of the 45th class, a genin at the age of 9, and now a chunin before turning 10. Were it possible for the village to allow early graduation, I believe with your capabilities, you would stand shoulder to shoulder with the talents of Konoha Village, such as the son of the legendary White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. White Fang, Kakashi Hatake? The name stirred a mixture of familiarity and strangeness within Wushin, evoking memories of a past life. Over half a year ago, when Wushin had just graduated, the exceptionally high-ranking parents had encountered the White Fang during a mission, sacrificing their lives to repel him in the line of duty. Given the timing, it was plausible that this very mission had led to the demise of the White Fang. The White Fang, a formidable ninja from Konoha, had not been heard of in quite some time. Rumors suggested he had perished during a mission. Ichang, aware of Wuxin's background, spoke with the intention of comforting him, suggesting that the enemy responsible for his parents' death might very well be among the fallen. The absence of recent rumors about the White Fang's exploits and his supposed demise during a mission lingered in the air. Unintentionally, Wu Xian murmured that Konoha Village also values its reputation. It is inconceivable for them to announce the legendary strength of their ninja while one of their own takes their life at home due to slander. Under the strict edicts of Konoha, the spies from Kirigakure can only make inferences based on the intelligence they gather, suggesting that White Fang may have already perished. Chapter 46. Yuzu Yagura. Indeed, White Fang faced defeat against our Kirigakure and was subjected to the scorn of Konoha's villagers. Not long after, rumors spread that he had died during a covert mission. Yuzu Yagura sat upon the railing, speaking softly, informing Wu Xian that the enemy who had slain his parents, White Fang, was now deceased. Lost in contemplation, Wuxin reflected on the task at hand, mourning the demise of numerous elite members of the Hidden Mist, including his own parents. Soon after, the renowned White Fang also perished due to the failure of this mission. Faced with such an outcome, Wuxin found himself at a loss. He held a vague recollection of the truth behind White Fang's death. It was his attempt to save a comrade that ultimately led to their downfall. This starkly contrasted with the ruthless and callous ethos of the Hidden Mist Village, where comrades are merely seen as expendable resources for the sake of mission completion. Although ninjas are generally driven by their obligations, the existence of a figure like White Fang, who embodies a distinct ethos, in the Leaf Village starkly contrasts with the Hidden Mist's adherence to archaic ninja traditions. Lord Yagura believes that ninjas are merely tools, with their sole focus being the completion of their tasks. The intricacies of internation affairs are matters that should not occupy my thoughts at this moment. With a demeanor marked by humility and respect, Wuxin approached the village's higher echelons with a cautious and earnest disposition, maintaining a facade of diligent professionalism. The once warm visage of Yagura Kuchinashi had taken on an odd quality, as he spoke in a tone that was both playful and ambiguous. Are ninjas merely tools? Is that truly your belief? His expression was perplexing, leaving Wuxin at a loss to decipher his thoughts. In a moment of introspection, Wuxin recalled Yudo Murayama, who had previously mentioned Kuchinashi in their discussions about ninjas and the blood mist, speaking of him with great respect and admiration. With this memory in mind, Wuxin pursed his lips and softly replied, "Indeed, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are merely tools. However, if there were a possibility to alter this circumstance, it might not be such a bad thing." The demeanor and discourse when confronting the Yuzutsukasa are starkly divergent from those exhibited in the presence of the third Mizukichi. In the village of the Bloody Mist, ninjas are regarded merely as instruments. To disregard this ideology is to reject the policies of the Mizukichi. Within the framework of the Blood Mist doctrine, ninjas are mere tools, and comrades are viewed as mere resources for missions. This perspective is deemed entirely justifiable, as they are fundamentally seen as expendable. Although Wu Xian did not mention the Blood Mist, he did not evade the inquiry posed by Guyu Yagura, offering a rather vague response. "Your restraint took me by surprise. It was not as radical as Murayama Yudo had commented." Guyu Yagura's tone was gentle, and within his diminutive frame seemed to lie immense energy. The ambiguous smile on his face rendered Wu Xian unable to decipher his thoughts, inadvertently instilling a sense of inexplicable pressure within him. "Your potential is vast. You are a rare genius encountered once in several decades. I wish to inquire about your perspective on the village's blood mist policy." On the rooftop of the Mizukichi building, in a place thick with umbu and Mizukichi guards, Guyu Yagura directly questioned Wu Xian regarding his views on the blood mist policy, without a hint of hesitation or circumlocution. The policies enacted by the village are considerations made by the Mizukichi and the esteemed higher-ups. Wuxin harbors no opinions regarding these matters. He merely endeavors to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by Lord Shuing. Wuxin finds it impossible to harbor any fondness for the blood mist policy, nor can he utter any insincere praises that would betray his conscience. In the Water Shadow Building, he refrains from criticizing the blood mist policy, choosing instead to remain silent on the matter. Ha ha ha. When the bitter orange Shizakura heard Wuxin's response, he erupted into hearty laughter. The earlier tension and unpredictability that had weighed heavily upon him dissipating significantly. It is little wonder that Murayama Yudo remarked on Wuxin's precocious nature. It appears that such observations hold a kernel of truth. With unwavering resolve, We have collectively submitted a proposal to Lord Mizuki to abolish the brutal practice of students in the Ninja Academy engaging in mutual slaughter. Unlike previous occasions, Lord Mizuki did not dismiss our council outright. The sheer number of high-ranking shinobi who have united in this cause is unprecedented, compelling Lord Mizuki to deliberate carefully. I am confident that, through our persistent efforts, this policy of mutual extermination will soon be rescinded. The dread and crimson mists that have long shrouded our village will ultimately dissipate, and Kirigakure shall transform into a veritable paradise within the land of water. Kagurazaka leapt down from the railing, turning to rest one hand upon it, while raising the other in a gesture akin to hosting esteemed guests, slowly gesturing to the landscape. From our vantage point, we behold a significant portion of the village's breathtaking scenery. Observe the ethereal mists that envelop the village, lingering throughout the year, resembling a fantastical realm too exquisite for words. These enchanting mists shield our village from external threats. Therefore, why must we resort to inflicting harm upon one another? Why should we stain these beautiful mists with the blood of our comrades? Kagurazaka's eyes shimmered with hope as he assumed a posture of authority. After a brief pause following his two rhetorical questions, he continued, "Fortunately, the era of blood mists is destined to conclude, and Kirigakure is on the cusp of rebirth." With a heart devoid of intention, I gazed blankly at the figure of Kojitsu Yatsukura, whose eyes sparkled with aspirations. The Kojitsu clan, a prominent lineage within the village of Kirigakure, had actively integrated into the community after aligning themselves with it. The descendants embraced the path of the ninja, leading to a gradual decline in their numbers as they fully assimilated into the village. Kojitsu Yatsukura, possessing exceptional abilities, caught the attention of the third Mizuki and was appointed as the class leader, a role akin to that of a crown prince. This clearly indicates that the third Mizuki did not seek the annihilation of the ninja clans. Rather, his actions aimed to subjugate them, thereby strengthening the village and stabilizing the land of water. However, the brutal policies of the blood mist and the so-called elite training, while indeed cultivating formidable ninjas, were simultaneously draining the village's potential. As a high-ranking ninja, Kojitsu Yatsukura emerged as a pioneer advocating for the abolition of the blood mist policy. The Kojitsu clan had thoroughly integrated into the village, earning the respect of both the commoner ninjas and the clan ninjas alike, all of whom revered the man known as Kojitsu Yatsukura. Unintentionally, Wushin became infected by the calamity of the Kumquat shrine, softly murmuring, "Indeed, the blood mist massacre lingers far too behind." While every system possesses its rationale for existence, this should not serve as justification for depriving the lives of those innocent young ninjas. Wushin reminisced about his classmates, reflecting on the 3 joyful years spent at the ninja school, marred only by the shadow of the final graduation exam. Following the tragic events surrounding the class of 45, Wushin found himself isolated within the village, bereft of peers and comrades, save for the formidable assassin, Momochi Zabuza, who seemed to have joined the Umbu. To Wushin, Zabuza, the architect of that calamity, held no emotional ties or significance. It was only due to Zabuza's equally tragic fate that Wushin relinquished his desire for vengeance. Indeed, in the realm of survival, the unfit must be cast aside. The village was on the brink of transformation, and the future of its development called for the contributions of exceptional ninjas like you. I firmly believe that your talents will evolve to surpass even the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen and the Jinchuriki, becoming one of the cornerstones of peace and stability within the village. Presently, I am devoted to instigating change within this nation, aspiring to transform the land of blood mist into a utopia. In the future, I hope that you will be the one to steadfastly uphold this belief. The vision of turning the blood mist into a paradise must be passed down through generations, and the transformation of this country begins with us. With a fiery gaze, Yagura seemed to foresee the end of the blood mist policy. If the peace and beauty you envision truly materialize, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. Unconsciously influenced by the beliefs of the citrus tree, Wushin began to appreciate the mist-laden village of the hidden mist. The clear sunlight illuminated the fog, casting a spectrum of colors that seemed as if a rainbow was concealed within the clouds. Chapter 47. Development of Ninja Tools as dusk settled over the hidden mist village. In the forging room of Tikuchitaro's residence, Wushin, Teichitaro, and a farmer of dark complexion stood before the furnace, observing the flames gradually dwindling. "Should it be about ready?" Wushin queried softly, glancing at the person beside him with a hint of uncertainty. The forging process had concluded without issue, yet the quality of the fired ceramics remained uncertain. The farmer, appearing simple-hearted, spoke straightforwardly without hesitation. Takeuchi Taro remained silent, harboring doubts about Wushin's new product, especially after 3 failed forging attempts. Even though chakra metal could be remelted, the considerable expense of chakra metal weighed heavily on Takeuchi Taro's heart. "Let us take a look," Takeuchi Taro said, moving to the furnace and deftly extracting the items within. He revealed a small bottle, slightly larger than a palm, crafted from clay. During the molding process, chakra metal was incorporated, and intricate patterns were etched onto the inside of the bottle, representing Wushin's innovative ninja tool. Placing the bottle on a nearby table, the dark-skinned farmer approached, using tongs to dip the bottle into a bucket filled with an unknown liquid. Upon removing it, the bottle's surface transformed, becoming exceptionally smooth, devoid of the rough texture typically associated with clay pottery, while also cooling down. Carefully, the farmer set the bottle back on the table and whispered to Takeuchi Taro, "Boss Taro, my part is complete. This is how ceramics are fired. The bottle appears glossy and smooth, with a milky white hue, and the quality is excellent. In terms of ceramic craftsmanship, this bottle is up to standard. As for other aspects, you may check for yourselves." This farmer had been enlisted by Wushin and Takeuchi Taro to assist in the ceramic firing process, aiding in the creation of a new special ninja tool, a water storage bottle. The chakra metal was integrated during the shaping of the ceramic, adhering to the inner walls of the bottle. Unintentionally, I stepped forward to pick up the bottle, examining it with great care. The bottle, smooth and milky white, is a third longer than the entirety of my palm and fingers. Gazing into the bottle from its opening, I noticed the walls adorned with intricate black patterns. Satisfied with its appearance, I decided to give it a try. With a casual thought, I lifted the bottle and stepped out of the forge, making my way toward the water tank outside. The tank stood half my height, brimming with water. I removed the lid of the tank and, with one hand gripping the bottle, aimed it above the tank. Chakra surged within me, flowing into the bottle. As I manipulated it, a powerful suction emanated from the bottle's opening, drawing every last drop of water from the tank into its confines. In an instant, the entire volume of the tank was consumed by the bottle. "Ah, what a masterpiece I have created." The unfeeling bottle glided effortlessly in his grasp, achieving the desired effect with exquisite precision. This diminutive vessel absorbed the entirety of the water contained within the grand tank. The bottle's suction power was a refined adaptation of the wind manipulation technique found in banana leaf fans, where an invisible tempest surged in reverse, compelling the water from the tank to cascade into the bottle. In the realm of ninjutsu, there exists a technique capable of enlarging tools, as well as one that can diminish them. The runes intricately carved within the bottle likely serve to generate a wind-based suction, subsequently shrinking the absorbed contents. The creation concept behind this bottle, known as Wushin, is aimed at transforming the battlefield environment. Its primary function is to store water, which can be released in large quantities during combat, swiftly altering the surroundings into a terrain conducive to water-based techniques. In the realm of ninjutsu, Wushin excels solely in water manipulation, making it immensely beneficial by adapting the environment to suit its combat style. Unintentionally, Wushin raised the bottle towards the water tank. Forming a seal with one hand, the bottle unexpectedly spewed forth a stream of water, the volume matching that which was absorbed prior, perfectly filling the tank. Taro Tucci and the dark-skinned farmer observed Wushin's experiment with the water storage bottle throughout, and upon witnessing Wushin's beaming expression, they both exhaled in relief. Success indeed. Taro Tucci's earlier concerns dissipated swiftly. Wushin's recent experiment sparked a sense of novelty within him, indicating that the Takeuchi weapon shop could soon boast another extraordinary product. Previously, the banana leaf fans crafted by Wushin had sold 3 units within a few months, and now the demand for such fans was incessant, with prices soaring and deposits required for pre-orders. The presence of this flagship product significantly boosted the sales of other ninja tools at the Takeuchi weapon shop, drawing ninjas into the store daily, who invariably supplemented their purchases with additional gear. "Uncle Taro, this bottle requires further testing, but our immediate priority is to enlist a ninja craftsman capable of creating sealing symbols to fashion a cap for this bottle." Unintentionally, I toyed with the water bottle for a while before handing it to Taro Takeuchi. Upon receiving the bottle, Takeuchi examined it meticulously, and with each glance, his satisfaction seemed to deepen, an expression of infatuation dawning in his eyes as he murmured, "Art, truly art." The dark-skinned farmer, witnessing the delight of his 2 patrons in the exquisite porcelain bottle he had forged, seized the opportune moment to inquire, Mr. Taro, my Remuneration. Ah, just a moment. Please wait while I fetch the money from the shop and deliver it to you personally, Takeuchi replied, returning to reality and responding graciously to the farmer. As the proprietor of a weapon shop, he was affluent and held a stellar reputation, prompting a smile to spread across the farmer's face. Uncle Taro, I still need to test the bottle's water capacity. Please indulge me for a moment longer. The heartless forging of ninja tools resembles the bond between a steed of 1,000 miles and its discerning master, receiving robust support from Takeuchi Taro. Although there is a pang of regret for the materials, the act of igniting the furnace is never met with hesitation. Oh, very well then. Unintentionally. This bottle has reached a level where it could be sold as a piece of art. During your upcoming evaluation, even if it does not meet your expectations, please do not destroy it. This exquisite item is entirely worthy of being a treasured centerpiece. Taro Teichi gazed at the bottle with the same reverence one might reserve for a precious gem, becoming increasingly enamored. Upon hearing Unintentional's words, he reluctantly handed the bottle over, saying, I understand. I will return shortly. Wuxin took the bottle with an unintentional grace, as if a touch of sanctity had suddenly enveloped him. After responding to Kunai Taro, Wuxin departed from the latter's residence, swiftly navigating through the village. In the nocturnal haze of Inin village, the streets were devoid of passers-by, and the streetlights cast a gentle glow upon Wuxin's silhouette. Unintentionally, I hastened along, swiftly arriving at the banks of the Mist River, which lies at the edge of Misty Village. The Mist River serves as a tributary of the Great Water River, the mother river of the Water Kingdom. On one side of the river is Misty Village, while the opposite bank extends beyond the village's boundaries. Thus, this river may also be regarded as the village's protective moat. The banks of the Mist River are separated by 4 to 5 kilometers, and its waters are abundant, flowing continuously for over 100 kilometers until they merge with the Great Water River. Wuxin stood at the banks of the Mist River, directing the mouth of a bottle towards the flowing waters. His chakra pulsated, and the vessel emitted a powerful suction, conjuring a whirlpool within the river, reminiscent of a water spout, drawing the liquid into the bottle clutched in his hands. After approximately 10 minutes of this endeavor, Wuxin discerned a certain heaviness in the bottle. Concurrently, he observed that the water level of the Mist River seemed to have receded slightly. This capacity for water storage was sufficient to transform a small terrain into a shallow pond several meters deep. This bottle, as lustrous and milky as jade, shall henceforth be named the Jade Purification Bottle. Wuxin held the bottle, thoroughly examining its functionality, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. This bottle ensured that even when Wuxin departed from a humid environment, he could still maintain his advantageous position. Chapter 48. Exclusive Mission in the Shuiying Building. Within the Shuiying office, more than a dozen ninjas stood upright, while the third Shuiying sat at his desk, perfectly poised, exuding an air of authority. The indifferent figure also finds a place within this ninja team. Since his promotion to CH Nin, Wuxin has not undertaken any missions for over 3 months. His mentor and former superior, Murayama Hayato, is enjoying a rare respite due to the birth of his child. For 3 months, Wuxin devoted himself to the study of ninjutsu and the research of ninja tools, tirelessly striving to enhance his strength. In this upcoming operation, Yujin, the third Mizukage, graciously entrusted you with the task. After providing a detailed account of the mission, the Mizukage's assistant picked up the task scroll from the table and handed it to Murayama Yujin. There is a firm assurance that the mission will be accomplished successfully. Murayama Yujin received the scroll with both hands, his expression notably grave. Typically, missions are assigned by the Elder Masters, so it is quite rare for the Mizukage to personally allocate a task. This not only signifies the importance of the mission, but also indicates the Mizukage's belief in someone's capability to undertake it. The Mizukage cast a profound gaze over the 3 ninja squads behind Murayama Yujin and spoke in a deep voice. Wuxin, Kagaya Takiya, and Maruoka Katsu. You 3 are the backbone of this mission. You must assist Jonin Murayama Yujin in successfully completing this investigation task. Do you understand? Yes. The 3 named Wuxin responded in unison. With a casual turn of his head, he observed the ranks before him. Among them were Yamamoto, a seasoned Jonin from Shinobi Village, alongside Kagaya, who had ascended to Chunin alongside him. There was also Maruoka, a well-established young Chunin in his early 20s. Each of the 3 led their respective squads of lower-ranked shinobi, 3 members each, culminating in a formidable total of 13 skilled ninjas, with Yamamoto included. Unintentionally, Wuxin turned to glance at the water lily behind him, along with the ghost lantern Mai, and a newly joined Kunoichi, Yamazaki Saori, who had lost her comrades due to a failed mission. He cast a sidelong glance at the Nin Muruoka K and the genin behind Kagaya, whose ages ranged from 11 to 16, comprising a team of seasoned genin. The third Mizukiage had clearly outlined the mission, and the team received encouragement before he waved his hand, stating, "The specifics of the border conflict between the land of wind and the land of fire are of utmost importance to us. Prepare yourselves for departure." "Yes." The group of ninjas responded in unison before turning to leave the Mizukiage building. Downstairs, Wushin awaited as the 12 ninjas arranged themselves into 3 small teams, with the Jonin Murayama Wada standing at the forefront, scrutinizing Wushin and his companions. The S-rank long-term mission has been delineated clearly by the Mizukiage. Our task is to infiltrate enemy territory, specifically a zone of conflict, to gather intelligence. We are undoubtedly placing ourselves in perilous circumstances. He continued. During the Second Shinobi World War, I undertook a mission to investigate the conditions of warring nations, and the dangers of such locations left a profound impression on me. Although there has been no declaration of war in this current windfire conflict, the risks are undeniably severe. Prepare thoroughly for the mission. We shall convene at the village gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dismissed. With that, the mission commander Murayama Wada offered his encouragement, and with a grand gesture, his form dissipated into smoke. The remaining Wushin and the other Nin and genin exchanged glances before turning to depart. Water Lily, Mai, Saori, ensure you prepare well. Dismissed. The genin, Water Lily, Ghost Lantern Mai, and Yamazaki Saori followed their captain Wushin closely, since the Mizukiage and Murayama Wada had conveyed all necessary information. Wushin had little more to add, merely instructing them to prepare before disbanding the team. Yes. The 3 responded affirmatively before each took their leave. Wushin strolled along the street, leisurely making his way towards the weapon shop nestled in the southern part of the village. The fog-laden ninjas and villagers around him moved with a sense of urgency. And coupled with the S-rank mission he had received, Wushin speculated quietly about the potential upheaval occurring within the ninja world, unintentionally disbanding the group. He walked alone for a short while when a figure clad in a green robe and adorned with a mask descended from the heavens. Unintentional. You are summoned by Lord Mizukiage. Without intention, Wushin gazed at the Umbu and, somewhat perplexed, replied, I have just emerged from the Water Shadow building. Please. The Umbu raised a hand, gesturing for him to continue, completely disregarding Wushin's words. Very well. With a sense of resignation, Wushin returned to the Water Shadow building under the watchful eyes of the Dark Faction. Unintentionally, I pondered whether the Umbu had miscalculated the time. I had spent over half an hour in the office of the third Mizukiage, listening to the details of the mission. It was only after the missions had been fully assigned that the Umbu finally located me. Unintentionally, I hastened my way and soon arrived at the office of the Water Shadow. My Lord Water Shadow. Wushin bowed respectfully to the third Hokage. The third Hokage waved away the assistants beside him, his expression remaining impassive as he regarded Wushin. A sense of bewilderment flickered in Wushin's eyes, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Wushin. There exists an S-rank mission that I hope you can accomplish, came the slow, deliberate words of the third-generation Water Shadow after a silence of over 10 seconds. Lord Water Shadow, is it not true that I have just accepted an S-rank mission? In a state of profound bewilderment, Wushin found himself grappling with the weight of an S-rank mission. He was to accompany the esteemed Jonin, Yamamoto, infiltrating the borderlands of the Fire and Wind Kingdoms to investigate the burgeoning conflicts among the great nations. Another S-rank task had materialized, leaving Wushin in a haze of confusion. Ah, I see now. This is the exclusive S-rank mission I entrusted to you. The significance of such tasks, I trust you comprehend. The third Mizukiage's expression was devoid of warmth, his demeanor radiating an imposing authority. An exclusive mission? Please, issue your commands. With an increasing sense of perplexity, Wushin pondered the significance of the task bestowed upon him by the fourth Mizukiage, an S-rank mission of undeniable importance. Wushin's expression grew increasingly grave. The third Mizukiage, with measured composure, retrieved a scroll from the drawer, flicked his wrist, and tossed it to Wushin. Unintentionally, Wushin deftly caught the scroll, yet hesitated, pondering whether to unfurl it. Despite it being an order from the Water Shadow, the absence of a thorough examination of the mission scroll still afforded him the possibility of deferring the obligation. He already bore an S-rank mission, and the prospect of undertaking another left him uncertain of his ability to accomplish it, particularly given the nature of this so-called exclusive task. This mission, however, was one he could not shun. The third Water Shadow spoke at a deliberate pace, his tone resolute, igniting Wuxin's curiosity. Under the weight of the water shadow's authority, Wuxin slowly unwrapped the scroll, scrutinizing its contents. Upon glimpsing the mission details and the name of the first target, astonishment and intrigue flickered in his eyes, prompting an involuntary smile and nod. As he unfurled the scroll and swiftly perused the target information, a familiar name surfaced towards the end, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Lord Water Shadow, this? Why? Unconsciously, Wuxin raised his gaze towards the water's reflection. His eyes filled with disbelief. This is the exclusive task I have assigned to you, and I firmly believe in your capability to accomplish it. The third generation of the Water Shadow sat before the desk, hands interlaced, supporting his chin, calmly observing Wuxin. Unconsciously, I once again scrutinized the S-rank mission scroll. After confirming the name was correct, I took a deep breath. Understanding the rules of a ninja, I knew that once I had read the mission scroll, I was bound to execute it. Otherwise, my name would appear on the task lists of other ninjas. Lord Mizuki, those are my beloved friends and brothers. The expression on Wuxin's face turned cold as he slowly rolled up the scroll and placed it into the tactical pocket of his vest. What's the matter? Are you unable to act? Has the excellent tool from the hidden mist village, now revealing its brilliance, begun to rust? The third Mizuki spoke slowly, and Wuxin could not shake the peculiar sense of inexplicable pressure emanating from him. No, what I mean is, I currently lack confidence and require some advanced ninjutsu assistance. Unperturbed and expressionless, Wuxin's demeanor shifted from its previously sunny disposition to one of somber indifference upon completing the so-called exclusive S-level mission. Oh, I have prepared advanced ninjutsu for you. Given your innate talent, I believe you will master it swiftly. The third Mizuki slowly retrieved 2 scrolls from the drawer. Chapter 49. The winter moonlight bathed Wuxin's courtyard as he sat atop his house, cradling the scrolls in his hands, gazing at the moon, a winter moon, embodying the cycle of waxing and waning. Wuxin's countenance appeared grim as he gazed down at the scroll in his hand, illuminated by the moonlight. The mission targets, Guizhong Mai, Hui Zhujian, and Shualan, were all members of the ninja clan from the Land of Water. Considering the demeanor of the third Mizuki, I could comprehend the rationale. However, why was the name of Murayama Yudo also inscribed upon it? With a heavy heart, Wuxin gazed upon the final name inscribed on the scroll, grappling with an incomprehensible reality while simultaneously experiencing the struggles of the hidden mist village. As a mere chunin, Wuxin had once believed that the esteemed Jonin leader, Ichang Koguchi, was the third Hokage's designated successor for the role of Mizuki. However, this recent mission revealed a grim truth. The third Mizuki intended not only to eliminate clan ninjas, but also to eradicate the village's venerable Jonin. This venerable Jonin was not only a steadfast supporter of Ichang, but also Wuxin's mentor. Lord Ichang, what you perceived as the imminent end of the blood mist may, in reality, be a distant dream. Unintentionally, I recalled a conversation I had some time ago with Yagura, reflecting on the aspirations evident in his eyes, the youthful ambition to transform the blood mist into a utopia. Since receiving this mission, I have come to grasp the intricate complexities surrounding the relationship between Yagura and the third Mizuki. Although Yagura is resolute in his desire to alter the blood mist, there remains a certain naivety that I can sense. After all, the third Mizuki's lack of refusal to counsel does not equate to his acquiescence. How could he be certain that I would willingly carry out his directives, unaware of my intent to eliminate Akatsuki Mai? Wuxin found himself reminiscing about the moment he faced the third Mizuki, feeling perplexed and bewildered by the latter's unwavering demeanor. In the village of Kirigakure, ninjas are mere instruments, and comrades are but expendable resources to fulfill missions. The relationships among teammates are often fraught with competition and exploitation. It is likely that genuine camaraderie is a rare occurrence. Upon a moment's reflection, I found myself vaguely grasping why the third generation of Shueying was so resolute in believing that they harbored murderous intent towards their comrades, executing the task of eliminating teammates without a shred of psychological burden, and even relishing the notion. During the chill of winter, snowflakes began to drift gently from the sky. Is it snowing? Unintentionally, he extended his palm, and the snowflakes descended upon his hand, swiftly melting away, leaving a chilling coldness. Wuxin lingered atop the building for quite some time. Despite the swirling snowflakes that filled the sky, they posed no hindrance to a robust and resilient ninja capable of harnessing chakra. Unconsciously, Wuxin folded the task scroll, feeling uncertain about this assignment and the future that lay ahead. Murayama Hayato could be considered Wushin's sole connection in the hidden mist village. A profound sense of resistance, anxiety, and confusion surged within him regarding this mission. After pondering for a while, Wushin sighed and tucked the scroll into his bosom, retrieving 2 ninjutsu scrolls bestowed upon him by the third Mizukage. One contained a B-rank illusion technique suitable for high-ranking shinobi, while the other held an A-rank water release technique of exceptional caliber. Unintentionally, I opened the scroll of illusion and perused its contents for a while, only to feel a wave of restlessness wash over me, prompting me to close the scroll. I then unfurled another scroll, this one detailing the art of water release. But despite my efforts to concentrate, tranquility eluded me once more. With a restless mind, I found it difficult to concentrate on my studies, carelessly folding 2 scrolls of ninjutsu. My thoughts were inundated with the specifics of my designated mission. Suddenly, after wreaking havoc upon the scrolls, a spark of inspiration ignited within me, prompting me to pause. I am merely a nin. Eliminating the likes of Akabano Mai, Kagaya Take, and Yukira should pose no insurmountable challenge. Yet, it remains true that I am but a nin, not a seasoned nin. This is hardly an extraordinary circumstance. Is it conceivable that someone could vanquish a veteran nin solely through 2 self-taught, advanced ninjutsu scrolls? If I were to eliminate those 3 targets, and falter against the last one due to my insufficient strength, the mission would surely end in failure. Having accomplished the majority, would it not be reasonable to accept that the final hurdle might prove insurmountable? With a heart unburdened, the more I pondered, the more feasible it seemed. My anxious brow unfurled as I took a deep breath. The task assigned by my superior was one that could not be declined. Although I could not evade it, I could certainly underperform. To demonstrate my diligence and earnestness, I resolved to present the heads of the other 3, especially that of Tsukimai. With a strategy in place, my anxiety dissipated, leaving me feeling invigorated. I meticulously folded the scroll and tucked it away before leaping from the rooftop, returning to my bedroom, climbing into bed, and surrendering to a deep slumber. The following day, at the entrance of Hidden Mist Village, ninja squads occasionally departed, embarking on their missions. Numerous teams gathered near the village gate, engaging in discussions about tactics. At a short distance from the village gate, the unfeeling quartet gathered, with Mizuki, Yuzukimai, and Yamashita Saori forming a line, while the leader, Unheart, stood ahead, imparting instructions. Despite being shorter than the trio, who towered over Unheart by 2 grades, he commanded respect as the captain of the middle ninja team, compelling them to attentively await his directives. Yamashita Saori, having studied at the Mist Hidden Hospital, had acquired a wealth of medical ninjutsu and expertise in toxins, while Mizuki and Mai's primary task was to safeguard her during their missions. For the first time, Wushin embarked on a mission in the capacity of team leader, under the supervision of his former superior, Murayama Hayato. Aside from the slightly larger size of the team, everything else felt quite familiar. Rest assured, Captain, Saori and I are from the same cohort, and we have completed several low-level missions together over the past 2 months. So we are well acquainted. Water Lily smiled, for it was evident who bore more pressure. Conversing with the youthful Wushin was far less daunting than engaging with the seasoned Murayama Hayato. Having participated in the Chunin exam alongside Wushin and having received his assistance, Water Lily held a newfound respect for him. Nevertheless, their shared experiences during missions had fostered a strong familiarity between them. I understand. I will ensure Saori's safety and fulfill my responsibilities as a teammate, said Kaido Mai. Her demeanor towards Wushin considerably more subdued, radiating a gentle calmness. Unintentionally, Wushin effortlessly triumphed over the talented Kawai family, a formidable shock for Tsukimai, who became acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Wushin. Although she believed that Wushin could not kill her, offending a clearly formidable ninja was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. While there had been minor frictions in the past, they had never resorted to direct attacks against one another. Tsukimai understood that her relationship with Wushin was rather mediocre. As long as she remained compliant, it was unlikely that Wushin would deliberately make things difficult for her. I shall not be a burden, rest assured. Yamashita Saori, with her deep purple hair and green eyes, bore a few freckles, yet her features were quite delicate, and her smile radiated warmth, causing Wushin to question how she had managed to pass the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. The commander has arrived. Let us proceed. With keen eyes, Wushin noticed Murayama Yudo approaching the square, accompanied by 4 ninjas. He greeted the trio and moved towards Murayama Yudo's group. Nearby, another 4-member team also approached Murayama Yudo. A dozen ninjas gathered beside him, and Murayama Yudo cast a discerning glance over his subordinates before coldly addressing a female subordinate in the ranks. "Why are you not carrying your pack?" "I specialize in summoning techniques. My pack is prepared within scrolls and can be summoned at any moment," she replied, her face paling under the icy gaze of Murayama Yudo, her anxiety palpable. "Lord Yudo, Miyahara Eri is our team's logistics, adept in summoning techniques," the middle-ranked ninja, Kagaya Takiha, softly added. In that moment, Murayama Yudo appeared even more merciless than Wushin remembered from previous missions. Perhaps it was due to the recent birth of his child, necessitating his attentiveness to detail. As he sought to avoid any missteps during the mission, indifferent to the tasks at hand, he maintained a natural demeanor, casting a brief glance at the figures of Kagaya, Takiha, and Yukirin within the group, mentally comparing their faces with their photographs. After confirming their identities, he proceeded. Chapter 50. The Land of Rivers. In the southern coastal port city of the Land of Rivers, a caravan of over 30 merchants was organized into 3 divisions, front, middle, and rear, embarking northward towards the capital. This caravan bore the emblem of a water droplet, symbolizing the village of mist from the Land of Water, as it was a trade delegation accompanied by ninja escorts dispatched from the village. The indifferent quartet of ninjas, positioned at the rear of the convoy, vigilantly safeguarded the merchant travelers behind them. Having traversed the vast ocean for over half a month, the comfort of solid ground was keenly felt. Swearin, alongside her companions, including Kiko and Ayam, expressed her sentiments, notably influenced by the arduous voyage. "No, no, no. I believe the sea is far more pleasant. The humidity is abundant," Kiko interjected, presenting a contrasting opinion. "Let us maintain a semblance of silence during our mission. Do not lose sight of our objective." If Konoha and Sunagakure are indeed embroiled in conflict, we find ourselves perpetually in peril in this very location. Uninterested and devoid of mood, I paid no heed to the idle chatter of those beside me. Burdened by my own weighty responsibilities, I meticulously outlined the details of the fiery conflict, the assassination list, and the seemingly legitimate task of escorting the merchant convoy that was, in truth, intertwined with the investigation of the fiery discord. The team led by the valiant Murakami set forth from the central island of the Water Kingdom 20 days ago, navigating southwestward. After braving the tempestuous seas for over half a month and traversing the land of tea, they finally arrived at the narrow straits of the River Kingdom, nestled between the realms of wind and fire. Whether it be intelligence, reconnaissance, or covert infiltration, it is generally the commercial caravan that takes the lead. Under the pretense of safeguarding the merchant convoy, the covert investigation team, known as Wushin, discreetly examines the borders between the 2 nations of Hwufeng, seeking to ascertain the veracity of the rumors surrounding the war between them. The caravan is divided into 3 segments. The central merchant group is led by the Jonin Yamayudo from the Hidden Leaf Village, accompanied by the Chunin Kagaya and her team for protection. The front segment is defended by Chunin Maruoka and his squad, while the rear is safeguarded by Wushin's team. As the grand procession makes its way towards the capital of the Land of Rivers, as the rearguard of the unfeeling team, their role during the watch was undoubtedly the most leisurely, as they were afforded special consideration by the valiant Murayama. The front line was manned by the inexperienced Chunin Maruoka and his companion, leaving them to bear the brunt of any unforeseen troubles. The team advanced at a leisurely pace, the sun descending in the west, and the wintry nightfall approached swiftly. The steward of the merchant caravan announced that it was time to set up camp, and the unfeeling ninja team proceeded to erect their tents and sleeping bags. Within the confines of the tent, the 4 members of the unfeeling team sat upon the mats, each holding rice balls, poised to indulge in their meal. Wait a moment, these provisions were purchased at the port for storage. Let us see if they suit your palate. The sole female ninja, Ayako Yamashita, interrupted their actions, swiftly retrieving several slips of paper inscribed with sealing characters from her tool pouch at her waist. She placed them upon the ground, formed hand seals with her left hand, and pressed her right fingers onto the slips, with a series of resounding pops. Several large platters of savory dishes appeared, including braised pork, succulent fish, and hearty beef stew. With wide eyes, Wushin reflected on the austere life he had led since becoming a ninja. His existence had been akin to that of an ascetic, with only the occasional missions allowing him to savor the delights of various cities. In that moment, the true essence of happiness dawned upon him. Both Zuki-mai and Mizuki were momentarily taken aback, with Zuki-mai's face illuminating with joy. Having Saori as the logistics support truly was a blessing. I commenced to eat with enthusiasm. Mizuki, too, exaggeratedly praised the feast, bringing her hands together in a gesture of gratitude before devouring her meal with fervor. Saori, you have truly outdone yourself. Without intention, I gazed at Ayaka Yamashita on the mountain, somewhat perplexed. The reward for our mission was limited. The captain would allocate a larger share, and she need not expend her resources to enhance the team's provisions. As a supportive ninja, my duties encompassed logistics and medical care, and I am grateful for the opportunity to make even a minuscule contribution in these areas. Ayaka Yamashita's smile was warm, her eyes resembling crescent moons. Unfeeling nodded slightly. Joining the sweep team. In a matter of moments, the meal was completed. The dining of ninjas also emphasizes efficiency. Everything must proceed swiftly amid their missions. As night fell, reconnaissance would be centered around the camp, extending towards the east and west. You will head west towards the land of wind. Shui Lian, you will venture east towards the land of fire. Maintain a range of 20 kilometers and return to rest once your reconnaissance is complete. After the meal concluded, Unfeeling, as the leader, quietly assigned the task, instructing the two to conduct their night reconnaissance. The land of river is a small nation nestled between the land of fire and the land of wind, often utilized as a buffer zone. Moreover, conflicts between the great nations frequently unfold within the territories of such smaller states. Understood. Yes, responded Gue Dengmai and Shui Lian, nodding in agreement. Kaizi, you will guard the camp. Yes. With an air of indifference, he completed his task, only to suddenly recall something important. He retrieved 2 palm-sized signal rockets from his tool pouch and softly advised, Shuilian, take these signal flares. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, use them to alert us. Upon seeing the flares, the ninjas involved in this operation would promptly come to our aid. Unintentionally, he handed 2 firework tubes, each the length of a palm, to 2 individuals. Understood. After receiving the communication firework tubes, the 2 responded softly and began to examine them. Beneath, there were wires. If one pulled the line, the opposite end would ignite. Go forth. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. The meticulous manner in which he conveyed the information, imbued with a sense of duty and responsibility, bore a resemblance to that of a seasoned captain. As he concluded, he dusted off his hands, signaling to the 2 individuals that they could commence their journey. The pair nodded in acknowledgement, turned, and departed from the tent, each taking a different direction, vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. Unintentionally stepping out of the tent, I cast a glance towards the direction in which the 2 had departed. I then took a leisurely stroll around the camp, engaging in casual conversation with the camp's merchant overseer. Approximately half an hour had elapsed. As time drew near, he concluded his conversation with the business traveler. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at a secluded area outside the camp, where he formed 5 hand seals. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A puff of smoke erupted, and the ninja dog, Wonkai, appeared with a bark. Wonkai, lead me to the scent you recorded earlier. With an affirmative bark, Wonkai twitched his nose as if catching a whiff of something, then barked again and dashed off towards the west. Calm and unhurried, Wuxin trailed behind the diligent ninja, Wonkai. Previously, Wuxin had bestowed upon Gue Dengmai a special firework signal, leaving a unique scent mark. While human noses may be oblivious to it, Wonkai's keen sense of smell could detect it effortlessly. Wonkai's olfactory abilities were exceptional, a master tracker. Wuxin had once conducted an experiment in which Wonkai was able to accurately trace a mark from 50 kilometers away, under the moonlight, amidst the chilling wind. The duo, 1 person and 1 dog, navigated through the forest. The night was dark and the winds were fierce. The time for assassination had arrived. Initially, Wuxin harbored merely a fleeting interest in Gue Dengmai's demise, ready to strike if an opportunity to eliminate him arose. However, circumstances had shifted. Shuiying had issued a covert mission, with Gue Dengmai as the target, compelling Wuxin to take action. Chapter 51. Eradication of One Beneath the Moonlight. By a small river in the country of Chuan, Gue Dengmai sat upon a stone pedestal, contentedly fishing with a rod in hand. What could this wretched place uncover? Any investigation should be directed towards the northern capital of the country of Chuan to uncover intelligence regarding Konoha and Sunagakure. I can hardly tolerate this small, impish fellow, Gue Dengmai muttered under his breath. Suddenly his eyes sparkled, quickly lifting his fishing rod. Yet another catch. He chuckled. Once I grill these fish, I shall return to camp. Gue Dengmai deftly removed the fish from the hook. Then, with his right hand forming a gesture reminiscent of a pistol, he employed a ninja technique to dispatch the caught fish with precision, tossing it carelessly to the riverbank. In the woods, over 100 meters from the river, Wuxin lay concealed behind a tree trunk, quietly observing Gui Dangmai. Fishing, how delightful, Wuxin reflected on this duplicitous individual. Reaching into his ninja tool pouch at his waist to retrieve several sheets of yellow talisman paper. The Gui Dang clan's water transformation technique was not easily countered in a watery environment. It was imperative to escape such surroundings and utilize lightning release. With an absent-mindedness, Wuxin perused the secret techniques of the Akari family in his mind, then deftly affixed 5 specially prepared explosive talismans to several nearby towering trees. After meticulously setting the traps, he conducted a swift inspection to ensure everything was in order before returning to his previous observation tree, where he formed hand seals. Transformation technique. Boom. The diminutive Wuxin, barely over 5 feet tall, transformed into a formidable figure standing at 6 feet tall, clad in a brown ninja vest, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure. His cheeks bore the scars of centipedes, rendering him a fearsome sight. With his tactical plan finalized, Wuxin confirmed that no details were overlooked after his transformation and donned his kunai, leaping from the thicket and sprinting towards Akari Mai. The range of kunai throwing was approximately 50 meters, and with Wuxin and Akari Mai separated by over 100 meters, he swiftly closed the distance, reaching the attack range of the kunai in mere seconds. His arm swung, and the kunai was launched. Whoosh, whoosh. Akari Mai, ever vigilant, heard the unabashed sound of footsteps and swiftly turned to glance behind her. Although she had been slacking off on the mission assigned by her captain, her instincts kept her on high alert in this foreign land. Upon catching sight of the attacking ninja and the swiftly approaching kunai, she leapt into the river. As a ninja from the village hidden in the mist, she knew how to utilize the water to her advantage. Wuxin, also a ninja from the same village, had anticipated her actions. Seeing Akari Mai indeed plunge into the water, he quickly formed hand seals, his ninjutsu rapidly materializing. Water release, water dragon blast technique. The river surged violently, coiling into a massive water dragon, 50 to 60 meters long and 6 to 7 meters wide. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon surged forth, engulfing Akari Mai and spiraling towards the forest. Akari Mai could hardly fathom encountering a ninja so adept in water release techniques in a foreign land. As her body was enveloped by the water dragon, the spiraling motion disoriented her. However, being a ninja of the Mist Village, well-versed in water release, she was not easily overwhelmed. Though constrained within the dragon's body, she could not drown immediately. With her chakra fluctuating violently, Akari Mai successfully activated her family's secret technique, the water transformation technique, merging with the water dragon and significantly alleviating the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Boom. The water dragon spiraled over 100 meters, crashing into a large tree at the forest's edge, breaking it apart before violently slamming into a massive stone pillar within the woods. Boom. The collision echoed again. Yet the stone pillar remained unscathed, while the water dragon dissipated, transforming the surrounding grassland into a marsh, and Akari Mai's figure vanished from sight. The fierce-looking giant, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunagakure, stood at the forest's edge, swiftly forming 3 hand seals before shouting, "Ninjutsu, explosive thunder formation." Around the stone pedestal, the trunks of 5 majestic trees were adorned with vibrant yellow talismans that emitted a brilliant blue light. The arrangement of these talismans, along with the trees, bore a striking resemblance to a pentagon, as the blue luminescence gradually intensified. Zizzle. The azure radiance transformed into countless arcs of electricity, connecting at the 5 vertices and enveloping the 10-meter radius in a realm of thunder, rendering the area as bright as day. How do you know my weakness? Who are you? A jelly-like figure suddenly emerged from the surrounding marsh, wailing loudly. Gui Dangmai, seemingly aware of her fate, screamed in terror. At this moment, Gui Dangmai perhaps began to grasp the complexity of the situation, but it was already too late. Beyond the thunderous barrier, illuminated by the lightning, the menacing visage of a sand-hidden ninja was revealed, the 2 centipede scars on his face appearing particularly vivid. The silent figure masquerading as the sand-hidden ninja, Wuxin, maintained a hand seal, continuously channeling chakra to sustain the talisman barrier. Within the confines of the high-voltage lightning trap, the jelly-like silhouette swiftly morphed into Gui Dangmai's form, her cries vanishing, leaving only her body quaking from the electric shocks. Unperturbed, Wuxin intensified the output of his chakra, causing the arcs of electricity within the thunder barrier to surge with greater ferocity and girth. Ghost Lantern Mai once again emitted a heart-rending wail. her form transforming into a gelatinous state. Yet, this gelatinous form barely endured for 2 seconds before reverting back to her human shape, her anguished cries abruptly ceasing. Would she feign death once more? Unintentionally witnessing this scene, one couldn't help but feel astonished. Under the intensified electrical discharge, Guai's mind was charred black within mere seconds. Wisps of white smoke rising from her form. This must surely signify her demise. If her body were to be reduced to mere cinders, it would hold no value whatsoever. Wuxin observed the scene before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Having long coveted the water transformation technique of the Guizhang clan, he concluded, based on his extensive experience with corpses, that Guizhang Mai was undeniably deceased, having been struck by lightning beyond any possibility of revival. With his hands unwittingly lowered, the flow of chakra was interrupted, and the violent arcs of electricity vanished, plunging the forest back into darkness. The ninja of the Kokushin clan, capable of harnessing secret techniques, was effortlessly defeated under the scheming of the unintentional. Wuxin, guided by the moonlight, approached the figure of Guidang Mai, who was partially charred and emanating wisps of white smoke. His eyes were wide and unblinking, yet devoid of focus. Having encountered countless corpses, Wuxin confirmed Guidang Mai's demise and let out a sigh of relief. If his covetousness for the secrets of Guidang had led him to halt the lethal trap, allowing Guidang to escape through his arcane arts, the prospect of subsequent assassination would have become considerably more challenging. With an absent-minded gesture, he lifted the head of the deceased, placing his right hand upon her crown, while his left hand formed the seal of the uncompleted. Chakra surged through his being. The worth of a corpse lies in its recent demise. If not secured within a storage scroll, allowing it to decay would render it invaluable within mere days. At that point, the only means to discern the jutsu practiced by the departed would be from the putrefied remains. The inactive brain would offer no insights for exploration or retrieval. Unintentionally practicing the art of mind reading, akin to perusing through videos and fragments, I finally stumbled upon intriguing revelations during the 9th year of KD Mai's life. With patience, I delved into the unique characteristics of the KD clan, the technique of hydromancy, so that is how it works. The flow of chakra is astonishingly simple. Yet, what were the components of the medicinal baths he immersed himself in daily during that pivotal year? Unintentionally, the seeker has stumbled upon knowledge of great intrigue. The secret technique of the Hozuki clan's water transformation is not merely limited to hand seals and chakra pathways, but encompasses other hidden mysteries as well. Chapter 52, the capital of the land of rivers, nighttime. Unintentionally, Sanzi, Kaiji, and Shui Lian followed a slender yellow dog as it weaved through the forest. Woof, woof. The vigilant dog, Wonkai, barked twice before leaping from the branches onto the grass, incessantly sniffing at a small bush. Shui Lian bounded to the front of the bush, crouched down, and unsheathed the short blade from her back, striking the bush several times. Then, as if having discovered something, she lowered herself and delved into the thicket. It was blood, and a headband. Captain. Shui Lian emerged from the underbrush, holding a misty headband stained with blood. Wonkai, can you continue the pursuit? The innocent and youthful visage bore an expression of gravity as it turned to the side to inquire of the Nin dog. A soft whimper escaped the Nin dog Wonkai, who shook his head in response. It was certain that Mai had fallen victim to an ambush, and they needed to locate him swiftly. A flicker of concern danced in Shuoyan's eyes. However, the fact that the Nin dog had led them here indicated that this was the final location within the tracking range. On the mountain, Psycho gripped a shuriken with vigilance, hesitating before speaking. Did not the captain provide Mai with a signaling firework? The absence of any signal firework, coupled with the bloodstains and the headband, suggests that Mai might. The implication was clear. The likelihood of Hzuki Mai's demise was exceedingly high. The inability to launch even a signaling firework rendered this place the site with the most potent scent within Wangcai's tracking range. Perhaps even the body had already been disposed of. With a contemplative expression in his eyes, Wuxin suggested after a brief analysis, let us return to the camp. The merchant caravan requires our protection. This matter should be reported to Murayama Yudo for his decision. Yes, indeed, the two replied, their minds unsettled. Upon their arrival in the land of rivers, a routine reconnaissance mission had turned dire, as the capable and seasoned Siege Nin, Mizukigami Mai, had vanished. Coupled with the bloodstains and the headband left behind, they both understood with a heavy heart that Mizukigami Mai had most likely met a grim fate. With a heart devoid of intention, Wuxin dispelled the summoning technique of the ninja hounds, leading the two individuals back towards the camp. The impetus for this search and rescue mission stemmed from Wuxin's prolonged wait at the campsite for the return of Ghost Lantern Mai, who had yet to report back. Consequently, he took it upon himself to venture into the mountains with Saiko and Mizuki in search of her. Although Wuxin had initiated the situation, the disappearance of his subordinate necessitated a search and rescue effort in the eyes of others. Now, having discovered bloodstains and personal effects, the other two could deduce that Ghost Lantern Mai was most likely no longer alive, rendering further searches unnecessary. In a foreign land, one must remain exceedingly vigilant. Lord Shuing had dispatched us here for an investigation, undoubtedly due to a significant conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure. It is possible that the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are currently at war. Under such heightened circumstances, the threat posed by ninjas is immense. As Wuxin navigated through the forest, he cautioned the two behind him. Indeed, in light of the incident involving Ghost Lantern Mai's disappearance, the two did not require Wuxin's reminders. In the land of Kawa, they dared not let their guard down. Upon returning to the camp, Wuxin instructed Mizuki and Saiko to take turns resting while he proceeded alone to the center of the merchant caravan. Although the caravan was divided into 3 sections, the distances were minimal, merely a few kilometers apart. Upon reaching the campsite of Murayama Yudo, Wuxin briefed him on the circumstances surrounding Ghost Lantern Mai's disappearance and their analyses. Murayama Yudo maintained a composed demeanor, remaining silent for a time. Wuxin could not discern his thoughts, and after a lengthy pause, Murayama Yudo finally spoke. Wherever ninjas gather, danger often follows, especially in places of large-scale ninja congregations. Our subsequent actions must involve at least 2 individuals per group. Do not venture out alone again. Return now. As Murayama Yudo concluded, his expression was notably complex, signaling Wuxin to retreat. The fate of a ninja is often consumed by their missions. Having endured much during his time in Kirigakure, Murayama Yudo felt an inexplicable unease at the sudden disappearance of a student he had mentored for over 2 years. Indeed, Wuxin's expression was similarly intricate. After a slight nod, he turned and retraced his steps. Without hesitation, Wuxin swiftly returned to his guarded camp and nestled into his sleeping bag, seizing the opportunity to rest after a restless night. As dawn broke the following day, Murayama Hayato arrived at Wuxin's convoy accompanied by 2 subordinate ninjas. With the addition of Wuxin's 3 companions, the group of 6 ninjas resumed their search for the missing Koigakure Mai, yet their efforts proved fruitless once again. Undeterred, Murayama Hayato continued to organize the search, which persisted for several days until the merchant convoy reached the outskirts of the capital of the Land of Rivers, at which point the search was reluctantly abandoned. Due to the absence of a body, Koigakure Mai was officially declared missing. In a foreign land across the vast ocean, the implications of being missing were well understood by all, yet there was little that could be done. The previously scattered merchant caravans and the Kirigakure ninja squad converged at the gates of the capital, flooding into the city of the Land of Rivers. Unconscious and his companions, the ninja guards established their presence near the marketplace of the capital city of the Land of Rivers, engaging in trade while also securing lodging at a nearby inn. The party lingered in the marketplace for over half a month, during which the marine delicacies brought by the merchants from the Land of Water, such as pearls, dried fish, ambergris, and kelp, sold reasonably well. Simultaneously, they procured a modest selection of goods from the Land of Rivers. Over this substantial period, the fog-hidden ninja squad thoroughly surveyed the vibrant surroundings of the capital and the areas adjacent to the borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. At night, after the merchants concluded their business, the ninjas, along with the merchant overseers, convened in a room within the inn. Murayama Yudo sat cross-legged in the prominent position on the tatami mat, while more than a dozen ninjas and several merchant overseers arranged themselves in 3 orderly rows, their ranks immediately discernible. Although the ninja teams from Konoha and Sunagakure were frequently sighted in the Land of Rivers, they had not engaged in the fierce confrontations anticipated by Lord Mizuki. Perhaps this was merely a facade. We must delve deeper into our investigation. With a grave expression, Murayama Yudo, after slowly presenting the topic, fell silent. Below him, unconscious and the others sat upright, awaiting further instructions from their commanding officer. After a prolonged contemplation, Murayama Yudo seemed to reach a resolution and spoke in a low tone. Mr. Yoshiko Ryoma, please divide the merchant party into 2 groups. One shall depart for the border city of Kaiki in the Land of Fire, while the other heads towards the border city of Reef in the Land of Wind. Understood. The merchant overseer, Yoshiko Ryoma, responded without hesitation, displaying utmost respect for Murayama Yudo's orders. The ninja contingent also made temporary adjustments. The group heading west to the Land of Wind's Reef would be escorted by Kagaya Takiya's team, while the party traveling east to the Land of Fire's Kaiki would be safeguarded by Maragaka Tsunahisa's team. The team of the Unhearted is lacking personnel. Unhearted, you have been temporarily assigned to the Kagaya Takahira team as the vice-captain, assisting Kagaya Takahira. Mizu, Run, and Yamashita Saori shall serve as my guards. Once Murayama Yudo has made his decision, he will issue commands in an orderly manner. Acknowledged. X-15 with a sense of duty. The ninjas and the merchant leaders respectfully accepted their orders. After the task was delineated, Murayama Yudo reiterated, our village, the hidden mist village of the Land of Water, is one of the 5 great ninja nations. Although we have not set foot on the continent for quite some time, we must not be underestimated. Typically, the ninjas from the sand and the leaf do not act recklessly against us, yet we must remain vigilant. Otherwise, the fate of Kirigakura's own Mizukage, Terumi Mei, serves as a cautionary tale. The ninjas of the hidden mist, while escorting merchants in trade activities, are generally not subjected to attacks from ninjas of other major nations, as such actions would escalate into diplomatic incidents. However, if one were to vanish without a trace, like Terumi Mei, leaving no evidence behind, it would be an entirely different matter. Although Murayama Yudo's expression was grave, his words were imbued with earnest concern, reiterating his warnings multiple times. Once again, the group, including Wushin, acknowledged his counsel. Chapter 53, The Split Paths in the Land of Wind, where vast deserts stretch across the terrain. Many significant cities have been established upon oases and the parched earth. The unfeeling traveler, accompanied by a retinue of nearly 20 individuals, struggled onward, driving 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages along the parched, sandy road. Beside one of the carriages, the traveler and the squad of ninjas, led by the middle-ranked Kagaya Take, wore expressions rife with vigilance. The borders of the Land of Wind were not the vast deserts that the traveler had envisioned. Although the land was severely desertified, it fell significantly short of the arid wasteland he had imagined. The caravan proceeded slowly, brushing past a formidable merchant convoy approaching from the opposite direction. Among this caravan were several sand-hidden ninjas, one of whom, a tall figure, paused to scrutinize the traveler and his companions, adorned with their ninja headbands, yet ultimately chose not to engage, allowing both parties to pass without incident. Captain, that marks the 11th group of sand-hidden ninjas we have encountered today, reported the junior ninja, Miyahara Eri, quietly to Kagaya Take as they distanced themselves. Indeed, Kagaya Take replied coolly. At 16 years of age, standing just above 5 feet 7 inches, Kagaya Take possessed shoulder-length black hair, a handsome visage, and an aura of calm detachment. Unintentionally glancing back at the caravan that had employed the Sunigakure ninja, now receding into the distance, I softly remarked, upon entering the Land of Wind. The Sand Village's guards conducted thorough inspections. During these past few days traversing the Land of Wind, I have encountered numerous squads of sand ninjas along the roads. Just yesterday, a contingent of over 100 sand ninjas passed through this area, indicating that the border of Sunigakure is indeed quite tense. Since my arrival in the Land of Wind, the stringent checks and the constant presence of sand ninja squads serve as a clear reflection of the current state of Sunigakure. The words of Wushin received the tacit approval of Huizhou Zhujian, who responded coldly, stating, "We are still 15 kilometers away from Gale City. We should reach it before nightfall." Gale City serves as a fortress of the Land of Wind, and upon arrival, we shall glean further intelligence regarding Sunigakure. Huizhou Zhujian's sentiments aligned closely with those of Wushin, who chose not to respond verbally, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Throughout their journey over the past several days, Wushin had gleaned some insights into the dynamics of Huizhou Zhujian's team. The kunoichi named Miyahara Iri seemed to harbor a particular interest in Huizhou Zhujian, often lingering by his side during moments of respite. The other 2 shinobi maintained a perpetually tense demeanor, ever vigilant and on guard. The group traveled in silence, and before darkness enveloped the landscape, they arrived at the arid city of Gale City. The Land of Wind is vast, but marked by barren terrain. Its geographical conditions have fostered a thriving trade, with desert oases welcoming travelers and merchants alike. Upon arrival, the scrutiny at Gale City's gates was somewhat stringent. Yet the guards did not impede the passage of Wushin and his companions, who were part of the water country merchant caravan. The sentinels, noticing their forehead protectors, issued a verbal warning before permitting them entry. As dusk approached, Wuxin's merchant team secured lodging in a 5-story inn near the market within the city, allowing them to rest. That night, atop the inn, Wuxin stood at the railing, quietly observing the desert city. The swirling yellow sands and the buildings, resembling enlarged and peculiar water vessels, painted a striking picture. Compared to the sweltering heat of the day, the desert night brought a refreshing coolness. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air pierced the stillness, prompting Wuxin to swiftly turn his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Upon recognizing Huizhou Zhujian, he relaxed his posture and averted his eyes. Gale City. In truth, we had already begun to assess the city's state during our journey here. The frequent mobilization of Sunagakure shinobi was a clear indication of rising tension. Yet, it remained uncertain how the merchant caravan led by Murayama Yudo was faring in the Land of Fire. Unintentionally, Wuxin replaced the term related to Murayama Yudo's investigation with business dealings. Within the fortress of the Land of Wind, one must exercise utmost caution. Lurking in the shadows nearby, there may very well be sand shinobi observing this place. Indeed, I harbor some concern for Lord Murayama Yudo. Let us first see how the caravan's goods fare in sales tomorrow. Should the merchandise prove to be in high demand, we shall return upon their sale. Kagaya Zhujian slowly approached Wuxin's side, resting her hand on the railing, deliberately avoiding any mention of investigations. The significance of trade is paramount. The concealed intentions of Wuxin and the other shinobi are one aspect, but through the sale of goods, one can glean insights into the conditions of this city. The caravan traded products from the Land of Water in the Land of Rivers, while procuring ample food supplies locally, including kelp and dried fish, which constitute the primary cargo for this journey. Complemented by a modest quantity of pearls and ambergris brought from the Land of Water, items that can be deemed specialties of the Land of Water for the Land of Wind. By merely observing sales figures, Wuxin and his companions could glean a substantial amount of intelligence. For instance, if the sales of dried goods, such as kelp and fish, were robust, it would suggest a significant presence of sand shinobi in the area. Indeed, upon entering the Land of Wind and encountering a multitude of sand shinobi, Wuxin had already formed a conclusion. However, as a merchant, he could not simply turn back. Such a furtive maneuver would undoubtedly arouse the suspicion of the sand shinobi, potentially leading to an interception. A fierce battle could ensue, and being surrounded by the sand shinobi could result in dire consequences. While the Mist Village of the Land of Water might wield some deterrent power among the 5 great shinobi countries, the annihilation of his team, without any evidence, would render their demise utterly futile. After a moment of silence beside Wuxin, Kagaya spoke unexpectedly. We were both promoted to CH Nin in the same cohort. Your skills are commendable. Should the opportunity arise, let us collaborate more frequently. Without intention, Wuxin expressed surprise, turning his cheek and glancing up at the much taller Kagaya Takazumi. It was quite unexpected for this aloof ninja to utter such words. However, he was unaware that he was one of Wuxin's secret mission targets. Given the current perilous environment, Wuxin had no immediate intention of taking action. Should any unforeseen incident arise in the Land of Wind, it could very well lead to mutual destruction. Thus, executing a secret mission at this juncture would not be a prudent choice. Regarding Kagaya Takazumi's amiable demeanor, Wuxin hesitated for a moment before smiling gently and replying, "Indeed. We have both advanced to Chunin at the same time. Your strength is commendable, and should you return to the village, it would bring me great joy." With indifference, Wuxin turned his gaze back to the scenery of the city. The inn stood 5 stories tall, one of the more prominent structures in the vicinity. From this vantage point, one could both appreciate the landscape and observe the occasional flicker of sand ninjas leaping across the distant buildings. Kagaya glanced at Wuxin, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yet she remained silent. The outcome of their journey was evident. There was little of interest in the view, and it would be prudent to retire early. After a prolonged observation, Kagaya uttered a brief remark before leaping from the railing and making her way back into the inn. Unconsciously realizing that the meaning of Kagaya in the bamboo grove signifies the near completion of their mission, there was little left to observe. The frequent movements of the sand-hidden ninjas indicated palpable tension along the border. Thus, Wuxin and his companions could simply document their mission report accurately. This information was sufficient for the village's elders to collaborate with their other intelligence networks and deduce the answers they sought. Chapter 54. Departure from the desert amidst the swirling sands. The towering and robust walls of Windy City could not thwart the relentless assault of the sandstorm. For over half an hour, the tempest wreaked havoc before finally beginning to dissipate. Unintentionally, the 4 members of the Kagaya Bamboo Ninja team, along with the caravan manager, sat quietly in a room, creating a slightly cramped atmosphere due to the gathering of the team. Unwittingly, Wu Xian and his companions had been guarding the merchant caravan in the city of Gale, within the Land of Winds, for half a month. After a prolonged period of vigilance, the moment to depart had finally arrived. All the goods from the caravan had been sold, and they had procured a selection of local specialties from the Land of Winds. Every action of the caravan had appeared entirely ordinary. And despite the scrutiny from the sand-hidden ninjas, no unexpected incidents occurred. Now, the team was prepared to leave Gale and embark on their journey to the Land of Rivers to rendezvous with Commander Yamato Murakami. Accustomed to the humid environment of the Land of Water, the group found the arid desert conditions quite uncomfortable. As the dust storm outside subsided, Kagaya took a solemn tone to address the assembled team. "The sandstorm has ceased. Let us depart for the Land of Rivers." "Yes," came the unified response from all present, as the caravan steward stepped out to summon the attendants. In a short while, the team was ready, retracing their original route for the return journey. Without intention, the group of guardians escorted the merchants, departing from the inn. After a little over an hour, they arrived at the city gates, gradually making their way out of the city. Upon leaving the oppressive and austere confines of the windblown city, the entire entourage felt a sense of relief. The suffocating atmosphere of Windblown City was not only perceived by the few ninjas, but was felt even more deeply by the main leaders of the merchant caravan. They reminded one another, "Do not let your guard down until we have fully exited the Land of Wind." Unintentionally, Wuxi noticed that the three genin beside him had grown somewhat lax and issued a warning. In the Wind City, the first 3 days had been somewhat austere. But as the curfew was enforced and the Sunagakure ninjas frequently conducted inspections and issued warnings, it became evident that the Sunagakure forces were in a state of heightened alert, reminiscent of ominous signs before a great battle. Indeed, the three genin responded respectfully, unwilling to show any negligence towards Wu Xin, the temporarily appointed vice-captain. They swiftly adjusted their demeanor, reining in their laxity and returning to a state of vigilance. The team advanced slowly, and Wu Xin came to a halt, closing his eyes and forming hand seals to perform his sensory technique. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. At just over 10 years of age, Wu Xin could perceive the growth of his chakra at intervals. When he graduated, his sensory range extended approximately 200 meters. But now it has expanded to 500 meters. After a thorough search, finding nothing unusual within his perceptive range, Wu Xin allowed himself to relax slightly, unintentionally pausing. Wu Xin employed his perception technique, yet the merchants did not wait for him, continuing their slow and stealthy progress. With his hands weaving intricate seals, Wu Xin once again stirred his chakra. The scope of his perception transformed from a spherical radius surrounding him to a singular directional exploration, thereby extending the distance of his detection in that one direction. The realm of perception for Wu Xin has transformed towards the direction of Fierce Wind City. The Wu Xin team has been journeying for 2 hours since their departure from Fierce Wind City. As long as no ninjas follow from that direction, this expedition is deemed relatively secure. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and 1,200 meters. The exploration in a single direction has reached its limit. Within the 1-2 kilometers behind, the sense presence remains unchanged, comprising the same individuals and small merchant caravans as before, with no other alterations. With a heart devoid of intention, I discerned that the guarded caravan had distanced itself from me, leaving only Kagaya Takemitsu at my side. "How are you?" she inquired softly upon noticing my eyes flutter open. As before, there was no sign of distress. Yet, when departing from Gale Wind City, an unsettling feeling lingered within me. I hope it is merely my overactive imagination. With a furrowed brow, Wu Xian felt a sense of unease. Casting a glance at his guardian, Huaye Zhujian, his gaze reflected a hint of complexity. Huaye Zhujian maintained a serene demeanor, his handsome features exuding a sense of reliability. Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, Huaye's eyes gradually narrowed. "No, I too sense it, an inexplicable feeling of impending crisis. As ninjas, we must remain vigilant. Let us proceed." Thus, the two made their way toward the distant merchant caravan, advancing steadily and quietly. The desert daylight lingered long, and as March approached, there were no signs of nightfall even at 8 o'clock. The team set out just before noon and, after traversing for over 8 hours, was finally nearing the borders of the Wind Country. The caravan manager hurriedly approached the center of the convoy, weariness evident on his face. and inquired of Huaya Zhujian, "My lord, shall we camp at the stone forest we passed on our way here?" "Indeed, we should reach the stone forest camp before nightfall." Huaya Zhujian replied with a tone of cold authority. "Understood." The caravan manager acknowledged, promptly relaying instructions to the other members of the caravan. Meanwhile, Wu Xi engaged the passage of time, halted in his tracks, formed a hand seal, and closed his eyes to activate his sensory technique. A subtle fluctuation of chakra emanated from Wu Xin, as the intangible energy transformed into a delicate membrane, radiating outward. 4 or 5. They seemed somewhat familiar. Unintentionally, she let out a soft sigh, her eyes fluttering open. From time to time, Wu Xin would engage in a perceptive exploration of his surroundings and the area behind him. In his recent scrutiny, he sensed the chakra emanating outward, revealing certain discrepancies in the environment. With my unseeing eyes closed, my chakra transformed into a singular, extending perception, swiftly advancing backward. Indeed, it was that merchant caravan. After being delayed for 4 hours, they had astonishingly caught up. Their original contingent of 28 had now dwindled to 20. Ahead of us lay 4 individuals crouched down, while one was positioned to the right. The numbers did not add up. There were still 3 unaccounted for. Unconsciously, he explored while softly recounting his perceptions. After the unintentional departure of the merchant caravan from the city of Gale, several other trading groups also exited the city. 3 hours into their journey, they diverged in various directions, leaving only one caravan to continue along the path taken by the protagonist, Wu Xin. Initially, Wu Xin sensed his surroundings every hour. However, after several scans yielded no signs of danger, he gradually extended the intervals between each assessment. He distinctly remembered the accompanying merchant group, consisting of 28 individuals who led several pack horses and a cart. In the beginning, Wu Xin detected their presence approximately 1 kilometer behind his own caravan, but they subsequently vanished from his sensory range and were not perceived again. Now, they had reappeared behind him. Given their previous appearances within his sensory field, Wu Xin retained a memory of this merchant group. Currently, 400 meters ahead, he observed 4 individuals in a prone position, while another figure, approximately 400 meters to the right, held a tubular object, presumably a telescope. All 5 individuals belonged to the same merchant caravan. After the unintentional perception concluded, he directed a one-way sense to the individual on his right, expanding the scope of his awareness. Behind him, there were 3 others, totaling 4, forming a ninja squad. The 4 in front remained prone, seemingly lying in wait. These individuals harbored malicious intent. Upon an unintentional perception, a judgment was rendered. Kagaya stood beside Wu Xin, her demeanor calm and expression aloof, yet beneath this exterior lay a profound warmth. 8 individuals, you say? Kagaya's tranquil visage and tone seemed to convey a hint of disdain. Chapter 55, The Desert in Yellow. Unconsciously, Wu Xin and Huinite Zhujian engaged in a brief exchange, swiftly formulating a strategy. They then discreetly returned to the caravan, directing it to continue its advance. At the center of the convoy, beside a cart, Huinite Zhujian communicated with 3 subordinate ninjas through a series of hand gestures, exchanging coded signals. The 3 subordinates' expressions turned serious as they nodded in acknowledgement, responding with their own covert gestures. Ahem. Unintentionally, he coughed softly, casting a glance at the 3 subordinate ninjas. With a subtle gesture, he proceeded towards the front of the convoy, and the 3 subordinates discreetly followed suit. Wu Xin and Huinite Zhujian chose not to disclose the ambush to the caravan's overseer and others in order to prevent panic that could incite chaos among the merchants. Most importantly, they aimed to deceive the enemy, ensuring that the adversaries remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Xin and his companions had detected the trap. The strategy employed by Huinite Zhujian and Wu Xin was straightforward. Wu Xin led 3 lower-ranked ninjas into a head-on confrontation, single-handedly engaging the 4-man ambush team on the right flank. Wu Xin did not contest Huinite Zhujian's enigmatic confidence. The caravan's drivers and overseers wiped the sweat from their brows, skillfully guiding their pack animals, entirely unaware of the impending danger. On the border of the land of wind, at the edge of the desert, the parched land was dotted with peculiar stone forests, surrounded by small dunes formed by sandstorms. The merchant caravan advanced slowly, and Wu Xin turned his head, casting a glance at the 3 individuals behind him, while his right hand, concealed at his waist, formed a series of signals. The gestures represented the numbers 10, 2, 4, and 8, indicating 4 different directions, followed by a signal denoting distance. Emerging from the blood mist, The ninjas displayed unwavering calmness in the face of battle, exhibiting neither fear nor hesitation, patiently awaiting Wuxin's command. At the forefront of the formation, Wuxin reached into his ninja tool pouch with the hand that had been signaling at his waist and slowly retrieved a shuriken. Suddenly, his chakra fluctuated, and Wuxin dashed towards the sand dune at 2 o'clock, his speed fierce and swift. In tandem with Wuxin's movement, the other 3 ninjas propelled themselves towards their respective directions without a moment's delay. Swoosh! The speed of the unintentional instantaneous movement technique is extraordinarily swift. As it abruptly lunges toward a small sand mound, standing a meter high, the mound suddenly erupts, and a figure clad in a garment the exact hue of the sand leaps forth, evading the thrust of the unintentional strike. The unintentional assault pierced the abdomen of the yellow-clad figure, blood gushing forth. Without hesitation, the assailant advanced once more, delivering a decisive thrust with a concealed dagger that penetrated the heart of the yellow-clad individual. This person, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, was filled with terror and a desperate will to survive. However, with their heart pierced, they succumbed to weakness and collapsed to the ground. Unintentionally, he had dispatched an adversary and turned his gaze towards the other 3. Before him, one of his subordinate ninjas was hurled into the air by a towering figure clad in yellow cloth. This formidable opponent exhibited a seasoned rhythm in his attacks. After sending the mist ninja airborne, he swiftly swung his arm, unleashing a barrage of shuriken that soared through the tempest towards the mist ninja. Without hesitation, Wuxin opened his mouth and extended his tongue, from which he extracted an object approximately the size of 2 finger segments with his right hand. As his fingers spread wide, a verdant fan materialized in his palm, growing from small to large in an instant. The fan's blades were gourd-shaped, and its handle, when combined, exceeded Wuxin's height. Grasping the handle with both hands, he forcefully waved it towards his subordinate, who was facing a life-or-death crisis. Wind release, spiraling gale. Boom! The beleaguered mist ninja, caught in desperate circumstances, widened his eyes in terror as he attempted to block the onslaught of shurikens with his kunai. Despite his utmost effort to defend himself against the relentless barrage of ninja tools, he was struck multiple times, letting out muffled groans of pain. Just as the mist ninja sensed his impending demise, a tremendous whirlwind suddenly erupted, altering the trajectory of all kunai and sending them spiraling away. The mist ninja, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, was swept into the air, spinning wildly amidst the ferocious winds. The unintentional release of the wind release technique, Great Whirlwind, successfully rescued a fellow mist shinobi. The tall ninja clad in yellow was propelled into the air by the force of the wind, spinning gracefully before navigating his escape along the path of the whirlwind. Though he landed somewhat awkwardly, it was evident that he was a skilled practitioner of wind release. After inadvertently rescuing a comrade, he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the tall figure of the ninja clad in yellow, who appeared to be in his 20s, the other yellow-clad individuals seemed to be no older than 15 or 16, suggesting they were all part of the Chunin ranks. His 2 remaining companions, though somewhat disheveled from the skirmish, were not in immediate danger of defeat. Engaging in a protracted struggle presented no significant concern. With a fan in hand, Wuxin secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, had he been unable to withstand the adverse winds, he would have opted to use these individuals as bait, abandoning them to ensure his own escape. This covert strategy was a secret not shared with Huya. Now, having swiftly eliminated one adversary, the remaining foes appeared rather unremarkable. With a 4-3 advantage, Wuxin believed that once the injured Konoha shinobi concealed himself and completed his bandaging, the likelihood of annihilating the enemy was significantly high. As Wuxin surveyed his surroundings and analyzed the battlefield, the robust man clad in yellow, whom Wuxin had sent sprawling, swiftly formed hand seals. After a few deft gestures, a technique rapidly took shape, culminating in a resounding declaration: wind release, great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale, infused with an abundance of yellow sand, surged forth like a shockwave, hurtling towards Wuxin. A mere parlor trick. Wuxin scoffed in response to the approaching onslaught of yellow wind and sand. With a mocking smile, he gripped his fan firmly and executed a sweeping motion from right to left. Upon reaching the left side, he gently traced it back to the right, initiating another powerful sweep. Wind release, wind reversal, wind release, wind slash, wind release, spiraling gale. With an indifferent flick of the fan, the winds reversed, reflecting the enemy's wind-based ninjutsu back towards them. Unfeeling channeled chakra into the fan, and with a powerful gust, the swirling sands that accompanied the enemy's jutsu were sent spiraling back. What? How could this be possible? The man in yellow was taken aback, utterly astonished that his wind attack had returned to him. Ugh! The yellow-clad ninja attempted to evade, but was unable to escape the jutsu's range, and was struck by the force of his own technique, as if he had been hit by a truck, letting out a cry as he was hurled into the air. The fierce wind intensified, and the swirling sands grew increasingly violent. The airborne yellow ninja resembled a leaf caught in a tempest. Before he could regain his composure, the wind blades conjured by the gusting winds sliced him into pieces, scattering his remains and releasing a pungent scent into the air, transforming it into a foul wind. After the wind blades had gruesomely dispatched the yellow ninja, the force of the wind expanded once more, merging with the previous tempest to form a formidable tornado. Due to the overwhelming power of the wind-based ninjutsu, several engaged ninjas retreated from battle, clutching onto nearby stones to avoid being swept away by the whirlwind. The violent tornado raged for over 10 seconds before it began to gradually weaken, slowly dissipating. After the tornado diminished, two other yellow-clad ninjas, utilizing the residual force of the wind, accelerated their escape, darting away in the direction the wind blew. Captain X2, the two lower-ranking ninjas, upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, did not pursue but quickly gathered around unfeeling. Captain, the previously wounded lower ninja, having taken refuge for a while, now approached, his body wrapped in bandages, slightly delayed in joining the others. Two were in good condition, while one appeared weary. Unfeeling cast a glance at the trio, closed his eyes, and employed a sensory technique to ascertain the precise location of Kagaya Takuma. Chapter 56. The scum of Sunagakure in the desert. Two youthful figures stood approximately 10 meters apart, facing each other. One was clad in yellow garments that blended with the desert sands, wearing a mask and headscarf that concealed his features, and was notably diminutive in stature. The other was a striking young man with black hair, adorned with the forehead protector of the hidden mist, his torn attire revealing several wounds. And three corpses lay at his feet. Are all ninjas from Sunagakure so cowardly and secretive? Kagaya Takuma panted slightly, his gaze fixed on the yellow-clad figure. Despite his poor condition, his tone remained scornful. The eyes of the masked man, exposed beyond his mask, regarded Takuma with apprehension, and he chuckled dismissively, saying, "What Sunagakure? I am a desert bandit." The casual, nonchalant tone of his words confirmed Takuma's suspicions regarding his identity. In the span of a few exchanges, Takuma's stamina began to stabilize, his breathing less labored, and he threatened, "You ambushed the merchant convoy from our hidden mist village in the land of water. Are you not afraid of inciting war? Oh dear, there is no need to be so serious. You have been plundered by sand bandits, leaving no trace behind. As a native of the land of wind, I possess an intimate knowledge of the hidden sand village. I firmly believe that the hidden sand village will assist you in tracking down these bandits, exacting a gruesome revenge on your behalf." Ha! The man in yellow, masquerading as a sand bandit, showed no restraint, even breaking into laughter at the end. Kagaya Zhujian, perceiving the blatant intent to eliminate him, narrowed his eyes slightly. The man in yellow seemed unperturbed by the desperate struggle of his adversary. His laughter ceased, replaced by a glimmer of arrogance as he mocked. "You presumptuous mist ninja, do you think I am unaware of your feeble ploy to buy time and regain your strength? Humph, I have long seen through your scheme. Have you not noticed the heat coursing through your body and the itch upon your skin?" Athaha. Upon hearing these words, Kagaya Zhujian's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed as ever. He even abandoned his defensive stance, sitting cross-legged upon the ground to rest. The hidden sand ninja, observing Kagaya's seemingly resigned demeanor, felt a flicker of uncertainty, noticing three figures clad in yellow rushing towards them. With the arrival of his comrades, the man in yellow's confidence surged, and he chuckled. "My companions have returned. You are the last one left of your caravan. Miss Ninja, what is this so-called land of blood mist but a mere farce? Given your semblance of strength, if you have any final words, do share. I shall kindly record them for you." His tone dripped with derision, intent on applying psychological pressure. Even though Kagaya was poisoned, he did not dare to engage directly. A peculiar smile crept onto Kagaya Zhujian's tranquil face as he replied, "Perhaps you should take a look behind you." "Behind me? What a tiresome trick." The man in yellow retorted, rolling his eyes and turning slightly as per Kagaya's suggestion. To his astonishment, he was met with the visage of a stranger. "Ah!" The yellow-clad ninja gasped in shock, caught off guard as the stranger swiftly slit his throat with a kunai. With unerring precision, Wuxin deftly severed the throat of the man clad in yellow, exhibiting a fluidity and decisiveness reminiscent of a master assassin from the hidden mist. This individual had captivated all of Kagaya Zhu Jian's attention, allowing Wuxin to stealthily approach from behind. As the man turned, a kunai was swiftly positioned against his throat, and with a single stroke, his life was extinguished. Behind Kagaya Zhu Jian, 3 yellow-clad ninjas, who had been hastening toward this scene, witnessed their comrade collapse to the ground. In an instant, they enveloped themselves in smoke, revealing themselves as the hidden mist ninjas, the subordinates of Kagaya Zhu Jian. Swiftly, to the captain, they called in unison. The trio quickly reached Kagaya Zhu Jian's side. The female ninja, Miura Eri, upon seeing the captain's injuries, was overcome with concern and sorrow. Suddenly, Kagaya Zhu Jian's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up blood, collapsing unconscious to the ground. "Captain, Zhu Jian!" the trio exclaimed in alarm, with Miura Eri's tears flowing freely as she laid Kagaya Zhu Jian on the ground and employed medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds. Meanwhile, Wuxin pressed his right hand upon the head of the diminutive yellow-clad man, while his left hand maintained the seal of the unseen, probing for intelligence. After a prolonged moment, Wuxin opened his eyes, having grasped the entirety of the situation, and he exhaled in relief. Both teams of yellow-clad individuals were imposters from the Sand Village. And after their engagement, Wuxin was able to discern the truth. Through the art of mind reading, he confirmed their identities, realizing his initial suspicions had been correct. The leaders of both teams were of special Jonin rank, accompanied by subordinates of varying levels, including Chunin and Jinin. These 2 factions from the Sand Village, lured by the wealth of the merchant caravan under Wuxin's protection, had come with nefarious intent to commit murder and theft. They were not dispatched by the Sand Village or any official ninja unit. Rather, they were a band of rogues, disgraced individuals who had conspired together in their misdeeds. Upon clarifying the origin of the assailant and dismissing the possibility of it being from the hidden Sand Village, the weight on my heart dissipated instantly. Hearing the shouts from a few individuals nearby, I strode forward to inquire, "What has happened to Takahashi?" "My Lord Wuxin, Lord Takahashi has likely been poisoned." Miura Eri, who had displayed remarkable valor during the battle, was now overwhelmed with tears, her face etched with urgency and confusion, revealing her deep concern for Kagaya Takahashi. With Takahashi unconscious, I, as the vice captain, momentarily assumed the role of leader. Speaking rapidly, I instructed, "Miura Eri, you tend to Captain Takahashi. You too, return to the previous location and search the bodies for any antidote." Wuxin gestured towards the other 2 lower ninjas before swiftly darting to the corpse of the recently slain enemy, beginning to search it. Exploring the body of a ninja is exceedingly perilous. Although Wuxin felt a sense of urgency, he remained vigilant and cautious, unwilling to falter in his endeavor to loot the ninja's remains. Many ninjas would often set traps or secret techniques on their own bodies, capable of inflicting harm even in death. After a moment of aimless exploration, I discovered within the corpse's tool pouch several shuriken, a concealed hand shuriken, along with 2 scrolls and 2 vials. Unintentionally, Wuxin began to peruse the scroll, which was inscribed entirely with poison formulas. After a cursory examination, he opened another scroll, revealing a B-rank wind release ninjutsu. The presence of such a ninjutsu scroll indicated that this ninja had recently been engaged in studying this technique. Wuxin himself carried 2 scrolls as well. Unintentionally, I opened the final vial and inhaled its contents, only to be met with an exceedingly repugnant odor. It was undoubtedly a poison. Unintentionally sealing the bottle, I opened another one, revealing a collection of small pellets. Are these the military rations? No antidote. After a thorough search, I found no remedy, though I was not particularly surprised. Ninjas skilled in the art of poison seldom carry antidotes. Otherwise, should they be slain, their adversaries could easily procure it. Antidotes are typically concocted on a temporary basis by the wielder themselves. Unintentionally gathering these items, Wuxin reached out and placed a hand upon the head of the Sand Shinobi, once again employing the art of mind reading to delve into his thoughts. Chapter 57. The World of Ninjas. Although Kagaya Takeha was the covert mission target of Wuxin, the time spent together revealed her sense of responsibility and her amiable personality, which was cold on the outside yet warm within, stirring unusual feelings within Wuxin. Previously, the focus of the mind-reading technique was to ascertain the identities of these Sand Shinobi. This time, however, the emphasis shifted towards pharmacology. With a detached demeanor akin to that of glancing through a video, Wuxin swiftly sifted through the memories of the deceased, ultimately discerning a formula that resembled an antidote. This particular formula had been concocted multiple times by the sand-hidden ninja, who also comprehended the nature of the poison within the Kagaya bamboo forest. Lacking the necessary materials and pressed for time, Wuxin, well-versed in the toxicological properties, made a prompt assessment. The poison employed by the sand-hidden was known as the 3 absolute poisons, extracted from 3 highly toxic organisms and blended with various herbs. The initial phase occurs within the first 4 hours of poisoning, during which the body exhibits subtle reactions that can be remedied with an antidote. The second phase, spanning 4 to 8 hours, manifests as intense heat and skin irritation, marking the final window for administering the antidote. The third phase, occurring between 8 to 12 hours, results in a state of unconsciousness with the skin turning black. At this juncture, survival is reduced to a mere 10%, even with the antidote. In essence, this poison guarantees a fatal outcome within 12 hours. Moreover, there exists a characteristic of this toxin. The more the victim exerts chakra, the swifter the onset of the poison. Based on the memories of the sand-hidden ninja in his final moments, Wuxin deduced that Kagaya bamboo forest, plagued by itching and employing chakra in a desperate battle, was perilously close to death. With an unintentional meticulousness, the search through memories consumed an extensive amount of time, leaving chakra nearly depleted and fatigue visibly etched upon his face. The skies darkened as the night gradually descended. 2 lower-ranking ninjas, dispatched by Wuxin to locate the corpse of the yellow-clad man they had previously slain, also returned to this location. "Captain Wuxin, we did not find the antidote. I too have come up empty-handed," the 2 reported to Wuxin, their expressions reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Unfeeling cast a glance at the 2 individuals, then turned his gaze to the tear-streaked face of Aries Sanyuan, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Without the Captain Kagaya, we shall first rendezvous with the merchant convoy." "Understood," the others replied in unison. While Unfeeling and his companions were engaged in battle, the merchant convoy had become disarrayed and fled in confusion. When they were discovered by Unfeeling and his group, they were huddled behind a stone. The merchants regrouped their carts and horses, unwilling to linger within the borders of the Wind Country, and pressed on under the starlit sky. After 2 hours of travel, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon the group, and visibility dwindled in the darkness. The convoy made camp in a level area atop a hill. With a sigh of relief, Wuxin approached the carriage that bore Kagaya Takegain, feeling a momentary sense of safety as the team was temporarily secure. Inside the carriage, Kagaya lay on the wooden planks, her skin darkened and her breath faint, a damp cloth resting upon her forehead. Beside her stood Miyahara Eri, who had vigilantly watched over Kagaya. "Is Takegain still unconscious?" Wuxin, entering the carriage, felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of Kagaya's ashen face. Such emotions should not befit a ninja of the fog-hidden village. Wuxin's heart was in turmoil. Though he was not one for eloquence, he harbored a deep-seated fondness for this seemingly aloof, yet warm-hearted member of the Kagaya clan. Will the vice-captain awaken?" Eri, having wiped the remnants of tears from her face, spoke gently as she removed the cloth from Kagaya's forehead, rinsed it in a nearby basin, and then twisted it before reapplying it to her brow. Wu Xian found himself at a loss for words in response to Miyahara Eri. His lips parted, yet no sound emerged, enveloped in silence. The poison required a blend of 13 herbs, supplemented by the venom of desert lizards, scorpions, and serpents. While the toxic substances might be accessible, the herbs proved elusive in this desolate wilderness, unattainable for collection or purchase. In the early stages of poisoning, understanding the characteristics of the toxin and hastening to procure supplies from other oasis cities in the Land of Wind might have offered a glimmer of hope. However, with only 4 hours remaining, time was insufficient. Zhu Jian possessed immense strength and a gentle demeanor, appearing cold and aloof, yet remarkably considerate of others. Miyahara Eri seemed to grasp Wu Xian's silence, a rare smile gracing her features as she tenderly wiped Kagaya Zhu Jian's cheek with a cloth. "I believe Lord Kagaya Zhu Jian will undoubtedly overcome this ordeal. He confided in me his desire for harmony between his family and village, to coexist without distinction. His aspirations remain unfulfilled. He will not relinquish them easily, for he is a man of his word." Miyahara Eri spoke softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she recounted tales of her bond with Kagaya Zhu Jian. Suddenly, Kagaya Zhu Jian's eyes flew open, a violent cough escaping him as he sat upright, expelling a torrent of black blood before collapsing with a thud, his eyes wide open yet devoid of life. In response to this unexpected turn of events, Wu Xian rushed forward, probing Kaguya Zhu Jian's nostrils with a finger, only to withdraw slowly after a few moments. Unintentionally, a deep breath was taken as a hand gently caressed the face of Huizhou, aiding him in closing his eyes. He brought Huizhou back to his homeland. Unfeeling concluded his words and turned away from the carriage. That night, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the stillness of the camp, a woman's voice echoing with profound sorrow and despair. Inside the tent, Unfeeling sat upon his bedding, extracting a scroll from his tool pouch. Biting his fingertip, he inscribed the name of Kaguya Takanaka upon the scroll, using the blood from his fingertip to stain the name. Above the name on the scroll was a portrait, and below it, the individual's information, detailing their mastery of ninjutsu and lineage. As Unfeeling gazed upon the description of Kaguya Takanaka, an enigmatic light flickered in his eyes. Character: cunning, cruel, violent, valorizing strength. Exceedingly selfish, suspected of having killed a certain ninja from the village, proficient in ninjutsu, taijutsu. Unintentionally, I found myself unable to finish reading the description of Kaguya Takemaki on the scroll. Reflecting on my brief encounters with him, I felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet regarding the scroll's portrayal. If he were indeed as depicted, it would be improbable for him to gain the allegiance of his three subordinates. These individuals are lower-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, and Kaguya Takemaki was promoted alongside me merely a few months ago. Their team has not been established for long. After a day of relentless activity, compounded by the skirmish in the afternoon, I felt utterly exhausted and slowly closed the scroll. What manner of world is this? Chapter 58, Return to Assembly. After the journey of the unintentional merchant team, they encountered no further attacks. 1 week later, in the evening, they safely arrived at the capital of the Land of Rivers. Within the confines of the flowing river end, Unintentional gathered the team to report to the operational commander, Murayama Yudo, regarding their observations and assessments of the Land of Winds. Thus concludes our account of the situation observed and the subsequent analysis. After reporting to Murayama Yudo, who sat on the tatami mat in the room, Wuxin delivered his final summary. His gaze briefly flickered towards Murayama's right arm, which was wrapped in bandages, revealing the traces of an injury. During their conversation, Murayama inquired with great attentiveness. Upon concluding Wuxin's summary, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Well done, you have all worked hard. As your temporary leader, I invite you to enjoy the hot springs. The hot springs of the river country possess a unique charm compared to those of our hometown." As Murayama finished speaking, a languid smile graced his face. Unconsciously, Mu Xian felt astonished. The task was not yet complete, which resonated too closely with Murayama Yudo's usual style. Although he had not witnessed a grand battle between two armies during this mission, the sheer number of ninjas gathered in the Wind City and the stringent inspections left a profound impression on him. It was only after departing from the Land of Wind that he could finally ease the tension that had been gripping him. However, Murayama Yudo's invitation to soak in the hot springs instantly alleviated the remaining wariness within Mu Xian. The two lower ninjas from the original Kaguya Takia team readily accepted the invitation, eager to strengthen their ties with the village's upper ninjas. As for me, I shall refrain from joining. I wish to rest alone for a while. Miyahara Eri gently declined, a hint of regret appearing on her face. After a week, the sorrow had dissipated, and the once lively Miyahara Eri had transformed into a quiet and indifferent figure. Rest assured and take your time to recuperate, Murayama Yudo spoke softly, devoid of any coercive intent. Yes, Miyahara Eri replied in a hushed tone as she rose to leave the room. Observing her departure, Murayama Yudo turned his gaze to the three lower ninjas seated attentively below and remarked, "The fate of a ninja is inescapable. The conditions at the border of the Land of Wind reflect those of the Land of Fire. Once Maruoka K and the team return, if all is well, our mission's conclusion will not be far off. Now, let us take some time to rest." With that, Murayama Yudo stood and made his way to the door. Seemingly noticing the two lower ninjas' discomfort, he added, "Do not feel constrained. A ninja who does not understand the importance of rest is not a good ninja." As is the invaluable wisdom from seasoned upper ninjas, the group departed the inn, heading towards the hot spring. The night was particularly suited for soaking in the hot springs. After immersing themselves in the warm waters, Mu Xian and the others felt their skin, ravaged by the arid climate of the Land of Wind, return to its former supple state, leaving them immensely relaxed and content. In the inn's room, Having finished the hot spring bath, Mu-Xian donned a loose bathrobe and sat on the tatami mat, with 3 scrolls beside him. Thanks to Murayama Yudo's generous hospitality, Mu-Xian felt thoroughly rejuvenated. Unconsciously, Wuxin picked up the scroll and began to study the ninjutsu passed down by the 3 previous water shadows, intended to enhance his strength. He had largely mastered the B-rank illusion technique, the water drowning killing technique, while the A-rank ninjutsu, the water dragon tornado technique, posed a slight challenge for him at this stage. In my reflections on the unintentional practice of my craft, I ponder whether my limitations may lie in my chakra. The technique of the water vortex, as described in the scrolls, eludes me in its full potential. Perhaps I have yet to meet even the most fundamental chakra requirements necessary for this technique, resulting in a lack of power. The water vortex technique summons water that spirals upward with the swiftness of a tornado, allowing the practitioner to manipulate it to spread like a waterfall and strike downward upon the adversary, ultimately forming a great river, all under the control of the caster. However, in my attempts, I barely managed to achieve the upward surge akin to a tornado, yet the subsequent power is, regrettably, inadequate. Wuxin held the scroll, immersed in contemplation. This jutsu represented the longest duration of study since Wuxin embarked on the path of ninjutsu. Although he could manifest it and manipulate the water to swirl around him, the resulting effect merely aligned with the enhanced water barrier he had devised. The subsequent river surge and waterfall impact were feeble, failing to achieve the might described in the scroll. Nevertheless, this jutsu offered Wuxin some inspiration for fortifying the water barrier. The flowing water encircling him in a deep spiral transformed the original water wall into something more formidable. After dedicating over half a year to the study of the water barrier technique, I have discovered the ability to erect water walls in 3 directions simultaneously. However, in comparison to the rotating effect, the chakra consumption of 3 water walls is considerably greater, and their defensive strength pales in comparison to that of the rotating barrier. The water tornado technique initiates with water swirling around the user, and as the flow intensifies, it spirals higher until it reaches a certain altitude, subsequently bending forward to deliver a powerful strike, while the water below surges forward, executing a combined assault that can vanquish an enemy in a single move. By incorporating elements of this ninjutsu into the water barrier technique, I may achieve my envisioned goal of manipulating the water barrier to encircle my body, thereby creating an impenetrable defense. After a prolonged period of unintentional study of ninjutsu, I have gleaned some insights. The current environment is not suitable for the practical application of these techniques. Thus, I mentally revisited the concepts I had conceived, committing them to memory. Subsequently, I carefully rolled up the scroll and set it aside, reaching for another scroll at my feet. This task scroll bore the names of Kirigakure Mai and Kagaya Takemura, both of which were obscured by bloodstains, leaving 2 remaining objectives. No matter the circumstances, I found myself unable to take action against Murayama Yudo. Considering the previous involvement of Kagaya Takemura, I now recognized that the incriminating information regarding Murayama Yudo on this scroll was likely a fabrication. Unintentionally, I scrutinized the profile of the seasoned genin, Shualon. Shualon, male, 13 years old, a genin of the Snow clan, characterized by a ruthless disposition and a talent for deception. He harbors a particular penchant for the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. At the tender age of 11, he brutally murdered 17 defenseless villagers from a certain hamlet. And at 12, he eliminated a teammate named. Proficient in ninjutsu, water clone technique, assassination technique, mist concealment technique, among others. Adept in taijutsu, he skillfully employs the Snow clan's acupoint striking techniques. In conclusion, he is a perilous and seasoned ninja, who relishes in incapacitating his foes by blocking their acupoints with kunai, subsequently severing their limbs. He is indeed quite ferocious. However, is there any credibility to this scroll? Unconsciously, I gently rolled up the scroll, my mind a whirlpool of thoughts. The scroll's portrayal of Gue Dengmai was largely accurate, albeit with a slight exaggeration of certain flaws. However, it was not entirely fictitious. In contrast, the description of Hui Yizhu Jian, after my encounters, could only be deemed a mere attempt at imitation, utterly inconsistent with reality. This ninja of the Yuki clan, based on our brief interaction during our departure from the Land of Water, left an impression of being rather aloof, exuding an air that suggested a reluctance to engage with strangers. Yet, there was one particular aspect of Shualon that lingered in my memory, When our party set out from the hidden mist village, the merchant's attendants caught a rabbit, intending to make it a meal, but Shuelon insisted on releasing the creature. A person unwilling to harm even a rabbit starkly contrasts with the descriptions in the documents. Following the events involving Hui Yizhu Jian, I found myself harboring significant doubts regarding the authenticity of the information within the scroll. It is said that the village imposes severe penalties for mission failures. We should first ensure our squad's survival before addressing that matter. Unintentionally, Wuxin rose and placed the scroll into his ninja tool backpack, awaiting the return of Maruoka Hisa and the Chunin team from the Land of Fire. Chapter 59, Information Leak. In early April, as nature revived, the biting cold of winter dissipated completely, and the weather gradually warmed. In the capital of the Land of Rivers, the streets buzzed with life as pedestrians and citizens increased, embodying vitality. On the streets of the Land of Rivers, a circus from an unknown origin captivated the attention of passers-by. The crowd gathered in throngs, and Wuxin found himself amidst them. Yet the dense assembly deterred his desire to push through. In a world where entertainment is scarce, this circus piqued Wuxin's curiosity, prompting him to leap to the eaves of a nearby two-story building, where he could enjoy the spectacle from a lofty vantage point. Within the circus, clowns performed dazzling tricks, while a tamer commanded ferocious beasts like tigers and lions to bow to the crowd or leap through flaming hoops, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. A delightful performance indeed. Learning ninjutsu and watching a show, these are the pursuits befitting our youth. Perched on the building, Wuxin was thoroughly engrossed, feeling a longing for some sunflower seeds or peanuts. On the fringes of the crowd, the towering figure of Murayama Yudo stood with arms crossed, his imposing stature allowing him an unobstructed view, exuding an air of aloofness while his eyes remained fixated. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the sky as a falcon swooped down from above, diving toward the densely packed throng at the circus. While the performance thrived, the spectators remained oblivious to the impending falcon. In an instant, Murayama Yudo vanished from his spot, reappearing atop a three-story building, raising his left hand. With another sharp cry, the falcon veered toward Murayama Yudo, its wings flapping slowly as it descended gracefully to perch upon his outstretched hand. With practiced ease, Murayama Yudo extracted a slip of paper from a small bamboo tube nestled within the falcon's talons. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he released the messenger hawk into the air. Holding the paper with both hands, Murayama Yudo read intently. Initially, a look of astonishment crossed his face. But as he progressed further, his expression darkened, ultimately turning a ghastly shade of pale. Taking a deep breath, he slowly folded the paper and tucked it away. Wuxin and Murayama Yudo were not far apart in position. With his keen eyesight, Wuxin noticed the pallor of Murayama's face and silently pondered. Is it a message from the shinobi eagle, an instruction from the village? The expression on teacher Yudo's face was somewhat grim. What kind of task could it be? Wuxin's initial conjecture was that Murayama Yudo had received a new assignment from the village. Murayama turned to Wuxin, gestured for him to follow, and then leaped onto the rooftops, swiftly disappearing from sight with a series of agile movements. Unintentionally, I noticed Yudo Murakami's beckoning gesture, and my enthusiasm for watching the circus performance dissipated. Rising to my feet, I matched Murakami's pace. The two of us navigated through the city, arriving at a towering water tower, where we ascended horizontally toward its summit. Such architectural structures are typically insurmountable for the average individual. However, for a ninja adept in the art of scaling walls and rooftops, reaching the pinnacle poses little challenge. A clandestine mission, perhaps? With a heart devoid of intent, Wuxin speculated that Murayama Hayato had not convened with others in the inn as was his usual custom to discuss the recently received task, perhaps indicating its peculiarity. Swiftly, Murayama Hayato and Wuxin ascended to the rooftop platform of the water tower, one of the tallest edifices in the capital of Kawanakuni. The uppermost level boasted a spacious platform. Murayama Hayato's figure came to a halt at the edge of the platform, facing outward, his expression grave and his gaze profound, as if peering into the distance or lost in contemplation. Unintentionally standing beside Murayama Hayato, I gazed up at him, somewhat perplexed by a sudden shift from a languorous demeanor to one of seriousness. Based on my understanding of Murayama, it was highly probable that he had embarked on a new, high-level task. Kagaya Chukan was slain by the poisoned blades of the sand-hidden ninja disguised as desert bandits. Correct? After a considerable pause, Murayama uttered a statement that left me feeling rather bewildered. He spoke without directing his gaze towards me, as if in a soliloquy or perhaps inquiring of my thoughts. Indeed, I delved into the memories of the sand-hidden ninja using my mind-reading technique and uncovered information about the poison, which is called the triple deadly venom, a particularly troublesome toxin. Although Miyahara Eri and I possess some medical ninjutsu skills, we are unable to extract the poison from Kagaya Chukan. Moreover, the preparation of an antidote is time-prohibitive. I had already reported this situation on the very first day of my return to the Land of Rivers. Although I could not fathom why Murayama inquired again, I answered him truthfully. As I concluded, I sighed deeply, casting my gaze down upon the city below. Seemingly lost in recollection, Kagaya Chukan had been poisoned. Then, how did Hozuki-mai meet her demise? Murayama's gaze remained profound, still looking into the distance. Not at me, as if both questioning and musing to himself. Without intention, he suddenly turned his head to gaze at Murayama Hayato, feeling somewhat perplexed by his inquiry. A sense of vigilance arose within him as he spoke in a low voice. Kagurimi disappeared while we were en route to the southern port of the Land of Rivers, heading towards the capital. In the capital, there are numerous ninjas from the Leaf Village and the Sand Village. We have stayed here for several months and have witnessed several confrontations between the two factions. I suspect that Kagurimi's disappearance is likely linked to either the Sand or the Leaf, but without a body, it remains unverified. With a languid demeanor, Wushin recounted the circumstances surrounding Hozuki-mai, while simultaneously offering his own insights and conjectures. Ha ha ha. Murayama Hayato suddenly erupted into laughter. Initially a soft chuckle that swiftly transformed into a hearty guffaw. After a moment, it appeared that Murayama Hayato had exhausted his mirth, and he remarked with a smile, "So, tell me, your next target, will it be me or Yukira?" Upon hearing these words, Wushin immediately leaped aside, creating distance between himself and Murayama Yudo. The water tower loomed tall, its rooftop platform quite spacious, approximately the size of half a basketball court. Wushin stood at the center of the platform, gazing at Murayama Yudo, who was slowly turning at the edge of the platform. This was a clandestine mission entrusted by the third generation of the Water Shadow, one that could never be divulged. With his eyes slightly narrowed and thoughts racing through his mind, the words of Murayama Yudo echoed, even mentioning names, indicating that he was aware of the confidential mission entrusted to Wushin. This revelation left Wushin feeling quite bewildered. The information regarding the secret mission of Shueying had been compromised. Yet he could initially dismiss the notion that his own mission scroll had been secretly perused by others, as Murayama Yudo had appeared entirely normal before departing from the inn that morning. The shift in Murayama Yudo's demeanor came only after receiving a message from the messenger hawk. After a prolonged silence filled with tension, Wushin, with a grave expression, inquired, "Has my mission been exposed, Teacher Yudo? I have resolved to accept the consequences of my mission's failure and had never contemplated assassinating you." Unintentionally, Wushin revealed the truth. At such a juncture, pretense and denial were rendered futile, and the particulars of his exclusive mission were inevitably disclosed. Murayama Hayato's expressionless visage instilled a sense of pressure within Wushin. The majority of his ninjutsu had been imparted by Murayama Hayato, although Wushin harbored a certain arrogance. Believing he had surpassed his mentor, when confronted in earnest with such a venerable and seasoned jonin, his foremost thought was how to effectuate his escape. Chapter 60. The Spring of the Land of Rivers. Murayama Hayato remained impassive, devoid of the affable demeanor Wushin had associated with the hot spring jonin. Embodying a stark dichotomy between his exterior and interior, he emanated a palpable aura of oppression, a sensation Wushin had not experienced in a long while. Wushin's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Murayama Hayato, seated across from him. Although he had never harbored any intentions of harming Murayama, he could not ascertain whether the latter would believe him. He had not anticipated that, within just over a year, one could evolve to such a formidable extent. Murayama Hayato's cold words pierced through the air, evoking within Wushin a strange and inexplicable sensation. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Wushin pressed his palms together, forming a seal, and softly commanded, "Illusion, release." In an instant, the peculiar feeling of shame that had robbed him of his fighting spirit and vigilance dissipated. After breaking the illusion, he swiftly retrieved a kunai from the pouch at his waist, holding it in a defensive position, revealing an unmistakable alertness. "Master, the illusion technique was taught by you. Such a trivial trick should no longer be employed." With an unguarded gaze, Wushin looked at his teacher, Murayama Yudo, speaking with a calm demeanor that belied any fear of facing him. Although his expression was serious, the tranquility he exuded was genuine, not a facade. The fluctuations of chakra emanating from Murayama stirred the dust on the platform's surface. Possessing a keen sensitivity, Wuxin perceived an instability in Murayama's chakra, oscillating between turbulence and calm. Noticing his teacher's hesitation, Wuxin felt a slight easing of tension within himself and softly spoke. "Teacher Yudo, the mission from the Mizukage is one that no one can refuse. I believe you understand this even better than I do. Although your name appears on the list, I have never harbored thoughts of taking your life. If Hozukimai, Kagaya Takahira, and Yukike's were to perish, leaving only the final Jonin, I would stand no chance against them. I surmise that even if Lord Third Mizukage were to impose punishment, it would not endanger my life. I have resolved to abandon you and accept the consequences of a failed mission. Do you truly wish to kill me?" Sensing Murayama's hesitation, Wuxin's voice remained gentle, clearly expressing his respect and support for him. Though he did not wish for Kagaya Takahira's demise, should it occur unexpectedly. The mission strategy established upon his departure from the village must continue. In the Blood Mist, the penalties for failed ninjas are exceedingly harsh. Although he had never experienced such punishment and was unaware of its nature, the adult ninjas in the village were profoundly fearful of failure, with many willing to sacrifice their lives to fulfill their missions, highlighting the deterrent effect of such penalties. While he was oblivious to the specifics of the punishment, he had no desire to endure or comprehend it. Although Mai's character was boisterous, Wuxin let it be. Murayama Yudo, having opened his mouth to speak of Hozuki Mai, hesitated yet again. Perhaps he understood that in the land of Blood Mist, such a temperament was not unexpected. After a prolonged silence, Murayama sighed deeply and declared, "Your assassination mission ends here." With a hint of confusion in his narrowed eyes, he pondered the meaning. He was uncertain whether he was to be dealt with or if his task was to come to an end as the word suggested. What does it imply? Unintentionally, Murayama Hayato hesitated to take action, softly retorting. From beginning to end, he did not dare to lower his guard. Murayama Hayato retrieved a piece of paper from the pocket of his vest, crumpled it into a ball, and with a gentle flick, sent the paper ball flying towards Wuxin. With an absent-minded demeanor, he received the note, his gaze unwavering from Murakami Yudo of the village. Slowly, he unfurled the crumpled paper, his eyes shifting slightly. Unintentionally, I found myself captivated by the beginning, astonished, and swiftly continued to read onward. With an unintentional swiftness, the note was perused in its entirety, and it became clear why Murayama Yudo was aware of the clandestine mission he was undertaking. The unguarded posture was lowered, leaving a sense of bewilderment. After a while, a soft voice emerged. "I never anticipated that so much would transpire in the village over these past few months. Indeed, the esteemed Third Mizukage has passed away, and Lord Yagura has ascended as the Fourth Mizukage. Following his inauguration, he has meticulously organized governmental affairs and reviewed archives, uncovering a covert mission assigned by the Third Mizukage." Murayama Waijin regarded the expression in Wuxin's eyes with a tinge of complexity, and after speaking, he fell into silence. Moments later, a smile emerged on Murayama Waijin's serious countenance as he gently remarked, "With Lord Yagura's succession as the Fourth Mizukage, the Blood Mist policy has been abolished. In the Ninja Academy, training exercises that involve the killing of comrades have been eradicated. In February, 110 genin graduated in peace." Wuxin did not respond to Murayama Yudo. The information conveyed was substantial. Wuxin felt a sense of bewilderment, even disbelief, regarding the resignation of the Third Mizukage. Just a few months prior, when their team departed from the village, the Third Mizukage appeared to be in the prime of his power. Now he was suddenly gone, and Kajitsun Yashiro had ascended to the position. Wuxin was eager to uncover what had transpired within the village. In a moment of reflection, Wu Xin recalled the details of this mission. The team had embarked from the Land of Water at the end of December, sailing across the ocean for over 20 days until they reached the southern port of the Land of Rivers. From there, the journey to the capital consumed an additional week. Wu Xin and his companions spent half a month gathering intelligence in the capital before splitting into two groups to journey to the border cities of Wind and Fire, which, including the time taken for investigations, extended their absence by another 40 days. Now, it was early April. In just over 3.5 months, the village of Mist had undergone such dramatic transformations. There had been unrest in the village, although the note did not specify the nature of the turmoil. It mentioned the tragic loss of the third generation of Water Shadows, who had perished while protecting the village. The note indicated that Yuzu Sagara had succeeded as the fourth generation, particularly highlighting information regarding reforms in the Ninja Academy. After assuming governance for 2 months, the fourth generation gradually became acquainted with the responsibilities of the role. Among the myriad of classified mission documents he encountered, he stumbled upon a secret task assigned to Wu Xin by the third generation of Water Shadows. Consequently, he dispatched a message to Murayama Jin, ordering the cancellation of the mission. The note bore the official seal of the Water Shadow, signifying its authenticity beyond doubt. Unintentionally, I recalled the visage of the child from the kumquat orchard, along with his gentle disposition and reformative ideals. Having clarified the sequence of events, I accepted the command to conclude my task with composure, softly expressing, "This bothersome assignment is one I have long wished to abandon." Without hesitation, Wu Xin succinctly expressed his aversion to the assassination mission targeting the teacher. He then shifted the conversation, smiling as he remarked, "Lord Yagura's philosophy is profoundly etched in my mind. Now, Lord Yagura has ascended to the position of Mizukichi. The village is on the brink of entering a new era." With their thoughts laid bare and united in purpose, the tension between the two teachers dissipated entirely. Murayama Yudo nodded thoughtfully and replied solemnly, "Indeed. The investigative mission ordered by the third Hokage is of great significance to Lord Yagura, as it pertains to the village's development and strategic realignment. Once the Chunin Muruoka Hidetaka and his team return from their investigation in the Land of Fire, if the intelligence aligns, we shall promptly depart for the Land of Water." Yes. With a heart unburdened, I softly acquiesced. My clandestine mission had come to a halt, and with it, the psychological strain dissipated. Allowing a smile to grace my face, I gently remarked, "Lord Yagura has now held the mantle of Mizukichi for 2 months. That said, I find myself rather eager to return to the village and witness the transformation it has undergone under Lord Yagura's governance." Unintentionally, I recall the visage of Kojitsu Yagura, the longing reflected in his eyes, and the grand vision of transforming the land of blood mist into a paradise. Kojitsu Yagura is resolute in this endeavor. For such a homeland would instill within me a sense of belonging, unlike the current state of affairs. Whenever circumstances go awry, thoughts of escape plague my mind, leading me to contemplate a life as a wandering ninja, adrift in the ninja world. The notion of becoming a wandering ninja has long been a contingency in my mind. However, with the ascension of the fourth Hokage, these thoughts have begun to fade away. The concept of the arrow store, mentioned repeatedly by Wushin, sparked a glimmer of yearning in Murayama Hayato's serene eyes, as if he too was reminded of the tenets of the arrow store. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted as he softly remarked, "Is that so? It seems we share the same thoughts. The Peach Blossom Spring is indeed a place of great allure." In that moment, both individuals felt an overwhelming desire to return home. Chapter 61. The journey back after the conclusion of their secret mission, Wushin spent a tranquil week in the Land of Rivers. Just as Commander Murayama Hayato could no longer contain his impatience to lead a team in search of Maruoka Kengo and his crew heading towards the Land of Fire, Maruoka Kengo finally made his delayed return, his team unscathed, just as it had been prior to their departure. Inside the inn, in Murayama Hayato's room, Wushin and Maruoka Kengo sat respectfully below, while Murayama Hayato sat cross-legged, holding a scroll before him. After Muruoka Kengo concluded his report, Murayama Hayato nodded slightly and spoke solemnly. "Kengo, it is not as simple as you suggest. On the surface, the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire appears to be merely fraught with minor skirmishes and tension, seemingly far from the brink of war. However, during the tenure of the Second Water Shadow, our Land of Water often found itself in conflict with various nations. The First Shinobi World War erupted due to repeated confrontations, border frictions, and the accumulation of hatred. My father, too, perished in that war." "Indeed," Maruoka Kengo replied respectfully, his report interspersed with analysis, asserting that a major conflict between the two nations was unlikely, a viewpoint not shared by the seasoned Murayama Hayato. Nonetheless, the investigation had already reached a sufficient depth. The remaining judgment would rest with Lord Mizukichi. "Everyone, pack your belongings. We shall depart for the village in 2 hours." "Understood." Wushin and the other ninjas, along with the merchants, responded respectfully before dispersing. The merchants' attendants downstairs busied themselves with packing their belongings, harnessing the carriages and steeds. Once everything was meticulously arranged, under the guidance of Murayama Hayato, the group departed the capital of the Land of Rivers, proceeding towards the southern coastal city. During their journey, Mizuki and Yamashita Saori rejoined Wushin, the three of them forming the rear guard of the team. Mizuki, having returned to Wushin's side, frequently glanced at their captain. Since stepping onto the forest path after leaving the capital, Wushin had held the scroll in hand, engrossed for much of the day without raising his head. Unable to contain herself, Mizuki finally spoke. "Wushin, Captain, the mission is complete. It's time to relax a bit. Teacher Hayato taught us that a ninja who does not understand the importance of rest is not a good ninja. Your unwavering focus on the scroll is truly making me feel somewhat embarrassed. The captain is a genius in our village, learning ninjutsu swiftly, unlike us, who find it exceedingly challenging." Unmindful did not respond, while on the nearby mountain, Kaiji chuckled lightly in reply to Shui Lian. Unintentionally, the pet delves into the study of ninjutsu. The scroll in hand is meticulously compiled by Unintentional itself, detailing the water transformation technique of the Akari clan. Although Unintentional possesses an exceptional memory, it is said that a poor pen is mightier than a good memory. Thus, the secrets of Akari I previously explored are inscribed upon the scroll. In this world, there exists no true genius. It is merely the case that some exert greater effort than others. Wushin, seemingly recalling something suddenly, replied to the two with a hint of indifference, and resumed his study of the enigmatic techniques of the ghost lantern. Regarding the practice of ninjutsu, Wushin exhibited a certain nonchalance. Within the ranks of the ninja, he delved into the secret techniques passed down within his village, untroubled by the fear of being discovered. Yet, it was unlikely that anyone would lack the sense of propriety to covertly examine the contents of Wushin's scrolls. The act of surreptitiously learning another's ninjutsu was considered a serious taboo. The seemingly casual remarks about effort stirred the emotions of Shui Lian, as he was well aware of Wu Exion's mastery of water release techniques. Having undergone numerous missions together, he had witnessed Wu Exion's impressive array of water-based jutsu, including those of considerable potency. Shui Lian recognized that he was no prodigy. He had always overshadowed Wu Exion's abilities with the notion of genius. Previously, he had paid little attention to Wu Exion's study of scrolls. But this time he felt a dawning comprehension of why Wu Exion possessed such strength and an extensive repertoire of jutsu. Was it merely that he exerted more effort than others? Was sheer diligence sufficient? Shui Lian murmured to himself, retrieving a scroll of jutsu from his bag and delving into its study. Effort. While he might be uncertain about many things, at least in the realm of learning jutsu, hard work seemed to bear some fruit. Yet, the prowess of a ninja was not solely dependent on the quantity of techniques mastered. Many elite genin often excelled in specific abilities rather than in breadth. Unintentionally, Wu Exion cast a glance at Shui Lian, speaking with a deliberate slowness, pausing slightly before continuing. "Furthermore, Shui Lian, I kindly ask you to remain vigilant alongside Kaiji, for we are entrusted with the duty of safeguarding the rear of our team." Unintentionally finishing his words, he shifted his gaze back to the scroll in his hands. The route for the return journey, under normal circumstances, posed no significant peril. Despite being the small leader of the group, Wushin had two robust subordinates. In this relatively secure environment, it was best for his men to stand guard. It was impossible for him to handle everything personally. "It's all right. The surroundings are quite safe. I will keep watch," he assured. A gentle smile graced the face of Kaiji, perched on the nearby mountain. Water Lily, feeling a touch of helplessness, prepared to stow away the scroll. And upon hearing Kaiji's words, she replied with a smile, "Kaiji, you are truly wonderful." The entire team, including Wushin, had begun to relax. Observing this, Wushin chose to remain silent and focused on studying the art of water transformation. After a week's journey back from the Land of Wind to the capital of the Land of Rivers, coupled with the time spent waiting for Maruoka Hayu and the others, nearly half a month had passed. Throughout this period, Wushin diligently practiced ninjutsu. Having initially grasped the techniques bestowed upon him by the third Mizukichi, he delved deeply into the water transformation technique. Though he had yet to reach the level of the Kirigakure clan, as far as Wushin understood, their secret arts possessed the remarkable ability to heal rapidly. The hydro-enhanced technique could amplify physical strength, and they could even transform into formidable water beasts. However, all of this hinged on the prerequisite that one's body could accommodate the water transformation technique, allowing for a liquid-like response to attacks instinctively. Furthermore, even the skilled practitioner, Kirigakure, had not attained such proficiency. Indifferent to the passage of time, I have come to realize that mastering the art of hydromancy is no simple feat, however. Through prolonged study, I have achieved some level of proficiency. While my body cannot instinctively transform like water, I have learned to manipulate my form, allowing myself to become a gelatinous substance akin to water, effectively evading physical attacks and mitigating the impact of water-based ninjutsu. This level of hydromancy meets my requirements, confounding my enemies into believing that my true form is a mere water clone. After liquefying on the ground, I can, when my adversaries are unaware, reconstitute into a human shape to launch a counterattack. This technique demands precise judgment. Compared to the systematic training of the Hozuki clan, I have only scratched the surface. Yet, for my purposes, it suffices. Our group departed from the land of rivers, and after a week's journey, we arrived at a coastal city named Nangang in the southern part of the land of rivers by dusk. After a night of rest, we set sail the following morning, embarking on our maritime voyage. After more than 20 days at sea, we finally stepped onto the territory of the land of water. Upon reaching the central island of the land of water and making our way toward the village, I could not shake the feeling that the air was sweeter, devoid of the previous oppressive atmosphere and the faint scent of blood that had lingered. The changing visage of the Mizukage seemed to dispel the blood mist that had clouded the hearts of the ninjas from the hidden mist village, alleviating some of the psychological burden for the capricious and temperamental ninjas, including Murakami Yudo and myself. Chapter 62. The Fourth Mizukage in the Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village. By midday, our group of ninjas finally arrived at the Mizukage building. Murakami Yudo, accompanied by two Chunin, presented the report of our investigation to the Fourth Mizukage. Inside the Mizukage's office, I gazed at the youthful figure of Karasuma Akira seated in the Mizukage chair. The investigation, coupled with our journey, had taken nearly half a year. Karasuma Akira still bore the endearing visage of a child, yet there was a newfound gravitas about him. Perhaps his role as Mizukage necessitated a more commanding presence. Karasuma Akira read through the report scroll at a deliberate pace, scrutinizing it closely. After a lengthy pause, he lifted his gaze and spoke softly. Yudo, your assessment is correct. A significant number of ninja forces are amassed at the border, and skirmishes occur intermittently. It resembles a powder keg, where even the slightest spark could ignite a catastrophic explosion. Indeed, it feels reminiscent of the Second Era, Yudo replied. With numerous ninjas stationed, a great war could erupt at any moment. Yudo's demeanor was more relaxed than when he faced the Third Mizukage. Reflecting his experience as a ninja nurtured during the Second Mizukage's time, having now served under the Third, he was well versed in the events of the First Shinobi World War. Though the Land of Water had intervened little during the Second Great Ninja War due to its weakened state. However, for those who have participated in the Shinobi World War, the feelings associated with it are indelible throughout their lives. Karasuma Yashiro nodded slightly, acknowledging Murayama Yudo's assessment, and spoke in a deep tone. Indeed, your efforts are commendable. This intelligence is of great significance to our village. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Land of Water, for various reasons, did not engage extensively. Now, as the Land of Fire grows increasingly powerful, nobles and wealthy merchants from around the world are drawn to the Land of Fire, seeking to commission tasks in the Hidden Leaf Village. Even our traditionally held sphere of influence, the Land of Water, now sees the presence of leaf ninjas. This situation cannot persist any longer. The juxtaposition of his youthful, cherubic face with the authority of the Mizukage evokes an irresistible urge to assist him. What do you mean? The significance of Karasuma Yashiro's words was not lost on Murayama Yudo and the slightly less advanced Wushin, both of whom grasped the implications of the Mizukage statement. Though Karasuma Yashiro had recently ascended to a higher position and was widely revered, his reformative measures regarding the Blood Mist era were inevitably viewed as weakness by some staunch traditionalists who had risen during that time. The Fourth Mizukage requires a war to solidify his position. That is the literal interpretation, Karasuma Yashiro replied succinctly, without elaboration. He then shifted the conversation. Yudo, our principles have been enacted. The ninja school has abolished the subject of severing bonds. In the prisons, under the stringent punishment system of the Third Hokage, a substantial number of incarcerated individuals have been released. Among them is your former comrade, Takami Yuko. Takami Yuko, having suffered punishment for a failed mission, has been imprisoned for 6 months. You should go see him. Karasuma Yashiro's tone softened. When he mentioned Takami Yuko's name, Wushi noticed that their teacher, Murayama Yudo, seemed to tremble slightly, suggesting that this person held significant importance to him. Yuko has been released? Is he? He is not gravely harmed. Merely some minor injuries. Yudo Maru. Maruoka Tsubasa, you both have worked hard. You may leave now. Please proceed to the mission hall to collect your rewards. As Karasuma Yashiro spoke Maruoka Tsubasa's name, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar with it, stumbling slightly. While speaking, he retrieved a slip of paper from his desk, wrote a few notes, stamped it, and gently pushed it forward. He concluded with a polite request. Understood. The two replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Murayama Yudo stepped forward to receive the document, leading Maruoka Tsubasa out of the Mizuki's office. Only Wushin remained in the room. He glanced at Yashiro, then turned to observe the departing figures of Murayama Yudo and Maruoka Tsubasa. The Mizuki had only acknowledged the names of Murayama Yudo and Maruoka Tsubasa, and Wushin, understanding the words, decided to follow suit and leave. Unintentionally glancing at Koguchi Shizura, Wushin murmured, "Lord Watershadow?" Koguchi Shizura, with a stoic demeanor, leisurely retrieved an envelope from the drawer, placing it upon the table and gently nudging it forward. In a grave tone, he remarked, "Wushin, this is the remuneration for your other task. Although it has been halted, you have invested considerable effort, eliminating half of the target. However, the compensation will be limited to half as well." Koguchi Shizura had suspended Wushin's clandestine assassination mission without reproach, addressing the matter with a professional detachment. Concluding the assignment and dispersing the reward. Unintentionally, I stepped forward slowly, grasping the envelope with a sense of complexity before tucking it into my pocket. Such tasks will never arise again. Upon glancing at the mission list, I noticed the name of Murayama Yudo. You must be in great anguish. Kayamizu Yagura's words were gentle, yet his youthful visage betrayed no emotion. Indeed, I find it difficult to comprehend the third Mizuki's assignment. However, as a ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, I have no alternative. This is the lament of weaponry. Wushin subtly expressed a fragment of his perspective, yet hesitated to elaborate excessively. Yuzuru, a ninja who matured during the tenure of the third Hokage, although holding beliefs that diverged from those of the third, undoubtedly shared certain commonalities regarding the essence of ninjas. Particularly with Yuzuru ascending to the position of Hokage, Wushin comprehended well that no leader would favor subordinates who engage in duplicity. Nor would they appreciate those who harbor independent thoughts and refuse assignments. Although Wushin harbored feelings of aversion and refrained from taking action, it was only the likes of Gazaimai who truly executed the fatal blow. The other target had perished in the line of duty, earning a sense of admiration from Wushin. This burgeoning respect only deepened Wushin's reluctance towards such assignments. Yuzuru Shikura nodded gently and murmured, "Please share the details." The mere utterance of the word "please," accompanied by such gentlemanly demeanor, evoked an unfamiliar sensation within Wushin, as if having been utilized all along. Suddenly confronted with someone who genuinely respected and cared for him. Unintentionally recalling the details of the task, he then candidly confessed to whom he had killed, the manner of the killings, and also mentioned those he had spared, along with the rationale and reflections behind such decisions. Following this, he elaborated on the reasons for his cessation of actions. Kajitsun Yagura listened attentively, and upon concluding the recount, a look of regret crossed his face as he lamented. Hikage Takiha, a remarkable youth from the Hikage clan, what a pity. I have perused the records of this task, and the descriptions of Hikage Takiha and Murayama Waijin do not portray them as detestable as recorded by the third Mizuki. There are connections involving Akatsuki Mai and Yukiro with certain cases of indiscriminate slaughter of civilians and abuse, and some descriptions align with the facts. However, the evidence is not sufficiently robust. Such brutal actions should not be executed so rashly. Yagura does not entirely oppose the third Mizuki's approach, nor does he advocate for a simplistic black-and-white political reform. Some particularly cruel systems, which had led to the ostracization of village ninjas, were abolished. Yet he seems to harbor no aversion to certain clandestine practices. Regarding this assassination task, Yagura appears not to be strongly opposed to the third Mizuki's methods, but he does not share the same casual disposition towards handling suspects with insufficient evidence as the third Mizuki does. After a brief pause, Kajitsun Yagura solemnly continued, "Nevertheless, these matters are in the past. Strive diligently. I also require your assistance in fulfilling some confidential tasks. Please issue the orders, Lord Mizuki." Chapter 63, The Cause of Change. Please issue the orders, Lord Mizuki. With an earnest demeanor and youthful countenance, he exuded a composure that belied his age. No need for such formality. When I require your presence, I shall summon you, spoke the fourth Tsuchikage, Keiki Shikura, revealing a gentle smile as he waved his hand lightly. Indeed, My reforms have stirred discontent among many of the seasoned ninjas who emerged during the Blood Mist era. There are quite a number of these obstinate traditionalists. Nonetheless, transforming our village into a paradise is our aspiration. No matter the myriad challenges, we must forge ahead. Do you not agree? A semblance of amusement danced on Shikura's face, a smile that seemed both genuine and cryptic, his words flowing with a serene cadence that hinted at deeper implications, rendering them somewhat elusive. After a prolonged absence, the fourth Tsuchikage now bore the gravitas of authority and a strategic demeanor, speaking in veiled terms. After a moment of contemplation, Wuxin replied earnestly, "Yes, esteemed fourth Tsuchikage, I hold dear the words you once imparted to me. I shall unwaveringly support you in the endeavor to transform this land of blood mist into a realm of tranquility, irrespective of the numerous hardships or daunting obstacles. The people of the village, in a state of abundance, ought to live in harmony, fostering kindness and mutual assistance, their faces adorned with smiles. Those unpredictable and capricious ninjas born from the blood mist are akin to ticking time bombs, far too perilous. Perhaps a companion one day may turn into a foe the next. In such a ninja system, amidst such a community, who can truly feel at ease?" After expressing his support, Wuxin scoffed at the blood mist ninjas and the policies that cultivate such a sanguine atmosphere, maintaining a resolute opposition. While it may not be entirely accurate to portray Konoha as a harmonious community, the environment of the blood mist is characterized by ninjas bearing faces of unpredictability, as if poised to strike at any moment. This resembles the approach of the third Mizukage, who, despite providing thorough task instructions before departure, covertly sought out a reliable ninja within the team to assign a secret mission. If Konoha represents a generally friendly environment, marred only by a few disruptors akin to the Root organization, then Kirigakure embodies a harsh atmosphere, with only a handful of dissenters like Yagura, Murakami Hayato, and Wuxin expressing dissatisfaction with the blood mist. In this village, both the hardliners and reformists are in the minority. The majority of ninjas nurtured by the blood mist are neutral. They are indifferent to maintaining traditional practices or pursuing reform. The staunch traditionalists who uphold the blood mist policies and Yagura's reform team may be few in number, yet they possess unwavering conviction. An unintentional yet impassioned discourse elicited a nod of affirmation from Shizakura, who solemnly declared, "Indeed, the village is our sanctuary. It ought not to harbor such a disquieting atmosphere. If we persist with our reforms and cultivate 3 generations, no, 3 epochs of New Age ninjas, then the era of blood and mist shall recede into the annals of history." Yes, unintentionally. It was confirmed that the Citrus Shadow Warehouse possesses a clear and resolute reform plan, demonstrating a maturity that is not characteristic of impetuous youth. Fortunately, the hardliners suffered significant casualties during the Tailed Beast turmoil in January. Otherwise, the advancement of reform would not have been so seamless. The Water Shadow, shifting the tone of the conversation, revealed a faint smile, feeling a sense of relief at the demise of those obstinate factions from the Blood Mist era. Tailed Beast turmoil? Unintentionally, Shikamaru keenly captured the keywords, softly reciting them word by word. Yagura, with a gentle smile adorning his face, quietly remarked, "Indeed, in January, the village experienced a tumultuous event involving the tailed beasts, the 3 tails and the 6 tails. However, upon mentioning the 6 tails, Yagura abruptly paused, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted the subject, stating, "The third Mizukage sacrificed his life to seal the tailed beasts. The specifics of the subsequent events remain the village's utmost secret, and you lack the necessary clearance to know. Nonetheless, your mission to investigate the tumult between the wind and fire countries has been arduous. Go now and take a well-deserved rest. The village's development team requires your efforts." Understood. Unintentionally, she inclined her body slightly in acknowledgement before promptly turning and departing. After leaving the Water Shadow building, Wuxin made his way directly to Takeuchi's weapon shop. This mission had consumed over 5 months of his time, and during such an extended absence, he found himself uncertain of his employment status. If he had not been dismissed, would Mr. Takeuchi Taro still consider hiring him? As Wuxin traversed the streets, his steps were light, but he had failed to notice the scars on the village's dwellings upon his arrival. It was only after reporting his mission that he observed the evident signs of repair on many houses within the village. It appeared as though entire sections of walls had collapsed or large holes had been patched up. The turmoil caused by the tailed beasts, particularly the 3 tails and 6 tails, alongside the sacrifices made by the third Water Shadow to seal them. The third Water Shadow is indeed a figure of complex evaluation. As I tread forward, My mind wanders in contemplation and speculation, recalling my encounters with the third Mizukage. Immediately upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, I was fortunate enough to receive his guidance, and his words have been etched into my memory. Was it truly their sacrifices that forged me into the exceptional ninja I am today? Had they not laid down their lives, I would have still emerged victorious. The blood-soaked mist of slaughter merely served as a self-dug grave. A heartless body encapsulates the spirit of childhood within an adult's form. Therein lies the true advantage of being heartless. Wuxin considers himself not a prodigy by any means, but rather an individual who, through diligent practice of ninjutsu from a young age, has experienced accelerated growth compared to his peers. The early bird catches the worm. With each step taken, he has advanced further, while his classmates indulged in playful ninja games or engaged in muddy antics. Wuxin had already mastered the vast majority of his parents' ninjutsu, applying it effectively in practical scenarios. During his tenure at the Ninja Academy, he achieved perfect scores in ninjutsu examinations over 3 consecutive years, and in physical combat, he often triumphed over his opponents with a single strike, only facing a true challenge from Zabuza, with whom he exchanged a few blows. Such extraordinary records and innate talent, coupled with his rapid acquisition of ninjutsu, earned him the illustrious title of the child prodigy of Kirigakure. This reputation, in turn, brought him to the attention of the higher echelons of the village, granting him access to superior educational and ninjutsu resources. His mentor, Murayama Yudo, now appears to Wuxin as a seasoned and astute genin, a conventional upper-echelon ninja who pales in comparison to his prowess. The third Mizukage bestowed upon Wuxin advanced ninjutsu scrolls with remarkable ease. In a certain sense, the leadership of Kirigakure eagerly anticipates Wuxin's development, even going so far as to invest considerable effort into nurturing his growth. Unbeknownst to them, Wuxin remains unbound by the rigid conventions of the ninja world, harboring no notion of task supremacy. His assessments during the academy years were approached merely as examinations to be navigated. While he outwardly portrayed respect for his superiors and loyalty to his missions, internally, he never relinquished the thought of prioritizing his own escape as the ultimate strategy. It is only now, with the rise of his like-minded companion, Yuzukatachi, that Wuxin has temporarily set aside such notions. With a casual observation of the village's dwellings and the verdant trees, I finally arrived at the Takemura weapon shop. Chapter 64, Rumors. Inside the Takemura weapon shop, the owner, Taro Takamura, sat comfortably in his chair behind the counter, leisurely fanning himself with a small fan, his eyes occasionally darting towards the street outside, in search of customers. This lad resembles someone, Taro Takemura murmured softly, rising from his seat to lean over the counter for a closer look at me. Uncle Taro. With a casual greeting, Wuxin walked into the shop. Wuxin, you have finally returned. Takon Taro, upon hearing the familiar voice, was initially taken aback, but soon a look of joy spread across his face as he promptly approached Wuxin. It had been several months since their last meeting, and he had noticeably grown taller. At first glance, he barely recognized him. With a cheerful smile, Takon Taro approached Wuxin, playfully measuring the height difference with his palm above Wuxin's head. This mission was rather troublesome and took longer than expected. Have I really grown taller? Wuxin cast a glance at Takemura Taro, sensing an air of intrigue in his smile. After briefly elucidating the task at hand, Wuxin reached up to touch the crown of his head, gesturing to indicate his height. At the tender age of over 10, Wuxin is in the midst of growth. He merely perceives an increase in his chakra, yet after a few months apart, Takeuchi Taro immediately notices that Wuxin has indeed grown taller. Indeed, he has experienced a significant height increase. Should he grow any taller, he would exude the essence of a young man. However, let us return to the main topic at hand. Unintentionally, the banana leaf fan and the jade clean bottle have accumulated orders. I have controlled the sales volume, limiting both the banana leaf fan and the jade clean bottle to a mere 5 pieces each. You must strive diligently to produce these treasures. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Takeuchi Taro promptly shifted to the main topic. There is a sample fan in the shop for clients to examine, while currently, only one jade clean bottle exists, which is in the possession of Wuxin. Understood. Having just returned from a mission, I shall rest for 2 days before commencing work. Wuxin let out a sigh of relief, initially fearing a grave matter, only to find it was nothing of the sort. He couldn't help but reflect that one must possess a certain skill set. Having been on leave for such an extended period, his employer, Takeuchi Taro, displayed no signs of irritation. In fact, Taro was not merely devoid of displeasure at that moment. He was almost pleading with Wuxin to hasten the creation of the magical artifacts to deliver to their clients. 2 days later, without hesitation, Taro Takeuchi agreed, saying, "We have samples of banana leaf fans in the shop, which you may not be aware of. If I had controlled the order volume, I dare say there would be hundreds of orders for this fan. Even the sample in the store was offered at 10 times its price. Yet I resisted the temptation to sell it. Such a treasured item of our shop must not be produced in excess. The path to prosperity lies in exclusivity, not in thin margins and high volumes. Well, Wuxin, since you just returned, take your time to rest. Once you're well rested, we shall commence work. I will ensure that all materials are prepared within 2 days." As Taro spoke, he rubbed his hands together. Though he urged Wuxin to rest, he had firmly noted the date for resuming work. "Rest assured, Uncle Taro, I will not let you down." Wuxin, touched by the infectious smile, responded to Takeuchi Taro with a gentle smile of his own. The unintentional banana leaf fan possesses potential for enhancement. The fan blades could be intricately woven, thus augmenting their resilience to the point of rivaling weaponry. The only fan that truly embodies the essence of meticulous craftsmanship is the one in my possession. All others merely serve as a mere imitation, a carved representation of the wind release technique, albeit in a diminished form. For those who purchase the banana leaf fan, it may offer some assistance, yet it lacks the capacity to effectuate a decisive impact. In contrast, the fan in my hand requires only a modicum of chakra to unleash a formidable wind release ninjutsu instantaneously, proving exceptionally effective against ninjas proficient in wind release techniques. The unintentional words calmed the restless heart of Taro, who broke into a smile and said, all right, I can now rest easy." Unintentional. You must be quite weary after such a prolonged task. Please return home to rest, and once you have rejuvenated, come back to the shop to resume your duties. In the 5 months of his unintentional absence, Taro Takeuchi harbored suspicions that Wuxin had met with a fatal fate during his mission. The lack of information regarding him weighed heavily on Taro, who had accepted a client's commission, causing him considerable distress. However, Wuxin's sudden reappearance dissipated his worries like mist. "Well, there's no rush. Uncle Taro, during my time away from the village, have any significant events transpired?" With a sudden shift in tone, Wuxin inquired about the duration of his absence from the village. During this period, the village had been plagued by the chaos of tailed beasts. And since Takeuchi Taro had been living well, he must certainly possess knowledge of the events. "It has been nearly 6 months since you left the village, hasn't it?" "About 5 months. No wonder." Takeuchi Taro did not respond immediately. Instead, he reflected on the timeline of Wuxin's departure. After contemplating for a moment, he continued. "It was around mid-January, during the late hours of the night, when 2 monstrous creatures suddenly appeared in the village. These beasts were colossal. One resembled a turtle but possessed 3 tails, while the other looked akin to a slug, albeit with an unusually large body that seemed to have 6 segments. As he spoke, Takeuchi Taro gestured with his hands, seemingly trying to convey the enormity of the creatures to Wuxin. "I could even see the monsters from my home. Fortunately, I was far enough away, or else my house would have been in jeopardy. In any case, it was truly terrifying." Takeuchi Taro concluded his account with a few gestures, his expression betraying a hint of lingering fear. "Indeed, it appears to be the turmoil involving the 3 tails and 6 tails. As for the village's weaponized tailed beasts, I must admit that, as Shikigami indicated, I currently lack the authority to access such confidential information. Furthermore, there is little necessity to delve into these matters. The more one learns, the more complicated the situation becomes." Wuxin comprehended the words of the previous 4 generations of the Yagura and realized that such confidential matters might involve undertaking tasks as a guardian of the Jinchuriki. Such endeavors could yield more losses than gains, and it would be better to remain oblivious. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "The 3rd Mizukichi. Was it because of this that?" Indeed, in his unwavering dedication to safeguard the village, the 3rd Mizukichi led the sealing team to confine the monstrous beasts. Faced with 2 formidable creatures, he was forced to make an excruciating choice, ultimately sacrificing his own life to accomplish the sealing. Takeuchi Taro displayed a fleeting expression of nostalgia and reverence. Upon finishing his words, he gestured for Wuxin to come closer. With a hint of curiosity, Wuxin leaned in closer to listen. "Let me tell you," he said, "many villagers believe that the monsters were deliberately released. It's too coincidental for 2 to appear simultaneously. And there are suspicions." Taro Takeuchi spoke in a hushed tone, drawing nearer to Wuxin's ear. As he continued, he raised his head to glance around furtively. And upon confirming that no one was listening, he lowered his voice further. Many suspect that Lord Yagura is the mastermind behind it all. However, there are also rumors that the third Mizukage designated Lord Yagura as his successor just before his demise. Personally, I find such rumors untrustworthy, after all. Only a handful were present when the third lord sacrificed himself. Furthermore, due to the sealing of the monsters, the guards surrounding the third lord suffered heavy casualties, leaving only Lord Yagura. Thus, such matters are indeed intricate. Merely gossip. The innocent shall remain untainted. Unintentionally, as I listened, I ultimately heard a retort from Tetsuya. Simultaneously, a sense of doubt flickered in my mind. The rumors from Taro Takeuchi, possessing both substance and detail, seemed unlikely to be entirely fabricated. Chapter 65. The Daily Life of Crafting Treasures. The unintentional inclination of his words and demeanor towards the fourth generation left Takashi Taro somewhat astonished. After a brief pause, he chuckled and replied, "Oh, I merely heard about it. No need to take it too seriously. We merchants and ordinary villagers often enjoy discussing such exaggerated tales without much credence. I comprehend some of Lord Yagura's philosophies, which I find quite agreeable. I shall take my leave to rest now. I will commence the forging of the treasures on schedule in 2 days." Wuxin briefly elucidated the reasons behind his actions, then deftly shifted the conversation, waving his hand as he departed from the shop and made his way homeward. This child, truly. Takemura Taro, observing Wuxin's despondent demeanor, muttered under his breath and resumed his post at the shop, though the previous concern for orders had faded from his brow. The shop was not situated far from Wuxin's residence, and before long, he returned home. After soothing the loyal guardian dog, Wankai, he settled onto the wooden floor of the porch in the yard, lost in contemplation. It is evident that such rumors do not arise without cause. Considering the assassination mission against Murayama Yudo assigned to the third Mizukage, along with the sudden turmoil involving the tailed beasts, it is apparent that the third met his demise while sealing these creatures, or perhaps he perished unexpectedly. In this critical moment, Yagura was entrusted with the mantle of the fourth Mizukage. It is said that the third Mizukage, prior to his death, ultimately designated Yagura as his successor. Yet only the third and Yagura were present at the scene. There may be intricate matters at play here. It is also possible that the conflict between the hardliners of the Blood Mist and the reformists has intensified. Yagura, appearing gentle and reliable, might, in fact, possess a decisive and cunning nature, seizing the opportunity to bring about the third's untimely end. Alternatively, the turmoil involving the tailed beasts could very well have been orchestrated by someone. After all, the tailed beasts did not cause unrest until now. The turmoil erupted precisely when the third Mizukage was eliminating some of Yagura's subordinates. Wuxin was originally tasked with executing the mission of eliminating the citrus-winged Ichang as the third generation of Mizukage. Although merely a pawn in this grand scheme, he has nonetheless participated in it and can deduce certain matters. Perhaps there are hidden truths, yet for someone of my standing, indulging in baseless worries is futile. It is far more prudent to diligently enhance my strength and fulfill my responsibilities. In the summer of the 46th year of the Hidden Mist, the weather gradually began to warm. The so-called Third Great Ninja War should be looming in these years, I presume. Can the ocular Jinjutsu truly dominate individuals of the shadow level, who possess exceptional capabilities across all domains? Unintentionally, I recalled some vague memories of a past life, possessing a profound understanding of certain significant events. However, the Hidden Mist Village is, after all, not the primary setting depicted in that particular anime, leaving many pieces of information rather obscure. Wuxin can only seek clues from the fragments of memory he possesses to ensure that the Mist-Hidden Village does not repeat its tragic past. Furthermore, this endeavor is contingent upon his ability to possess the strength needed to repel adversaries. Additionally, the decrees and actions of Yagura must align with his words. The Blood Mist must transform into a paradise. Living in constant trepidation, it is imperative that this metamorphosis into a utopia occurs. Wuxin pondered the circumstances with a hint of contemplation. Regardless of the perspective, he felt compelled to support Yagura. The harsh and inhumane regulations of the Blood Mist policy, though he had grown up in such an environment, ignited a desire within him to contribute to change if possible. The legacy of 3 generations of Mizukage, in a certain sense, had been beneficial to him. Nevertheless, Yagura was also commendable. His reputation as the prodigious child of the mist and a genius ninja had not gone unnoticed. With his resolve solidified, Wuxin cast aside distractions and delved into the study of ninjutsu and moments of respite at home. Thus, 2 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. Without intention, Wu Xian returned to work at the Takeuchi weapon shop. As the day's duties came to a close, he closed the shop 2 hours early in the evening and made his way to Takeuchi Taro's residence, preparing to commence the forging of the treasured artifacts. The Takeuchi Taro estate was vast and spacious, sprawling over a considerable area, with a courtyard resembling a football field and adorned with numerous functional buildings. Unintentionally, I strolled into the courtyard and immediately caught sight of Taro Teichi, who was bent over, meticulously arranging the leaves of the banana trees. Uncle Taro, unconsciously stepping forward, I offered a courteous greeting, then my gaze fell upon the broad leaves of the banana plant strewn across the ground. Each leaf was substantial, seemingly reinforced through a weaving technique that enhanced their resilience, with traces of this intricate craftsmanship evident along the edges. Ah, you have arrived. I have prepared the banana leaves. Eagerly awaiting your commencement, I remarked. The ceramic for forging the exquisite jade vessel will require a brief pause for Daisuke Nishino. Taro Teichi meticulously handled the banana leaves. His selection process remarkably rigorous, befitting a successful arms merchant. Oh, Daisuke Nishino. Is he the esteemed craftsman renowned for shaping clay into ceramics? I recalled that during our last endeavor to create the treasured jade vessel, I had noticed Taro Takeuchi referring to that farmer as Daisuke, although I was unaware of his surname. Indeed, it is he. Let us first complete the fan from the banana leaves. We shall begin with this particular leaf, Taro Takeuchi stated, as he lifted a somewhat rectangular leaf from the assortment scattered on the ground. No problem. Unintentionally, Wuxin cast a few glances at the leaf blade in Taro Takeuchi's hand, resembling a rectangle. He found it difficult to comprehend his aesthetic sensibilities, but chose not to voice his thoughts. The two equipped themselves with tools and materials and proceeded to the forge, where the fire in the furnace had already been ignited, indicating that Taro Teichi seemed well prepared. With practiced ease, Taro tossed wood and fuel into the furnace, causing the flames to blaze increasingly. As dusk settled, unbeknownst to them, the two were engrossed in their forging work, and the late summer evening enveloped them. Originally planning to craft 5 banana leaf fans, they ended up producing 3 additional ones as reserves. All 8 fans were forged successfully. Once infused with chakra, they could generate a fierce wind. Their power was significantly diminished compared to Wuxin's initial creation. Testing revealed that they possessed approximately half the strength of the one in Wuxin's possession. Taro Takeuchi, a merchant of weapons, was not particularly knowledgeable about the intricacies of forging. Yet he was immensely satisfied with the successful creation of the banana leaf fans. Neatly arranged, he picked up one of the fans to examine and play with it. Hey, Boss Taro, it's almost dark. Shouldn't I begin my work soon? Daisuke Nishino remarked, his face shadowed. When he arrived, Wuxin and the others were deeply focused on their forging, and no one greeted him. Daisuke, with a rather amiable disposition, chose to wait until Wuxin and Taro concluded their forging process before inquiring. My apologies for the wait. At this hour, let us have a meal first, Taro exclaimed, delighting in the banana leaf fan he was handling at the entrance of the forge. Coincidentally, a woman entered the courtyard at that moment, carrying a food box. It was Aunt Dima. Unintentionally, I encountered a lady who greeted me with a gentle inquiry. Takon Daima. The wife of Takon Taro is a woman of remarkable classical tradition. Why does she not dine in the main hall? Is she truly so occupied? With a hint of reproach in her voice, Mrs. Takon Daima placed the lunchbox upon the stone table in the courtyard, methodically revealing layers of food. The meal was rather simple, consisting primarily of rice balls accompanied by a few side dishes. Aunt Daima's cooking is indeed a delight to savor. With an unintentional smile, Wuxin complimented and promptly indulged in the rice ball. Takeuchi Daima glanced at Wuxin with a smile before turning to leave. Nishino Daisuke, a temporary hire, was a ceramic worker from the village. Outside of Kirigakure, there lay some fields where he frequently crafted ceramic utensils for daily use to sell within the village. This venture not only earned him a commission from the affluent merchant Takeuchi Taro, but also provided him with a satisfying meal, instantly dispelling any prior discontent from the wait. After the three had dined, they resumed their forging tasks, fulfilling all the orders from Takeuchi's weapon shop. Chapter 66, Water Body Technique in the southeastern part of Kirigakure. At the C3 training ground. Not far from the training ground, a small stream flowed with a gentle murmur. Suddenly, a fountain-like wave surged from the stream, morphing into a humanoid form resembling Wuxin. With his eyes closed and hands forming the seal of the rabbit, Wuxin stood silently upon the flowing stream. The rabbit seal, often the concluding gesture of water release jutsu, resonated within him as he contemplated the essence of this technique. After a brief moment, He opened his eyes, perceiving a semblance of connection, though in truth, they were entirely unrelated. Wuxin, with an expression of concern, softly and gently offered a summary. Wuxin excels in the art of water-based ninjutsu, particularly in the techniques of water clone and water substitution. The deceptive and evasive water ninjutsu are among Wuxin's most proficient skills. After the completion of the unintentional S-rank mission, Wuxin enjoyed a nearly 3-month vacation, free from any assigned tasks, relishing the tranquility while diligently studying ninjutsu. During this period, Wuxin frequented the training ground almost daily, practicing the simplified version of the water transformation technique and experimenting with the water body flicker technique. After several months of tireless training and exploration, Wuxin's mastery of ninjutsu had significantly improved, yet it still fell short of his aspirations. The water clone technique allowed my chakra to facilitate a replacement with any water source within a 30-meter radius. In a sense, this could be considered a form of high-speed movement and positional change. However, why could I not freely manipulate my location? With furrowed brows, Wuxin found himself perplexed by the complexities of the water clone technique, struggling to grasp its nuances and feeling utterly at a loss. Observing the similarities with the water substitution technique, he had presumed there might be some commonality between the two. However, after extensive practice and experimentation, Wuxin came to the realization that they were entirely unrelated. In a moment of deep contemplation, he let out a soft sigh, clasped his hands together, and transformed into a puddle of water, cascading into the stream below. Although this simplified version of the water transformation technique lacked the potency and versatility of the Ghost Lantern clan's abilities, it had become Wuxin's signature ninjutsu for evading physical attacks and confounding adversaries. Within the stream, a unique, bubble-like humanoid form of water glided gracefully, indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Without intention, he transformed into a flowing stream, diving and holding his breath as he drifted through the brook, surrendering to the current. Immersed in the water, he followed the meandering stream, feeling as though he had truly become a mass of water, gliding freely in the channel, as if he were an integral part of nature itself. Initially troubled by his unsatisfactory progress in mastering ninjutsu, he seemed to enter a unique state at that moment, inexplicably gathering chakra. As he flowed as a mass of water with the current, the water form suddenly vanished. Moments later, a surge erupted from the brook several dozen meters away, and he felt as if he had choked on water. The mass emerged from the surface, taking on human form. Coughing, he stumbled onto the shore, hacking violently as he expelled considerable amounts of brook water. How could one still choke on water in a liquid state? Wuxin lay by the shore, her lips slightly parted. After 3 months of diligent practice with the simplified water transformation technique, she had made considerable progress. Although she was unable to achieve localized hydration or transform into a water creature like the Yuzuki clan, the sudden transformation of her entire form into liquid upon contact with the ground bore a striking resemblance to her water clone. The consistency of her liquid form was viscous, differing slightly from pure water. However, those who were not attentive or lacked understanding of Wuxin's ninja techniques could easily be deceived, providing her with opportunities for a counterattack. This was the first time Wuxin, having mastered the rudimentary water transformation so smoothly, experienced the sensation of choking on water during the process. Unintentionally, I rubbed my chest, and the sensation of being choked by the water began to subside. Simultaneously, I became aware of a peculiar situation. The stream's current was not swift. How did I suddenly end up here? Unintentionally, I practiced by the small creek outside the C3 training ground, consistently occupying a designated spot in front of a large stone pedestal, which also served as my resting place while fishing. The sensation of being submerged in water seems to have occurred in a mere instant. It should not have traversed such a distance so swiftly. I have never been choked by water before. That feeling just now. Unintentionally, I find myself reminiscing about the serene sensation I experienced after my hydrous dive, akin to that of a gentle stream flowing naturally. It was as if, in that moment, I inexplicably unleashed my chakra. Such a feeling. With my unintentional eyes closed, I meticulously recall the sensations of that moment. The technique of instantaneous movement in a fluid state? No, that is not quite right. With unfeeling eyes suddenly wide open, she gracefully leapt into the brook. Her hands formed a seal, and her figure transformed into a ripple upon the water's surface, appearing instantaneously before the stone pedestal marked by her presence. This was the art of instantaneous movement through water, not a burst of chakra, but a technique of swift motion that eluded the naked eye. Unperturbed, Wuxin stood by the stream, his expression somewhat grave. as if he had suddenly grasped the art of utilizing water for swift, instantaneous movement. In his mind, he retraced the flow of chakra and the sensations experienced during the technique's execution, intertwining his hands once more. With a splash, splash, his form transformed into a cluster of water, dispersing and vanishing, only to reappear abruptly at the same spot. Remarkably, within a 30-meter radius, a water cluster manifested approximately every 10 meters, 3 small water clusters swiftly scattering and plunging into the stream. It was swifter than my exquisite body technique for instantaneous movement. Unlike the water clone technique, there was no fixed position, allowing for unrestrained freedom. As long as one was in contact with water, one could instantaneously shift and change positions. So this is how it works. With unintentional yet bright eyes, one comprehends the serendipitous nature of their journey. Having grasped the art of water instantaneously, leveraging the swift mobility of water to perform the ninjutsu technique of instantaneous movement. Unintentionally, he comprehended that he had merely grasped the rudiments of the water instantaneous technique and had yet to achieve mastery. The water orb left behind was but a superficial testament to his skill. True refinement, as suggested by Murayama Yudo, would entail the ability to materialize instantaneously at a distance upon contact with water. Although Murayama Yudo had not mastered the water instantaneous technique as a seasoned J-nin, he had cultivated a high degree of proficiency in conventional instantaneous techniques and possessed a profound understanding of various forms of such techniques. Wushin and Murayama Hayato have engaged in discussions regarding the art of shunshin, a technique of instantaneous movement. His deceased parents also imparted their wisdom on this subject. Shunshin, a method of rapid motion, implies that, in a certain sense, velocity can determine the outcome of a battle, making it a ninjutsu that Wushin has diligently practiced since his youth. Though Wushin believes that his body flicker technique possesses considerable combat prowess, enabling him to execute rapid surprise attacks and precise strikes, the act of moving swiftly and accurately targeting an enemy is far from a trivial endeavor. Despite having diligently practiced this technique since childhood, Wushin is acutely aware that, among the nin and genin, his proficiency may indeed be formidable. However, when encountering those who excel in the body flicker technique, he recognizes that his own skills may falter. During his graduation battle against Tsubuzumamochi, Wushin came to realize the limitations of his technique, finding himself unable to contend with Zabaz's missed body flicker. Of course, this recognition of inadequacy is his own. For in comparison to many genin who lack mastery over the body flicker technique or nin who have only begun to grasp it without developing combat effectiveness, Wushin's skills are indeed quite formidable. Once I have mastered the water body flicker technique, I am certain that I will carve out my place within the future shinobi world. With a mind unburdened, I have diligently practiced for an extended period and have finally begun to grasp the art of water instantaneous movement, which fills me with newfound confidence. Chapter 67. The Dispute of Snow. Hidden Mist Village. Early morning. Tap, tap, tap. In the courtyard of the Wushin residence, Wushin maintained a poised throwing stance, launching several slender shurikens that struck with precision at the vital red circles on the target. Swish. Upon the walls of the Heartless Manor, a figure materialized amidst the swirling mist. This individual donned a mask emblazoned with a droplet motif upon the forehead, exuding an aura of frigid detachment as they crouched upon the wall. The Mizukage summons you. Proceed without delay. The words of the Umbu were colder than his demeanor, and after speaking, he remained silent, awaiting a response from the Heartless. The organization known as the Mist Umbu, officially designated as the Special Tactical Unit for Pursuit, operates directly under the jurisdiction of the Mizukage, roughly analogous to the Umbu of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. The ninjas within the village habitually refer to them simply as the Umbu, a designation which most members of the department also embrace. Understood. Without hesitation, Wushin softly responded, draping the ninja vest that hung nearby over his shoulders. He then leapt onto the courtyard wall, swiftly navigating through a small path towards the Water Shadow Tower. After a brief, yet hurried journey, Wushin arrived at the Water Shadow Tower. On the 4th floor, outside the Water Shadow's office, he knocked on the door. Please enter, came the voice of Lord Water Shadow. Upon entering, Wushin greeted softly, while noticing a fair-skinned middle-aged man standing within the office. This gentleman bore a few wrinkles and sported a hairstyle identical to Wushin's own, long, dark hair cascading naturally to his shoulders, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of nobility. Sitting casually in his office chair, Yagura scrutinized Wushin with a relaxed demeanor, nodding slightly as he mused. It seems you are nearly my height now. You appear quite spirited. Lord Watershadow, if my judgment serves me correctly, this gentleman's height should surpass yours by a considerable margin. Interjected the aristocratic figure, standing nonchalantly in the office, his words rather blunt. The most hurtful remarks often pertain to height, and Wuxin dared not respond, choosing instead to feign ignorance as he stood silently, awaiting his mission. During this time, Wuxin's chakra has been growing rapidly, and he has changed his clothes once, feeling that they no longer fit, although he has not measured it precisely. Your judgment has always been questionable. Otherwise, how could you have found yourself here? Yagura, not one to indulge, retorted sharply before shifting the conversation, saying, "This is Wuxin, the prodigious child of the hidden mist, a genius ninja. His accomplishments, I trust, require no elaboration from me. If this task is entrusted to him, there will undoubtedly be no mistakes. Mr. Junjie, would you agree?" Unconcerned, Wuxin glanced at the task requester named Junjie. From their dialogue, it became apparent that the relationship between Xueying and Yitsong was rather amicable. The mist-hidden ghost and the mist-hidden prodigy, yes, I am familiar with their illustrious deeds. However, would it not be more prudent to assign this mission to a trustworthy jonin? The middle-aged man named Junjie nodded in acknowledgement of Wuxin's reputation, as well as that of the legendary mist-hidden ghost, Momochi Zabuza. Nonetheless, after appraising Wuxin with a thorough gaze, he expressed a desire for Yitsong to dispatch a reliable jonin to undertake the task. If one of the village's renowned jonin were to take action, it would undoubtedly attract the attention and vigilance of the opposition. In the absence of intention, the execution would undoubtedly be more favorable. This is a remarkably dependable ninja, Junjie. You may rest assured. Yagura gently declined, steadfast in his decision to dispatch Wuxin for the mission. Standing in the office, Wuxin felt somewhat bewildered, unclear about the circumstances, only aware that a task of such significance would likely be better suited for an elite shinobi, indicating it was certainly not a trivial endeavor. Very well, as you say. Under Yagura's insistence, the client, Junjie, eventually acquiesced. Wuxin, this mission holds great importance. I hope you will not disappoint me. Upon witnessing the client's agreement, Yagura turned his gaze toward Wuxin and, having spoken, picked up a scroll from the desk and deftly propelled it toward Wuxin. Unintentionally, I felt as though the two were engaging in a duet, entirely oblivious to the subject of their conversation. I effortlessly caught the scroll that was propelled by the water's reflection and proceeded to open and peruse it. The indifferent expression gradually turned serious. After reading the scroll word by word, he slowly rolled it up and thought to himself, is this a mere act of collaboration, or is Shirakawa perhaps overestimating my capabilities? Can such matters truly be resolved by me alone? Wuxin gently tapped his forehead with his right hand, contemplating briefly before speaking in a deep tone. Indeed, such a task is but a trifling matter. Ultimately, Wuxin assumed the demeanor of a prodigious ninja, putting on an act. After addressing the Mizukage, he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man named Junjie and said earnestly, Mr. Yukijun, I shall fully cooperate with you, rest assured. Junjie, the leader of the Yukijun clan, was said to have a strained relationship with the Hidden Mist Village. Unintentionally, he scrutinized the leader of the Yuki clan. Observing the ease of the conversation between him and Yagura, both appeared remarkably familiar with one another, devoid of any hint of tension. To a discerning observer, it was evident that their relationship was exceedingly amicable. Yuki Junjie nodded slowly and articulated, let us cooperate. I shall focus on restraining, while you shall execute the decisive strike. This opportunity is singular. Otherwise, Yuki Kazamaru, seemingly reckless, was in truth astute and cunning, ensuring he would not fall for the same trick twice. The S-rank assassination mission targeted Yuki clan's elder, Kazamaru. At merely 20 years of age, he had just completed a year in the role of elder, adopting a far more radical approach than his predecessor, his grandfather, and harboring a profound aversion towards the Hidden Mist Village. He was a prominent leader advocating for a division of the water country with the Hidden Mist. In contrast, Yuki Junjie represented the faction of the Yuki clan that sought harmony with the Hidden Mist Village, aspiring for the clan to integrate and learn from the Uchiha and Hyuga families of the Land of Fire, thereby maintaining their identity while securing a formidable ally. The absence of conflict between the Hidden Mist Village and the Yuki clan could largely be attributed to Yuki Junjie's diplomatic efforts. A lineage that had endured for millennia, rife with various factions, found even the clan leader struggling to fully unify the voices within. The independent faction and the integration faction remained in constant contention, in a manner reminiscent of the hawkish and dovish factions of a certain prominent family in the Land of Fire. The elder's increasingly heretical conduct had led to multiple assassination attempts against Yuki Junjia, yet he found himself impotent against Kazemaru. Given his close relationship with Yagura, who had ascended to the position of fourth Mizukage, he sought Yagura's assistance upon arriving at the hidden mist village. In this predicament, Wushin could fully empathize. Recalling the tales of a prominent family in the Land of Fire, rife with internal factions, whose eventual downfall evoked a deep sense of lament. Rest assured, with the intelligence on their ninjutsu in hand, a surprise attack shall undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. Indifferent in demeanor, Wushin bore an expression of nonchalance, as if this task were a mere trifle. Alas, upon perusing the mission scroll, he found himself compelled to undertake it, even if he wished to decline. There was no turning back. It was better to feign a sense of gravitas, striving for a modicum of goodwill and attention. Such an attitude towards an S-rank mission, treating it with apparent disregard, imbued both Shue Junjia and Itsong with immense confidence. An S-rank mission should never be underestimated. Although Itsong's words served as a cautionary reminder, the grin that adorned his face and the barely suppressed smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his excellent spirits. The leader of the Shue clan, Shue Junjia, scrutinized Wushin from head to toe and nodded slightly. Regardless of Wushin's capabilities, this air of confidence had already earned his approval. Moreover, there was the strong endorsement from the fourth generation of the Water Shadow. Chapter 68, Noble Intentions and Actions. Kiri no Kuni Village, Takeuchi's Weapon Shop. Wushin retrieved a long sword from the wall, adorned with an array of weapons. Clang. Unwittingly, Wu Xian withdrew a portion of the blade, scrutinizing it for a moment, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Sheathing the dagger, he addressed the proprietor, Taro Teichi, who was seated at the counter, in a loud voice. Uncle Teichi, I shall take this ninja sword, please charge it to my account. You certainly have an eye for selection, Taro remarked, casting a skeptical glance at the weapon held by Wu Xian. However, he was quick to record the transaction, noting the item number, price, and purchaser in the ledger. This is a gift, Wu Xian replied, and with my slender arms and legs, how could I wield such a thing? I shall take my leave now. Wushin replied absent-mindedly, then sheathed the blade against her back and strode purposefully out of the weapon shop. Without haste, he journeyed steadily towards the eastern part of the village, and in a short while, he arrived at his destination. Wushin stood outside the yard of a residential villa, glancing at the house number. East District 599. Is this the place? Once he confirmed the accuracy, Wushin knocked on the door. Within a mere 2 seconds, the gate swung open, revealing the swift and agile Murayama Hayato, who cast a glance at Wushin and said nonchalantly, You've arrived, please come in. With those words, Murayama Hayato leaped several times onto the wooden eaves beside the house. Oh, wait a moment, that last leap doesn't count. My disciple has arrived, and in my haste to open the door, I accidentally bumped into it. Murayama Hayato's fervent demeanor left Wushin somewhat perplexed. Unintentionally wandering into the courtyard, I surveyed the expanse before me. The area was spacious, adorned with several verdant trees. The main building was a 2-story structure, with a corridor extending from the entrance on the first floor. In the shade of the corridor, Yamamoto, the courageous villager, was seated opposite a slender man, a chessboard laid out between them. Their index fingers appeared to rest upon the same piece. 2 individuals, indifferent to the game of chess, approached. The somewhat slender man glanced at Wushin before averting his gaze. With his right index finger, he gently nudged a piece back and softly remarked, A move made is a move regretted, Yudo Murayama. Regret over a move? Am I that kind of person? This was merely an accidental touch. It cannot be counted. Yudo Murayama maintained a calm demeanor, pushing his piece slightly towards his side of the board with his index finger. The slender man showed no signs of yielding, his finger firmly resting on the front half of the piece, while Yudo Murayama held the rear half. Wushin sensed that the chessboard itself seemed to tremble. Wushin glanced at the chess piece they were holding down. Through the gaps between their fingers, it was evident that the piece was a flying chariot, akin to the rook in chess. Ahem, esteemed teacher, I have brought the long sword you requested, priced at 50,000 taels. However, as a humble employee of the weapons shop, I am entitled to a 50% discount, so a mere 25,000 taels will suffice. Unintentionally, as he spoke, he unfastened the long sword from his back. In the process, he lost his grip, and the sword fell, clattering onto the chessboard. With a resounding thud, it struck the board, scattering the pieces of the chess set in disarray. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. I seldom wield a sword. Without hesitation, Wu Xian swiftly apologized, crouched down to retrieve the blade, and handed it to Murayama Yudo, who stood to his left. Such clumsiness, Murayama Yudo remarked. His expression stern as he accepted the long sword. His gaze returned to the chessboard, and with a sigh, he declared, "Very well, let us consider this game a draw." The slender man's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the chessboard, then glanced at Murayama Yudo before finally turning his attention back to Wu Exan. Drawing a breath, a smile crept across his face as he gently shook his head. "Given the current trajectory, your defeat is inevitable. Yet, as the situation has been unexpectedly disrupted, the outcome remains uncertain. Let us tentatively regard it as a draw." His tone carried a hint of resignation by the end. Murayama Yudo seemed in good spirits as he smiled and remarked, "A draw is a draw. Why be so serious about it? Look, this is a birthday gift for you." With that, he presented the long sword he had purchased from Wu Xin to the slender man. Wu Xin gazed quietly, observing the intimate demeanor of the two individuals. Curiosity stirred within her regarding the connection between this man and Murayama Yudo. "A birthday gift," he mused, as the slender man extended his left hand to receive the long blade. The moment the weapon was in his grasp, his previously languid aura vanished, and Wu Xin, standing nearby, felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. "What is this sensation?" Wu Xin narrowed his eyes, a sense of confusion mingling with an undercurrent of vigilance. The lean man's gaze was sharp as he meticulously surveyed the long blade, tracing its form from the hilt to the end of the scabbard, as if he were examining a precious treasure. Suddenly, he let out a sigh and placed the sword upon the chessboard, resuming a languorous demeanor. In a soft voice, he remarked, "With this blade in hand, I cannot help but reminisce." He paused, seemingly lost in thought, before shifting his tone. Being a ninja has grown tiresome." The sense of danger that had enveloped Wu Xin dissipated as the long knife was laid down. With a heart full of unspoken curiosity, I surmised that this slender man was undoubtedly a ninja of exceptional swordsmanship. I turned to Murayama Yudo beside me and inquired, "Master, who is this gentleman?" Murayama Yudo, his demeanor tranquil, replied with a warm smile, "This is Takami Yoshiyuki, my comrade from my days as a genin, and also my dearest friend." Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, Murayama Yudo glanced at me, his expression shifting, and he said with a serious tone, "As for the payment for the long sword, it will be deducted from the next mission." The moment of surprise flickered away from Wu Xin's face as he nodded. "Indeed, it is only right." The slender man, Takami Yoshiyuki, observed the exchange between the two teachers and students, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "You still delight in tormenting your subordinates. After all these years, you remain unchanged. But there has been a change. Under our efforts, the blood mist has dissipated." Murayama Yudo's words bore an implication. Takami Yoshiyuki's smile gradually faded as he lowered his gaze to the long knife on the chessboard, murmuring, "The blood mist has dissipated?" It sounded like both a question and a soliloquy. "It has dissipated. Those tragic events will no longer occur." Murayama Yudo's tone was gentle, resembling both advice and consolation. Strangely, Wu Xin felt the hair on his neck stand once more, yet this time he discerned the source of his unease. Below him, Takami Yoshiyuki sat with an impassive expression. Within his cold gaze lay a heavy ferocity and resentment. "This knife, I can tell, is crafted by a skilled artisan. 50,000 taels, it is indeed a fine bargain." Takami Yoshiyuki lifted the long knife from the chessboard with his left hand and rose to his feet. He descended from the eaves, gazing at the verdant tree in the courtyard, standing motionless. After a long while, he turned to Murayama Yudo, his expression unchanged, and stated flatly, "The blood mist has dissipated. Can the dead return to life?" "Yoshiyuki, the dead cannot be resurrected. I mourn for the loss of Mengmei as well. But that is all in the past. We must look to the future." There was a visible sorrow and helplessness in Murayama Yudo's eyes. "Mengmei the future," Takami Yoshiyuki whispered softly, his right hand slowly grasping the hilt of the knife. Chapter 69. The eve of the mission dream. May the future, Takami Yoshiyuki murmured softly, his right hand gently holding the knife's hilt. With a clang, a cold light flashed, and the towering tree in the courtyard was instantaneously severed in two, swaying as it tumbled to the ground. Can chakra be released in such a form? Is this ninjutsu or swordsmanship? Wu Xin, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. Takami Yoshiyuki pointed the tip of his long knife to the ground, gracefully performing a flourish before sheathing the blade, softly stating, "Mengmei's wish was to end the blood mist. That night, I used the knife, alongside her faith, to strip the hazy blood mist of its crimson hue. As for the future, I will forever pursue her ideals, as Takami Yoshiyuki concluded. He turned his profile towards Murayama Yudo, his gaze warm and serene. Murayama Yudo exhaled in relief, dramatically patting his chest, saying, "You startled me." Truly, Takami Yoshiyuki smirked. "I learned this from you." With that, he returned to the eaves, seated himself, realigned the chessboard, and picked up the pieces that had fallen onto the wooden planks. Wuxin stood by like a dutiful attendant, and upon noticing that Murayama Yudo's friend, Takami Yoshiyuki, had calmed his emotions, he finally spoke. "Master, the long sword has been delivered. I must take my leave now, as there are other tasks awaiting me." Without a word, Wuxin waved his hand at teacher Murayama Yudo and strode toward the courtyard gate. "Wait," called out Murayama Yudo, halting Wuxin in his tracks. Unintentional turned back to gaze at Murayama Hayato, his eyes filled with confusion. Murayama Hayato quietly regarded Unintentional, and after a brief pause, softly said, "It's nothing. Go ahead, be cautious, and do not be careless." With a gentle reply, Wuxin offered a smile to Murayama Yudo before departing. Takami Yoshiyuki, observing this scene from the eaves, remarked with a smile, "A promising disciple? Your discernment is commendable." The distinction between a disciple and a student is significant. The role of a genin towards a genin student is merely to guide them through the intricacies of the ninja life and impart a few techniques of ninjutsu, after which the instruction ceases once the student attains the rank of chunin. In contrast, a disciple represents the teacher's true legacy, often being entrusted with unique and exceptional ninjutsu skills, thereby becoming the bearer of the teacher's mantle. As Murayama Yudo adjusted the chess pieces, he remarked, "My judgment has always been keen." Wuxin possesses remarkable talent for ninjutsu, complemented by a sharp, composed, and seasoned character. However, discussing the talent for ninjutsu brings certain vexations to a teacher's mind. After more than a year of instructing my disciple, I find myself devoid of further techniques to impart. Unintentionally departing from the eastern district of the village, I made my way directly towards Teichi's weapon shop. After receiving a mission yesterday, I had intended to equip myself with the necessary ninja tools this morning. However, upon discovering a letter from Murayama Hayato in my mailbox last night, I decided to first fulfill my mentor's request by delivering a longsword to him. Hastening my steps, I returned to Takeuchi's weapon shop, where I expertly organized my ninja equipment. Seated at the counter, Takeuchi Taro fanned himself with a small green fan while observing my flurry of activity. Noticing that I was merely arranging some shurikens and kunai, he couldn't help but interject, "You should take a ninja sword. Mine, despite its modest price, is quite exquisite. Carrying 2 of them would intimidate any adversary without a single strike." "Uncle," I replied, "I am a ninja, skilled only in the use of kunai and shurikens. I lack the finesse to wield a ninja sword." Wuxin meticulously arranged several rows of kunai on the ground, sealing each one individually with a sealing scroll. Amidst his busy task, he responded to Takemura Taro. The unintentional art of combat, limited to the martial techniques imparted by ninja academies, primarily revolves around the use of shuriken weaponry. These time-tested and straightforward techniques taught by ninja schools proved to be exceptionally effective. Wuxin had once contemplated delving into the study of swordsmanship and knife techniques, yet lacked a mentor to guide him, having never practiced even the rudiments of blade arts. Compared to physical techniques and ninjutsu, the demands of regular practice and blade arts are far more stringent. Merely acquiring the skill without consistent training results in nothing more than a hollow display. Thus, it is prudent to carry additional explosive tags and poison balls. Takeuchi Taro was uncertain of the level of task assigned to Wuxin, but advised him to bring along ample equipment. "I am prepared." Unfeeling sat upon the floor of the establishment, deftly securing the poison ball to the circular ring of the shuriken with iron wire. In this undertaking, Unfeeling possessed a clear understanding of the task's difficulty. The mission scroll, detailing the target Yukike's Maru, evoked a sense of despair at the prospect of confrontation. Yukike's Maru was proficient in wind release, water release, and the ice release techniques associated with the bloodline limit, excelling in physical combat and the snow-hidden style fist, while also demonstrating considerable knowledge of illusionary arts, appearing as a quintessential hexagonal warrior. The client, Yuki Junkai, would depart from the hidden mist village the day after tomorrow, intending to lure Yukike's Maru into an ambush. According to Yuki Junkai, although Yukike's Maru's behavior was eccentric and devoid of limits, he was exceedingly cautious regarding his own safety. Surrounded by a multitude of bodyguards, Yuki Junkai surmised that even if he were to serve as bait, Yukike's Maru might not deign to confront him directly. likely opting to dispatch a host of subordinates for the ambush instead. Unfeeling's mission was to infiltrate the Yukike's clan's territory and eliminate Yukike's Maru during a moment when he was devoid of his usual protectors. Yet, upon examining the scroll's account of Yukike's Maru's jutsu, a series of A-rank techniques, Unfeeling displayed a keen self-awareness, fully recognizing that he was outmatched. It could be stated that the most arduous challenge had been entrusted to Unfeeling. Unintentionally, I sat upon the floor, diligently preparing my tools of resilience while allowing my thoughts to drift into reverie. After a flurry of activity, I finally completed the preparations. Unheartedly, he gazed at the hundreds of shurikens adorned with poison balls, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. The deadly 3 absolute poisons, which guaranteed death within 12 hours, was the only thing that instilled in him the confidence to accomplish his task. Each poison ball had been infused with a trace of this lethal toxin, ready to be detonated with chakra, mingling seamlessly with the ordinary toxic mist. With such an abundance of poison, are you truly prepared for battle? Beside him, Takeuchi Taro fanned himself, observing the myriad of weapons that Wushin had meticulously arranged, the explosive talismans and poison balls strewn across the ground. Realizing the formidable nature of Wushin's undertaking, he furrowed his brow and added, "Use this." After speaking, Takeuchi Taro rose from his seat, retrieving a large scroll hanging from the wall and placing it beside Wushin. "Are you truly willing to part with this for my use?" Unintentionally encountering this scroll, I was somewhat taken aback. The sealing scroll, an exceedingly sought-after ninja tool, is in perpetual demand, particularly this large-scale variant. The one displayed upon the wall serves merely as a facade for Takeuchi's weapon shop, intended for the eyes of patrons, and is not for sale. I have discovered a new source from which I can procure such grand sealing scrolls. Feel free to make use of them. Takeuchi Taro gently fanned himself, his tone nonchalant. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Unintentionally, Wushin unfurled the great sealing scroll, meticulously sealing away kunai and other ninja tools within it. Simultaneously, he began to wrap kunai affixed with explosive tags. After a flurry of activity, Wushin completed the preparation of his weapons, positioning the grand scroll horizontally across his lower back. "I'm off now, uncle." Without a backward glance, Wushin made his way directly toward the gates of Kirigakure. Chapter 70. The ice and snow clan nightfall enveloped a mountain peak, where Wushin stood at the precipice, illuminated by the moonlight as he perused the map in his hands. Occasionally, he would lower his gaze to glimpse a somewhat indistinct fortress nestled amidst the mountains below, pondering to himself, that must be the Upper Snow Fortress. The Snow Clan, a ninja lineage residing in the frigid northeastern region of the Land of Snow, had established the Upper Snow Fortress in the treacherous White Mountains. The fortress's daunting terrain was accessible only by a narrow pathway, rendering it perilous for the average person. At the foot of the White Mountains lay several villages, with the most renowned being Blizzard's Town, where the Snow Clan maintained an office for accepting mission commissions. The majority of the clan's ordinary members resided within Blizzard's Town. In contrast, the Upper Snow Fortress served as the gathering point for the Snow Clan's ninjas and a training ground for their recruits, akin to the role of Kirigakure, albeit on a smaller scale. Unbeknownst to others, I have been secretly observing from a concealed vantage point for several days. Today, a significant number of ninjas descended from the mountain stronghold, and they did not return by nightfall. It is highly probable that they have embarked on a mission to ambush the leader of the Yuki clan, Yukijun. Unintentional as it may seem, the present moment is indeed the prime opportunity for infiltration. With newfound resolve, Unintentional no longer hesitates. He channels his chakra into his feet and descends the precipice, traversing the cliffside towards the stronghold. After a series of arduous climbs and descents, he arrives near the gates of the mountain stronghold. The sturdy palisades of the fortress stretch approximately 200 meters from east to west, where a few figures resembling ninjas patrol the entrance. Unwittingly guided by the map, Wushin arrived at the westernmost corner of the stronghold, where he concealed himself in the shadows. Observing as the patrolling guard turned to leave, Wushin sprang forth from his hiding place, positioning himself before the barrier. With both hands, he began to form intricate seals. After approximately 10 such gestures, he pressed his right hand against the barrier wall, which then manifested a peculiar ripple of water-like distortions. Subsequently, it transformed into a transparent barrier, roughly 2 meters in diameter and circular in shape, featuring a 1-meter circular opening at its center. An inadvertent maneuver was executed without the faintest sound, and the affected barrier extended only a few meters in proximity. Several patrolling guards, with their backs turned, remained utterly oblivious. The presence of an insider makes all the difference. Otherwise, infiltrating would undoubtedly prove far more challenging. Unintentionally sighing, with a gentle leap, I plunged through the opening. The once indistinct stronghold suddenly came into sharp focus. With several nimble bounds, I departed from the city wall's confines and infiltrated the stronghold. Within the stronghold, numerous abodes stood, the pathways meticulously paved, flanked by street lamps. Peering through the windows of the residences, most revealed a veil of darkness, enveloped in tranquil silence. After stealthily entering from the corner of the entrance wall, I proceeded straight along the path for 400 meters, where I discovered the opulent standalone villa with a courtyard, the very residence of my target, Xiefeng Wan. With a mind devoid of distractions, I traversed the intelligence materials, following the path quietly onward. Before long, I found myself before the entrance of an opulent villa. Wuxin stood outside the courtyard, his hands coming together to form the seal of the uninitiated, his eyes closed as he invoked the art of perception. Inside the house, there was but one individual, lying down. Within him resided a faint chakra. In a state of slumber, his body ought not to be refining chakra for storage. Wuxin sensed the presence of a person within the house, recognizing this individual as the target of his mission. However, he found himself perplexed by the chakra emanating from this person. His greatest realization, nonetheless, was the smoothness of the operation, as anticipated by Xue Junjie. The leader of the Xue clan, all available hands had been dispatched to ambush him, leaving only the target behind. Though there were others in the nearby residences, most of the houses contained only one or two individuals, seemingly in slumber, resembling a couple. The absence of a household with 3 members might be attributed to the deployment of personnel for the task at hand. After all, the leader of the Xue clan and the elder had already taken up arms against each other. Were they truly asleep or merely feigning it? Standing in the shadows of the courtyard, Wuxin felt a sense of conflict. Within the range of his sensory technique, the figures of others mostly appeared as mere outlines. Undetectable in terms of chakra, evidently in a state of relaxed slumber. Only the target, Xue Fengwan, exhibited a faint trace of chakra, perhaps indicating that he was still awake. For an assassination to be successful, it would be optimal for the opponent to be caught off guard, yet Wuxin found himself hesitating. Unintentionally, I patiently waited for approximately 10 minutes before employing my perception technique once more. The results were akin to before. Within the target's body, there was a discernible presence of chakra, albeit faint. Unintentionally waiting once more, after approximately 10 minutes, I employed my perception technique again. Yet, much like before, I discerned something amiss this time. The chakra was faint, yet stable. The chakra of Yukike's Maru could not possibly be this weak. Is he asleep, yet still maintaining vigilance? After half an hour of idle contemplation, Wuxin employed his sensory technique 3 times to probe the Xiefeng pill, observing that its chakra remained in a consistent state. With this insight, Wuxin made a graceful leap and entered the courtyard. Stealthily, and with great care, he approached the house, utilizing chakra to adhere to the walls as he ascended to the 2nd floor, quietly reaching the exterior of the target's room. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, a faint sound emerged, fortunately not rousing the intended target. Carefully pushing the door open until there was sufficient space for entry, Wuxin swiftly slipped into the room. The interior was cloaked in darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight spilling in through the doorway, allowing Wuxin to discern the bed and the man resting upon it, covered by a thin blanket. Progressing smoothly, Wuxin cautiously approached the edge of the bed, slowly retrieving a shuriken from the pouch of concealed tools, fixating on the mission target, Yukike's Maru, who lay upon the bed. Yukike's Maru's hair was as dark as ebony, elegantly pinned atop his head with a hairpin, his features strikingly handsome, eyes gently closed. And his skin possessed an almost ethereal whiteness, so luminous it could be described as crystalline. Even in slumber, Yukike's Maru exuded an aura of authority, revealing a glimpse of his commanding presence when issuing orders in his waking hours. With unwavering resolve, I lifted the weapon, grasping the handle firmly. I took a moment to steady my breath, aiming precisely at the vulnerable throat of my target below. With a powerful thrust, I struck. At that very instant, the mission target, SH, who had tightly shut her eyes, seemed to sense the impending peril and instantly opened her eyes wide. Ding! The kunai, wielded by Wuxin, struck with unwavering precision against the throat of the snow-wind blade, yet it seemed to collide with steel, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of gold and iron. Before being deflected away, "What is this?" Wuxin cast a fleeting glance at the throat of Xiefeng Wan, where a pale spot had emerged. Stunned, Wu Xin swiftly regained composure and thrust a kunai towards Xiefeng Wan's eye with remarkable speed. Clang! The target, Xiefeng Wan, exhibited an equally swift reaction, raising an arm to deflect the kunai's strike, yet the weapon still left a faint mark upon Xiefeng Wan's arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xin swiftly darted to the side of the door, hurling 2 shurikens, each adorned with a grass ring, towards Xiefeng Wan, not sparing a glance at the outcome before slamming the door and fleeing. Once outside, Wu Xin clasped his hands together and intoned, "Explode." A low, hissing sound resonated from within the room, accompanied by a billowing cloud of purple mist that enveloped the entire space. Since he had come this far, why retreat? With a mocking whisper, Xiefeng Wan leapt from the room, his skin shimmering with an ethereal translucence, becoming even more snow-white. The now luminescent skin gradually peeled away, melting into the ground. Xiefeng Wan's complexion reverted to a normal human pallor, losing the previous iridescent quality. Unintentionally hearing a sound, Wu Xin turned around and was met with a scene that elucidated the reason behind the other's invulnerability. It became clear that the faint chakra he had sensed earlier was, in fact, a defensive ninjutsu the other maintained even in slumber. Chapter 71. Ice Release Ninjutsu. Unintentionally, he heard a sound and turned to look. Just in time to witness the scene, understanding the reason behind the other's invulnerability. It turned out that the faint chakra he had sensed earlier was the defensive ninjutsu the other maintained even in slumber. With an indifferent glance, Wu Xin retraced his steps, hastening his escape from the mountain stronghold. He paid no heed to the protective barrier, soaring through the air and bursting forth from the gate of the stronghold. In midair, Wu Xin's figure created a strange ripple at the gate tower, as if emerging from the surface of water. "Who goes there?" rang out a few shouts from atop the fortress wall. As Wu Xin turned in midair, he beheld the pursuer, Xiefeng Wan, along with several guards stationed at the gate tower. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of shurikens towards the tower, and upon landing, he did not glance back at the outcome but instead fled down the mountainside. Had he inhaled the toxic mist within the chamber? Unperturbed, Wu Xin ran while speculating. Having perused the information on Xiefeng Wan's ninjutsu, he recognized that he was no match for his opponent. A direct confrontation would lead to certain demise. The wisest strategy was to utilize poison shurikens as a means of diversion. "You all continue to guard. I shall pursue the intruder," he commanded, feeling encumbered by their presence. On the city gate tower, Xiefeng Wan deftly evaded Wu Xin's shurikens and set off in pursuit, simultaneously fending off several guards. With a countenance that exuded authority, he reflected on the audacity of the assassin who had managed to infiltrate the stronghold unnoticed. For now, he chose not to address the shortcomings of the guards. He had formed a general assessment of the assassin's abilities, noting that they could not breach his ninjutsu defenses. Their strength was evidently mediocre. He was determined to apprehend the assassin personally for interrogation. Xiefeng Wan's pursuit was swift, trailing closely behind Wu Xin, who led the way. The art of the heartless body flicker technique has reached a certain level of proficiency. With its remarkable swiftness, the technique allows for rapid movement. Despite the snow wind blade's ability to keep pace, it finds itself unable to easily close the gap. Thus, both parties become ensnared in a contest of chakra. Without a care, Wu Xin fled through the mountains until he reached a small river, where he paused, turning to face the pursuing Xiefeng Wan. This river had been part of Wu Xin's escape route, mapped out during his reconnaissance. The water flowed down from the mountains, branching into several smaller streams. Although the current was modest and some areas were even dry, Wu Xin had the assistance of the jade bottle. If he truly wished to escape, he could utilize the jade bottle to draw water, navigating along the riverbed or through the ditches. He believed his escape would pose no significant challenge. As Xiefeng Wan pursued, upon seeing Wu Xin come to a halt, he refrained from launching a reckless attack and also paused, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. He scrutinized Wu Xin closely, his brow furrowing slightly upon realizing that Wu Xin was unfamiliar, not one of his kin. Wu Xin donned the attire of the mist-hidden village, complete with a forehead protector. Although the Snow Clan's ninjas exhibit a strong sense of independence, they too were the forehead protectors of the mist-hidden village, with those of Chunin rank and above clad in the village's vests. Despite the mountainous terrain of the Land of Water, all ninja clans are nominally governed by the mist-hidden village, allowing for a semblance of uniformity in their attire. Otherwise, conflict would have erupted long ago. Without a hint of concern, Wu Xin responded with a crisp tone, while meticulously observing the visage of Xiefeng Wan. His skin remained as it had always been, translucent and fair. Akin to freshly fallen snow, an anomaly indeed. Among the elite shinobi of the Mist Village, none bore resemblance to you. At such a tender age, daring to wreak havoc in the snow fortress, how utterly reckless. Zhifengguan scrutinized Wuxin closely, assuring himself that he was not of his clan, and noting that no one among the elite of Mist Village possessed such a countenance. Having reached a conclusion, he gently shook his head, seemingly filled with a sense of regret. Ah, you have unwittingly fallen into my trap. The foremost expert of the Snow Clan is nothing more than this. With a cold, indifferent smile, Wuxin joined his hands together and unleashed a long-prepared spell, his mind whispering, illusion, drowning death technique. Before Zhifengguan could react to Wuxin's movement, a violent fountain erupted beneath him, engulfing his entire being. What is this? Enveloped by the torrent, Zhifengguan held his breath. After a brief moment of astonishment, he swiftly regained his composure. As the fountain's waters consumed him, the flow intensified, spiraling upwards like a tornado. Zhifengguan suddenly felt his body slipping out of control, swirling with the vortex and succumbing to dizziness. Cough. Caught off guard, he coughed, inhaling water through his nose, and was abruptly plunged into a state of drowning, flailing helplessly. With a careless gesture, the illusion was cast, revealing Zhifengguan standing still, her gaze fluctuating between a vacant stare and sheer terror, embodying the essence of one ensnared by an enchanting spell. With a heart unburdened, the hands swiftly formed intricate seals. Ultimately, the left hand transformed into the seal of the unformed, while the right hand extended, revealing a sphere of water within the palm, all the while advancing with determined steps. Wuxin stepped forward cautiously, then halted, as the sword model formed by the water blade in the palm of his right hand disintegrated in an instant. This individual possessed formidable strength. It was prudent to exercise caution. In a moment of quiet contemplation, the initial plan to behead with a water-imbued blade was abandoned. He lifted the large sealing scroll from behind his waist and tucked it into the pouch of ninja tools beneath his belt. Grasping 3 kunai, each affixed with an explosive tag, in both hands, he aimed them towards the feet of Yukike's Maru. Given Yukike's Maru's armor of ninjutsu, shooting him was not an option, lest he be roused from his slumber. The 6 kunai, each adorned with explosive tags, struck the ground at Yukike's Maru's feet. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together. Boom! With a resounding crash, the night was illuminated by blinding orange flames, sending forth a vast cloud of smoke. The strategy of indifference proved effective. Nonetheless, vigilance was not relaxed. With hands clasped and eyes shut, the art of perception was invoked. One is often startled by what is sensed. To my astonishment, the snow wind pill was merely 2 meters before me, shrouded in mist. For a ninja, this was indeed a hair's breadth away. With unseeing eyes suddenly wide open, the figure leaped backward in haste, intending to plunge into the stream, only to collide with a somewhat frigid wall. After falling to the ground from the impact, the figure swiftly turned to glance behind, where, unbeknownst to them, several ice walls had manifested. As the smoke from the explosive talisman gradually dissipated, the silhouette of Zhifengguan emerged, positioned a mere 2 meters ahead, precisely at the edge of the smoke and dust. The technique of drowning one's enemies in water was commendable. However, it has come to an end. Zhifengguan observed the figure with tranquility, articulating the illusion employed, while maintaining a rather unique hand seal. As he spoke, the ice walls behind the figure swiftly expanded and extended, suddenly manifesting in the air before Zhifengguan. Ice release, ice prison. With a soft utterance from Zhifengguan, the ice walls rapidly elongated, merging into a singular structure, forming an inverted bowl-shaped ice chamber. Within this chamber, an impenetrable darkness enveloped, and the figure's expression turned grave. From the tactical pocket of their vest, they retrieved a fire starter, igniting it for illumination and surveying the confines of the ice chamber. Chapter 72. The jade bottle. The temperature within the ice chamber was exceedingly low. After surveying the surroundings, the figure produced several shuriken, launching them towards various points on the walls. Clink, clink, clink. With the sounds of impact, some shuriken ricocheted off the walls while others embedded themselves within. The spots where the shuriken had struck revealed several white dots, prompting the figure to scrutinize the surroundings above, below, left, right, and all directions in between. The recent shuriken assault targeted 10 distinct directions, fore, aft, lateral, and diagonal. Yet only the upper, rear, and right rear directions yielded shuriken that penetrated the walls. It appeared the ice walls possessed some form of regenerative ability, as the embedded shuriken were gradually expelled. Do not waste your efforts. My ice release barrier has ensnared countless ninjas. Rest assured, once I have drained your chakra, I shall treat you well. Although the ice chamber was sealed, Xiefeng Wan's voice resonated from outside. The chakra was dissipating, and at an alarming rate. Without needing Xiefeng Wan's reminder, the figure could sense the waning of their chakra. However, the more they sensed this, the more it confirmed the weakness of this technique, likely akin to the vulnerabilities of the earth release barrier. Clink. The shuriken, embedded in the wall behind Wuxin, was ultimately expelled by the pressing force of the barrier. Clattering to the ground, the wall, whether marked by the white spots from the shuriken's impact or the slits from its penetration, had returned to its original pristine state. Observing the wall of the ice house from which the shuriken had been ejected, Wuxin realized that this was a point of vulnerability. He removed the sealing scroll from his back and unfurled it onto the ground, opening it slightly before him, and placed his right hand upon the parchment inscribed with intricate characters. With a resounding thud, a stack of explosive talismans materialized. 100 explosive talismans, surely. They would not obliterate me in the process. With a stack of explosive tags in hand, Wuxin pondered briefly before taking action. After a moment's hesitation, he divided the tags into 5 portions and affixed them to the vulnerable spots on the wall, positioning them strategically in all directions. He then retreated to the opposite side of the ice house, pressing against the wall, and with a swift motion of his hands, he commanded, "Explode." With a thunderous roar, black smoke billowed from the ice house, surging outward as the weak point Wuxin had identified was obliterated by the explosive tags. The area where the ice house had been shattered began to restore itself at an astonishing rate, returning to its original state in less than 2 seconds. However, Wuxin was quicker. After creating an opening, he executed a body flicker technique, darting out of the ice house and swiftly arriving by the riverbank, where he plunged into the water, flowing downstream along the current. The most fortified aspect of this ninjutsu was the position of the caster, Yukifubuki Maru, who stood on the opposite side of the ice prison, his view obstructed by the ice house. Has he discovered the weakness so quickly and carries so many explosive tags? He mused, slightly astonished, as the explosion severed the continuous chakra supply that had been flowing into the ice prison, coupled with the dissipating black smoke. Yukifubuki Maru realized that Wuxin had escaped the confines of the ninjutsu barrier. He promptly ceased the chakra sustaining the ice prison, causing it to rapidly melt away. With 2 agile leaps, he reached the riverbank and glanced downstream, comprehending that Wuxin was fleeing along the river's course. To dare to assassinate, yet choose to flee? Do you think you can escape by utilizing the river? Yukifubuki Maru taunted, sprinting downstream while forming hand seals. Ice release, freezing sphere technique. As he dashed downstream, he called out, his right index and middle fingers converging at his lips, and with a gentle exhalation, a massive white sphere of wind was expelled. The white orb struck the water's surface, rapidly encasing it in ice. More terrifyingly, as the river was severed by the freezing, all water downstream followed the trajectory of the white sphere, becoming entirely frozen. Underwater, Wuxin sensed an abrupt chill piercing through the water as he swam. And just as he realized something was amiss, he collided with an ice wall. Wuxin emerged from the water, somewhat perplexed, glancing around. Behind him, Xiefeng Wan, clad in white garments, stood with arms crossed, refraining from adding to his troubles, quietly observing Wuxin as he surfaced. With an alert gaze, Wuxin swiftly turned to glance down the riverbank. The environment he found himself in was that of flowing water, yet before him lay a frozen river, solid enough for footfalls. This scene left Wuxin utterly astounded. The escape route he had meticulously prepared was unexpectedly obstructed by ice. Surrender willingly, young one. Despite your tender years, your ninjutsu is commendable. You are indeed a prodigy. Join our Yuki clan. When our clan supplants the hidden mist village in the future, you shall be a pioneer of a new era. Yukifumaru stood at the riverbank, arms crossed, his tone frigid. His refrain from taking advantage of Wuxin suggested a genuine intention to recruit. Yet, how could a mere 1,000 ninjas from the Yuki clan possibly contend with the over 10,000 of the hidden mist village? Surely, you are indulging in fanciful dreams. Unintentionally, I swam across the river to the opposite shore, gazing at Yukike's Maru from a distance. While responding, I retrieved a small scroll from the tactical pocket of my vest. Gently shaking it, the scroll unfurled, revealing a large character for bottle inscribed upon its white surface. with an absent-minded right hand resting upon the bottle, accompanied by swirling smoke. A resplendent jade vial materialized in his grasp, while the left hand carelessly discarded the sealing scroll onto the ground. The Village of Mist can attract commoners and cultivate ninjas. Our Yuki clan is equally capable. Your abilities are commendable, yet they pale in comparison to mine. Do not squander your life in vain. Shui Fengwan remained unfazed by Wuxin's actions, his arms crossed and exuding an air of calm composure, his words imbued with an earnest desire for talent. Shui Fengwan's tranquility placed an immense pressure upon Wuxin. With an absent-minded demeanor, he held the jade bottle in his right hand, gently twirling it between his fingers, causing the exquisite vessel to spin gracefully. Simultaneously, his mind raced with thoughts. The water capacity of the jade bottle seemed to mirror that of the river before him, while the icy escape of the snow wind pill could freeze the very currents. Whether releasing the water from the jade bottle would allow him to evade capture remained an enigma. The prowess of this individual surpassed the terrifying descriptions provided in the intelligence scrolls. It was illogical for the water shadow to assign me such a perilous task. Should the assassination fail and a confrontation ensue, it was likely that very few in the hidden mist village could stand against him. Why would the water shadow contemplate sending me on such a mission? Unintentionally, thoughts swirled rapidly in my mind, from the beginning to the end. I had no intention of aligning myself with the Yuki clan. The disparity in magnitude between the Yuki clan and the hidden mist village is insurmountable. The hidden mist village still possesses formidable weapons and tailed beasts that remain untapped, resulting in an immense power gap between the two. I apologize, but I do not entertain such notions at present. Should I contemplate a change in my career in the future, I shall seek you out. After a moment of thoughtlessness, he casually uttered a phrase, simultaneously uncapping the jade bottle and directing it towards the river, exclaiming, "Release." In response to his command, the small mouth of the bottle unleashed a torrent of water, akin to a whirlpool from the ocean depths, surging forth with tremendous force, sweeping along the riverbed towards the downstream. The deluge emitted from the jade bottle caused the previously frozen waters, untouched by the ice-encasing ninjutsu, to rise rapidly, submerging the icy surface and propelling the flood downstream with great vigor. The river not only returned to its normal state, but also experienced a dramatic increase in water level. Such powerful water ninjutsu. No, wait, the bottle? Initially, on the opposite bank, Yukike's Maru did not intervene in his actions. However, as the river's water level surged alarmingly, transforming the previously sparse flow into a torrential flood, Yukike's Maru recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, freezing sphere technique. Yukike's Maru exhaled a sphere of white wind, which, upon contact with the water's surface, instantaneously froze it. Yet, Wuxin was swifter, having sealed the bottle. He unleashed the water through its opening, diving into the river and executing the water body flicker technique, quickly creating distance between himself and the impending danger. Unfeeling swiftly traversed the water, utilizing its currents for instantaneous movement, while the subsequent freezing of the water lagged far behind his speed as he fled downstream. If you cannot serve my purpose, then your existence holds no value. The countenance of Snow Wind Maru, once serene and untroubled, now revealed a tempestuous fury. He pursued along the river's course, heading downstream, intermittently employing the art of instantaneous movement to cover swift distances. The tumultuous river unleashed by the jade bottle surged forth with great speed. However, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of the ninja's run and their art of instant movement. Unintentional held his breath as he submerged in the river, swiftly propelled downstream by its current. Occasionally, he employed his perception technique to ascertain the whereabouts of Xie Fengwan. This individual, possessing the 3 supreme poisons, could only transmit toxins through the respiratory system or bloodstream. The toxic mist could be obstructed by holding one's breath, while the poison kunai could not pierce his skin. Before embarking on the mission, Wuxin had meticulously prepared the poisonous kunai for his target, but it could barely pierce his skin. The original battle plan to eliminate the target using toxic mist was now abandoned in an instant. Amidst the impending flood, Wuxin, swept downstream, realized what he must do. Otherwise, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to evade the relentless pursuit of Xie Fengwan. With unwavering resolve, Wuxin once again employed his perceptive technique, pinpointing the location of Xie Fengwan. With a steely determination, he felt the surge of chakra within him and began to form hand seals. However, his body, submerged in water, hindered his movements, causing a slight delay in the sealing process. On the riverbank, Zhufengguan raced alongside the raging floodwaters as they cascaded down the mountainside. Below, in the valley, lay the settlement of the Snow Clan, Bushua town, where the peril of the flood loomed large. Whether to thwart the deluge threatening Bushua town or to confront Wuxin, Zhufengguan knew he could not allow the flood to rampage unchecked. In a series of swift movements, Zhufengguan propelled himself to the forefront of the flood. He bent low, pressing both hands against the ground, and shouted, "Ice release! Ice barrier!" An imposing wall of ice erupted before him, and simultaneously, the leading edge of the roaring flood began to freeze, merging with the ice wall. The ice barrier expanded rapidly, coalescing with the onslaught of water to form a formidable dam, effectively halting the ferocious flood. The torrential waters crashed against the ice wall like relentless waves against the shore. After several fierce impacts, the flood could not breach the barrier and instead spread outward, transforming the surroundings into a marshland. Suddenly, from the swirling waters of the river, a massive water dragon, nearly 100 meters long and 10 meters wide, emerged, its head raised high as it roared. Wuxin, positioned at the dragon's head, commanded, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." As his voice resonated, the water dragon surged forth from the river, soaring over the ice wall, its jaws agape, charging fiercely at Zhufengguan. Zhufengguan gazed up at the approaching water dragon, undaunted. He swiftly formed hand seals, culminating in a unique seal, and proclaimed, "Ice release, ice dragon bullet technique." With his declaration, the river rapidly froze. An ice dragon, slightly smaller than the water dragon under Wuxin's control, emerged from between the river and the previously erected ice barrier, colliding head-on with Wuxin's water dragon. Though ice release was not earth release, it bore certain similarities in its properties. The hardened head of the ice dragon crashed into the body of the water dragon, sending it veering off course. Observing this from his submerged position, Wuxin directed the water dragon to entwine and constrict the ice dragon. After a fierce struggle, both dragons dissipated, leaving traces of water and shards of ice scattered across the river and its banks. As the water dragon disintegrated, Wuxin descended gracefully from the air, landing atop the marshy ground, positioned 10 meters away from Zhufengguan, as they locked eyes in a tense standoff. With an indifferent left hand forming an unspoken seal, the right hand spread its fingers wide, gathering a sphere of water in the palm. This orb quickly morphed into a short sword of water, a blade forged from high-pressure currents capable of effortlessly cleaving through stone. Wuxin wielded this ninjutsu to compensate for the inadequacy of his traditional shuriken. Brandishing the short sword, Wuxin performed an intricate flourish, assuming a poised stance for an attack. Yet, in the midst of his display, his form suddenly vanished from sight. Instantaneous slash. Accompanied by Wuxin's fierce shout, his figure reappeared beside Yukike's Maru, delivering a swift strike aimed at the throat. The speed was so astonishing that Yukike's Maru could hardly react. Left in a state of shock as the blade severed his head, the decapitated head, suspended in midair, was filled with an expression of profound astonishment. The water instantaneous slash, one of Wuxin's signature techniques, surpassed the speed of typical body techniques. By conjuring a watery environment using the water dragon, he aimed to catch his opponent unawares and deliver a fatal blow. Having successfully executed the rapid ambush with the water instantaneous technique, Wuxin furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant and alert. Something felt amiss. Despite having taken many lives, the sensation of the recent kill left an inexplicable unease within him. With a soft thud, Yukike's Maru's headless body fell into the watery depths, creating a splash before it transformed into a crystalline form, becoming an ice block. Whether it was an ice clone or an ice substitute remained uncertain. Indeed, although Wuxin missed his strike, the outcome was clear, which rather relieved him. He slightly turned his head and began to survey his surroundings. In the desolate surroundings, where not a soul could be found, Wuxin, though imbued with a sense of pride, remained a ninja at heart. Possessing considerable strength, he began to take the situation more seriously. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the biting cold beneath his feet. He looked down towards the icy marsh, where a chilling mist rose as the water rapidly froze over. Observing this scene, Wuxin concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet, employing the principle of stepping on water to manipulate his chakra, thus creating a barrier between his feet and the freezing surface. The marsh was swiftly encased in ice, though the layer was somewhat thin, and the water beneath had not completely succumbed to the frost. Before the indifferent figure, 10 paces ahead, a shimmering water surface surged, coalescing into a silhouette. Xiefeng Wan, with an expressionless face and cold, piercing gaze, fixed his eyes upon Wuxin and coldly remarked, "The water instantaneous body technique. Just now, you came perilously close to succeeding. Indeed, one must never underestimate a ninja, regardless of their age. I shall inquire once more, do you wish to submit to our clan of Shui?" At this juncture, Xiefeng Wan, having reached such a point, surprisingly began to entice Wuxin. Perhaps it was the sight of Wuxin's tender youth, coupled with his remarkable ninjutsu skills and mastery of the water instantaneous body technique, that sparked a flicker of admiration for talent within him. Wuxin remained silent, his eyes slightly narrowed as if deep in contemplation. At this moment, he had expended a significant portion of his chakra. Despite several attempts to eliminate Xiefeng Wan, he had failed to do so. As he had surmised before setting out, he was indeed no match for his opponent. The renewed invitation from Xiefeng Wan stirred a flicker of unease within him. However, given his lack of familiarity with Xiefeng Wan and the fact that Shuang Shizong had already intervened in the internal affairs of the Shui clan, it was clear that the clan had no option but to align itself with the Hidden Mist Village if it wished to maintain its existence. "I appreciate your goodwill," he said, "but why not join the Hidden Mist Village? As a clan with a legacy spanning millennia, why resist the tide of the times?" With a gentle yet resolute refusal, Wuxin urged Xiefeng Wan to surrender. As he spoke, Wuxin swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch with his left hand, retrieving a small pill and consuming it. The soldier's food pill. "It seems you are truly determined to be obstinate. To extinguish a genius is indeed a lamentable act." Upon witnessing Wuxin's actions, Xiefeng Wan recognized the nature of the pill and understood that Wuxin could not be swayed. The words of admonition from Wuxin were simply beyond his contemplation. Xiefeng Wan slightly shook his head, his chakra surging violently, and his previously cold gaze ignited with fierce murderous intent. His hands swiftly formed a unique seal. Ice release, crystal mirror prison. As Xiefeng Wan's voice echoed, numerous rectangular ice mirrors materialized in the marshy ground, densely clustered to create a colossal icy cage. Within this prison of ice, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, the temperature plummeting, with a layer of ice forming atop the once lush marshland. This ninjutsu, unfeeling, stood upon the icy surface, gazing at the intricately formed snow wind talisman. His brow slightly furrowed, refraining from launching another lethal strike. With his dwindling chakra, he needed to exercise caution. Although he had consumed a military grain pill, time was still required for its effects to manifest and restore his chakra. Moreover, the current environment, saturated with water, posed a unique advantage. Despite the surface being coated with ice, if unfeeling could break through, he could employ the water body technique and escape with ease. Thus, though ensnared, he remained relatively untroubled. As the snow wind talisman completed its jutsu, it leapt from its position and seamlessly merged into the icy mirrors at the top of the barrier. The moment the snow wind talisman appeared within the ice mirror, its visage materialized within all the rectangular mirrors surrounding it. The snow wind talisman, seemingly aware of unfeeling's thoughts, coldly remarked, "Are you contemplating shattering the surface and fleeing the barrier? Hehehe. The frozen water surface is a deliberate choice of mine. Let us see. Is your water body technique swifter, or is my ice body technique faster?" The words of the snow wind talisman echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible for unfeeling to discern which figure within the magical mirrors was the true entity. In conclusion, the snow wind talisman let out a chilling laugh, raising its right hand to grasp 4 shurikens with a single hand. "This is where it ends." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shurikens shot forth from the 4 corners of the icebound barrier's crystalline mirrors towards Unfeeling, who was positioned at the center, truly embodying the snow wind talisman's assertion of an inescapable assault. The situation of Wuxin resembles that of a target encircled by archers, each poised to strike from a position of elevation, unleashing a barrage of arrows. It is not merely the swiftness of their assault that poses a threat. There lies a hidden intricacy of doppelgangers. In this dire predicament, Wuxin closes his eyes, employing his perceptive techniques to unravel the enigma of this ninjutsu. Utilizing the power of ice, Xiefeng Wan executes a high-speed body flicker technique, the icy figures maneuvering within the enchanted mirror, their rapidity enhanced by several ice clones. This extraordinary velocity creates the illusion that all figures reflected upon the icy surface are attacking simultaneously. Upon grasping the profound secrets of ninjutsu, Wuxin opened his eyes. In a fleeting moment, as countless shurikens were about to strike him, Wuxin's form transformed with a whisper, dissolving into a cascade of clear water that splashed upon the icy surface. The force of the shurikens was formidable, piercing through the water remnants and embedding themselves into the frozen ground. The dispersed water seemed to possess a life of its own, reassembling and rising to take the shape of a humanoid figure made entirely of water. This water figure shifted in color, eventually morphing back into the visage of Wuxin. Just prior to the onslaught of the shurikens, with a calm demeanor, Wuxin softly spoke. Indeed, your speed is remarkable. Zufengwan, I am no match for you. However, relying solely on your own abilities to contend with the hidden mist village will lead you to certain demise. Abandon that unrealistic fantasy and consider joining the hidden mist village. Emulate the great clans of the Fire Country, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga of Konoha. This is the true path for your snow clan to endure. Despite being at a disadvantage, Wuxin's words took on an unexpected tone of earnest counsel. The unintentional confidence stemmed from a recent perception. Nearby, the unintentional observer detected 7 silhouettes, each appearing as mere outlines within the art of perception. Each figure bore a peculiar weapon, lying in wait at the very periphery of the observer's awareness. Through a brief encounter with Yukake's Maru, the observer gleaned certain characteristics of this individual, recognizing them as one of the ambitious leaders of a ninja clan that values talent. The task, seemingly one of assassination, was perhaps merely a ruse to lure the Snow Wind Maru away from its stronghold. The true executioners of this beheading mission were, as the unfeeling had just sensed, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This elite group was specifically tasked with executing high-stakes covert operations on behalf of the Mizukage. Despite the formidable prowess of the Snow Wind Maru, facing an onslaught from the 7 ninja swordsmen would likely result in a dire fate. Within the enchanted ice of the magic mirror, countless icy reflections captured the form of the Snow Wind Maru, while voices echoed from all directions. The village hidden in the mist. This village, devoid of honor, dares to request the allegiance of our Snow clan? From the first to the third, the Mist Village has usurped 70% of our clan's territory, mercilessly slaughtering our ninjas. Its transgressions are beyond count. Yet it shamelessly demands our Snow clan's membership. We, the Snow clan, shall never grovel in desperation. How ludicrous it is that you, a moribund being, would rally for the Mist Village. And here I am, entangled with someone on the brink of death. How absurd. The voice of the Snow Wind Maru was cold and resolute, unyielding amidst the chaos. With a determined motion, he raised his right hand, fingers deftly clutching a handful of shurikens, preparing to launch another assault. Let me witness your technique. Is it the stolen secret art of the Ghost Lantern clan? As the words left his lips, a torrent of shurikens erupted from the magic mirror's icy depths. A veritable hailstorm of weaponry. This time, contrary to the Snow Wind Maru's expectations, the unfeeling did not resort to the technique of water transformation to evade. Instead, with swift precision, he formed hand seals and, with a thunderous exclamation, declared, "Water release. Water barrier." The ice layers surrounding the tranquil waters shattered with a resounding crack, and the tumultuous currents surged forth at an astonishing speed, forming a swirling circular wall of water. With unwavering focus, Wuxin skillfully controlled the water release technique, conjuring a swirling wall of water that deftly deflected the countless shurikens launched from all directions. An impenetrable barrier, the water formation wall. Could it truly reach such heights? In the magic mirror, Zufengwan observed Wuxin's ninjutsu. Although he had discerned Wuxin's genius and approached the situation with due seriousness, the remarkable water formation wall still left him astonished. In a certain sense, this represented an absolute defense, a remarkable feat indeed. Suddenly, Zufengwan in the mirror vanished entirely, leaving only a reflection of himself before Wuxin. He stepped forth from the mirror, elegantly offering a compliment. The indifferent currents swirling around gradually dispersed the myriad of blossoms, eventually leaving only a few ripples at my feet that continued to swirl gently. As the effects of the military grain pill that Wuxin had consumed began to manifest, his chakra swiftly rejuvenated, allowing him to wield powerful ninjutsu. Upon hearing Zufengwan's words, Wuxin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke softly, "Your Excellency, I urge you to reconsider my words. We are now in an era dominated by ninja villages, and the might of the ninja clans pales in comparison to that of the villages. Even if your ninjutsu is formidable, it cannot alter the disparity in scale between us." Despite being dispatched on an assassination mission, Wuxin felt a flicker of emotion in response to Zhifengguan's repeated invitations and praises, sensing an underlying intent to quell discord. After all, no one can completely disregard the recognition and admiration of others. Even Wuxin is not immune to this human sentiment. You are quite impressive, yet you remain my inferior. I shall take you seriously from this point onward. Zhifengguan shook his head, ignoring Wuxin's entreaties, his chakra surging as he formed hand seals. Chapter 75. The secrets of ice release. You are indeed commendable, but you are not my match. I will treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Zhifengguan continued to disregard Wuxin's words, his chakra pulsating as he formed hand seals. However, Wuxin's speed surpassed his own after the failure of the negotiation. He swiftly brought his hands together, causing the water that had been swirling slowly at his feet to expand rapidly, restoring the scale of the water barrier. Water release, water dragon tornado. With an unintentional roar, Wuxin unleashed his ninjutsu. Accompanying his voice, the flow of water accelerated dramatically, its volume visibly surging. The water vortex bore similarities to the water barrier technique, both manipulating the swirling currents of water. During his training with these two techniques, Wuxin discerned their commonalities. He believed that employing the water vortex subsequent to the water barrier would yield superior results. Indeed, as Wuxin had anticipated, the water vortex took form with remarkable speed. The currents around him swirling rapidly, rising higher, expanding larger, and gaining velocity. The spiraling waters eventually exceeded the height of the magical mirror's icy crystals, drawing closer to the surrounding magical reflections. How could this happen so swiftly? This is impossible. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhifengguan, who had maintained an air of indifference, found his mouth agape and his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, he was left dumbfounded. Reacting quickly, Zhifengguan leaped backward, merging his form into the magical mirror. The unintentional manipulation of the water dragon technique engulfs all the magic mirrors in a swirling torrent. The once motionless ice crystals of the magic mirror tremble and sway within the rotating currents of water. The mindless manipulation of ninjutsu has reached a critical juncture. The clasped hands part slowly and push forward with deliberation. The unintentional hands pushed forward with a languid pace, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Drink. With a thunderous command from the unintentional, the swaying magic mirrors all loosened, succumbing to the engulfing torrent, helplessly drifting along the swirling currents. With a casual thrust of his hands, the water surged forward, the swirling torrent above suddenly bent down with ferocity. The surrounding currents converged swiftly, launching a fierce onslaught. This was Wuxin's ultimate technique of water escape, an A-level ninjutsu, striking from both above and below. Boom. Zhifengguan concealed within the mirror of ice crystals, which not only assisted in his instantaneous movement, but also served as a means of defense. However, as the raging river engulfed the mirrors that had been swept upwards were shattered into countless fragments with the downward force of the water. Those mirrors, where Zhifengguan had taken refuge, were also swept helplessly by the currents, carried along towards the ice dam he had previously created. Boom. Another thunderous crash of waves against the shore, and all the ice crystals formed by the mirror were reduced to mere debris. Gasping for breath, with a sudden weakness in his legs, Wuxin collapsed onto the marshy ground, gasping for breath. The consecutive use of two advanced ninjutsu techniques had completely drained the chakra replenished by the soldier pills, leaving Wuxin's own chakra once again on the brink of depletion. The soldier pills, when used in moderation, impose minimal strain on the body when taken once a week. However, indiscriminate consumption could adversely affect physical development and potential. The aimless water spout, originating from the reverse flow within the river, commenced its retreat downstream as the unintentional chakra dissipated. Once the upstream surge of water ceased, it began to flow back, cascading down the riverbed towards the lower reaches. Wuxin took a few breaths, regaining some strength. Upon seeing the water waves flowing back towards him, he leapt up a few times, disregarding whether he had defeated Zhifengguan. He turned to retreat, leaving the rest to the lurking group. Is it snowing? As Wuxin leapt into the air, barely taking 2 steps, a flurry of snowflakes danced before his eyes, and he felt a gentle chill above his head, prompting him to glance upward. The sky was adorned with a cascade of snowflakes, and an unsettling sensation crept into Wuxin's mind. Lowering his gaze to continue his flight, he realized that in the brief moment of looking up and down, snowflakes had begun to swirl around him. The snowfall, once sparse and barely noticeable, had transformed into a heavy downpour, all within the span of a mere glance. There was no escape. From the icy dam, the figure of Xiefeng Wan emerged slowly from the frost-laden wall. As her upper body broke free, she supported herself with one hand against the icy surface, exerting a bit of force to propel herself out, landing gracefully upon the water's edge. Did you conjure this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Unconsciously, one found it hard to believe the vast expanse of dancing snowflakes, resembling a natural calamity. At a glance, the horizon appeared to herald the season of winter snowfall. Xiefeng Wan remained silent, his hands coming together to form a singular seal. This seal, which Wuxin had come to recognize, was an unusual technique, with the fingers interlaced, the middle fingers looping around the index fingers, entwining them at the front. It was likely the concluding seal of their ice-release ninjutsu. This technique seemed to have a profound effect on Xiefeng Wan, as the previously expressionless visage now exhibited a quiver of his skin and brows. Something ominous was afoot. Unconcerned by the unfolding spectacle, one could easily surmise that this individual was indeed unleashing a formidable technique. With chakra pulsating through his body, and with his back turned to Yukike's Maru, Wuxin surged forward, striving to break free from the grip of Yukike's Maru. The snowfall intensified, and the temperature plummeted, although late September typically retained a hint of warmth. This locale had transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The once torrential floodwaters were swiftly encased in ice, and while the surface of the ground was shrouded in a layer of frost, Wuxin could still sense the currents flowing beneath the ice. In that moment, everything was sealed in a crystalline grip. The ice-release secret technique, Ice and Snow Realm. With a roar from Yukike's Maru, a colossal ice pillar, as thick as a tree, abruptly formed before Wuxin. Unconsciously, he reacted swiftly, executing a rightward leap to evade, only to find an ice pillar emerging to his right. With a sense of helplessness, I turned back towards the previous direction. With a gentle leap, I prepared to land on the side of the icy pillar, intending to use it as leverage for a swift retreat. However, just as I was about to touch down, the icy pillar split open, sprouting a sharp ice spire, akin to a great tree budding new branches. What is this? Unintentionally, with utmost caution, he struck the icicle with one hand, propelling his body into the air and deftly evading its piercing thrust. Suspended in midair, he finally beheld the scene below with clarity. Countless icicles rise majestically from the ground, densely clustered, with no intention of retreat in sight, as even the direction of withdrawal is besieged by a plethora of ice formations. The icicles branch out, sprouting numerous robust ice stalactites, which in turn proliferate, giving rise to an abundance of slender ice blades and needles. This, unintentionally descending from midair, evading the piercing strikes of ice spikes, he comprehended the environment surrounding him. The world had transformed into a realm of ice, a frigid expanse stretching endlessly, where ice columns branched out, giving rise to countless icicles, and these icicles proliferated into innumerable blades of ice. Should they continue to flourish unchecked, it is likely that no one would find a place to stand in due time. Unintentionally wielding the kunai, he struck at the formidable ice spear with its icy blade. The ice spear, resolute and unyielding, left the kunai merely tracing a pale white mark upon its surface. Are you not yet prepared to act? Wuxin has come to comprehend his predicament. No one is coming to his rescue, and it seems that today he must meet his end here, crying out for help. Previously, Wuxin sensed the presence of 7 individuals lurking nearby, each wielding an unusual large blade. Though they were in a state of concealment, they were inadvertently ensnared by Wuxin, caught within the intricate web of this icy escape technique. Chapter 76. The 7 Ninja Blades in the Current Circumstances, even without Wuxin's cries for help. The 7 Ninja Blades have already been exposed and must emerge to fulfill their mission. Upon Wuxin's urgent summons, the fog-dwelling Ninja Blades responded with remarkable coordination. A torrent of ferocious chakra surged forth, splitting into 2 streams that hurtled towards Xiefeng Wan and Wuxin. Boom! The ice columns surrounding Wuxin were subjected to a relentless assault, causing them to fracture completely. Numerous shards cascaded down to the ground, and as the ice blocks plummeted, the ice columns and icicles rapidly diminished in size, some even breaking apart. Without intention, he was struck by the torrent of chakra, sent flying into the air. In mid-flight, he opened his mouth, extended his right hand into it, and retrieved a miniature fan. As he spread his fingers, the fan rapidly expanded, and in less than 2 seconds, its size surpassed that of the wielder. Without a trace of sentiment, Wuxin grasped the fan with both hands, aiming at the previous surge of chakra. With a forceful flick, a powerful gale erupted from the fan, ensnaring the chakra currents unleashed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The fierce wind enveloped the energy, redirecting it and concentrating it into a singular strike. Upon landing gracefully, Wuxin wasted no time and followed closely behind the rushing wind, embarking on a path of escape. The shattered ice pillars and icicles regained their momentum rapidly, seemingly sprouting anew like an everlasting tree destined to thrive. With an unwavering resolve, Wuxin harnessed the chakra and sprinted forward, following the direction of the chakra flow, retreating without hesitation. The combination of wind release and chakra energy shattered numerous ice pillars and spikes in his wake, but their potency gradually diminished. Fortunately, the ice formations at the periphery were not as resilient as those in the center. As the two forces counteracted each other, Wuxin navigated through the perilous obstacles of the ice release ninjutsu, ultimately escaping to safety. What a close call. Once he had evaded the confines of the ice and snow domain, Wuxin's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After several minutes of harrowing escape, he had come to fully appreciate the formidable nature of this ninjutsu. The radius of the ice and snow domain extended at least over 1,000 meters. It was unfathomable to consider the immense chakra required to wield such a vast technique. Throughout his flight, Wuxin paid no heed to the battle unfolding behind him involving the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, he understood one crucial fact. Stefeng One lacked the strength to pursue him. Otherwise, his escape would not have been so effortless. Truly, one could not underestimate the leader of the Snow Clan. Even if the Mizukage were to intervene, the outcome would likely be no more favorable. Unintentionally, he lay on the ground, resting for a while to regain some strength. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped several times to ascend a tree, circumventing the icy realm, and made his way back towards the midsection of the forest. Curious about the situation, he pondered the progress of the 7 Ninja Blades, a specialized organization tasked by the Water Shadow with perilous missions. Even with the formidable skills of Yukike's Maru, it would be unlikely to fare well against them. Lost in thought, I traversed through the dense forest, skillfully avoiding the icy realm, and ascended the sheer cliffs nearby. Upon reaching the heights of the mountain wall, I gazed into the distant expanse of the snowy world. The night was shrouded in darkness, though the moonlight shone brightly. My distant focus rendered me unable to discern the intricate details of the towering ice columns in that shadowy environment. After a brief period of observation, I relinquished my watch, seated myself upon the ground, closed my eyes, and formed the seal of meditation. Ninja technique, perception. The formless chakra of the Heartless extended rapidly like invisible tendrils, reaching 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters, and finally 1,500 meters. After traversing a multitude of monstrous boulders, dense woods, and formidable ice pillars, the target was finally sensed. 2 colossal chakra masses, the largest ever witnessed by the Heartless, intertwined, surrounded by 6 slightly lesser chakra clusters. That was the chakra of the Yukike's Maru, an utterly vast disparity. The adjacent cluster, where had it been seen before? A moment of unintentional perception left Wuxin quite startled. It seemed that Zufengwan's chakra was even more formidable than during their previous confrontation. 7 chakra clusters encircled him, retreating at the slightest provocation, reminiscent of a pack of wolves employing a strategic assault. Among these clusters, 1 chakra stood out, rivaling that of Zufengwan, which astonished Wuxin and sparked a fleeting sense of familiarity. Could it be him? The member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the formidable Suigetsu, wielding the legendary sword. The Kubikirib Ch. Without a trace of hesitation, Wuxin swiftly recollected the master of that chakra. After assessing the situation of the battle, Wuxin withdrew the chakra and opened his eyes. Remaining here would be futile, in the tales of Hokage that linger in his memory. There was no mention of a figure known as Yukike's Maru. Wuxin pondered briefly, realizing that within the narratives he was familiar with regarding Naruto, there existed no character by the name of Yukike's Maru. His fate, perhaps, was already inscribed in the annals of destiny. The ambitions of kings are ultimately curtailed by insufficient strength. It is indeed a lament that the land of water has lost such a talent. Wuxin sighed softly, gradually rising to his feet and turning away. As he descended from the towering peaks of the White Mountains, the dawn began to break upon the horizon. At the foot of the mountains lay the quaint town of Blowing Snow, a gathering place for the common folk of the Snow Clan. However, Wuxin had no intention of resting in Blowing Snow. Instead, he cast a lingering glance back towards the mountains, his gaze somewhat unfocused. seemed to be searching for the elusive 7 ninja blades and the esteemed elder of the Snow Clan, Xue Fengwan. Moments later, Wuxin turned away and made his way back towards the hidden village of Mist. The journey of Wuxin from the hidden Mist village took 5 days. On the return trip, Wuxin leisurely rested and explored, taking a week to reach the hidden Mist village. Upon returning to the village, Wuxin adopted a more serious demeanor and headed straight for the Water Shadow building. Outside the Water Shadow office, Wuxin knocked on the door. "Please enter." Upon hearing the voice of the Water Shadow, Wuxin pushed the door open. The petite 4th-generation Water Shadow, Yuzu Shikura, sat at her desk, pen in hand, engrossed in her writing. Lord Water Shadow. With a respectful demeanor, Wuxin approached the desk of the Mizukage, retrieving a scroll from the tactical pouch of his ninja attire. He gently placed it on the desk and murmured, "Lord Mizukage, here is the mission report." Kagutsu Yashiro lifted his gaze to meet Wuxin's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He picked up the scroll, unfurling it to scan its contents. Within mere moments, he closed the scroll and set it down, expressing with a smile, "You have indeed not disappointed me. If it were your hand at work, Yuki Fumaru's character would undoubtedly have pursued relentlessly. This unpredictable variable has finally been quelled." Indeed, Kagutsu Yashiro's glance at the mission report could hardly be described as thorough. It seemed he merely skimmed over it. Presumably, the reports submitted by the 7 ninja swordsmen were far more detailed than his own. The so-called S-rank mission he undertook was, in truth, merely a diversion. With a heavy heart, I inwardly lamented, "Lord Water Shadow, the strength of the mission target is exceedingly formidable." Ultimately, the task was taken over by the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. I am unaware of the final outcome of the battle, but if the 7 ninja swordsmen have intervened, it is likely that the mission target faces an inescapable demise. Unconcerned, he verbally reported the final outcome of the mission, displaying a remarkable calmness regarding the failure of his assassination attempt. Since he had arranged for the 7 shinobi of the Hidden Blade to take action, the success or failure of his own mission had become inconsequential. Yukike's Maru, perhaps he has perished, or perhaps he is not. Yet, none of this holds any significance now. Your assassination endeavor was exceedingly successful. Kyoko Yagura seemed to sense his thoughts, offering a warm smile and directly affirming the status of his mission. Chapter 77, The Demands of the Water Shadow. At this moment, Wuxin was indifferent to the task at hand, his attention fixated on Yukike's Maru rather than the assignment itself. Puzzled, he inquired, What do you mean? So, is Yukike's Maru dead or alive? It's possible that he is dead, yet he may also still be alive. Keiki Yagura stroked his chin thoughtfully, speaking at a measured pace. With his delicate visage, this demeanor appeared somewhat comical, creating a striking contrast. Wuxin found himself at a loss, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. Whether one has perished or not seems inconsequential. The words of Koguchi Shikura left him perplexed. Xie Fengwan, unable to withstand the onslaught of the 7 ninja swordsmen, ultimately resorted to a desperate maneuver, employing the ice release bloodline limit technique, encasing himself in ice. This final manifestation of ice release had become almost natural, no longer merely the result of concentrated chakra. Thus, even the formidable Sword of the Mist, the Samahata, could not shatter the ice pillar. The 7 ninja swordsmen maintained their vigil for several hours, a duration that no one could endure without drawing breath. Their ultimate conclusion was that Xie Fengwan was presumed dead. Status pending. Observing Wuxin's keen interest in the fate of their target, Xie Fengwan, and recognizing him as one of the mission executors, Koguchi Shikura decided to reveal the outcome without further preamble. Encased in ice. Death. Status pending. Unconsciously, I murmured a recollection of the encounter with Yuka Fubuki, recalling the scene where this ambitious leader of the Yuki clan sought to usurp the Mist Village. Ultimately, his aspirations met a poignant conclusion. Reflecting upon Yuka Fubuki's numerous invitations, it was evident that he was desperately in search of talent. Given the magnitude and potency of Yuka Fubuki's final jutsu, had he taken decisive action earlier, I would likely have been unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Death, an uncertain fate. Yet, death remains death. The term pending merely denotes an inability to ascertain its arrival. I inquired of Yuka Junki, who confirmed that the Yuki clan possesses no such ninjutsu. By his assessment, it seems Yuka Fubuki chose to end his own life with dignity to avoid disgrace. As Kakajitsu Yagura spoke, a warm smile graced his face, revealing a sense of relief regarding Yuka Fubuki's demise. After a brief pause, he continued, "This time, You have allowed me to shine before Yukijunki. However, for a genius as rare as ours in the Mist Village, it is still insufficient. Far from it. You must elevate your strength swiftly. If there are any jutsu you wish to learn or techniques that pique your interest, do not hesitate to share them with me. I have many tasks ahead that require your assistance. Unintentionally nodding, Wuxin recognized the weight of Xueying's words. Disregarding the matter of the Xiefeng pill, Wuxin spoke, Lord Xueying. I wish to further my studies at the Wuyin Hospital, engaging in a systematic training of medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu had long been Wuxin's aspiration. While not aiming for the pinnacle of mastery, he certainly sought to proficiently wield the foundational healing techniques that precede the advanced art of medical ninjutsu. He possessed a natural aptitude that ought to be harnessed. In the realm of ninjas, myriad underhanded tactics abound. Poisons, burns, internal injuries, and cuts, all of which medical ninjutsu can effectively address. As a practitioner of ninjutsu, beginning with life-preserving techniques has always been Wuxin's clear objective. Ultimately, the goal is to remain unscathed, to heal swiftly from injuries, and to possess the ability to flee. Once these fundamentals are established, he can then delve into various combat techniques or powerful ninjutsu. Training at Wuyin Hospital? A ninja of notable skill in ninjutsu and jinjutsu like you. Shifting to medical ninjutsu to serve in a supportive role? Yagura was somewhat taken aback, the calm smile that usually adorned his face gradually fading into seriousness. It seemed incongruous for a renowned genius ninja to pursue training at a ninja hospital, diverging from the conventional training practices of the Wuyin village. Although he had stated that any requests could be made, and any desired ninjutsu could be mentioned, Wuxin's request to join the ranks of medical ninjas was difficult for Yagura to accept. Medical ninjas are invaluable assets to the village, typically safeguarded during missions, which did not align with his expectations for Wuxin's development. Ah, Lord Xueying, you just said I could make any requests without hesitation. Surely you won't retract so swiftly? Wuxin hastily reminded Yagura, but upon seeing her delicate, expressionless face, he instantaneously discerned her thoughts. As a medical ninja, she did not participate in the combat ranks of ninjas. It was undoubtedly contrary to the spirit of the hidden mist village for a ninja, renowned for her genius, to merely coast along. Although the brutal policies of the Blood Mist have undergone reforms, the prevailing martial and bloodthirsty ethos is not easily altered overnight. With a solemn expression, Wuxin gazed at Yagura and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Mizukage, I do not intend to withdraw from the ranks of combat ninjas. I merely wish to pursue advanced medical ninjutsu. Mastery of medical ninjutsu enables one to endure longer on the battlefield, thereby serving our missions more effectively and making a greater contribution. I shall always fight on the front lines, responding to your summons. This ambition does not conflict with my desire to study medical techniques. After all, I am one of the only 2 graduates among the 9-year-olds, having advanced to the rank of Chunin in the same year. My reputation as a prodigy is well known throughout the village. Even if you were to assign me to a rearguard position, I fear I would be unable to withstand the villagers' gossip. Unconsciously, he revealed a radiant smile at the end, articulating his stance with clarity, showing no desire to conceal himself within the confines of the ninja hospital. However, he was aware that medical ninjas, skilled in advanced healing techniques, were invaluable assets to the village. Whether the higher-ups would permit these precious medical ninjas to undertake perilous missions was not a concern for him. Kagutsu Yagura extended his hand, stroking his chin, his delicate visage adorned with a profound gaze, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a moment, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, gradually spoke. Very well. Since you possess this determination, I should not hinder you. However, you must remember our ideals. The construction of the village requires my efforts, and, more importantly, your dedication. The village's situation is far from secure. Having served as Mizukage for several months, I have come to understand the village's hardships and the burdens of leadership. Recently, the Land of Lightning's Yuan Hidden Village has frequently crossed borders, wreaking havoc within our territory, inciting friction and provocations at will. The strength of Yuan Hidden Village is formidable. They are united and resolute, rivaling the might of Konoha to a certain extent. As Yagura spoke, he rubbed his temples, pausing momentarily before continuing. Domestically, the situation with the Yuki clan has temporarily settled. However, the Kagaya clan continues to be a significant headache for me. His words seemed to express a sense of frustration, tinged with resignation. Unwittingly, Wu Xian stood silently, refraining from interjecting in response to Xueying's grievances. After discussing various domestic and international situations, Yazong shifted the topic, stating solemnly, I have granted your request. I will assign the village's most skilled medical ninja to serve as your mentor, imparting the knowledge of medical ninjutsu to you. However, bear in mind that the village is currently in a precarious situation. While you pursue your training in medical ninjutsu, you must not neglect your combat techniques. I hope that during your studies, you will master this art. With a serious tone, Guoju Yuzong concluded his speech and retrieved a scroll from the drawer. Chapter 78. Onboarding in the early morning, the sun shone brightly over the mist-hidden village. At the C3 training ground on the southeastern edge of the forest, Wu Xian sat on a stone by the brook, clutching a scroll with a furrowed brow. The water mirror technique had eluded him for 3 days, leaving him baffled. Was this truly a ninjutsu, or did it require prerequisite learning conditions? The water mirror technique, a form of water release ninjutsu, utilized chakra to transform into water, which then coalesced into a reflective mirror. This mirror could replicate the attacks of an adversary, embodying a technique that retaliated by their own means. Its drawback was that unless the enemy initiated an attack, the replicated water mirror would remain dormant, akin to a genuine mirror that countered any assault with an identical reflection. Ultimately, it was a defensive technique devoid of a defined rank. In these few days of unintentional training, I have already mastered a considerable number of ninjutsu and can roughly discern the level of this technique. It surpasses the water release illusion technique of Murayama Yuto in terms of learning rank and is significantly more intricate, likely reaching the S-rank classification. By replicating the enemy's moves, attacks are mutually nullified. Perhaps I shall carve out a reputation as a master of replication in the ninja world? Unintentionally, he self-deprecatingly rolled up the scroll, leaped down from the stone pedestal, and returned to the village. Having completed the previous S-level mission, Wuxin was duly rewarded by Yagura and assigned the role of an intern medical ninja at the Hidden Mist Hospital. Today marks Wuxin's first day of employment. Having completed the morning training, Wuxin makes haste towards the hospital. The Hidden Mist Hospital is situated in the heart of the village, not far south of the Water Shadow Building. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wuxin surveyed the surroundings. The hospital boasts an expansive area enclosed by a grand courtyard, featuring structures such as the outpatient department, inpatient ward, and dormitory buildings. Without hesitation, Wuxin followed the address indicated in the dispatch, entering the outpatient building and taking the elevator to the 20th floor. Upon reaching the top floor, Wuxin strode out of the elevator, traversed the corridor, and arrived at the door of the director's office, where he knocked softly. Please enter, came a somewhat aged voice from within. Wuxin pushed the door open and stepped into the director's office. A fragrant floral aroma filled the air. The spacious room was adorned with shelves brimming with scrolls and books. One side of the office featured a sofa and tea table, while the other housed a desk, with a green potted plant nestled in the corner. Seated in the office chair was an elderly man with a white beard, wearing traditional green robes of the Hidden Mist Village, his face lined with wrinkles and framed by old-fashioned round glasses. Wuxin cast a fleeting glance at the elder, slightly bowing, and spoke in a solemn tone. Wuxin has come at the behest of Lord Shuing to report here. I have come to pay my respects to Lord Furuya Ranjitsu, the esteemed dean of the secondary hospital. With that, he stepped forward and presented the order in his hands with both palms extended to Furuya Ranjitsu, the dean of the Mist-Hidden Hospital. Furuya Ranjitsu took the document from Wuxin's hands with his right hand, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized Wuxin carefully. He nodded slightly and remarked, the prodigy of Mist-Hidden, Wuxin, bears a remarkable resemblance to Hayata Keiho. It is no wonder you are her offspring. Upon hearing the dean mention his mother's name, Wuxin momentarily froze, responding in a dazed manner, yes. With his eyes cast down, Wuxin scrutinized Fukuryu Ranjitsu, the director of the Fog-Hidden Hospital, once more. The man's face was etched with wrinkles, his white beard giving him an air of great age. Wuxin recalled that his mother, Hayata Kofang, had once studied medical ninjutsu at this very hospital. Given Fukuryu's age, it was quite possible that she had trained under his guidance. Fukuryu glanced at the transfer order Wuxin had presented, slowly placing it on the desk. In a soft voice, he remarked, you have already mastered healing techniques? Achieving such proficiency through self-study is impressive. It seems your mother's talent in medical ninjutsu has indeed been inherited by you. Wuxin reflected on his mother's teachings, which had imparted to him invaluable knowledge and skills in medical ninjutsu, enabling him to evade numerous dangers during his missions. With a hint of hesitation, Wuxin replied in a soft and measured tone. Fukuyu Ranjitsu, however, remained silent, gazing intently at Wuxin. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence, and the intensity of Fuku's stare caused Wuxin to feel a twinge of discomfort, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. After a moment of stillness, Fukuyu Ranjitsu, the director of the Hidden Mist Hospital, spoke with a rather grave demeanor. Although your medical ninjutsu talent is commendable, it pales in comparison to your other abilities in ninjutsu. As a renowned prodigy in our village, I believe it is imperative that you undertake more missions for Lord Mizukage and make greater contributions, rather than retreating within the confines of the Hidden Mist Hospital. Upon hearing these words, Wuxin narrowed his eyes slightly, as Fukuyu had previously praised his medical ninjutsu skills. The abrupt shift in attitude left Wuxin momentarily taken aback. Without intention, Wuxin's expression faltered. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden realization struck him, causing his words to retreat. Initially, he intended to urge adherence to the Water Shadow's directives, suggesting that other matters were beyond his purview. However, reflecting on his position at the Hidden Mist Hospital, he understood that showing disrespect towards the director was ultimately an unbecoming act. The esteemed Water Shadow had appointed him to the hospital for reasons undoubtedly profound. Moreover, having previously studied medical ninjutsu, he recognized the necessity for further mastery in this discipline, as it would aid him in accomplishing more arduous tasks. As a ninja, the ability to endure longer in missions and on the battlefield would enable him to contribute more significantly to his village. He firmly believed that the greater one's comprehensive abilities, the more substantial the impact one could make. With an expression devoid of emotion, he spoke words that lacked respect, yet they were softened just slightly as he quietly elucidated his intentions. One can only hope. Fukuyoshi let out a cold chuckle, rising from his office chair as he made his way towards the door. Upon stepping outside, he finally uttered, "Follow me." Wuxin, remaining silent and unresponsive, followed closely behind. The Fog-Hidden Hospital's outpatient department towered 20 stories high, with the top floor housing a collection of executive offices. Wuxin trailed behind Fully Ranjin, making their way to the door of Office 2011 along the corridor. Fully Ranjin gently knocked on the door of Office 2011, and a male voice from within beckoned them to enter. Together, Fully Ranjin and Wuxin stepped into the office. With a casual glance around the office, devoid of intention, one could discern its smaller dimensions compared to the office of Director Fukuya Jangitsu. However, it shared a similar trait, as the wall cabinet was adorned with numerous books and scrolls, while the desk was positioned beside the window. Seated in the office chair was a man in his 30s, distinguished by his green hair, who cradled a book in his hands, seemingly engrossed in study. "Jangitsu-sama, what brings you here personally? If there is something, your assistant could have summoned me," the green-haired man remarked, rising promptly from his chair, his demeanor exceedingly respectful upon noticing Director Fukuya Jangitsu accompanied by a youth. "Jangitsu-sama, what brings you here personally? If there is something, your assistant could have summoned me," he repeated, maintaining his courteous stance. Fukuya Jangitsu nodded gently, turning slightly to indicate the presence of the unintentional visitor, and softly declared, "This is Wuxin, our village's prodigious ninja. By the explicit orders of Lord Mizukage, he has been assigned to our hospital for study, and from today onwards, you shall be responsible for his tutelage. It is imperative that you employ the most rigorous and scientific methods to cultivate his talents swiftly. This is a direct command from Lord Mizukage, and I trust you comprehend the significance of this." Wuxin, "Yes." The green-haired man, named Shin, echoed the name with a hint of confusion before affirmatively responding. Unintentionally, Wuxin reached out to touch his temples, pondering how one could swiftly acquire knowledge in both medicine and ninjutsu. The urgency of cultivating talent left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After Fukuyu Nagashi finished speaking, he turned to Wuxin and said, "This is our hospital's medical jonin, Yatani Shin. He will be your mentor from now on. It is imperative that you diligently practice here and never act carelessly." After ensuring everything was conveyed, Fukuyu Nagashi gracefully turned and departed. Unintentionally, I responded softly, watching as the director of the Hidden Mist Hospital, Furuya, departed. I then turned to face the medical ninja, Aratanabu. Aratanabu slowly returned to his seat, scrutinizing me with keen eyes, and smiled. "You are the prodigious child of the Hidden Mist, the genius ninja, Wuxin? Indeed. It appears our medical department is to gain yet another capable asset." His courteous remarks eased my apprehension somewhat, and I returned his smile, replying gently, "Teacher Aratanabu, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Having uttered his casual remarks, he slightly bowed in accordance with the traditions of the Land of Water, demonstrating a gesture of humility. The study of medical ninjutsu is devoid of any notion of favoritism. True understanding emerges through practice. The cultivation of medical ninjutsu hinges upon practical experience. With a warm smile gracing his face, Arata Shin spoke in gentle tones. After concluding his words, he rose from his seat, retrieved 2 volumes from the bookshelf behind him, and placed them upon the desk, beckoning to Wuxin to approach. Without hesitation, he strode forward and stood beside the desk. Utian Xin pointed to the books on the table and softly remarked, "These are your study materials. Take them with you." The cultivation of medical ninjutsu necessitates a solid foundation. This encyclopedia of herbs contains the properties of various medicinal plants, knowledge that is essential for any aspiring medical ninja. This volume on medical ninjutsu encompasses several techniques commonly employed at the Hidden Mist Hospital, which are imperative for anyone undertaking the role of a medical ninja to understand and master. Once you have secured the books, I will conduct classes on the top floor of the dormitory every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, where I will impart knowledge on the human chakra system and organize practical experiments in medical ninjutsu. During the first month, there are no expectations regarding your mastery of medical ninjutsu. However, starting from the second month, you will face assessments in medical ninjutsu, even though you have been specially appointed as an intern by Lord Mizukichi. Should you fail to meet the required standards or prove unsuitable for the practice of medical ninjutsu, I will report honestly to the Dean and Lord Mizukichi. I hope you will strive diligently. As Utian Xin spoke about the matters of learning, his expression was notably serious, exuding the authority of an educator, and his final words carried a strong sense of encouragement. Wuxin cast a glance at Arya and softly acknowledged, picking up the tome on the table. The Encyclopedia of Herbal Medicine was quite voluminous, whereas another book titled Medical Ninjutsu appeared rather slender, its thickness merely a quarter of that of the Herbal Compendium. Well, I shall begin with self-study in the realm of foundational knowledge. Should any uncertainties arise, feel free to inquire. After Wuxin tucked the book under his arm, Arya, having given a brief instruction, turned to retrieve a white coat from the wall, donning it as he continued, "Now, follow me to the inpatient department for rounds." Understood. With an absent mind, I softly acquiesce. Wuxin arrived at the Hidden Mist Hospital with the intention of studying medical ninjutsu, regarding the casual demeanor of the medical ninjas with indifference. As far as Wuxin understood, medical ninjas typically possess the strength of a nin, with particular expertise in medical ninjutsu, and are appointed as Special J-nin. The titles are not generally abbreviated. A medical Special J-nin is precisely that and is not simply referred to as a medical J-nin. The fact that Ariyama Shin could serve as a medical J-nin suggests he possesses remarkable qualities. However, Wuxin is not well acquainted with the affairs of the medical department and will require some time to become familiar with the people and matters of the Hidden Mist Hospital. After donning his white coat, Ariyama Shin approached a cabinet against the wall, opened it, and retrieved a somewhat new white coat, which he handed to Wuxin. "You must wear a white coat while inspecting the inpatient department. Dress appropriately and follow me," he instructed before turning and exiting the office. Unconsciously, he draped the white coat over his shoulders, clutching 2 books in his hands as he trailed behind Arata Shin. They took the elevator from the top floor of the outpatient department down to the first floor. Between the outpatient building and the inpatient building lay a flower bed, and he followed Arata Shin at a leisurely pace until they arrived at the inpatient building. The inpatient facility stood 12 stories tall, and Arata Shin moved gracefully and with familiarity to the 5th floor's medical office, where he summoned the doctors within to commence their rounds, unintentionally trailing behind the group. I silently observed the physicians around me. 8 doctors, 5 women, and 3 men, appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, save for 1 male physician, who walked alongside Dr. Udion with the visage of middle age, marked by wrinkles. The team entered the patient room located at the end of the corridor, where 3 beds were occupied by patients clad in hospital gowns. "How are you feeling? Have you improved?" Dr. Ution inquired gently, his warm smile illuminating the room as he addressed the patient. "Dr. Ution, you have arrived. I feel much better. My arm has completely healed, and I believe I am ready for discharge," replied the patient in bed 501, sitting up and demonstrating the mobility of his right arm to Dr. Ution. "Allah, please refrain from moving your arm so vigorously. The knife wound to your arm damaged the nerves. Although medical ninjutsu has restored its vitality, it requires a few more days of careful observation." Whether for the sake of your arm or for your future career as a ninja, it is essential to endure for the time being. Once it is confirmed that there are no issues, a discharge certificate will be issued. So please rest assured and focus on your recovery. With gentle words, Nobuharu Ariyama comforted the injured, engaging in a brief conversation before leading his team towards the next bed. On the very first day of her employment, Wuxin, still unversed in the intricacies of medical ninjutsu, embarked on her journey as an intern physician. Clutching 2 volumes closely, she trailed behind the group, her youthful countenance etched with seriousness as she surveyed her surroundings. After inspecting several patient wards, Wuxin had anticipated an opportunity to demonstrate her nascent medical skills, yet such an occasion never materialized. The so-called ward rounds were merely the chief physician or attending doctor's observations of patients' recovery and treatment status, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Chapter 80. The Passage of Time, Nightfall. In the unintentional abode, within the yard, Wu Xian stood beside the well clad in a delicate, sheer short-sleeved garment, quietly gazing at the reflection of the luminous moon in the water. Not far away, the loyal dog Wang Kai nestled in a corner, eyes closed in serene repose, enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility. As the seasons transitioned, the weather imperceptibly grew warmer. Since joining the mist-hidden hospital last October, it has now been over half a year, and we have once again arrived at the sweltering heat of July. Gazing absent-mindedly at the reflection of the bright moon in the well, a peculiar sensation gradually emerged within my heart. Swiftly, I formed a series of hand seals, completing 15 in total, before maintaining the final seal of the rabbit. As I executed this intricate sequence, the water within the well began to rise and surge energetically. The well water erupted from the opening, churning violently, transforming into an oval-shaped mirror of water, approximately 2 meters in height. This liquid mirror reflected my image with remarkable clarity. I focused intently on my reflection and, in a sudden burst of energy, swung my arm, delivering a powerful punch towards the mirror. With a resounding thud, the reflection mirrored my actions, throwing a fist back at me. Strangely, the fist from the mirror breached the surface, colliding with mine in a forceful clash that resonated with a deep, muffled sound. After this fierce exchange, the protruding fist from the mirror abruptly dissipated into a splash of water, scattering at the edge of the well. In quick succession, the water mirror also transformed into azure ripples, cascading back into the depths of the well. With an indifferent expression, he felt the impact of the punch reverberate through him. Gently tapping the edge of his right fist with his left hand, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Had he succeeded? Had he truly executed it successfully? After 9 months of diligent effort, perseverance had indeed borne fruit. For 9 months, I have been unwittingly practicing the art of the water mirror. Although I have long been capable of conjuring the mirror, I have yet to master the technique of replication and counterattack. Today, while gazing into the moon reflected in the well, a moment of enlightenment struck me. With a sudden flourish, I unexpectedly unleashed the true power of the water mirror technique. Wuxin, with a heart devoid of intent, formed a singular seal with both hands. From the depths of the well, ripples of water surged forth, coalescing into the likeness of Wuxin. The water clone of Wuxin ambled to a spot approximately 10 meters away from the well, standing in serene stillness. Wuxin himself formed intricate hand seals, executing the water mirror technique. After completing 15 seals, he brought his hands together to form the Yin seal. Under the influence of Wuxin's chakra fluctuations, the water in the well surged and roiled, rising to the surface and transforming into a mirror that faced Wuxin's water clone. The soulless water clone advanced a few steps forward, executing a fierce aerial kick. A splashing sound resonated from the water mirror as an identical soulless entity emerged, mirroring the assault of its water clone. In a simultaneous clash, both figures delivered a powerful kick, and upon contact, a muffled thud echoed. The soulless water clone and the replica that burst forth from the water mirror both transformed into cascading waves, scattering across the ground. Standing beside the well, the original soulless being retracted its chakra, dispelling the water mirror technique, which dissolved into ripples as the clear water cascaded back into the well. The unintentional experiment with the water mirror technique proved to be exceptionally successful, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes. Standing in tranquil contemplation, he replayed the sensations of casting the technique in his mind, solidifying his mastery of the water mirror technique. The 4th-generation water shadow, Itsong, mentioned that he could simplify the execution of the water mirror technique to merely 2 hand seals, utilizing weapon assistance to swiftly manifest the mirror. This technique is commendable and possesses significant utility. However, further simplification is warranted. Alternatively, one might consider Itsong's method of employing weapon assistance as a reference. Upon a moment of reflection, Wuxin, having recently mastered the art of ninjutsu, found himself contemplating the notion of simplifying these techniques. The Suijing Ichong, a long-handled weapon akin to a hook, serves as an auxiliary tool. Wuxin excels in crafting ninja tools and treasures, employing his own methods of enhancement. The Suijing technique, if recorded upon a mirror, might prove to be far more straightforward than the long hook of the Ichong. For today, that shall suffice. Tomorrow brings an examination at the Hidden Mist Hospital. Once I successfully pass the medical ninjutsu assessment, I shall delve further into the study of treasures. The successful mastery of the Suijing technique filled Wuxin with immense joy. After a brief contemplation of the subsequent applications of the Suijing technique, he turned and entered his dwelling, returning to his chamber, where he covered himself with a light blanket and fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. The following day, at dawn, with a lack of enthusiasm for the morning exercise, I completed my grooming and proceeded directly to the Hidden Mist Hospital. As I meandered along the way, upon reaching the hospital, I made my way straight to the medical room on the 5th floor. The medical room on the 5th floor of the inpatient department housed 5 women and 4 men, including myself, with me being the youngest in both age and stature. The middle-aged physician, Yuta Fujishima, whose face bore the marks of time, served as the capable assistant to the medical jonin, Nobuaki Ida. He often took on the role of nurturing the younger generation in the medical room. Most of the ninjas who joined the Hidden Mist Hospital grew up during the Blood Mist period, sharing a commonality in their personalities, often exhibiting a certain aloofness. Indifferent. A ninja at the twilight of the Blood Mist era, though typically polite, harbors a demeanor that is rather aloof and detached. Upon entering the infirmary, he strides directly toward the wardrobe, retrieving a white lab coat from his designated locker to drape over himself. Ninjas at the Hidden Mist Hospital are generally not engaged in combat duties, and it has been quite some time since Indifferent donned his ninja vest. Nevertheless, even in the absence of the vest, his attire leans towards form-fitting combat gear. It is only due to the recent heat that he has opted for a mesh short-sleeve shirt and 3/4-length shorts for the summer. With an examination scheduled for 9:30, he prepares to depart for the training room shortly. The head nurse, Yuta Fujishima, noting that the medical ninjas have assembled, provides a brief instruction before resuming his review of the hospitalized patient's case files. Unintentionally, the group of medical ninjas responded softly in agreement, and then each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Unperturbed, Wuxin glanced at his pocket watch, noting the time as 9:01. He surveyed the room, observing that no one had risen to depart. Thus, he tucked away his watch and exited the infirmary, making his way to the elevator to descend to the dormitory building. The dormitory served as the residence for the medical ninjas on duty, and although Wuxin possessed a room there, he had not taken up residence. The medical ninja training room was located on the top floor of the dormitory. As Wuxin ambled forward, he took the elevator to the training room on the uppermost floor, only to find the door still closed. He stood by the corridor window, patiently awaiting the arrival of his instructor. Moments later, his mentor, the esteemed medical jonin Yaishin Xian, clad in a white lab coat, appeared in the hallway. Teacher Xian, lost in contemplation regarding the intricate application of the water mirror technique, Wuxin was suddenly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning to look, he was greeted by his mentor, Haidenabu, who softly inquired about his well-being. "You've arrived quite early." Showcasing considerable confidence, Wuxin remarked, "Confidence is indeed a commendable trait. However, in the realm of medical arts, there are no shortcuts to mastery. Although your proficiency in medical ninjutsu has developed rapidly, time is essential for true mastery." Haidenabu, with a warm smile, nodded at Wuxin and proceeded to the door of the training room, unlocking it with a key while continuing the conversation. Despite the somewhat dismissive tone of his words, his smile revealed immense satisfaction with Wuxin's progress. After over 9 months of training as a medical ninja, no matter how complex the medical techniques were, they no longer posed a challenge for Wuxin. In just over half a year, he had mastered all the medical ninjutsu requisite for the ninjas at the Mist Village Hospital. Even Haidenabu, a medical jonin, often expressed his admiration, lamenting that Wuxin truly deserved the reputation of being a prodigy in the Mist Village. "You have imparted valuable knowledge. Yet there remains much for me to learn." With a humble demeanor and a gentle smile, Wuxin followed Arataka Nobu into the training room. Arataka, who typically juggled numerous responsibilities, always made time to patiently instruct Wuxin whenever he sought guidance, fostering a deep mutual respect and admiration between them. As Wuxin approached a desk and took a seat, he surveyed the long table at the back of the room. The training room was simply adorned. Beneath the podium were several desks and chairs for the students, while at the far end stood a large long table. Curiosity piqued, Wuxin wondered what experimental materials would be unveiled today. As a large box draped in fabric sat upon the table. Chapter 81. Medical Examination. At the podium, Medical Jonin Arataka Nobu prepared the examination materials, while the aspiring medical ninjas participating in the medical ninjutsu exam began to arrive in the classroom, filling the 30-plus desks and chairs in no time. Unintentionally surveying the surroundings, the students in attendance for this examination were accompanied by others under the supervision of their respective jonin, and it appeared that several newcomers had joined, including Miyahara Eri, a subordinate from a previous mission of Wuxin. Draped in a white lab coat, Miyahara Eri noticed Wuxin, offered a gentle smile, and then quietly took a seat at the desk. With an absent-minded smile, I offered a semblance of greeting. After a considerable interval, Eri Sanyuan seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Unintentionally, Wuxin noticed that Sanyuan Eri seemed to have grown significantly taller. A year ago, she still bore the semblance of a young girl, but now, upon this reunion, she had blossomed into a striking beauty. It can only be said that during the age of development, a mere lapse of time can result in remarkable transformations. Once all the candidates had gathered, Arata Nobu lifted his gaze to survey the examination room. After scanning the area, he glanced at the clock hanging at the back of the training room and spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone is present. Excellent." Upon finishing his statement, Arata rose, clutching a stack of examination papers, and proceeded to distribute them one by one to the front row of desks, instructing, "Please pass the exam papers to your classmates behind you." As the papers circulated, Wuxin received his copy, retained one for himself, and then passed the rest backward. Casting a scrutinizing glance at the exam paper, everything appeared quite familiar. It encompassed the content from the previous session's lectures, as well as some excerpts from earlier textbooks, all of which were knowledge he had already mastered. Arata Nobu surveyed the room, ensuring that all candidates had received their papers. He then announced in a resonant voice, "This examination is divided into two parts. The first part will assess your knowledge of textbook content. The second part involves practical medical ninjutsu." He emphasized that this examination would significantly impact your future careers, urging everyone to have diligently prepared rather than evading responsibilities at the Hidden Mist Hospital. Now, the duration of this examination is 100 minutes. Since you all have your papers, let the examination commence. Unintentionally perusing the examination paper, I raised my gaze upon hearing a voice, which belonged to Kaiden Shin. The notion of evading certain matters is fundamentally akin to a ninja circumventing perilous assignments. However, such words were certainly not directed at me. I responded softly, "Yes." The cohort of examinees also acknowledged in unison, promptly retrieving their pencils and fervently inscribing their answers. The questions on the paper predominantly pertained to the characteristics of various herbs. Inquiries about which herbs possess specific traits and which can neutralize others. There were also queries regarding the number of meridians in the human body and the densest regions of these pathways. Furthermore, in the context of a four-person team mission, one comrade sustained severe injuries with profuse bleeding. How should a medical ninja respond in such a scenario? For me, there was no sense of pressure. I filled out the answers with a flourish and swiftness. The examiner, Kaiden Shin, paced about the training room, vigilantly monitoring for any signs of cheating, occasionally pausing to inspect this answer or that. Upon reaching Eri Miyahara, he observed her responses and offered a verbal commendation. Quite good." Hearing his voice, I glanced over momentarily before returning to my fervent writing. As time gradually elapsed of the 100 minutes allotted for the examination, I had completed my answers well before half the time had passed. Having come to the Hidden Mist Hospital to hone my medical ninjutsu, my dedication to the craft is unparalleled. Additionally, having undergone numerous S-rank missions, I possess my own insights regarding the emergency measures that medical ninjas should undertake during assignments. In summary, the nature of these questions was, to me, rather elementary. After finishing the exam, Wu Xian picked up the test paper and rose from his seat, walking towards the podium to place the paper on the desk. He whispered, "Teacher, I submit my answers." Then, he returned to his seat, patiently awaiting the second round. Yan Xian stood beside a fellow examinee, observing their responses. Upon hearing Wu Xian's voice, he glanced up momentarily, offered a brief reply, and then resumed his scrutiny of the examinee's progress. Unintentionally, I strolled back to my seat, casting a glance at the other candidates. Most were fervently scribbling away, while only a handful sat quietly, their brows furrowed in contemplation, seemingly grappling with the answers. In one corner, there was even a medical ninja. Shaking the tip of their pen, positioned under the protection of their comrades, they offered medical support and logistical aid. However, if their medical ninjutsu were insufficiently refined, they would be unable to fulfill their rescue role, thus placing their team at a disadvantage in the fierce competition among ninjas. Observing the unusual conditions of several individuals, Wu Xin returned to his seat, deep in contemplation. He also comprehended that the words spoken by Ye Xiangxin when announcing the commencement of the examination were directed towards certain students. Even within the harsh training system of the Mist Village, there were those who resorted to cunning methods to graduate. After completing some missions and becoming seasoned ninjas, they would apply to join the Mist Hospital or other departments within the village, seeking a tranquil life thereafter. As time passed slowly, Wu Xin rested his eyes, and the examination concluded with Ye Xiangxin collecting all the answer sheets. Standing at the podium, Ye Xiangxin did not review the papers on the spot, but declared in a resonant voice, "All right, the first part of the examination has concluded. We shall now commence the second part." Upon finishing his statement, he descended from the podium carrying a small bag and approached the center of the long table at the back of the training room. He removed the fabric covering a large box, revealing its contents. Inside the cage were several snow-white rabbits. The previously silent rabbits squeaked as they were illuminated by the light. "All right, students, turn around." The second part of the examination focuses on antidote and emergency medical care. Here are 6 rabbits. I will inject them with toxins. Your task is to extract the poison from their bodies using the fine extraction technique and place it into this vial within 5 minutes. Failure to do so within the allotted time will be deemed a failure of the assessment. Ye Xiangxin announced the details of the second part of the examination loudly and then retrieved several bottles and syringes from his small bag. Unintentionally, Wu Xian observed medical ninja Yada Shin as he affixed a needle to a syringe. He drew a small amount of black liquid from a diminutive vial, then, with a single hand, grasped the snow hair and administered the toxin. Many of the apprentice medical ninjas watching this scene furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to bear the sight. This toxin, at a dosage of 15 milliliters, would obliterate the neural functions of the snow hare within an hour, leading to its untimely demise. Furthermore, once injected, the toxin would amalgamate with the bloodstream, becoming deeply entrenched. Ordinarily, one would require 3 consecutive applications of a specialized extraction technique to completely remove it. However, your trial necessitates merely a single extraction. Encapsulate the toxin with chakra and deposit it into this vial, Yada Shin elucidated, lifting the container filled with the venom and shaking it gently, subsequently revealing a subtle smile. He began to call out names, Zhao Daokatsuya. In the corner, the student previously noted by Wu Xian, who had been nibbling on the end of his pen, responded with a somewhat hesitant affirmation. The toxin introduced by Yada Shin seemed to exert a sedative effect, as the snow hare, having received the injection, lay motionless on the table, its eyes wide open. The student named Zhao Daokatsuya stood before the snow hare, inhaled deeply, and slowly formed hand seals, completing 9 before placing his right hand upon the creature. Wu Xin quietly observed the scene before him. Possessing a keen sense of perception, he discerned that the chakra manipulation in his hands lacked precision. The technique of extracting toxins, an advanced medical ninjutsu, not only serves to remove poisons, but can also facilitate organ transplants. It is a method with a clear path of cultivation that necessitates continual practice and experimentation. Having mastered this technique, Wu Xin, well versed in its intricacies, concluded within mere seconds that Kaoru Kaji from Kaido could not extract the toxins from the snow rabbit's body. As time languidly passed, Yada Shin, holding a stopwatch, occasionally glanced at the student performing the medical ninjutsu, his expression darkening. At last, the time elapsed. How could you fail to extract even a trace of toxin? 6 months of training, and yet you are so inadequate. Yada Shin's countenance was grim, his words cold. After a brief pause, he continued, Kaoru Kaji, perhaps you should contemplate a position in another department. Why yes. Kaoru Kaji opened his mouth to explain, but the words dissolved into a mere affirmation as he lowered his head and stepped down. Among the candidates below, many stifled laughter at this scene. After the conclusion of the second segment of the examination, they were permitted to leave. The second place goes to Hayori Miyahara. Yada Shin added a note regarding the examination rules and then called out the name of the second candidate. Hayori Miyahara rose from her desk, her black curls framing a youthful and vibrant visage that captured the attention of numerous aspiring medical ninjas. Approaching the central long table, she gazed at the white snow rabbit, falling into silence and remaining motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Yada Shin furrowed his brow, on the verge of urging her. When Hayori finally formed hand seals and sprang into action, she executed merely 6 seals, maintaining the unseal with her left hand while placing her right hand upon the snow rabbit. Yada Shin was somewhat speechless, even as an intern. She had simplified the hand seals of the toxin extraction technique. The audacity of her approach was almost intolerable. Just as he was about to voice a reprimand, he noticed Hayori slowly lifting her right hand. As her hand ascended, the snow rabbit emitted a wisp of white smoke, which coalesced into faint vapor, gradually condensing into a black droplet beneath her palm. With deft control, Hayori guided the droplet to absorb the white smoke, transforming it into a mass the size of a walnut. The snow rabbit, no longer emitting smoke, playfully hopped forward a step. Hayori fluidly directed the toxin into a vial. Yada Shin's eyes widened as he observed the shrinking droplet cascading into the bottle, then shifted his gaze to Hayori's face. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to check the time. 1 minute and 21 seconds. Genius. As Hayori completed the extraction, Yada Shin recorded the time, and an idea flickered in his mind. He then picked up his pen and inscribed ins next to Hayori's name on the list, proclaiming loudly, "Pass." "Thank you." In the eyes of Miyahara Eri, there shimmered a mist of tears as she cast a gentle smile towards the examiner. Yada Shin softly expressed her gratitude, and then turned to depart. Wushin observed the scene before him, noting the glimmer of moisture in Sanyuan Eri's eyes, instantly comprehending the source of her sorrow. The object of her admiration had succumbed to death due to poisoning, compounded by the lack of medical resources. Extracting the toxin took over a minute. And as someone who had also mastered this art for quite some time, Wushin was acutely aware of the challenges involved. This technique, Sanyuan Eri has not forgotten that mission even after more than a year. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Wushin found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Teacher, who is next?" he inquired. It was not only Wushin who had drifted into reverie. Yaishin also appeared somewhat dazed. Upon hearing the candidate's question, he quickly regained his composure, glanced at the list, and proclaimed loudly, "The next participant is Nakagawa Yashiki." As the named candidate rose and approached the long table, the remaining assessments unfolded without any further brilliance akin to Miyahara Eri's performance. Most candidates managed to extract toxins within approximately 5 minutes, a scenario consistent with standard examination conditions. Yaishin's objective for the assessments was to ensure they honed their skills with precision and discipline. Gradually, the number of individuals in the training room dwindled until at last, only Wushin remained. With an indifferent demeanor, Wushin observed the candidates as they demonstrated their skills in extracting toxins for an extended period, genuinely surprised to find himself the last to be called. Throughout the examination, most participants met Eriton's expectations, while only a few, akin to the earlier case of Kitsuya, struggled with toxin extraction, failing to remove even a trace, and were chastised by Aritan, who advised them to reconsider their aspirations of becoming medical ninjas. Wushin, upon being summoned, he promptly responded and approached the long table with swift strides. Before Aritan could utter a word, Wushin formed a series of hand seals, concluding with the seal of absence. Maintaining the seal with his left hand, he lowered his right hand to rest upon the rabbit. In mere seconds, he gradually lifted his right hand. Accompanying the ascent was a faint, vaporous substance, resembling white smoke, which began to coalesce beneath his palm into a dark mass of toxins. With an absent-minded flick of the right hand, the fingers gradually converged, until only the tip of the right index finger remained elevated, upon which a black orb of toxins slowly rotated in the air. With a nonchalant demeanor, Wushin slightly curved his right index finger, aiming at the vial containing the toxin, and with a gentle flick, propelled a jet of black venom directly into the bottle, executing an elaborate detoxification maneuver. Aratani exhibited not a trace of surprise. He had become accustomed to Wushin's prodigious talent, which was precisely why he had chosen to keep Wushin until the end, to prevent discouraging the other aspiring students. Swiftly, Aratani inscribed a large next to Wushin's name on the list, distinguishing him from the rest. Detoxification should be straightforward, Yet Wuxin's approach was ostentatious. As medical ninjas, it is imperative to instill a sense of reassurance in the injured. Such flamboyance could lead to misinterpretation. How would a patient feel if they were poisoned and witnessed this extravagant detoxification? Aratani's admonitions were somewhat verbose, lacking the authority he typically wielded with other examinees. Understood. I will take heed, Teacher Aratani, Wuxin replied. Wu Xian nodded slightly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. He then shifted the topic, inquiring, however, Teacher Xian, have you timed my detoxification? How many seconds did it take? Was it 30 seconds? This rabbit's venom is far too simplistic. Next time, let us tackle something more intricate, perhaps a complex toxin. This particular venom posed no challenge for me, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to perform such feats. Yin Xian glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. Noting the time, 37 seconds. The precise timing was of little consequence. The paramount focus should be on effectively detoxifying the injured. After checking the time, Yin Xian closed the cover of the watch, choosing not to engage Wu Xian in further discussion on the matter. Chapter 83. The calm before the storm. Nightfall. The unintentional residence, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, is illuminated by the soft radiance of lamps. Wuxin sat idly on the eaves of the house, a frisbee in hand. Beside him, the dog Wankai wagged its tail and panted eagerly, its eyes fixed on the frisbee in Wuxin's grasp. Unintentionally, Wuxin hurled the frisbee into the yard, where it soared and spun through the air. With a spirited bark, Wankai turned and sprinted after the frisbee, executing a graceful mid-air catch before triumphantly retrieving it and racing back to Wuxin. Quite impressive indeed. Wuxin's demeanor was remarkably relaxed as she smiled and accepted the frisbee from Wankai's mouth. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks and voices echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. Wuxin, are you there? Responding to the urgency, Wuxin, though perplexed, answered without hesitation, leaping up swiftly to reach the gate and open it. Outside stood Zhao Daoko, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Upon seeing Wuxin, he spoke rapidly. Wuxin, Director Tianxin has summoned you to the hospital. A large number of critically injured patients require immediate treatment. An emergency assembly? Very well. Wuxin paused momentarily, not inquiring further, and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. I must inform the others. You should hurry, he urged. Teacher Tianxin specifically insisted that you be summoned. Zhao Daoko, breathing heavily, noticed Wuxin's sluggish movements. After offering a brief explanation, he turned and leaped away with several bounds. Unintentionally, Wuxin cast a glance in the direction from which Kia of the Mist Island had departed, before swiftly turning towards the Wuyin hospital. This Kia possessed an astonishingly thick skin, despite Tianxin's counsel advising him against pursuing a career as a medical ninja. He stubbornly refused to leave. Initially, Tianxin had contemplated dismissing him outright, yet unexpectedly assigned him the task of delivering a message, leaving Wuxin quite perplexed. Speaking of which, in the past fortnight, the number of injured at Wuyin Hospital had steadily increased. What could possibly be the cause of this surge? Unconsciously, I raced forward. Recently, there has been a noticeable increase in the number of injured individuals at the Hidden Mist Hospital, a situation that has caught my attention. This indicates that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are heavily engaged in various confrontational missions. B-rank tasks are typically executed by the CH Nin level, while the higher ranks are led by the J Nin. Tasks below B rank rarely involve ninjas. Even when they do, they are primarily confrontations among genin, where casualties are generally infrequent, and when they do occur, they are in rare instances. With an unhurried pace, Wuxin swiftly arrived at the Fog Shadow Hospital, making his way directly to his workplace on the 5th floor of the inpatient department. Upon exiting the elevator, Wuxin strode briskly towards the medical office, ready to don his white coat. As Wu Xian had just taken a few steps, a nurse intercepted him, urgently exclaiming, Dr. Wu Xian, you have arrived. Lord Yuta Fujishima instructed that upon your arrival, you should proceed directly to the emergency room in the outpatient department. Understood. Without a word, Wuxin felt the mounting tension in the atmosphere. He hastened towards the infirmary, donned a white coat, and eschewed the elevator, leaping from the 5th floor window. With agile bounds, he made his way to the outpatient building. Inside, the bright lights illuminated a multitude of injured individuals, some leaning against the walls, awaiting their turn for treatment. Having spent over 9 months at Misty Hidden Hospital, Wuxin navigated the terrain with ease, disregarding his surroundings. After a few turns, he entered the emergency room physician's passage and made his way into the physician's office. Within the office, Tianshin, and another medical ninja lay slumped in their chairs. Beads of sweat covering their foreheads, eyes closed as if in a state of repose. "Teacher Xian," he murmured. "Without a heart," I gently inquired. Upon hearing the voice, Tian Xian opened his eyes and, upon seeing me, appeared somewhat agitated. He exclaimed urgently, "You have arrived. Quickly, the patient in bed number 12 requires immediate attention. We have both ingested military rations and are awaiting the recovery of our chakra. Please, assist him in his treatment." Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the door and entered the emergency room. Inside, the room was lined with 2 rows of hospital beds. One row contained 15 beds, each occupied by an injured individual. Beside each bed, several medical personnel clad in white coats were diligently performing their healing arts or administering medication. Unintentionally, I walked straight towards bed 12, where 2 medical personnel attended to the injured, administering intravenous fluids and injecting medication. "I am a medical ninja. Here I come." Unintentionally, he took over the task, scrutinizing the injured individual who was enveloped in bandages, with only one right eye visible, the wrappings thoroughly stained with blood, a testament to the ferocity of their struggle. The voices of the 2 medical personnel were faint and devoid of strength. Upon encountering reinforcements, they completed their immediate task of administering injections and departed without hesitation. Unintentionally, Wuxin approached the hanging rod and picked up the medical record to examine it. Name: confidential. Additional information: the individual has sustained multiple severe stab wounds and has been attacked with a concealed weapon during a mission. Although the wounds have been sutured, the loss of blood is critical. Even urgent replenishment of blood and vitamins may not suffice to save the patient, necessitating the immediate application of medical ninjutsu for healing. The Umbu? The name remains confidential, leading Wuxin to speculate that the individual might belong to the Umbu, though he refrains from further contemplation. He promptly unwrapped the bandages from the patient, and upon removing the first bandage from the head, he discovered that the wound had already healed. Having been treated with medical ninjutsu, Wuxin began to gently unravel the bandages, and as the injured person's face emerged, he felt a sense of uncanny familiarity. Why did this visage seem so recognizable? Even the eyebrows were absent. Despite his heart being clouded with doubt, his movements did not falter. The bandages were unraveled to reveal the area around his chest and shoulders, where several ghastly knife wounds lay, the flesh grotesquely turned outward and stitched up. With an unperturbed demeanor, he formed intricate hand seals, hovering his hands a few centimeters above the injured area, where a radiant green light began to shimmer. This affliction, for the art of healing, was remarkably straightforward. In less than a minute, the ghastly wound began to mend itself. Observing the transformation, he gently tugged at the threads of the sutures, gradually removing them, before resuming his healing incantations. Approximately a minute later, the wound was entirely healed, pristine and smooth, devoid of any trace of its former injury. Unconsciously, he continued to tear the bandages, revealing 5 or 6 wounds on his chest and abdomen. With a swift application of his palm healing technique, he began to mend the injuries. After a round of treatment, coupled with the infusion of blood, the pallor of the injured man's face visibly transformed, taking on a healthier hue. Cough, cough, water. The patient suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, weakly demanding water. Unperturbed, he continued to tend to the wounds of the injured, focusing on healing the injuries to their waist and abdomen. Once the treatment was complete, he made his way to the physician's office, bringing a bowl of water, adjusting the patient's bed to elevate their upper body slightly, and gradually feeding them. This phase, shall it remain unscathed? After a moment of unintentional servitude, Wu Xian finally recognized the figure before him, an individual devoid of eyebrows, with a hedgehog-like crop of hair. It had been over 2 years, nearly 3, since he last laid eyes on this person, who now appeared significantly taller and more robust, rendering Wu Xian initially unable to identify him. After receiving treatment for his upper body, the formidable Zai Buzhan slowly opened his eyes after taking a sip of water. Upon catching sight of Wu Xian, his brow, devoid of brows, furrowed slightly in confusion. Suddenly, Zai Buzhan's eyes widened in shock. With a splutter, he expelled the water he had just swallowed, springing agilely from the hospital bed and reaching for the location of his ninja tools at his waist. Alas, clad in a patient-esque garb, Zai Buzhan bore no equipment, and a fresh, large wound marred his back. As he touched the site, his expression contorted in pain. Lying back down, Zai Buzhan declared, "I am a medical ninja." Emotionless and expressionless, he raised his gaze to the figure of Zabuza standing by the hospital bed, his words resonating with authority. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and soon realized he was in the familiar emergency room of the Kirigakure hospital. A flicker of confusion sparked within him as he gradually settled into a seated position, though his body remained taut, still on high alert. Over the years, Zabuza had achieved numerous victories in the Umbu, frequently sustaining grave injuries that led him to this very emergency room. This environment was unmistakable to him, yet the individual before him left him perplexed regarding the situation. After the unintentional encounter with Zaibujan, a sigh of relief escaped his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zaibujan's cold voice cutting through the air. "I demand a replacement." Chapter 84. The Summoning of Water Shadows. Humph. Do you think this is a hot spring resort where one can simply exchange at will? Sit still. Without hesitation and with an air of authority befitting a physician, he directly declined Zabuza's request. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind departing without a second thought. However, the influx of injured individuals demanded his attention. With even Tenzin having consumed a soldier's ration to restore his chakra, he had no choice but to act swiftly to provide aid to the wounded. Zabuza sat on the bed, showing no intention of moving, his expression laden with wariness. In this crowded environment, without a physician to tend to him, the wounds on his upper body would be treated solely by me. I swiftly unwrapped the bandages from his abdomen and legs, administering healing before promptly vacating the premises. Outside, the injured were lined up, eagerly awaiting assistance. Time was of the essence, Zabuza. With gentle words, Wuxin offered a simple explanation, quietly gazing at Zabuza. Zabuza, his expression inscrutable, turned his head to survey his surroundings before returning his gaze to Wuxin, taking a deep breath and obediently unwrapping the bandages. His body bore numerous wounds, dozens of lacerations, and several scars left by untimely medical ninjutsu. Wuxin could only wonder what experiences Zabuza had endured over the past 2 years since his graduation. As Zabuza roughly unwound the bandages, he inadvertently tore at his wounds, causing fresh blood to flow. With a sense of helplessness, Wu Xian stepped forward and gently laid Zaibujan onto the hospital bed. He meticulously began to unwrap the bandages. Once the bandages were removed, Wu Xian formed hand seals and pressed his palms against Zaibujan's wounds. A faint green light emanated from his hands as he skillfully employed his healing technique. Fully absorbed in his work, Wu Xian focused intently on activating the healing of Zaibujan's numerous injuries. The wounds visibly began to regenerate, with flesh growing rapidly. Almost as if one could witness the healing process with the naked eye, Zaibujan felt a tingling sensation across his wounds, and observing the visible recovery. His gaze towards Wu Xian was filled with complexity. After more than half an hour of dedicated healing, all wounds were thoroughly treated, appearing as if they had never been injured. Having completed the task, Wu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Once Wu Xian ceased his actions, Zaibujan gently twisted his arm and lifted his leg, sensing the restoration of his condition. He then remarked, "Your medical skills are commendable. I am quite satisfied. However, it astonishes me that someone like you would join the Hidden Mist Hospital." Unfeeling observed Zabuza's slight movements, and the improved condition brought him a modicum of relief. Treating someone with real weapons was indeed a novel experience for him. Prior to this, his mastery of medical ninjutsu had been limited to experiments on rabbits, fish, and lab mice. Hearing Zabuza's words, Unfeeling smiled and remarked, "Zabuza, after all, we are classmates, and we have grown somewhat familiar with one another. How are you feeling? Is there any lingering discomfort?" The term classmate momentarily caught Zabuza off guard, his gaze sharpening with an increasingly fierce intensity. Yet, as if coming to a realization, he glanced at Unfeeling's white coat and replied coldly, I am no longer in serious trouble." With that, he rose from the hospital bed, slipped on his sandals, and departed without hesitation. Zabuza seemed quite familiar with the surroundings, making his way directly to the unlocked door of the emergency room, and he exited without looking back. Wuxin gazed at Zaibujan's retreating figure and offered a faint smile. The urgency to enhance his abilities, reminiscent of his days at the Ninja Academy, had long since dissipated. His profound familiarity with ninjutsu, particularly in the realms of illusion and medical techniques, endowed Wuxin with a sense of self-assurance. After a prolonged absence, Zaibujan had notably grown taller, and Wuxin, with his keen perception, could sense the vast reservoir of chakra within Zaibujan. A stark contrast to what it had been at the time of their graduation. Unperturbed by this, he bore no ill will, for his own chakra reserves were, by no means, inferior to those of his counterpart. "Help me, it hurts," echoed the cries of the injured in the emergency room. With a heavy heart, Wu Xian bid farewell to the departing patient and immediately began attending to the next injured individual. The lights in the Wuyin hospital shone throughout the night. As dawn broke, Wu Xian, pale-faced, stood beside the hospital bed in the emergency room, pressing his hands over the patient's wounds, from which a green luminescence emanated, gradually dissipating. Once the medical procedures were completed, he detached the medical records from the forestand, retrieved a pen from his lab coat, and swiftly documented the treatment details. After finishing, he stumbled back to the medical office. Having tended to dozens of patients through the night, despite the presence of colleagues, the sheer volume of work weighed heavily on him. In the medical office, Tian Xian, equally pale and with bloodshot eyes, glanced at Wu Xian as he entered and softly remarked, "You have worked hard, Wu Xian. Our team has completed today's tasks. You may return to your dormitory to rest." Understood. With a heart unburdened as if granted a reprieve, Wuxin hastily made his way toward the physician's corridor, striding away with purpose. Until now, Wuxin had merely occupied a trainee position, assisting in various tasks. It was only tonight, under extraordinary circumstances, that he could be deemed to have truly commenced his duties. Departing from the outpatient emergency room, Wuxin removed his uniform in the medical office on the 5th floor of the inpatient department and proceeded downstairs, heading toward the main entrance, ready to return home and rest. At 6 o'clock in misty Hidden Village, the sun had yet to dispel the lingering fog, casting a muted gray over the landscape. Unintentionally, he stepped out of the gates of the misty hospital, casting a glance back at the dimly lit institution, where the lights of various buildings flickered ominously. Having spent an extended period within the confines of the hospital, this was the first time he had witnessed such a peculiar occurrence. Given the recent surge in casualties, he speculated that something must have transpired in the village. However, he understood that these matters were, for the time being, of no concern to him. Shaking his head, he turned and began to make his way home. Suddenly, a figure clad in a mask descended from the heavens, landing on the street a mere 5 meters away from him, and called out his name directly. The Dark Division. With an absent-minded glance at the individual, I had already surmised the events that would unfold thereafter. Lord Shuaying has summoned you. Please proceed at once. Very well. Without unnecessary words, he nodded slightly and turned, making his way towards the Water Shadow Tower. After a night of overtime, his chakra and physical strength had reached their limits. However, the call of the Water Shadow could not be delayed. He hurriedly proceeded, striding towards the entrance of the Water Shadow Tower. Outside the Water Shadow's office, he knocked on the door. "Please, come in." The familiar voice beckoned him. With a gentle push, he opened the door and stepped into the office. "Water Shadow-sama," he began, "I must intrude upon your training in medical ninjutsu. The village is facing a shortage of strength, and we require your power." The Water Shadow, Yizhong, appeared equally pale, with swollen eyes that suggested a sleepless night. Upon seeing Wuxin, he immediately addressed the matter at hand. "Please issue your orders." Indifferent and unperturbed, a vast expanse of fog-hidden ninjas lay at the Fog Concealment Hospital, a clear indication of a deficiency in strength. Chapter 85, Crafting the Precious Mirror. "Please issue your command." Unfazed and devoid of turmoil, a multitude of fog-hidden ninjas lay scattered within the Fog Concealment Hospital, clearly indicating a deficiency in strength. Koremayasa glanced at Wuxin with a discerning eye, then retrieved a scroll from the drawer, placing it upon the desk and pushing it forward. An A-rank mission. It is preferable to capture the target alive. However, if that proves impossible, bringing back the corpse will suffice. Go forth and ensure he does not escape. Having served as the Water Shadow for an extended period, Koremayasu's delicate visage radiated authority, and she issued her commands with a directness that departed from her usual politeness. Understood. With a nonchalant demeanor, I softly acquiesced, striding forward to seize the scroll upon the table. Upon unrolling it to peruse the task's details, I nodded slightly and stated in a measured tone, "Rest assured, I shall handle this. Indeed, if it is you, there shall certainly be no mishaps." Without intention, there are numerous tasks similar to this one. Currently, the village is facing a shortage of strength, and it seems you can no longer continue your training at the ninja hospital. Yagura reclined on the sofa as he spoke, his pallid visage indicating that he had not been particularly idle of late. The implication from Mizuki's Yagura was clear. He wished to extract himself from the Hidden Mist Hospital to carry out a mission, and Wuxin discerned the underlying meaning. Presently, Wuxin had nearly mastered the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu. What remained was experience, which could not be hurried. After a brief contemplation, he replied solemnly, "I have grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu. The village requires me, and thus I shall contribute my strength. If you have no objections, that is for the best. Do not be careless in executing your mission. Go, and return swiftly. Yagura leaned back on the sofa, his tone gentle. Understood. Unperturbed. He softly acknowledged the task, tucking the scroll of assignments into his bosom before turning to depart. As he exited the Water Shadow building, he made his way homeward. Even though he was about to embark on a mission, rest remained imperative. The nature of the task involved the assassination of the samurai retainer to the Minister of Defense of the Land of Water, a warrior named Kangujinyu. The minister's retainer maintained numerous connections with the village, and this Kangujinyu was suspected of being a spy for a foreign nation, covertly appropriating intelligence from the Hidden Mist village under the guise of protecting the Minister of Defense. Typically, the Hidden Mist village refrains from meddling in the affairs of the Water Nation's court, let alone assassinating its officials. However, such was the norm under ordinary circumstances. The assassination mission entrusted to Wu Xin, albeit shrouded in suspicion, is likely underpinned by substantial evidence. The timeline necessitates its completion within a week. In terms of time, Wu Xin is indeed capable of meeting this deadline, for sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Lost in contemplation of the task at hand, Wu Xin hurriedly made his way back to the estate. After a night spent in restless wakefulness, he returned to his chamber, nestled under the covers, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The summer heat lingered, and dusk arrived late. As the sun set, Wu Xin, having slept through the day, gradually stirred from his slumber. Reclining on the couch, he cast a glance out the window, where the evening glow painted the sky in hues of gold. Despite having rested throughout the day, Wu Xin still felt a lingering fatigue, a testament to the toll that sleepless nights can exact, for the energy regained during daylight hours is but a fleeting respite. With a weary shake of his head, he rose from his slumber, donned a black combat uniform, and retrieved a long-forgotten vest from the wardrobe. Strapping the large scroll from the table to his waist, he hastily departed his home. Unintentionally, he traversed the rooftops along the street, making his way directly to Takeuchi Weaponry. As dusk settled, Taro Takeuchi, the proprietor of the weapon shop, leisurely rose from his chair after reconciling the day's accounts, fanning himself gently. He retrieved a long hook from the corner of the rolling shutter and lowered the gate. Once Taro Takeuchi had secured the shop, he clapped his hands and picked up the fan resting beside him. Just as he turned, he unexpectedly encountered Wu Xin, adorned in a full ninja outfit. Taro Takeuchi, taken aback, scrutinized Wu Xin from head to toe and jested, "Ah, a rare visitor. Is that not Wu Xin? You still remember this little shop?" Wu Xin revealed a faint, apologetic smile and softly explained, "Uncle Takeuchi, the affairs at the Mist Hidden Hospital are quite hectic. There is little I can do. Yet, as you can see, I have indeed come today. Since Wu Xin joined the Hidden Mist Hospital, he has not only neglected assisting Takeuchi Taro at the shop, but has also frequently been unable to attend the regular weapon forging sessions held thrice a month. On the 1st, 11th, and 21st days, the Takeuchi Forge would ignite for the creation of weapons, yet Wu Xin, overwhelmed by the responsibilities of the Hidden Mist Hospital, has skipped work for 2 consecutive months. Most of Takeuchi Taro's ninja tools are imported, with only a scant few crafted by himself, and even then, Wu Xion's presence has often been lacking. Aren't you employed at the Hidden Mist Hospital? Why are you dressed in your ninja attire? Are you embarking on a mission? Takeuchi Taro inquired softly, fanning himself. Well, uncle, I am indeed heading out on a mission. I have a moment to spare before my assignment. So I specifically came to forge treasures for the shop. Wu Xin, in pursuit of crafting a precious mirror capable of executing the art of the water mirror technique, had come to this place, albeit with a touch of embellishment in his words. Upon hearing this, Takeuchi Taro's dissatisfaction regarding Wu Xin's repeated absences dissipated instantly. He raised his hand and pointed at Wu Xin, remarking, "Well, at least you possess a semblance of conscience." "Ah, please don't say that, uncle. The Kiri Hospital is exceptionally busy, as you well know. I am diligently honing my medical ninjutsu, once I have perfected it." "You and Aunt Daima won't even need to visit the hospital for treatment," Wu Xin replied. "Indeed, that sounds rather appealing. However, I fear that finding you will become a challenge." Taro responded with a chuckle. "Oh, wait a moment. When it comes to your remuneration, you are quite diligent." Side by side, Takeuchi Taro and Wu Xin continued their light-hearted banter as they made their way toward the forging chamber of Taro's residence. The evening glow stretched their shadows long, signaling the arrival of dusk, and as the darkness approached, they finally reached the forge within the estate. Although Wu Xin's primary objective was to forge a precious mirror for himself, Even bringing along the template, he first resolved to diligently contribute to the inventory of Takkan Taro's weapon shop. The forging room was ablaze with light, the rhythmic sounds of hammering resonating continuously until the number of pedestrians on the street dwindled and the moonlight shone brightly, at which point the clanging ceased. In just a few hours, he crafted 5 palm leaf fans, 2 jade vases, and over 1,000 shurikens and kunai. That should suffice for today. There remains an ample stock in the shop, particularly of the fans and vases, which are truly treasures. After completing the work, the kunai and shurikens were carelessly piled on the ground, while the newly forged fans and vases were meticulously arranged on the table. As Takkan Taro examined them with utmost care, thus concluding today's forging session, well, perhaps I shall forge another piece of exquisite craftsmanship, unintentionally wiping away the sweat. He softly suggested, so, today you wish to fill the void left by the weapon shop, do you? What shall it be then? A banana leaf fan or a jade clean bottle? Takemura Taro, taken aback by the inquiry, had no objections regarding the creation of a treasured artifact. Neither of those. I intend to craft a mirror. With an indifferent smile, he replied, and then retrieved a small scroll from the tactical pocket of his ninja vest. Unfurling the scroll upon the table, he pressed his palm against the characters inscribed on it, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. A small mirror resembling a table tennis paddle materialized. Chapter 86. Elimination of Spies in the Land of Water. The city of Miton is the territory of the Nido clan. The current head of the family, Nida Kohei, serves as the Minister of Defense at the court of the Land of Water, wielding considerable power. The Nida residence in Miton is vast, housing numerous ninjas and warriors. While their strength is yet to be assessed, their numbers are undeniably substantial. Situated in the southeastern part of the city, the Nida estate is somewhat secluded, yet the streets leading to it are notably wide, flanked by the homes of many retainers. On the rooftop of a nearby 3-story building, he lay concealed among the tiles, quietly observing the entrance to the Nida residence. At the gate, a young man donned in a green traditional samurai outfit, with a black scarf wrapped around his head and a long sword at his waist, emerged from the estate. A long toothpick held between his lips. This figure is none other than the target, Sugawara Masahiro. Upon encountering the individual in question, the momentary glance allowed me to confirm his attire against the image inscribed upon the mission scroll. It was indeed the garb favored by the target, and the habit of holding a toothpick aligned perfectly. Kenku Masayuki, with an air of nonchalance, adorned with a long sword at his side, ambled away from the Nitani estate and ventured onto the bustling streets, gradually merging into the lively throng. In the vibrant market, a multitude of people flowed in and out, surrounded by an array of leisure establishments. As Kenku strolled along, he paused before a gambling house. "Lord Kenku, what brings you here? Do come in," greeted a young attendant with a deep bow and a warm smile. "No, I have other matters to attend to." Kenku Masayuki haughtily declined the young man's invitation and strode away with purpose. Unintentionally, he employed a transformation spell, disguising himself as a passerby at a small stall not far behind Guangu Jinyu, clutching a toy while subtly keeping an eye on him. Observing that Guangu Jinyu did not enter the gambling den but instead walked ahead, he promptly set the toy down and silently followed. Guangu Jinyu meandered along, taking a left turn here and a right turn there, and soon found himself on a deserted alley. In this secluded path, only the transformed unintentionally trailed behind Guangu Jinyu, who was leisurely chewing on a toothpick. As he approached a junction of houses, Guangu Jinyu suddenly darted to the right, slipping into an alleyway. Unintentionally, he swiftly stepped forward to gaze into the alley. The narrow passage was ultimately obstructed by a wall, yet no figure could be discerned. Had they scaled the wall to escape? Unconsciously, he hastened to the wall at the end of the alley, surveying the nearby houses with keen eyes. After a thorough inspection, he found no traces. With his hands clasped, he prepared to invoke his perception technique when suddenly a voice emerged from behind. "Hey, why are you following me? Who sent you?" From atop a nearby house, Kanagawa Masayuki leaped down, blocking Wushin's retreat. Kanagawa's actions aligned perfectly with Wushin's intentions. His fear did not stem from the prospect of combat, but rather from the possibility of his opponent vanishing into the crowd without a fight. Wushin, having effortlessly cast a transformation spell, assumed the guise of a humble farmer. Observing that Guangu Jinyu chose to stand his ground rather than flee, a flicker of intrigue crossed his mind. In a cold tone, he declared, "Guangu Jinyu, you have betrayed the master and stolen secrets. Pray, reveal your true intentions." Upon hearing this, Guangu Jinyu revealed a chilling smile, his right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of his dagger, and replied, naive. Since you refuse to disclose the puppet master behind this, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a careless motion, Wuxin extended his right hand towards his waist, summoning a kunai from the ceiling wristband affixed to his wrist, before bringing it to bear in front of him. Observing Wuxin draw his weapon, Guanggu Yuzhi narrowed his eyes, lowered his body, and slightly bent his knees. With an indifferent right hand grasping a shuriken, Wuxin instantly recognized the stance of Kanggu Jiyu as that of a samurai's draw. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he raised his hand and hurled the shuriken towards Kanggu. Swish! Clang! Kanggu Jiyu reacted with remarkable speed, slightly sidestepping to evade the thrown blade. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Wuxin. His right hand lifted a long sword high, performing a graceful flourish before sheathing it slowly. Bang! The farmer, rendered into two halves by a single stroke, collapsed into a wooden stump. The cut so smooth it split diagonally from the lower left to the upper right. Kanggu Jiyu took note of this scene, and his previously leisurely sheathing motion abruptly quickened. Once his sword was secured, he conjured shurikens laced with explosive tags, as if by magic, launching them towards the wooden door of a nearby house. Thud, thud, thud. The shurikens, propelled with great force, pierced through the wooden door and into the interior. Mere moments later, a violent explosion ensued, illuminating the surroundings with flames while wood splinters and tiles soared through the air, obliterating the structure. Indeed, you are no ordinary samurai. In the alley, Wuxin's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location. You managed to evade my blade with a substitution technique and survive the explosion. You are not a nameless individual. Reveal your name. Kanggu Jiyu's expression turned grave. In this brief exchange, he realized the formidable nature of his adversary. You are here to take my life. A dispassionate voice emanated from all directions, while, unexpectedly, a thick mist surged forth in the alley, rapidly ascending and enveloping the surroundings, rendering visibility within the narrow passage no greater than 10 meters. As time ticked away, Guanggu Zhengyu, with his vision obstructed, dared not shift his position carelessly. Clutching his long knife, he remained in a state of heightened vigilance. It is over. The dispassionate voice whispered in Guanggu Zhengyu's ear, leaving him somewhat incredulous. He slowly turned his face to the right, where he beheld the profile of a youthful figure. Hiss! Without hesitation, Wuxin deftly swept the kunai, slicing across the neck of Kanagawa Masayuki, causing the toothpick he had been holding in his mouth to fall. Bang! As Kanagawa transformed into a wisp of smoke. The fallen toothpick also erupted with a loud bang, morphing into a young man clad in a green vest, wearing a mask, with short brown hair. Gripping the kunai in his right hand, Kanagawa swiftly lunged towards Wuxin's face. Clang! With an unintentional flourish, Wuxin deftly deflected the kunai wielded by Zhengyu Guanggu with a horizontal slash, simultaneously raising his right foot to deliver a fierce kick towards him. As Guanggu's kunai was pushed aside by Wuxin's maneuver, he disregarded the impending strike from Wuxin's right foot. Instead, he harnessed the momentum generated by his twisted waist to launch a powerful left hook aimed squarely at Wuxin's face. Bang! Without intention, my right foot inadvertently struck the abdomen of Guanggu Zhengyu, while my right cheek was met with a solid punch, sending me soaring through the air. Without hesitation, Wuxin swiftly adjusted his posture and landed, discerning the attire of Guanggu Zhuoyo, which hinted at his background. The green vest, coupled with the recent shadow clone, suggested that this individual had ventured out alone today, likely having sensed something amiss. Dressed impeccably, he was undoubtedly prepared to retreat. Yet fate had it that he was ensnared by Wuxin. Wuxin's right hand glowed with a verdant light as he gently rubbed his right cheek. Just moments before being struck, he had concentrated chakra in his facial area, mitigating the impact of the blow. However, in the realm of close combat martial arts, Wuxin recognized that he had suffered a disadvantage and acknowledged the remarkable skill of his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. Although Wuxin managed to land a kick on him, the physical disparity was evident. His opponent was considerably larger and more robust. The impact of Wuxin's force was thus minimal, demonstrating the gap between their sizes and physical strength. Is this the best that the Hidden Mist Village could send? Are you prepared to meet your demise? Kanggu Jingyu's gaze was fierce as he scrutinized Wuxin's distinctive vest and forehead protector, juxtaposed against his seemingly incongruous slight physique. Chapter 87. Leaf Village Jonin. Unperturbed by Kanggu Jingyu's feigned composure, Wuxin retreated into the mist. Konoha Ninja. Vital points include the throat, cervical spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which of these would you like me to target? The alley was already secluded, and the fog further diminished visibility, amplifying the psychological pressure with Wuxin's voice echoing from all directions. Ha ha ha. Choose freely, should you manage to touch me. Kangoo Jingyu, despite his vision being nearly obscured, remained unfazed, responding with a hearty laugh. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. Kangoo Jingyu, who had been crouching on the ground, swiftly rose and drew his blade, deflecting all the shuriken hurled by Wuxin. Your actions and words truly amuse me. Wuxin's voice resonated from all corners within the fog. This Kangoo Jingyu, though his words were assertive, had left behind a shadow clone while his true self remained on the ground, attempting to escape by feeling his way along the wall. Enveloped in mist and intermingled with perceptive fog, every move he made was under Wuxin's watchful gaze, rendering the farcical scene irresistible to Wuxin's laughter. Kangoo Jingyu remained silent, gripping his ninja blade with both hands, poised in a defensive stance. As time passed slowly, the sounds emanating from the mist exerted tremendous psychological pressure on him. Gritting his teeth, Kangoo Jingyu shouted, "You little brat, you are still too green to think you can kill me. I had considered sparing your life. But since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As soon as Kangoo Jingyu finished speaking, Wuxin's voice emerged from the thick fog. Whoosh, 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 clang, 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 thud. From the left, a barrage of shuriken suddenly shot down from above. Kangoo Jingyu, in a state of alertness, attempted to block with his long blade, but was struck by two shuriken, piercing through his vest. Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, Kangoo Jingyu plunged his long blade into the ground, forming seals with his hands, and pressed down. Earth release. Earth barrier. Boom. The ground cracked, and mud and stone rose to form a towering wall over 20 meters high. Kangoo Jingyu leaped several times to reach the top of the earth wall, where the mist could not reach, and his field of vision suddenly expanded. The towering wall stood tall, although the fog could not shroud it. A more bizarre phenomenon emerged. Snowflakes danced in the clear sky. Snow? Snow falling on a sunny day? Are you of the Snow Clan? As Kangoo Jingyu beheld the swirling snowflakes around him, a question escaped his lips. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he discovered, with a sense of bewilderment, that ice was inexplicably encasing his feet, while his legs succumbed to a numbing paralysis, rendering them immobile. The frost began its relentless ascent from his feet, creeping upward. His calves, knees, thighs, hips, abdomen, chest, and neck fell victim to the encroaching ice. Kangoo Jingyu felt himself being ensnared in this icy prison, his body rendered utterly motionless. The only part of him yet untouched by the frost was his wide-open eyes, which gazed in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. Without hesitation, Wuxin swiftly ascended to the summit of the earth.